compressed field to push the red-robed Carissa into the golden box. Thump. Surprisingly, the initially immobile red-robed Carissa was pushed back a step by Hector's hands. Her eyes showed a trace of surprise. You can compress your field? Is this a new skill you've developed? The 11 Saints also showed a hint of astonishment. But soon, their astonished expressions faded. Hector's abilities had indeed strengthened once more, but they were still insufficient to bridge the pale and exhausted on the ground. Do you think that Fred conceal me just because of this? You're wrong. Rumble. As she spoke, her aura surged. One foot that had entered the golden box withdrew. Simultaneously, her trapped body slowly moved outward at a visible speed. At this moment, Hector, using his maximum effort, combined the compressed field, touching spirit hands, eye of the firmament, and path of the new world into one force. Yet he was still being suppressed and forced backward by the Carissa. If this continued, the red-robed Carissa, who was halfway trapped, would inevitably break free. This alarmed the 11 great saints. To all, let's spray our essence blood into the golden box and give this young man a helping hand, Christina shouted weakly, using her last ounce of strength. Boom. There was no time for hesitation. To imprison the red-robed Carissa, they were willing to spend months recovering if necessary. Pooh, pooh, pooh. One by one, they bit their tongues, spraying their essence blood into the golden box. Instantly, the golden box emitted an exceptionally brilliant gold light, enveloping the area. Branding to the essence blood of the saints, the Carissa could no longer resist as strongly. Her body was pulled by the increasing suction force, creating a standoff. Boom, boom, boom. At this point, the saints finally exhausted their remaining strength, falling to their knees one by one. Seeing that the red-robed Carissa remained unsealed, they finally realized her formidable and terrifying power. Ah, looks like we can't imprison her today, Alan sighed, looking at Hector. Boy, hurry and leave while she's restrained. Once she breaks free, you won't even have a chance to run. This old man is right. Leave now if you can. The red-robed Carissa coldly stared at Hector. If not for him, she could have escaped immediately. Chapter 609. Sealing the Bethany. Though she now seemed to be at a stalemate with the red nether box, it was only because Hector had subtly balanced the power within. If Hector let go, she would immediately gain the upper hand. With this slight advantage, she could free her half-imprisoned body. Therefore, her biggest adversary now was the ant she once deemed insignificant. Do you think I'm that foolish? If I let go, you can escape immediately. So, I've decided to send you inside, Hector said with a smile. As he spoke, silver-white light gradually formed on his face and instantly became a ghost mask before the eyes of the Bethany. The moment the mask formed, Hector's nether power advanced with excitement as they looked at Hector. What was a born nether saint? To put it simply, among the top 100 constitutions, the born nether saint was one of the most powerful, equal in renown to the born sage. This constitution was best suited for practicing nether arts. Once, a born nether saint attained enlightenment as a nether Jeffrey and single-handedly sealed away 5 spirit Jeffreys. He was extraordinarily powerful. He even entered the soul devourer path, pushing deep into the enigmatic spirit realm, aiming to resolve the soul-devouring calamity alone. In the end, that nether Jeffrey never reappeared. Everyone knew he must have died in battle, but because of his efforts, humanity enjoyed a long period of peace. If Hector were a born nether saint, his value would be no less than that of a born sage, and would be even more valuable in future battles. Dwight Huff. Hector panted heavily, having given it his all. Now he sat on the ground, trembling all over. He never imagined that with the help of 11 sages, he could only seal this soul reaver while she was off guard. It was hard to imagine how formidable she was at full strength. My strength is still too weak. Hector sighed, feeling the urgency to grow stronger. If he encountered a more powerful devourer again, he wouldn't even stand a chance. At this moment, he suddenly noticed many intense gazes upon him. Looking up, he met the stares of the red-garbed Kyler and the other. I can't move. Could you place the nether box into my arms? Christina pulled her collar aside, revealing much allure, making Hector gasp inwardly. He quickly walked over, picked up the sealed red-garbed soul reaver nether box, and handed it to Christina. Brother, put it in further. Sister is too weak. That's enough, Christina. He's still a child. Frisco frowned. Hee, if he's a child, what does that make his son? Christina smiled at Frisco, causing his expression to change. Brother, don't be scared. I won't eat you. Put it in. Even with her pale face, Christina remained stunning. Even Hector, known for his composure, found himself distracted. Thud. He quickly stuffed the golden nether box into Christina's collar. Sue, brother, do you think sister is pretty? Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Christina grabbed his palm, making Hector shiver. His gaze dropped, meeting an enticing view. This was too much. Hashtag chapter 610. The arrival of Jalen, a man of imperial caliber. Although Hector had already become a father and experienced many things, seeing such an alluring and fox-like woman tempting him would make any man unable to remain indifferent. Moreover, the fact that she was a female sage made it even more complicated. However, after casting a brief glance, Hector immediately activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowel technique to suitable speed. How is this possible? That demon was already dismembered by 3 of our Jeffreys. How could it possibly revive? Frisco's face turned pale with fear. Hearing this, Hector's expression also changed dramatically. In Lyravine Martial Continent, those who dared to be called Jeffreys were at least half-step quasi-Jeffreys. As Hector watched, he saw that the waist of the mountain suddenly sank inward, an invisible force sweeping up from all around, pulling even Hector himself toward the mountain foot involuntarily. Finished. How could he still be alive? Christina and others' faces also changed. Hector noticed that not only was he being drawn towards the waist of the mountain, but even the 11 sages here were being pulled along involuntarily. Simultaneously, countless people around the Red Mountain were also heading towards the waist of the mountain, all of them disciples from major forces. They were now in sheer panic. What's happening? Why is my body out of control? It's that heartbeat controlling our bodies. Are we going to die? Tens of thousands of people were in shock and despair. Though Hector was afraid, he quickly regained his composure. A massive black heart appeared at the waist of the mountain, beating softly. Thump, thump, thump. Many people approaching the heart immediately exploded into pure blood and flesh, entering the heart. Hector was horrified. It was just here. It was Hector. However, upon reviving, Hector was once again drawn by the mysterious force towards the heart. Thud. Hector pushed the 5 viscera 6 bowel technique to its limit, his feet digging into the ground, but it was useless. He, along with the patch of earth beneath him, was lifted up again, flying back towards the heart. What the hell is this? Hector felt desperate. At that moment, he thought of his father Jessup, Esther, Dwight Florence, and finally, his son Bernie. That child was just a month old. Was he going to lose his father already? Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of golden holy light descended from the sky like a celestial laser, enveloping Hector. Immediately, Hector and the others fell from the sky, crashing hard onto the ground. Fortunately, Hector's body was incredibly strong. Otherwise, the fall from several dozen meters would have turned him into minced meat. Even so, he was in bad shape, bleeding profusely. Ignoring his injuries, Hector looked up and saw a young man in white standing calmly, walking on a path of golden light. The youth looked to be in his early 20s, carrying a sword at his waist, with starry eyes and arched eyebrows, handsome and imposing. Standing there, he directly suppressed the giant heart. It's Jalen from Chelan Manor. It's really him. Haha, we can live. Our northern frontier cultivation, world's youngest sage Dalton in nearly 500 years. Lord Jalen has arrived. We are saved. Those who survived rejoiced. Seeing Jalen, they felt relieved. Jalen? Hector squinted. Jalen was hailed as a martial legend of their Ingdaltendom. By the age of 19, he was already a sage. Now a year later, his strength must have grown even stronger. Though he possessed an ordinary constitution, his combat power rivaled that of a natural-born sage. In terms of growth rate, he was on par with natural-born sages. Many predicted that Jalen's future accomplishments had a high probability of surpassing even the natural-born sages. He was touted as having the potential of an emperor. Chapter 611. The impact of the Qinggui town incident. In recent years, Jalen had been invincible, defeating one so-called top-tier constitution after another. Recently, even emperors had taken notice of him and invited him to Zhongzhou to participate in the Holy Dalton battle. On the Liaoravine martial continent, there are 5 major regions: Zhongzhou, Donghuang, Beiyu, Nanqing, and Beijiang. The Holy Dalton battle is one of the most renowned events on the Liaoravine martial continent. Only the most exceptional young prodigies from all 5 regions have the Zhuge to participate. Note, Zhuge means qualifications or eligibility, and pressed his hand inside. With a loud boom, the wound in the heart began leaking torrents of blood into the box. Soon, the entire heart had turned into a river of blood that flowed into the box. Finally, Jalen closed the box. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he swiftly vanished. Jalen came and went quickly. We survived. At this moment, everyone felt a lingering sense of fear. Even Hector let out a sigh of relief. Jalen hadn't even glanced at him. Perhaps, in the eyes of people like him, he was still too insignificant to warrant attention. Hector wanted to greet Frisco but hesitated, unsure how to explain his miraculous return. In the end, he decided against it, quietly slipping away. That kid's back view looks like Hector, Christina remarked as she noticed a fleeting shadow at a corner. Hector is dead. It can't be him. You must have seen wrong, Dax of Zoltan Palace sighed. Pity, that kid had great potential. His future was limitless, but unfortunately, he encountered the resurrection of Qinggui's heart. Christina shook her head regretfully. The battle at Qinggui town had ended, but its impact was enormous, causing turmoil throughout the martial arts world of Beijiang. According to incomplete statistics, nearly 90% of the disciples from various factions who went on the mission had died. Out of 130,000 who entered, only 30,000 fell but couldn't find him. He sighed, knowing that Ansel had likely died during the mission. This was the life of a Wu warrior. No one could guarantee they would always emerge victorious. Then, Hector headed to the mission hall. Achilles like Weston and Oren were assessing the results of the mission. Over 800 silver disciples went on the Qinggui town mission. Only about 30 returned. The fatality rate was too high. Indeed, Braden Chao grew from a servant disciple to a silver disciple in 4 months. I thought he would succeed and accumulate enough points for promotion, but he died, another Kyler lamented. This is the life of a Wu warrior. No one can ensure safety every time. Several Kylers shook their heads sadly. Weston grew increasingly somber as he saw all the surviving disciples return except for Hector. Haha, stop looking. That brat must be dead, Oren mocked. Hemph, Oren. If you hadn't used your power to arrange such a difficult mission beyond his abilities out of personal grudge, would he be dead? Weston glared angrily at Oren. Oren pointed upwards and sneered, remember, it wasn't me who wanted him dead. It was the 2 senior brothers. Hearing this, Weston froze. The 2 senior brothers naturally referred to Josiah and Carlos, the gold-level Kylers. Chapter 612. What punishment should be given? Bridger and Josiah were gold Achilles, wielding power second only to the Grand Achilles. For them to target a newly admitted disciple would be incredibly easy. If they wanted Hector dead, less than a week should logically have been incapable of completing such a mission. After all, he had given Hector a 5-star silver mission from the Ghost Inn. Many peak silver disciples had died trying, with no one surviving. How had Hector managed to survive? Am I making you very disappointed by not dying? Hector smiled. Dwight, you little brat must not have gone to complete the task. Heh, avoiding tasks in Chelan Manor will get you expelled. Just wait for your expulsion. Oren suddenly laughed, refusing to believe Hector could complete the Ghost Inn's task through skill alone. Hector, it's too good that you're alive, said Weston, nodding excitedly. Akil Zoltan, I've made you worry. I'm back alive. This time, I'm going to slap those people's faces. Those who want me, Hector, dead are only daydreaming. Don't speak too soon, Fred. Show proof. Orin sneered. Whoosh. Hector flipped his hand, revealing his identity copper badge. The badge contained an entire world, recording everything during a mission once filled with true chi. When Hector inserted more true chi into it, a beam of light burst out, projecting a scene above the hall. The detailed process of Hector slaying the ghost child. This is impossible. Your strength can't possibly complete a 5-star silver mission. Orin cried in disbelief when he saw it. Heh, old man, what do you have to say now? Hector smirked at Orin. You must have cheated. How could a bronze disciple complete such a task? Orin snarled, calling for guards to expel Hector. Boom. Several men in silver robes stepped forward. Dwight, Orin, you old devil. Do you think I'll stand by and watch you defame Hector? You few, step down. Weston barked fiercely, glaring at the disciples, who hesitated, looking at Orin uncertainly. Expel him, and any issues will be handled by the Gold Achilles Josiah and Bridger. Orin coldly replied, blocking Weston. Act. The disciples hesitated but ultimately approached Hector. They knew that offending a Gold Achille could bring trouble. Junior brother, leave on your own. We don't want to hurt you, one said. If you think I cheated, send someone to the Ghost Inn to verify. Hector remained calm even in this dire situation. True gold fears no fire. Dwight, maybe you paid someone to help. Even if we send people to check, it wouldn't matter. Get moving unless you want the Gold Achilles to issue orders directly. Upon hearing this, the disciples blanched. Junior brother, forgive us. They apologized before rushing towards Hector. Hector narrowed his eyes, teamed up with 11 sages to seal a soul collector? What kind of monster is he? Monster, definitely a monster. Even Lord Jalen at his age back then wasn't any better. Could this Fred really compare to the legendary Lord Jalen? At that moment, chaos erupted in the hall. The events of the Green Ghost Town incident had swept through the entire northern frontier cultivation world within just 2 days. Many details about it had already spread throughout the town. There were 2 major events. First, 11 sages, along with a mysterious young man, sealed a soul collector. Second, Jalen appeared, turning the tide single-handedly by sealing the heart of the Green Ghost. Jalen required no introduction. This prodigy had long been renowned across the northern frontier cultivation world, having bested many individuals with special physiques. Even those born as sages considered him a formidable rival. As for that mysterious youth who could collaborate with 11 sages to seal a soul collector, although he had the assistance of the sages, no one could deny that he played a crucial role. Anyone capable of teaming up with sages, how could they be ordinary? Ordinary people didn't have such qualifications. Now, upon seeing the projection, they truly realized that the bronze disciple of their Kylan Hall, Hector, was indeed the one rumored to have worked alongside 11 sages to seal the mystical heart. How could they not feel shocked, Grandmaster, and ask him to come and verify it? Weston looked at Orin, whose expression had drastically changed, and instructed a nearby silver Laroisipal. Yes. Without a doubt, this time Orin, the old scoundrel, was likely going to fall due to this disciple Hector. Defaming a disciple. Normally, having someone influential backing you meant nothing would happen. But Hector was different, a monster who collaborated with 11 sages to seal a soul collector. If such a monster could be defamed easily, Kylan Hall wouldn't have survived until today. Soon, when Kyler dressed in a silver-robed Kyler garment walked in. Upon entering, he stared at Hector sharply and exclaimed, "Ha ha! Our Kylan Hall has another world-class prodigy. Good, very good. I greet the Grand Master," Hector saluted with a smile. The Task Hall Grand Master nodded smilingly at Hector. Then his eyes turned cold. Bang! In the next moment, Orin trembled violently, kneeling on the ground. "Senior brother, Silence. Starting today, remove Orin from his position as an Kyler of the Task Hall. Go away now." Orin trembled as if struck by lightning. Every Kyler held their own status. Losing his position as a Task Hall Kyler was equivalent to losing his standing as a Kylan Hall Kyler. From now on, it might be difficult for him to even remain in Kylan Hall. "You little brat, I won't let you off." Orin rose, glaring fiercely at Hector, and quickly left the Task Hall. He deserves it. He used to strut around arrogantly, flattering high aptitude, well-connected disciples while giving us ordinary ones cold looks. Now he offended someone he can't afford to offend. It's what he deserves. Really satisfying. That old guy gave me a lot of trouble over the past year. Many people secretly applauded. At this moment, the Task Hall Grand Master looked at Hector warmly and asked, "Young man, could I see your battle record again?" "Sure, no problem," Hector smiled, once again releasing the projection of his battle. He knew the Task Hall Grand Master needed to confirm the authenticity of his accomplishments for the final judgment. After a short while, the Task Hall Grand Master nodded and said, "Good job, remarkable. From today, you are a silver Laroisipal of our outer hall. Oh right, according to your merits, you should become a gold Laroisipal, but my authority is limited. Let's go to the Gold Hall, and I'll apply for your gold Laroisipal status." "Thank you, Grand Master," Hector bowed. Meanwhile, after leaving the Silver Task Hall, Orin went directly to Carlos and Josiah's courtyard, telling them everything he knew. "You're saying what?" 3 days ago, the mysterious young man who collaborated with What was even more astonishing was that the mysterious youth who sealed the soul collector alongside 11 sages in Kingwizin was also Hector. At this moment, Carlos and Josiah felt deeply shocked and oppressed. If only we had taken him as a disciple back then, how wonderful would that have been? Carlos sighed slightly. What good does it do to say all this now? We've already offended him. The best course of action is to eliminate him before he grows any further," Josiah said with clenched teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "We need to think about how to kill him." Carlos frowned and after a moment of contemplation, called out, "Chin York." "Master," Chin York stepped forward. "Go to the Gold Task Hall and ask your uncle for a favor. Tell him." Carlos whispered into Chin York's ear. "Master, rest assured, I will explain the stakes to Uncle, and he will know how to proceed. Chinurk nodded and turned to leave. Seeing the two willing to act, Oren felt overjoyed but immediately furrowed his brows. Senior brother, I've been dismissed from my post. Please take me in. We don't just accept anyone here. If you insist on staying, there's something we can offer you. A task, Carlos replied. Senior brother, please tell me. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse. Bring us Hector's body after he's dead. With pleasure, senior brother. This small matter is left to me. Oren beamed and hurriedly left. Handling a corpse was no big deal. Why did you send Oren to deal with Hector's remains? Josiah asked, puzzled by Carlos's unfathomable expression. Carlos squinted his eyes, watching Oren's retreating figure with a cold smile. Hector became a gold Laroisipal in less than half a month of joining Archelian Manor. Such a person will inevitably catch the attention of the Kylers. His death will anger them. So, brother plans to make use of this situation and pin the blame on this old dog? Josiah deduced. Carlos smiled and nodded. Ha, well played brother, Josiah laughed. Meanwhile, Hector had already become a silver Laroisipal and was heading to the gold task hall with Weston. Today, he would leap 2 ranks and become a gold Laroisipal. Advancing to gold Laroisipal status in less than half a month was a feat that matched even the innate sages in terms of speed. It was the fastest promotion in Chelan Manor's history. Soon, Hector arrived at the gold task hall. Only 2 types of people could enter here, gold Laroisipals or those coming to advance to gold Laroisipal status. When Hector appeared, he immediately drew attention. How young this Fred is. He looks like he's barely 17. To reach gold Laroisipal status at such a young age, a 17-year-old gold Laroisipal must possess one of the rare special constitutions among the minimum requirements. However, his expression turned to astonishment because he saw Hector climb Mount Dahongshan. What kind of place was Mount Dahongsan? It was where the heart of the Qinggui lay, and 11 sages barely managed a stalemate with a powerful soul collector. Rumor had it that 13,000 disciples from various major forces entered this time, but only 3,000 survived, a staggering mortality rate unprecedented in recent years. From the looks of it, this youth must be one of the survivors. Just surviving this alone warranted his promotion to gold Laroisipal status. Wait, this lad is heading for the peak of Mount Dahongshan. What could he be doing? Lyle's initial surprise transformed into awe as he realized what Hector was attempting. On the peak of Mount Dahongshan were the 11 sages facing off against the soul collector. Any outsider stepping into their battlefield would be mere cannon fodder. Could it be Leroy, the mysterious youth who assisted the 11 sages in sealing the soul collector, happened to be him? Chapter 6:15. Malicious intent. With this thought, Lyle stared at Hector with a stunned expression. It shouldn't be him. According to Lord Frisco, that young man, although sealing the Soul Reaper together with the 11 sages, was turned to ashes by the revival of the green ghost heart. Soon, Lyle shook his head. But immediately after, he froze again, eyes widening in disbelief. At this moment, he saw Hector actually engaging the Soul Reaper. Yes, engaging the Soul Reaper. Although the Soul Reaper easily nullified all his moves due to its superior strength, the fact that Hector could even fight it spoke volumes about his courage and power. Even if the Soul Reaper was heavily injured, with less than 1,000th of its original strength remaining, it was still not something an ordinary bronze Laroisipal from the outer quarters of the Chelan Manor could withstand. Next, he watched as the 11 sages burned their essence blood, joining forces with Hector to seal the Soul Reaper once more. This time, Lyle's shock knew no bounds. Whoa, young man, weren't you supposed to be dead? Lyle drew a deep breath, looking at Hector in astonishment, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Hector had anticipated this and promptly responded. I possessed a secret treasure back then, which took my place in death. That's how I survived. As for what the secret treasure was, Hector kept silent, knowing full well it would only lead to wild speculations. Predictably, Lyle didn't press further. Instead, he nodded towards Hector. Young man, what's your name? I will register you. Hector. Hector confirmed. The Kyler nodded and began searching for Hector's records among the books. Opening it, Lyle's expression turned even more stunned. You joined Archelian Manor less than 10 days ago? Yes, senior, Hector replied. Whoa, less than 10 days, and you've already advanced to gold Laroisipal. Young man, you're quite remarkable. Can I ask what constitution you possess? Of course, if you're not comfortable answering, that's fine too. Lyle was genuinely surprised. In his opinion, Hector must have possessed one of the strongest constitutions within the top 100. Even if not born as a sage, it was definitely near sage level. Common constitutions? He dismissed them outright. In this world, almost 99% of formidable figures were special constitutions. Figures like Jalen, who surpassed these without possessing a special constitution, were extremely rare. Within 100 years, even the emergence of one such figure was unprecedented. 2 seemed unimaginable. Senior, I don't possess any special constitution, Hector stated. What? No special constitution? The Kyler was taken aback. This was even more shocking than before. How could someone with a common constitution advance to gold Laroisipal status so quickly? This was unbelievable. Instantly, the Kyler looked toward Oren, who brought Hector here. His eyes filled, his face changing. Heh, no mistake? Zoltantal brother, do you know this Fred's cultivation level? Corey sneered. His cultivation level? Lyle paused. 3rd realm of Great Master level, Corey intoned. With such cultivation, could he enter the Red Mountain? But he did collaborate with the 11 sages to seal the Soul Reaper. Lyle hesitated. That's enough. You're dismissed. I'll personally interrogate him next. Once verified, I'll grant him gold Laroisipal status. If he lies, humph, can you bear the responsibility? Corey glared coldly at Lyle. Lyle's complexion changed drastically. Previously, Kyler was expelled from Chelan Manor and stripped of his powers for cheating in granting gold Laroisipal status. If Hector lied, and he endorsed him, unimaginable consequences. Hector, cooperate. I believe brother will confirm your gold Larowisipal status, Lyle said apologetically to Hector. Fine, Hector nodded, indifferent, curious how Corey would discredit him. Brother Shao, Hector has already provided a projection to verify himself. What more proof do you need? Weston protested, having realized the malicious intent upon entering with Orin. Himph, I'll decide how to verify it. It's not your place to meddle, Bronze kill. Stand down, Corey roared, his voice thunderous. Weston shuddered, retreating several steps, his face paling instantly. Now, Sultanu, didn't you say he cooperated with 11 sages to seal the soul collector on Hong Mountain in Qingdue Town? Now, there's nothing inside. How do you explain this? Hearing this, Lyle's heart trembled. He knew that these old men had just conspired with Orin to erase Hector's imprint. Senior brother, I'm not sure. I only heard it from Hector. I haven't fully confirmed it yet. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't admit to witnessing it firsthand. Otherwise, Corey could use this opportunity to eliminate him as well. Corey, you old bastard. You clearly saw it. Why are you framing Hector? Weston roared angrily. Seeing this, Corey hung his head, feeling guilty. By now, he understood clearly. Corey and Orin came here to target Hector. If he continued to stand by Hector, it would be considered collusion and cheating. All right, I understand. Corey nodded and looked at Orin beside him, speaking sternly. Weston colluded with Hector to cheat, aiming for promotion to gold Larowisipal. What should their punishment be? Orin cast a cold glance at Hector and Weston, then said, according to our rules at Qilin Mansion, Weston once made some contributions. We should strip him of his cultivation and expel him. As for Hector, he should be executed. Very well, leave it to you. Corey looked at Orin and nodded. Yes, Orin was overjoyed and asked Weston, Weston, will you strip yourself? What? Supreme Kill Oyang? Upon hearing this, Orin's attack paused. Ah, you little devil, how did you discover me? Frisco suddenly appeared in the hall. Once he appeared, Orin's face drastically changed. He felt immobilized. A sage realm. Not only Orin but Corey, Lyle, and Weston were similarly restrained, as if they were under a body-binding spell. Only their eyes, lips, and heads could move. This was the power of a sage who had cultivated the sage realm. In a sage's domain, the sage was the absolute ruler. Only Hector could move freely. He turned to look at Frisco, smiling. When I returned to become a silver Larowisipal, I sensed your presence. I was just curious what you were observing secretly. Was it to confirm my identity? Frisco studied Hector deeply and nodded. I'm very curious. You were dead. How did you survive? Hector smiled. If I tell you, what if you rob me? Frisco was taken aback, then glanced at Orin and the others. I am a sage. Would I stoop to such low and despicable means? Then his face darkened. Corey, Orin, you dare defame a disciple of Qilin Mansion? Tell me, how do you wish to die? Their paralysis lifted. With a thud, Corey knelt down saying, Supreme Akil, I didn't slander Hector. I merely rechecked his projection. Orin told me there was no projection. Orin, quickly return Hector's identity token to Supreme Akil for inspection, Corey added. Orin, trembling, knelt down and shakily handed over the token. However, Frisco didn't take it and instead said, explain everything. You only get one chance, Zoltane, and this will be your fate. As he spoke, Frisco pulled out a sword and tapped it with his finger, causing it to shatter instantly. Seeing this, Orin's face changed drastically as he stuttered, Supreme Akil. It was Corey who ordered me to erase Hector's imprint. I was forced, please investigate clearly. Translation note. Pinyin names like Hector, Weston, Corey, Orin, and Frisco have been used accurately to maintain consistency and clarity. Chapter 617. The Qilin Festival. Corey's face darkened, and he angrily shouted, Orin, you son of a turtle. I gave you Hector's identity token. You told me that there was no projection of Hector in the identity token. Weston and Lyle were both present. They can vouch for me. Weston, Corey, did I speak the truth? Seeing this, Weston frowned and said, indeed, back then, he did give the identity token to Orin. Corey also nodded. Though they suspected Corey had instructed Orin to do this, even if given 100 chances, Orin wouldn't have dared to erase Hector's projection mark in front of them. However, suspicion was just suspicion. There was no evidence proving identity token imprint himself. Had he done it himself, he would be the one lying dead now. In essence, Orin had died in his place. Get lost. Frisco said indifferently. Corey immediately got up and left. Afterward, Frisco looked at Hector with a smile and said, Zoltantal fellow, this time you've truly surprised me. Advancing to gold Larowisipal within 10 days, your progress already rivals that of Jalen back then. Are you interested in becoming my named disciple? Upon hearing this, Weston and Lyle stared enviously at Hector, wishing they could immediately accept on his behalf. A named disciple of a sage. Even if only named, it still made one a disciple. Once reaching the Dalton realm in the future, it would be genuine discipleship. However, Hector shook his head and said, thank you, Lord Oyang. But regarding becoming a disciple, I need some time to consider. Hector, are you crazy? This is a sage's disciple. Weston nervously trembled, sending Hector a message telepathically. It seemed Frisco had anticipated this, nodding and saying, no problem. Take your time to think about it. My door will always be open for you. Next comes our Qilin Manors Qilin Festival. Prepare well. I look forward to seeing you surprise everyone again. After chatting a bit more with Hector, Frisco left. Before leaving, Hector inquired about his son, Bernie, and Rhonda. Frisco informed him that Qilin imprints during the festival. He might help Hector arrange a meeting. Qilin imprints. I must obtain them. Hector muttered to himself. He then sought Weston's advice on the Qilin Festival. Under Weston's explanation, Hector learned that the Qilin Festival was open to all Qilin Manor disciples, divided into two categories. 1. Inner court disciples. 2. Outer court disciples. In Qilin Manor, there stood Qilin Mountain, covered with Qilin imprints. Larowisipals who could comprehend these imprints would have their achievements recorded. For instance, a bronze Larowisciple who comprehended a single Qilin imprint could advance to silver Larowisciple. Silver Larowisciples who grasped 3 imprints would directly become gold Larowisciples. Gold Larowisciples who comprehended 5 imprints would receive special rewards and could request something reasonable from an expert above the Dalton realm, which, if approved, would be granted. Hector's goal this time was to gain 5 Qilin imprints during the festival and apply for a meeting with his son, Bernie. Branding to his recent rapid advancement from bronze to gold Larowisciple, Hector moved from Qilin Square to the residential area designated for gold Larowisciples. He now had his own residence, a large courtyard with even a miniature spirit-gathering array, an array accessible only to outer court gold Larowisciples of Qilin Manor. Only a week until the Qilin festival. Within this week, I can certainly break through to the 4th level of Grandmaster, Hector murmured to himself, clenching his fist slightly, feeling the near-take action. Remember, make it subtle. The Fred is not what he used to be. Many sages are noticing him. Carlos said solemnly. Master, rest assured, I know how to handle it. York nodded. Josiah looked at Carlos and frowned. Junior brother, should we send more people to kill him? I feel like this kid's growth rate is too fast. I'm afraid delays might lead to trouble. It's fine. There are only a few days left. He won't grow much stronger in this short time. Carlos replied indifferently. Time flows like water, fleeting and swift. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The annual Qilin festival arrived. It was the festival of the Qilin Manor. Every year, it was held to test the disciples' talents and train their abilities. Bang! On the 3rd day, Hector broke through to the 4th stage of the Great Master Realm, also known as Mid-Great Master Realm. On the 5th day, his cultivation broke through again, reaching the 5th stage of the Great Master Realm. By the 7th day, he reached the peak of the 5th stage of the Great Master Realm. In just 7 days, 2 realms. Such rapid speed within the Great Master Realm could be described as terrifying. With my current strength, among the silver Larowisciples, I can definitely be invincible, right? Hector murmured to himself. Even if he faced gold Larowisciples, he was confident he could engage them head-on. Of course, excluding a few exceptional ones. Hector walked out of his courtyard and headed toward where the gold Larowisciples. Do you know me? Hector asked, surprised. The green-clothed Prudence smiled. Of course, you're now our well-known genius in the outer manor. Impossible not to know you. Why? Hector felt a stirring in his heart. He had only recently become a gold Larowisciple, yet this Prudence's words implied he was already famous in the outer manor. Adelina looked at Hector. Leroy, you hear about it? News of you, sealing the Soul Harvester together with 11 sages on Red Jig Mountain, has spread throughout the Qilin Manor. Spread thoroughly? Hector was taken aback. Seeing Hector's astonished expression, Adelina nodded. Looks like during your seclusion, you didn't know what happened in the Qilin Manor. She lowered her voice and glanced around. Junior brother Sue, you must be careful. Someone plans to act against you at the Qilin festival. May I ask senior sister's name? Hector squinted his eyes. Miss Prudence had immediately warned him, clearly wanting to curry favor. He naturally wouldn't turn away such a friendly gesture. After all, in the Qilin Manor, having more connections meant more opportunities. Each person who became a gold Larowisciple was no ordinary individual. If possible, it was best not to offend anyone. The green-clothed Prudence smiled. My name is Adelina, and by the way, Christina of the Holy Dalton sect is my aunt. So you're Senior Christina's niece. Nice to meet you, Hector greeted with a fist salute. Senior? Adelina was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Judging by cultivation, you indeed should call her Senior. Hector wondered, excuse me for asking, but how old is Senior Christina? Haha, Junior brother Sue, you finally realized, Adelina smiled gently. My aunt is 21 years old, only 4 years older than you. At the age of 21, she's already a sage? Hector was startled. From what he knew, Jalen became a sage at 19. Seemingly perceiving Hector's confusion, Adelina laughed. My aunt became a sage at 20, a year later than Jalen. However, Jalen, despite his ordinary constitution, achieved the sage realm a year earlier than my uncle Hector. It must be admitted, Jalen is truly strong. As she spoke, her eyes revealed deep respect and admiration. Hector felt something stir within him, seeing the profound reverence and adoration in Adelina's eyes. Moments later, Adelina sighed in amazement, shaking her head. Jalen is destined to become at least an Empyrean in the future, possibly even achieve godhood. His potential earns high praise even from my aunt. Pausing, she looked at Hector. You're the same. Joining hands with the sage to seal the Soul Harvester at the early Great Master stage. Your future may rival Jalen's. Hector was taken aback and chuckled bitterly. So, I have this much potential in Senior Christina's eyes? Senior Adelina's themselves reportedly pay great attention to it, because simply being able to glimpse a corner of the future is already quite formidable. Hector never imagined that Christina from the Holy Dalton sect would have such a special constitution. Your aunt saw the future of Harold? Sue Dwight suddenly asked, sensing something. If she hadn't seen Harold's future, Christina wouldn't have praised him so highly. Adelina glanced at Hector and solemnly said, she not only saw the future of Harold, but also your future. Mine? Hector was taken aback. Christina nodded and said, my aunt saw Harold becoming a quasi-Jeffrey. And then? Hector asked. Christina's expression grew graver as she continued. The moment Harold became a quasi-Jeffrey, a giant hand descended from the sky and crushed him into a mist of blood. Hector was stunned again. A giant hand? Could it be in Jeffrey attacking? Most likely, Adelina nodded. Harold will face a great calamity in the future. Whether or not he can avoid it depends on his fate. Leroy'd Senior Christina not see the outcome? Hector asked again. Adelina shook her head. My aunt can only see fragments of the future, not the whole picture, so she isn't clear about the final result. And you, Junior brother Sue? At this moment, Adelina looked at Hector and said, your future is even more tragic than Harold's. How so? Hector frowned. Harold being turned into a mist of blood by someone suspected to be in Jeffrey almost guaranteed his death. Matter of time. Additionally, There was the origin of the anomaly affecting the Near-Divine Martial continent. The Near-Divine era's extinction was related to it. It was said that the ancient landmasses fractured due to a massive number of unknown creatures emerging from it. Ultimately, all the strong individuals of the Near-Divine era died in battle. The heavenly Fire emerged to settle the chaos and sealed the source, leading to the martial era and their present. Could those enemies be the unknown creatures within the source? At this moment, Hector felt an immense weight on his shoulders, realizing he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible, strong enough to protect his family, strong enough that no matter how many powerful opponents appeared in the future, he could rely on himself to eliminate them all. Junior brother Sue, are you okay? Adelina asked now. Hector shook his head, his gaze resolute as he stared ahead. If those enemies truly exist, I will crush them all in the future. I won't give them any chance at all. Adelina nodded approvingly. Junior brother Sue, indeed you live up to the expectations of becoming an emperor. An emperor? Hector looked at Adelina. Adelina said, my aunt said you'll be an emperor. Whether you'll be a quasi-Jeffrey or a great Jeffrey, she couldn't determine. After all, at the level of emperors, even with her innate spirit communication body, she cannot discern their exact auras. Hector nodded. However, becoming an emperor is already impressive, Adelina added. Junior brother Sue, don't worry too much. Although my aunt can glimpse a corner of the future, it isn't 100% accurate. There can be changes, human-driven changes. My aunt firmly believes that humans can overcome destiny. Even if fate seems predestined, one can change it with determination. So, Junior brother Sue, don't lose heart. The future can be changed. Hector looked at Adelina gratefully and said, thank you for telling me this. I know what to do. My destiny must be in my hands. Feeling Hector's unwavering resolve, Adelina nodded, inwardly admiring the difference in mindset between those destined to be emperors and ordinary people. Haha, Junior brother Sue, congratulations on becoming a gold Larowisciple of our outer college, said a youth wearing golden robes, laughing as he approached. This senior brother is? Hector looked at the newcomer, recognizing the face. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hale, the prince of the Chi Daltondom. Hale laughed. Chi Daltondom? Hearing this, Hector's expression turned cold. The Chi Daltondom slaughtered millions of lives in their kingdom. It killed the Kylers of Golden Sun Academy, almost leading to the fall of Daltondom. And now, this prince of the Chi Daltondom dared to approach him? Note, for continuity. Hector narrowed his eyes and looked at Adelina. Adelina nodded. Yes. Ha, let them come. No matter how many there are, I'll kill as many as necessary. A flash of killing intent crossed Hector's eyes. If it were 7 days ago, perhaps any gold Larowisciple would have made him feel like facing a formidable enemy. But now, things were different. He had broken through 2 realms and could not say he was invincible among gold Larowisciples, but at least he could protect himself. Boom. Suddenly, a massive bell sound echoed from afar. Brother Sue, let's go. The Kylan Mountain has opened. At that moment, Adelina glanced at Hector and immediately started moving swiftly towards the distance. Hector followed closely, walking side by side with Adelina. At this moment, the gold Larowisciples who had been seated cross-legged on the gold plaza also got up and headed in the same direction. They traveled roughly 30 miles, and in their line of sight appeared a towering black mountain. Hector squinted and saw flashes of red light within the mountain. Those were signs of spirit devourer energy. In addition, purple Kylan creatures appeared sporadically within the mountain. Brother Sue, once inside, we shouldn't separate. Try to absorb as many Kylan imprints as possible if you can, Adelina reminded. Hector nodded. He already knew the importance of Kylan imprints. If absorbed sufficiently, they would greatly aid in Kylan imprints are inside this Kylan mountain. Hector asked. Zoltan Mitless. Adelina looked at Hector, puzzled. Why do you ask? In other words, if conditions allow, I can absorb Kylan imprints without limit? Hector replied. Upon hearing this, Adelina's eyes widened as she looked at Hector like he was a god. Brother Sue, most people can only absorb 1 to 3 Kylan imprints at best. Even Jalen only managed 9 back then. Brother Sue, are you asking for death? Hector laughed awkwardly. How so? AI, fortunately, you met me. If you could really absorb Kylan imprints without limit, it would lead to self-destruction. Each imprint stretches the body, just like a container with limits. Exceed those limits, and you burst. I see. Hector nodded. What happened to Jalen after he absorbed 9 Kylan imprints? Hector was quite curious. Jalen was a legend in their Daltondom. Even in the Kylan manor, Jalen remained the supreme prodigy in everyone's heart, their idol. At this, Adelina's face showed admiration. Lord Jalen, after absorbing 9 Kylan imprints, reached near perfection in the lower section of the Kylan sacred canon within a month. 9 Kylan imprints were inscribed on his body, just 1 step away from merging all 9. And what happens when the 9 Kylan imprints merge? Hector asked again. Adelina managed to absorb 9 Chilan imprints. No one has ever absorbed more. So, the ultimate goal for all generations of disciples in our Chilan manor is to absorb 9. Absorbing more is beyond human limits and thus impossible. Hector nodded in agreement. He had come this time to absorb at least 5 Chilan imprints so he could ask a reasonable favor from a Dalton level or higher power, the purpose being to see his son, Bernie. Therefore, he had to absorb at least 5 Chilan imprints. If possible, he would try to absorb even more. After all, no one could resist the allure of extending their lifespan. A loud roar echoed through the mountains as a massive Chilan appeared on Chilan Mountain. It stood tens of zhang tall, looking down at the disciples of Chilan Manor at the foot of the mountain. With a fleeting glance, the Chilan transformed into countless light points that dispersed across Chilan Mountain. Junior brother Sue, the Chilan festival has begun. Let's go, Adelina said with shining eyes, knowing this was her last chance to participate in the festival. If she couldn't absorb more Chilan imprints this time, she would never be able to advance the lower part of the Chilan scripture to the great completion stage. Together, Hector and Adelina rushed into Chilan Mountain. Inside, he realized just how vast the mountain was. Though initially surrounded by over 1,000 golden Larowisciples, after entering, Hector could only see Apple Qilin emerge from the wall under Hector's control. Qilin imprint. Junior brother Sue, you found it just like that? Adelina was taken aback. The Qilin imprint was deeply hidden and extremely difficult to find. How did Hector detect it so quickly? Hector smiled. For me, finding Qilin imprints is effortless. Here, senior sister Sue, you take this one. With that, he handed the Qilin imprint to Adelina. Adelina hesitated. Junior brother Sue, what about you if I take it? It's fine. We have 3 days before the festival ends. I can gather all the Qilin imprints needed by then. Alright, I won't be formal with you, junior brother. If you need anything from me later, feel free to ask. Adelina took the purple Qilin and placed it in a black void storage device. They continued onward and soon captured 3 more purple Qilins. Behind them, Hale and his group watched enviously. In less than an hour, this kid has found 3 Qilin imprints. How did he do it? The Hassan exclaimed. Hale's eyes flickered. Let's wait until he gathers enough Qilin imprints, then we'll kill him. Agreed. The others nodded. On a cliff face in Qilin Mountain, Qin York stood with hands clasped behind his back, staring in Hector's direction. He said coldly, how are the arrangements? Big brother, Hale has it covered. Hector is dead for sure this time, laughed a Darien behind Qin York. Excellent. Once Hector is dead, my 2 masters can cultivate peacefully, Qin York nodded. But, Big Demetrius, this Hector is just a newcomer. With your strength, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Why involve others? The Yuan asked. Killing him would dirty my hands, Qin York replied coolly. The Yuan understood. Indeed, killing an ant wasn't necessary for a genius like Big Demetrius. As Qin York spoke, he leaped off the cliff, surprising the Yuan. Big Demetrius. But as he began to speak, he froze, eyes wide open. Suddenly, a purple Qilin aura enveloped Qin York midair, drastically reducing his falling speed. Landing softly after dropping 100 meters, Qin York landed like a leaf touching the ground. Wow, Big Demetrius has reached the great completion stage with Qilin imprints, achieving the complete Qilin divine form, the Yuan exclaimed. With this imprint, wouldn't Big Demetrius rank at least in the top 10 at next month's Qilin assembly? As Qin York landed, a man dressed in golden armor appeared nearby. Fagin was covered in golden radiance, only exposing his mouth, eyes, and nose. Heh, Qin York, I thought you wouldn't show nose, finding it hard to believe. Hale's eyes flickered as he replied. This person has a pair of eyes that can see through spirit devourers and perceive things invisible to most of us. It's not strange that he can capture Qilin imprints. Let's follow them, and once they've collected enough, we'll strike. At that moment, Hector had already gathered his 5th Qilin imprint. Junior brother Sue, you are truly exceptional. How long has it been? An hour, perhaps? If you keep this up, you'll collect 70 to 80% of all the Qilin imprints on Qilin Mountain by yourself, Adelina exclaimed. Hector smiled slightly and said, Senior sister, how many more do you need? Adelina replied, it's enough already. I obtained 4 previously, and adding these 5 should be sufficient for me to attempt cultivating the Qilin Leroy vine form. Alright, senior sister, try them out. I'll continue looking. Hector handed over the 5 Qilin imprints to Adelina and resumed his search. Adelina didn't hesitate either, as there was still plenty of time. Hector's ability to locate Qilin imprints was almost indistinguishable from a Qilin child. Junior brother, be careful. If you encounter any trouble, come find me here, Adelina told Hector before leaving. Don't worry, just those few won't be a problem for me, Hector smiled. He already knew who was tailing them. Outing as Hector approached, feeling a sudden pressure. I noticed you the moment I entered Qilin Mountain, Hector stated. What do you intend to do? From the moment you stepped into Qilin Mountain? Hale raised an eyebrow, looking at Hector's calm demeanor, sneering. I must admit, you are a monster. Had you agreed to reconcile with the state of Qi, I wouldn't have killed you. Unfortunately, you're too stubborn. Stubbornness is on your side, Hector interrupted. If your country hadn't invaded ours, would we have faced such great hardship? Would all the Qilers of my Jinyang Martial Academy have perished? Today, not only will you die, but the state of Qi will inevitably fall in the near future. Boom. With his words, Hector vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was beside Liam. Puff. Almost instantly, a man who had reached the peak of mid-grandmaster level failed to react in time. His head flew off in a spray of blood. Hiss, incredible speed. Liam recoiled in shock, his hair standing on end. As far as he knew, Hector was only at the peak of early grandmaster level, a significant gap in cultivation. No matter how extraordinary he was, he shouldn't have been their match. Yet now, his fellow Adamarier brother, who was at a similar cultivation level, had been instantly slain by Hector. This meant Hector's strength far exceeded expectations. Quantities of rocks rolled down, instantly burying Hale. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, Hector advanced with murderous intent. Hiss, did Senior Brother Qi lose? No, Senior Brother Qi has that item on his body. It's impossible for him to lose. He hasn't used it yet. Fagin with the hooked nose was filled with shock and suspicion. But recalling the peculiar treasure Hale carried, his heart calmed down. Not just Hector, but even someone ranked in the top 10 among golden Leroisipals might not withstand that treasure. Boom. Suddenly, a mass of boulders exploded, and Hale rushed out from the rubble. A terrifying beam of light, like the waters of the Milky Way, poured forth. Hector's eyes narrowed instantly, and a ripple of golden energy spread from his body. A field. Bang. The field immediately blocked the beam. But in that instant, Hector's field started to crack, developing a shocking fracture. Hector, you're finished, Hale shouted as he arrived. His clothes bursting off his body as dense Qilin imprints appeared on his flesh. 4 in total, all dazzling. Forming seals with his hands, those Qilin imprints transformed into divine shapes, increasing his speed dramatically as he instantly arrived before Hector. He forcefully pressed his hands down onto Hector's golden field. Immediately possessed 4 Qilin imprints. Yet Hector hadn't cultivated even one. How could he possibly contend with Hale? The only explanation is that his other secret techniques are no less formidable than the Qilin imprints, Liam said gravely. Brother, let's go. We can't match him in strength, another member of the group said, approaching with trembling voices. Fagin with the hooked nose shook his head. No need, Hector will die today. Dwight? The two were taken aback. Hale's fight with Hector had clearly shown who was superior. Hale was no match for Hector. But despite this, Braden's senior brother still seemed confident in Hale. It seemed that senior brother Chi might have hidden cards he hadn't played yet. Hale, the one who dies here will be you. Hector approached, his field spreading outward. Pfft. Hale staggered up, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Hector, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Haha, Hector, you're too naive. Leroy, you really think I dared to come here unprepared? Oh, what preparation do you have? Hector narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, as he spoke, Hector's field instantly expanded, enveloping Hale. Boom. In an instant, Hector, ghost-like, appeared before Hale and thrust his sword forward. The speed was so rapid, giving Hale almost no time to react. Just then, Hector realized that Hale might have some remaining tricks that could threaten him. This was Hector's nature. He never underestimated any opponent. Throughout history, he had heard many stories of great falls caused by underestimation. He would never allow himself to follow in their footsteps. Boom. Feeling an immense crisis approach, Hale instantly produced a black box which, appearing just in time, blocked Hector's sword strike. Bang. The powerful impact sent Hale soaring skyward. Meanwhile, the black box flew out of his hand, opening midair to release a thick cloud of black smoke. As Hector prepared to attack again, he suddenly looked up and saw the black smoke invading his field. Wish. Without hesitation, Hector flashed back rapidly. This black smoke gave him an overwhelming sense of danger. An inner voice warned him absolutely not to touch it, or he would face severe peril. Haha, Hector, the moment I opened this box of shadows, your defeat was inevitable. Go inside. Boom. Hale laughed, forming seals with his hands as his Qilin imprints glowed once more. Simultaneously, the emerging black smoke formed an invisible force, sucking Hector towards the black box. This is a sealing box used to imprison soul reapers. Can it seal people too? Suddenly, Hector recalled the black box he and 11 Sajin unraveling. First true intention unraveling. Second true intention unraveling. Third true intention unraveling. Fourth true intention unraveling. Fifth true intention unraveling. 5 true intention unravelings were unleashed instantly. His combat strength instantly broke through to the 6th stage. At the peak of the 5th heaven of Grandmaster Realm, combined with the explosive 6th stage combat strength, Hector's current fighting power approached the Dalton level. With such power, he did not believe he couldn't break open this black nether box. Rumble. In an instant, energy raged here. The formidable force surged like mountains collapsing, carrying extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, all striking the black nether box at once. Bang. Even the powerful black nether box was finally shaken by Hector, slamming into the ground and piercing right through it. Hiss. He actually has such terrifying combat power, actually sinking the Dalton-level nether box given by Senior Demetrius York? Hale gasped in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Without the black nether box, Hector's previous move would have been enough to obliterate him instantly. He felt a chill down his spine and was immensely relieved. Fortunately, Hector hadn't gone all out. Otherwise, how could he have had the chance to bring out the nether box? The three beside him, including the eagle-hook-nosed men, were similarly stunned. Hector's combat strength was terrifying. Could this kind of destruction really come from a mere mid-stage Grandmaster Realm martial artist? After the attack, Hector immediately took a bottle of high-quality vitality-restoring pills and circulated the 5 viscera and 6 fu organs technique to quickly recover his strength. But soon after, he frowned and rapidly retreated, because the black nether box reappeared on the ground, and there wasn't a single crack on its surface. Clearly, the first use of the Imperial Decree True Intention unraveling had failed. It only shook the nether box without causing any direct damage. Boom. As Hector retreated, the devouring force became even more fierce than before. Hector was just retreating when he was instantly restricted again. His body swiftly pulled toward the black nether box. Clang. Hector was immediately absorbed. Click. The black nether box closed shut. Hale laughed heartily, picking up the black nether box and said, "Haha, Hector, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. This time, I'd like to see how you escape. Ha ha ha. My country of Chi can finally rest easy after resolving this major threat." Wrong, there's still Jessup, but even he hasn't had it easy lately, being surrounded by a large number of our country's strong males. Palm. Not good. Senior brother Chi, it's cracking. Suddenly, Liam cried out in alarm, quickly retreating. He sensed an overwhelmingly powerful tearing force rapidly spreading out from inside the black nether box. Hale was also terrified and threw the black nether box away in an instant. Bang. The moment he threw it, the black nether box exploded completely, turning to powder. Simultaneously, a massive cloud of blood-colored mist burst into the air. Hiss, did that kid self-destruct? Fagin with the hooked nose was startled. Hale's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn brat, dying was enough. But you destroyed this nether box too. How will I explain this to Senior Demetrius York? The black nether box was of Dalton level. Now destroyed, it was indeed a significant loss. But, Senior Brother Chi, this kid is only at the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. Even if he self-destructed, he shouldn't be able to destroy this black nether box. Fagin with the hooked nose seemed to realize something, speaking in surprise. Hale replied gravely, though he has an ordinary constitution, his talent is comparable to some outstanding special constitutions. It's fortunate that we managed to kill him today. Let's just admit the damage. At worst, I'll ask on a few steps when blood splattered from their backs, and they fell into pools of their own blood. Hale. Hector squinted, gripping the longsword in both hands and activating the 5 viscera 6 bowels technique, channeling all his secret energy into the sword. Clang. The longsword, infused with Hector's vast secret energy, emitted an intense glow. At this moment, Hale was already over a kilometer away from Hector. With a swing of his sword, Hector unleashed a fearsome slash. Clang! A dreadful sword trail sliced through the sky, instantly reaching behind Hale. The ground along its path was cut open by an enormous sword mark visible to the naked eye. This slash represented nearly the strongest sword technique Hector could currently deploy. At this very moment, Hale's body hair stood on end as he sensed an overwhelming crisis. Instinctively, he pulled out a black, iron object from his chest and tossed it backward. Boom! The dark iron block blocked Hector's strongest slash but was knocked flying by it, smashing into the distant rock wall and causing a collapse. Poof! Branding to the black iron block, the slash was deflected and struck diagonally, severing Hale's left arm. A great deal of blood spurted out. Ah! Hale screamed, enduring the pain and rapidly dashing away. After delivering his strike, Hector continued to charge forward. Today, he must slay Hale because Hale must be one of the old fellows Carlos or Josiah. Now, Hale's only chance for survival was to find the mastermind behind his attempt on Hector. Hector intended to wait until Hale located his mastermind before killing both together. That was Hector's goal. Senior Demetrius, save me. Hale had reached the deepest part of Chelan Mountain. Here, for powerful men stood guard. It's you, Hale. Who injured you? They asked, turning towards him. Hale screamed, it's Hector. Hector wants to kill me. Dwight? Next moment, the four men frowned coldly and saw Hector wielding a sword, charging at them. One Darien furrowed his brows. Leroyant, you have the Dalton-grade underworld box given by Junior Demetrius York? How did this kid still manage to chase you? Hale approached the four men, now free of his earlier panic, gritting his teeth. This little bastard is too frightening. He destroyed that Dalton-grade underworld box. What? Destroyed? The four men's expressions changed drastically. Even the four of them together couldn't destroy that black underworld box. Dwight, so it was you four who sent him to kill me? Hector arrived, his aura murderous. Hector, you dare come to us when we haven't even looked for you? Are you tired of living? The four men glared back, drawing their swords. Clang, 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 clang. Sword chi spread across the air, forming a net that tore through space. Shoulder to shoulder, glowing, fusing their true chi to become a giant with 7 Chelan marks. Their bodies merged with their swords in an instant explosion. Boom. Hector's sword chi, like a rainbow piercing the sky, was immediately shattered by their combined force. Hashtag chapter 626, a fight with all his might. Hector's eyes narrowed. These four were extremely powerful. Even his strongest sword technique was overwhelmed by their combined efforts. At the same time, they transformed into giants and charged again, unleashing continuous fatal moves, each one capable of causing death. Without delay, Hector sheathed his long sword and activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowels technique, channeling secret power through his limbs, significantly enhancing his strength. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, manifesting the Imperial Seal True Intention Leroyograms. The first diagram appeared. The second diagram appeared. The third diagram appeared. In an instant, 3 Imperial Seals coalesced and were instantly unleashed. Thud. One of the giants was struck by a palm strike, sending him flying. However, as soon as this giant hit the ground, the 7 Kirin marks on their bodies lit up again, stabilizing him. Meanwhile, the other 3 simultaneously formed fist seals, blocking all of Hector's escape routes. Clang. At the critical moment, Hector triggered his secret realm, releasing a golden field that spread out. The fists of the 3 individuals slammed forcefully into Hector's golden field. Instantly, the field violently trembled, developing cracks. Hector immediately felt immense pressure. These 4 were undoubtedly much stronger than anyone he had encountered at the Kirin Manor before, especially their Kirin marks. Whenever he was about to finish off one of them, the marks would suddenly exert force, allowing the others to save the nearly defeated one. Additionally, these 4 seemed to master an extremely powerful secret martial art that allowed them to borrow each other's strength, forming an amplified power. To defeat them, there was only one method. Hector narrowed his eyes and instantly compressed his field. Boom. In an instant, his field was compressed to its utmost limit. A destructive force radiated from his palms. Such incredible power. I kill brother, second brother. Let's combine our forces and unleash the Kirin Leroy Vine form, said one of the red-robed men abruptly. At this moment, the 4 brothers sensed a formidable destructive force from Hector, which posed a significant threat to them. If not handled properly, this guy is too fierce. I know who that kid is. He's Hector, who sealed away the Soul Reaper at Red Hill and Kingwizan along with 11 sages. Whoa, it's really him. No wonder he's so strong. At his cultivation level, he's absolutely invincible in the mid-great master realm. From afar, many people watched secretly. When they saw the Augustan brothers defeated by Hector in one move, waves of shock swept through their minds. Pooh. The 4 lay on the ground, but hadn't lost their fighting spirit. Just as they attempted to rise again, Hector appeared, pointing his sword at the Giri, Augustan, and coldly asked, "Speak. Whose men are you?" Augustan's eyes narrowed. "Kid, your strength is indeed impressive, but what difference does it make? Akil Demetrius York will be here soon. Once he arrives, it will be your end." Chin York? That name sounds familiar, Hector frowned. Ha, you must have heard of him. Our Akil Demetrius York is close to 50 and a disciple of 2 gold Achilles. His strength places him among the top 10 gold Leroisipals of the Outer Mansion. Another youth laughed. Top 10? Hector smiled. I thought he was first. Top 10? He can't threaten me yet. Pooh, 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 pooh. A sword flash sliced through, and 4 heads shot into the sky, blood spurting wildly, shocking the distant observers. Drenched in sweat. Chapter 627. 9 Chelan imprints. If someone were here to witness Hector inputting 9 Chelan imprints into his body at once, they would be utterly shocked. Other disciples gradually infused the imprints one by one into their bodies, slowly assimilating them over time. However, Hector chose to directly input 9 Qilin imprints all at once. This action was undoubtedly suicidal. Notably, each Qilin imprint possessed an intense burning force, akin to someone tearing apart one's flesh from within. Most people could barely manage 2 imprints at once. Even the most skilled could only handle 4 or 5. The strongest on record managed 6, like Jalen. And now, Hector had injected 9 Qilin imprints in one go. A feat that equated to suicide. Throughout the history of Qilin Manor, many geniuses had been overly confident and attempted multiple imprints at once. Their outcome? Instant death, their bodies disintegrating instantly, leaving no trace behind. Hector now faced a similar predicament. The moment the imprints entered his body, he felt as if he was being torn into pieces. Blood gushed uncontrollably from within him. Hector immediately activated the 5 viscera and 6 bowel technique, resonating his organs to suppress the tearing force. However, it proved futile. Though the speed of the tearing slowed slightly, it continued to wreak havoc on his body. "Am I dying?" Hector exclaimed, finally realizing his carelessness. Boom. But at this critical moment, Hector triggered the secret realm for the second time. A path of the new world extended outwards, and Hector sat upon it. An immense amount of mysterious power emerged from his organs, buffering the tearing force, but still unable to stop it entirely. He then deployed the field technique, golden fields entering his body to dispel the tearing force. Simultaneously, he formed the Jeffrey Seal True Intent Laroiogram with his hands, generating 5 diagrams that coalesced into vortexes, attaching to his body to resist the tearing force. Under Hector's full efforts, the tearing force eventually reached a static equilibrium with his body's healing power. Dwight Huff. Hector panted heavily, feeling a profound sense of danger. A moment ago, it was extremely perilous. Any slight mistake would have meant complete annihilation, reduced to mere fragments. Boom. Meanwhile, the 9 Qilin imprints were embedded in his organs, gradually surfacing on his skin. Now, Hector observed 9 Qilin imprints appearing on his skin, positioned across his limbs, head, and torso. "Occupying your brother Sue. Why are you staring at me? Is there something wrong?" Hector quickly responded, "Senior sister, there's nothing wrong. I was just curious if you've cultivated the Qilin divine form after merging 9 imprints." Adelina looked at Hector, confirming he knew nothing, and replied with a bitter smile, "Junior brother Sue. While merging 9 imprints isn't rare, cultivating the Qilin divine form afterward is quite uncommon. In our Qilin manor, the more imprints merged, the harder it is to cultivate the divine form. Most people who merge 2 or 3 imprints have an ordinary divine form. Even golden Lyroisipals who merge 5 imprints still only have ordinary forms. What about 7 imprints?" Hector asked suddenly, recalling how Augustin and his brothers merged 7 imprints and achieved powerful divine forms that forced him to use his full strength. 7? Adelina froze, her expression serious. Those who cultivate 7 imprint divine forms are top-tier geniuses who stand out among talents. Each has been tutored by at least a golden Akil. Hector understood immediately. Unsurprisingly, Augustin and his brothers must have been White Peak Josiah's disciples. These 2 old fellows had targeted him since the Ghost Inn, putting him through numerous trials. Killing 4 of their disciples now seemed like taking back some payback. "Senior sister Sue, is it very difficult to cultivate the Qilin divine form after merging 9 imprints?" Hector asked suddenly. Adelina smiled bitterly. "It is indeed very hard. With my qualifications, I can condense the divine form, but reaching the perfected state will be challenging. Currently, in the outer manor, less than 10 can perfect the 9 imprint divine form. They're all top-tier geniuses," she added. "Why do you ask, Junior brother Sue?" Adelina questioned. Hector smiled and extended his arm, revealing 9 Qilin imprints emerging in sequence. Adelina's eyes widened, gasping in astonishment. 9 imprints? When did you condense these, Junior brother Sue? Chapter 628, Incident at Qilin Mountain. To her knowledge, Hector had given all the Qilin imprints to him before she went into seclusion. If Hector wanted to collect 9 Qilin imprints again, it would take some time at the very least. Even if it were to go smoothly, it should still take at least half a day. From collecting until now, it hasn't even been a full day yet. Less than a day, and he condensed 9 Qilin imprints? How did he achieve this? She would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Hector smiled. It was done within half a day. Half a day? Adelina stared at Hector, dumbfounded, as if looking at a prehistoric creature. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. "Senior sister, do you have the Qilin sacred cannon?" Hector asked. Currently, he needed to cultivate the Leroy Vine form of Qilin to further enhance his combat strength. Zoltank Qin-York, who had definitely cultivated the Qilin imprints and would likely surpass the 4 brothers, Augustin's group. To fight Qin-York, he could not afford to fall short in terms of Qilin imprints. "I do have it, Junior brother. I'll impart the cultivation method to you." Adelina explained the cultivation incantation of the Qilin sacred cannon to Hector. After fully committing it to memory, Hector began his secluded cultivation. Seeing Hector enter a state of cultivation, Adelina decided to take a stroll outside. Now that she had fused with 9 Qilin imprints, collecting 5 more and turning them over to the sect meant she could make a reasonable request to anyone above the rank of Dalton. Thus, it wasn't time for her to rest just yet. "Have you heard? The 4 Augustin brothers were killed by a newly promoted gold Laroisipal named Hector. The 4 Augustin brothers, monsters who had cultivated 7 Qilin imprints divine form? What's the deal with this new gold Laroisipal? Don't tell me you don't know him? You're so out of the loop. Who is he?" "I know who he is. It's rumored he sealed a soul-reaping messenger with 11 sages in Green Ghost Town's Big Red Mountain. He is the fastest in our Qilin Mansion's history to become a gold Laroisipal. What the heck? Faster than Jalen? Faster by a few days." On her way, Adelina overheard quite a bit about Hector's achievements. Junior brother Sue managed to kill the 4 Augustin brothers and fuse with 9 Qilin imprints in less than a day. Junior brother Sue is indeed an unparalleled genius, she gasped in astonishment. The more she learned, the more she realized how terrifying Hector truly was. Cousin, it looks like what you saw in the future isn't wrong. This junior brother Sue is really extraordinary. Perhaps the crisis in our northern frontier does need him to resolve it. Rumble. As she walked, Adelina suddenly felt her heart lurch violently. Immediately, her breathing became rapid, and she clutched at her chest, gazing shockingly toward the deepest part of Qilin Mountain. At that moment, black smoke rose from the depths of Qilin Mountain, spreading rapidly across the entire mountain as if a snow-capped peak had collapsed. Instantly, everyone's gaze was drawn to this sight. The disciples of the Qilin mansion, just like Adelina, all grabbed their chests and started breathing heavily, feeling as if they might suffocate any second. Moreover, their Qilin imprints began glowing and heating up uncontrollably, seemingly trying to leave their bodies and head towards the depths of Qilin Mountain. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel my Qilin imprint trying to break free from my body and fly towards the depths of Qilin Mountain? I feel the same. Could something be wrong with Qilin Mountain? Hector immediately activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowel technique, surging secret energy through his body to suppress them. He then exited the cave, staring towards the depths of Qilin Mountain, seeing numerous Qilin imprints continuously flying towards its highest point, the same place where he defeated the 4 Augustan brothers. Qin York was there too. What a grand ambition, sacrificing so many people's Qilin imprints. What is he trying to accomplish? Hector narrowed his eyes. No matter what Qin York planned, it was undoubtedly for a hidden agenda, likely aimed at becoming even stronger. Wish. Hector quickly rushed out, suppressing his Qilin imprints while searching for Adelina. Regardless of Qin York's intentions, he wouldn't interfere. The commotion would eventually draw attention. Then, someone else would deal with Qin York. His priority was protecting himself and taking Adelina away. No. Adelina spat out a mouthful of blood. She could no longer suppress her Qilin imprints. The 9 Qilin imprints instantly left her body, heading towards the depths of Qilin Mountain. But at that moment, a figure appeared before her, pressing down with one hand, and with a loud boom, the 9 Qilin imprints were instantly suppressed and returned to her body. Looking closely, it was none other than junior brother Hector. Junior brother Sue, how did you get here? Adelina exclaimed in delight. Hector said sternly, senior sister, let's go immediately. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Taking another look towards the depths of Qilin Mountain, Hector saw the mysterious force growing stronger. Even he, protected by the 5 Viscera 6 Bowel technique and secret realms, felt his heartbeat quicken and his breathing slightly labored. Clearly, Qin York was planning a massive conspiracy, whose power far exceeded what he could contend with right now. Chapter 629. All trapped. Adelina nodded. She also knew that something major had occurred here. Now, almost everyone's Qilin mark had left their bodies and was heading towards the depths of Qilin Mountain. It was obvious that staying any longer would be futile and might even cost them their lives. Instantly, those who lost their Qilin marks cast longing glances towards the deepest part of the mountain before heading down Qilin Mountain. Whoever dares to snatch my Qilin mark once I return, I will report this to the higher-ups and let them deal with these behind-the-scenes bastards. Yes, they should be dealt with. They are simply too hateful. This is like a demonic act. What demonic act? They are much more evil than demons. A group shouted out, hatred burning in their eyes. The Qilin marks they had obtained after great effort were all taken away at once. Dwight, whoever dares to take my seals, launching 5 Qilin marks into the air. Boom. His combat power instantly entered the 6th stage realm. The terrifying force hit the white threads violently. Dong. This time, the threads rapidly bent under pressure, like elastic bands compressed into an arc. Subsequently, Hector's true intent dissipated, and the white threads returned to their original state. I can't break through, Hector frowned again. Seeing Hector frown again, Adelina suddenly felt a very bad premonition. Boom. At that moment, intense vibrations erupted from the mountaintop. Many people turned back, sensing Zoltan Feng's aura suddenly burst forth, but only for 2 breaths before disappearing instantly. Leroyd Zoltan Feng die? Many hearts trembled. Zoltan Feng was ranked 11th on the Golden Zoltanst, extremely powerful, and could only exchange a few blows before being killed? Clearly, the mastermind atop the mountain possessed formidable strength. Junior brother Sue, what do we do now? Adelina asked Hector. For now, let's find a place. Once I've condensed the Qilin Lirivine form, we'll talk, Hector replied. He found a spot and began to condense the Qilin Lirivine form. Of the ancient divine beast Qilin, such as rapid healing from injuries, akin to immortality. The upper part was even more terrifying, claimed to turn one into a true Qilin deity. Once fully cultivated, one could supposedly transform into a Qilin body. What was a Qilin body? It was an ancient divine beast constitution, capable of rivaling innate imperial constitutions among the top 100, known as one of the 10 strongest constitutions in history. However, cultivating the upper part to perfection was incredibly difficult. Throughout history, in Qilin Academy, only the first master, the founder of the Qilin Sacred Canon, the Qilin Jeffrey, achieved this feat. Nonetheless, even cultivating the Qilin True Intent was extremely impressive. It was said that one who fully cultivates the Qilin True Intent would be extremely hard to kill. If Qin York cultivated the Qilin True Intent, he might truly be invincible in the Outer Academy. Even many Dalton-level experts in Qilin Academy hadn't cultivated the Qilin True Intent. Only a few saints had managed to cultivate it. If Qin York could cultivate the Qilin True Intent at the Grandmaster Realm level, it would cause shockwaves throughout Qilin Academy. However, this method of his was somewhat inhumane, sacrificing the Qilin marks of over 10,000 Qilin Academy disciples to fulfill his own goals. If the higher-ups knew, he would certainly meet his end. Of course, if he cultivated the Qilin True Intent, that would be another matter. Higher-ups would now all their blood gathered into a blood trough. This blood trough formed an array known as the Blood Refinement Demon Array, a demonic array. At this moment, the gold-armored man directly removed his armor and entered the blood trough, absorbing the essence blood inside. With more and more essence blood absorbed, his strength rapidly increased. By the time half a day passed, the essence blood in the blood trough had completely withered. Fagin put on his gold armor again and looked towards the foot of Qilin Mountain. One more group, and I can refine the blood demon Great Law. Then, I will kill Qin York. The golden-armored man glanced at the distant Qin York, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. He agreed to cooperate with Qin York merely for the sake of refining the blood demon Great Law. Once successful, Qin York would be next. Boom. The golden-armored man launched an attack on Qilin Mountain. Soon after, a great battle erupted. At the foot of Qilin Mountain, the golden-armored man was practically invincible, slaughtering the disciples of the outer court of Qilin Manor mercilessly. It's you, Fulton. How dare you kill us? If the higher-ups find out, you will surely die, someone screamed, recognizing Fulton's identity. Fulton ranked 10th on the gold Zoltanst of the outer court. Disciples. 3 days ago, he refined the Qilin divine form and is now capable of fighting Fulton, who ranks 10th. So, senior sister means I might have been able to challenge him 3 days ago, but now he might be too strong for me? Hector asked. It's not that simple. Although his realm is higher than yours, you've also refined the Qilin divine form. If we fought, it should be a 50-50 chance, Adelina replied uncertainly. Moreover, Qin York has likely received help from others behind the scenes. It's best not to provoke him. Hector nodded with a smile. If he doesn't provoke me first, I won't target him either. But if he continues to harass me, I will have to see just how formidable he is. Senior sister, let's go. Hector stood up and walked out of the cave. Seeing the numerous corpses everywhere, he frowned deeply. These people died in excruciating ways, their blood drained dry, leaving desiccated bodies that made everyone shiver. Hiss. This is the blood demon Great Law of the Vernon sect. There must be Vernon sect spies mixed in with our Qilin Manor. Adelina sucked in a breath, her voice trembling. Hector frowned. Seems Qin York is either a practitioner of the way of demons, or has allied with them. Our chances of surviving this seem slim. Junior brother, what do you mean? Adelina's face changed dramatically. Hector said gravely, since they dared to stir up trouble on Qilin Mountain, they must have prepared to eliminate all of us. All of us? Hiss, there are tens of thousands of disciples participating in the Qilin festival this time. Adelina's face paled. How could they possibly kill so many of us? I'm not sure either, but they must have the ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so openly using demonic methods to kill our Qilin Manor members. Hector narrowed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly grave. Just then, Hector's gaze sharpened. He saw the dried corpses rapidly turning to dust, leaving no trace behind. Boom. Meanwhile, a strange smell filled the air. Sniffing lightly, Hector's expression immediately changed as he looked at Adelina sharply. Senior sister, be careful, there's poisonous gas in the air. However, it was already too late. Adelina's face instantly turned pale, her body trembling, her eyelids losing their luster. Oh, Hector's figure flashed, pressing his palm against Adelina's back. He continuously injected true chi into her body. Chapter 631. Severe injury to the 10th rank of the Outer Academy's Golden Zoltanst, Fulton. Hector had once inherited the poison Jeffrey's legacy, cultivating a body that was impervious to all struck, following up with a fist seal that smashed towards Ellison's chest, aiming to take his life. But at that moment, the blood threads abruptly changed direction and rushed toward Hector. The force of Hector's punch shattered the bloodlines, but his attack was simultaneously nullified. Ellison quickly retreated a few steps, glancing at his severed arm and then at Hector, gritting his teeth. Good Fred. You remained unharmed amidst my poison gas. State your name. I, Ellison, do not kill nameless fighters. Kill me? You've lost an arm, and your blood keeps flowing. Aren't you going to stop it first? Hector narrowed his eyes. Hee. My blood is inexhaustible. Even if it runs dry, you can't kill me, Ellison said indifferently. Boom. At that moment, Hector suddenly lunged forward, his new world path swiftly extending out. This man named Fulton emitted an extremely dangerous aura, so Hector did not dare hesitate and attacked immediately. The new world path quickly appeared beneath Fulton's feet, making him feel as though his legs were being firmly pressed down. Dwight, you have some skill, but with just these capabilities, you're far from matching me, Fulton coldly snorted and stomped down. Hector's new world path instantly cracked open. Yet, Hector closed in rapidly, forming seals with both hands and unleashing the true intention seal techniques. Instantaneously, the act was no less than the combined power of Hector's 5 true intention seals. Puff. Fulton coughed up blood, his left shoulder partially sliced off. Blood flowed profusely. Damnable brat. You possess such formidable power. Fine, tomorrow, I will come to kill you again. This time, I underestimated you. Fulton swiftly retreated. You won't have it tomorrow. Hector immediately swallowed a top-grade chi nourishing pill, activating the 5 Viscera 6 Fu method to rapidly restore his true chi. Despite exhausting most of his strength with the Spirit Burst and 5 true intention seals, Fulton was heavily injured. This was the best time to strike. Bang! Just as Hector prepared to pursue, the blood flowing from Fulton's body coalesced into several bloodlines rushing towards him from all sides. Hector halted, continuously slashing with his sword, cutting through the bloodlines. But by then, Fulton had already vanished from sight. Escaped? Hector squinted his eyes. He immediately turned back and picked up Adelina from the ground. Adelina's face was blackening again, and if left unchecked, she would die within 5 minutes. Reluctantly, Hector abandoned the chase for Ellison and brought Adelina back to the cave. He set up a simple array outside to block out the poisonous gas before helping clear the toxins from her body. After a short while, Adelina's complexion returned to normal. Junior brother, the purse elf, his brow slightly furrowing. Upon hearing this, Adelina's lips twitched involuntarily, and she looked at Hector as if he were a monster. Hector had only been in the Qilin Manor for half a month, yet he could already place within the top 10 out of tens of thousands of outer court disciples. Such rapid growth was something even a naturally gifted sage couldn't match. But listening to Hector's words, it seemed he wasn't satisfied. If others knew what he was thinking, they would either curse him or be ashamed to show their faces. Hector sighed again. It seems I still have a long way to go. His current cultivation was at the peak of the Great Master Realm's mid-stage, specifically the 6th level. Next, he would break through to the 7th level of the Great Master Realm. The 7th level marked the late stage. At this moment, Adelina added, Junior Brother Sue, once you break through another stage from mid-stage to late stage, you'll definitely be able to challenge the top 5. Hector clenched his fist, a flash of determination in his eyes. Though it was just one stage, the gap between them was vast. For instance, breaking through from the 4th level to the 5th might not significantly increase overall strength. However, breaking through from the peak of the mid-stage to the late stage would enhance combat power immensely, equivalent to surpassing an entire realm before that. Let's go to the summit of Qilin Mountain. Hector looked towards the deepest part of Qilin Mountain, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If he hadn't broken through to the peak of the mid-stage of the great... Hector glanced at her. While I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Of course, if Senior Sister Sue doesn't want to go, you can stay here. After I retrieve his head, I'll come back and we can descend the mountain together. With that, Hector stepped towards the deepest part of Qilin Mountain. Adelina clenched her teeth. Junior brother, I'll go with you. This time, Hector helped her gather the 9 Qilin imprints and saved her life. Both morally and logically, she should stand by Hector. Worst case, she'd give her life back to Junior Brother Sue. Along the way, corpses were scattered everywhere. These bodies turned to dust shortly after, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this, Adelina's face became paler. What did Qin York and Fulton do? At least 1/10 of our outer court disciples participating in the Qilin festival ended up dead here? If news of this spread, it would shock the entire Qilin Manor. Thousands of disciples died. To any major power in the northern border realm, this was a catastrophic event. Hector's gaze darkened as he stared at the deepest part of Qilin Mountain, waves of killing intent surging from his eyes. Qin York, you must die. A beast so merciless deserved death. If he didn't die, it would be a violation of natural justice. Hector hadn't been this enraged in a long time. The last time was when Jinjiang Martial College was destroyed. Boom. Meanwhile, Fulton reached the deepest part of Qilin Mountain. Junior brother, save me. That kid Hector is charging up. Fulton hurriedly arrived beside Qin York. At this moment, only Qin York could save him. Sitting within the array, Qin York was covered with countless Qilin imprints. Upon closer inspection, there were at least several thousand of them. These imprints formed a web-like pattern over his body, each imprint appearing like tiny spots. Suddenly, the imprints glowed, resembling a golden battle garment draped over him. This was one step before the second major realm of the Qilin Sacred Canon, the true essence of the Qilin. In other words, Qin York was nearly reaching the second major realm of the Qilin Sacred Canon, greatly enhancing his combat power. Despite being only at the early stage of the 7th level of the Great Master Realm, stepping into the late stage, his combat power was unparalleled outside the top 5 on the Outer Court's Golden Zoltanst. If he could reach the second realm of the Qilin Sacred Canon, the true essence of the Qilin, he could fight Justin, ranked first on the Outer Court's Golden Zoltanst. Opening his eyes, Qin York emitted 2 terrifying beams of light from his eyes, startling Fulton. Sigh, how could he have improved so much while I was away? Is he approaching the second major realm of the Qilin Sacred Canon, the true essence of the Qilin? If he reaches the true essence of the Qilin, he could fight Justin, ranked first on the Outer Court's Golden Zoltanst. Fulton's heart churned. Qin York said indifferently, that worthless hail failed to seal Hector even with the king-grade coffin I gave him. He's really useless. Hearing this, Fulton sighed. We underestimated him. That kid is too powerful and monstrously talented. Who would have thought he could improve so much in such a short time, even surpassing me? Chapter 633. A beast devoid of Dwightmanity. You're nothing but a failure. With the demonic poison formation enhancing you, you couldn't even kill Hector. What good are you? Qin York coldly looked at Fulton. Fulton's face turned red with anger. He was number 10 on the Gold Zoltanst, while Qin York was merely number 11, and once his defeated opponent. Now he dared to humiliate him? However, he had no choice but to endure it. The current Qin York was nearly touching upon the Qilin true meaning, having significantly increased in strength, enough to challenge Gabe C., who ranked 6th on the Outer Residence's Gold Zoltanst. Even in his prime, Fulton wasn't a match for Qin York, let alone now when he was severely injured. Are you feeling resentful inside? Qin York squinted as he observed Fulton. The anger in Fulton's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a smile. Junior brother, what are you saying? Seeing the countless Qilin marks covering Qin York's body, Adelina's expression changed drastically. Junior brother Sue, he's almost reaching the second major realm of the Qilin Holy Scripture, the Qilin true meaning. Hector narrowed his eyes as he stared at Qin York and said, I never thought your heart could be so ruthless. For the sake of advancing to the second major realm, you slaughtered so many fellow disciples. Don't you feel any remorse? Remorse? Qin York laughed loudly. Hector, after living for over a decade, you're still so naive. In our martial world, the weak serve the strong, and the powerful rule. One general's success requires the bones of thousands. As long as I stand at the peak of martial arts, killing tens of thousands isn't a problem. Even destroying the Qilin residence would be justified. You, a beast devoid of humanity, deserve to die, Hector fiercely declared. Boom. Instantly, beneath his feet, a new world path appeared, and its domain spread rapidly. At this moment, he harbored murderous intent. Qin York was far crueler than any demon he had encountered. To achieve his goals, he treated human lives as worthless. Such a person must be eliminated to quell the rage. Boom. Hector's new world path and domain closed in on Qin York. Just as they neared, by Hector's palm. Countless Qilin marks shattered. Blood dribbled from Qin York's mouth as he soared backward, leaving noticeable footprints where he landed, only stabilizing himself after retreating several steps, his hair disheveled. He stared at Hector, speaking gravely. What formidable strength. No wonder you killed Hale, whom I bestowed a Dalton-level Leon box, and Fulton, 10th on the Outer Residence's gold Zoltanst. With such power, you can indeed challenge Gabe C, 6th on the list. But encountering me, now greatly enhanced, you're destined to die today. Qilin Lirai Vine chains. Swish. Infinite Qilin marks condensed into golden chains surging towards Hector from all directions, like shackles. Hector's body flickered, swiftly dodging. Bang, bang, bang. As Hector dodged, the ground where he stood exploded. Hiss, incredibly strong. Junior brother Sue, can he win? Adelina's face paled. Their battle far surpassed her capabilities. She couldn't interfere at all. This was the power of the top 10 on the Outer Residence's gold Zoltanst. Indeed, terrifying. Whoosh. Hector continuously evaded, barely avoiding each attack while closing in on Qin York. Now, to kill Qin York, he had to engage in a desperate close combat. Success meant slaying Qin York. Failure meant death. There was no turning back. It was either live or die. Chapter 634. Execution of Qin York. At this moment, Qin York also saw through Hector's intentions and sneered, Khalil to fight me hand to hand? Fine, I'll give you one chance. I want to see how many times you can use that move you just performed. But don't blame me for not warning you. Even if you try multiple times, you won't be able to kill me, and you might end up exhausting yourself, allowing me to kill you. Haha. Qin York was fearless at this moment, because his Kirin mark had been cultivated almost to the second major realm of Kirin true intent. Moreover, his body was covered with countless Kirin marks, making it virtually impossible for Hector to kill him, unless the opponent's combat power could rival the 5th rank on the Outer Palace Gold Zoltanst. But that was simply impossible. The gap between 6th and 5th place was incomparable. In the Outer Palace, there were only 2 ways to break into the top 5. First, either achieve the peak late-stage Grandmaster realm in cultivation. Second, cultivate the Kirin true intent. And Hector, as he currently stood, didn't meet either requirement. How could he possibly kill Qin York? Therefore, the only possibility was that Hector would exhaust his strength and be easily killed by Qin York. If Hector wanted to die that way, Qin York would oblige him. Boom. At that moment, Hector's explosive power can surely challenge the 5th rank monster on the Outer Palace Gold Zoltanst. How did he achieve this? Adelina, watching from a distance, felt both amazed and terrified. Hector was only at the peak middle stage Grandmaster realm. He hadn't cultivated the Kirin true intent either. Yet, this junior brother Sue had unleashed power comparable to the 5th ranked on the Outer Palace Gold Zoltanst. Though it was only for an instant, it was still astonishing. As far as she knew, no one in the entire Outer Palace could achieve such incredible instantaneous explosive power at his cultivation level. Dwight huff huff. After one move, Hector took deep breaths, immediately swallowing a bottle of premium vitality pill and using the 5 viscera and 6 bowel method to quickly metabolize the medicinal energy and restore his stamina. Simultaneously, he narrowed his eyes and focused on the collapsed area, activating the firmament eye. The moment his firmament eye touched the pile of rocks, boom, massive stones shot skyward, exploding mid-air. Then, Qin York, with disheveled hair and covered in blood, surged upward. Radiating streaks of golden light formed from Kirin marks. Whoa, he's not dead? Adelina exclaimed, her expression changing drastically. Junior brother Sue had unleashed power rivaling the 5th ranked on the Outer Palace Gold Zoltanst, yet failed to kill. Hector couldn't move. This was the most exhilarating battle he had ever fought, utilizing nearly every ounce of his strength. Meanwhile, blood continued to drip from the corner of Qin York's mouth, his entire strength depleted. Junie, or Sister Sue, he's still not dead. Go, take his head. Hector gasped weakly. Oh, all right. Adelina hesitated, drew her sword, and swiftly approached Qin York. Qin York glared at Adelina, pleading through gritted teeth. Sue, Qin, please see. Let me go. I will give you whatever you want. Imph. You killed so many disciples of our Kirin Manor. You're heartless, and I absolutely won't let you go. Adelina raised her sword menacingly. Haha, I never thought that Qin York, would end up dying at the hands of 2 ants like you. I can't accept this. Pfft. As the words faded, Qin York's head flew off, rolling a few meters before stopping. His eyes wide open, unyielding until the very end. He had meticulously planned for 6 months in preparation for the Kirin Festival. Initially, he believed he could cultivate the Kirin true intent and, in the next ranking battle of the Outer Palace, compete against Chevy, aiming to secure the title of 1st place. But unexpectedly, before even facing Chevy, he died at the hands of a new recruit who had only joined the Kirin Manor for half a month. On the issue, he activated the 5 viscera 6 bowel law, focusing all his energy on refining the pills within his body. Until 3 minutes later, he finally could get up barely. Adelina moved to support him, but Hector waved his hand. Senior sister, I can do it myself? Can you really? Concern remained on Adelina's face. I can. Do I look like someone who can't? Hector smiled. Hearing this, Adelina blushed fiercely and glared at Hector harshly. What did you say? Hector looked meaningfully at Adelina and laughed. I didn't say anything. Is senior sister thinking too much? You, little hooligan, don't talk to me. Adelina turned away. A moment later, she burst into laughter. You little rascal, haven't even fully grown and you dare to tease your senior sister? Haha, senior sister. I'm married now, and I have my own child. Hector laughed loudly. So tell me, am I fully grown yet? Married? Adelina froze, surprise flickering in her eyes as she sized up Hector, a hint of inexplicable disappointment passing through her eyes. But this hint quickly vanished. Junior brother, how old are you? Not even 17 years old? And you're already married and have children? Adelina couldn't quite believe it. Most martial artists devoted themselves entirely to cultivation and rarely paid attention to romantic who joined the Kylan Manor just half a month ago and defeated almost knife-edge Qin York, who approached the second major realm of the Kylan canon. Hector smiled. 2 months. 2 months? Adelina echoed. Still very young. Wait until he turns 3, then you can teach him martial arts. With your aptitude in martial arts, your son must be exceptional too. Who knows, he might become your combat partner in the future. Mentioning his son, Hector proudly laughed. No need to wait till 3 years. He has started cultivation already. What? 2 months and already cultivating? Junior brother, you're not kidding me, right? Adelina couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Usually, Hector seemed quite normal. But now, bragging so wildly made her head hurt. Hector glanced at Adelina, who wore a bitter smile, and spoke earnestly. Precisely speaking, he started cultivating right after birth. Seeing Hector's serious expression, Adelina felt a chill, her laughter fading rapidly. At this moment, she imagined an unimaginable possibility. Sigh, junior brother, could your son be a born sage-level prodigy? Only such a super prodigy could cultivate martial arts right after birth. Hector smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. And it was precisely this enigmatic smile from Hector that convinced Adelina more. Hector's son must be a world-class prodigy. Considered future reserves for entry into the Inner Manor. Therefore, every Qilin festival attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Qilin Manor. This included various Achilles and even some Supreme Achilles. However, when the results were announced, as Hector had anticipated, everyone from the highest Supreme Achille down to the ordinary disciples was shocked. This year's Inner Manor Qilin Festival produced quite a few prodigies. But at the Outer Manor Qilin Festival, apart from Hector and Adelina, everyone else had died. The news spread like wildfire across the entire Qilin Manor. It was said that even the 4 highest-ranking Golden Supreme Achilles were furious. They personally declared that they would uncover the masterminds behind the scenes and exact severe retribution. Hector and Adelina, being the only survivors, naturally became the focal point of everyone's attention. Immediately after the festival ended, Hector and Adelina were taken away by different people. At the same time, a Supreme Achille personally went to investigate the Qilin Mountain of the Outer Manor. They discovered traces of dark magic influence. While it wasn't unusual for members of the Vernon sect to infiltrate the Qilin Manor, it happened among other major forces as well. The fact that they killed so many people under their noses during the Qilin festival, nearly wiping out everyone, was clearly a provocation against the Qilin Manor. This was intolerable. Meanwhile, the Outer Manor was in uproar. Leroy, you hear? All those who participated in the Qilin Manor's history. It's no surprise he survived the Dark Magic Realm's attack. I have a strong feeling that it won't be long before he secures a place among the top 10 on our Outer Manor's Golden Zoltanst, or even enters the top 100 of the Merit Zoltanst. Top 100 of the Merit Zoltanst? Are you joking? The Merit Zoltanst spans over 3,000 years of our Qilin Manor's existence. To have any contribution listed there means making significant contributions to both our Qilin Manor and the entire northern frontier cultivation world. What makes Hector worthy enough to be listed? Hee brother, you may not know, but do you know why junior brother Hector managed to advance to gold rank within just half a month of joining the Qilin Manor? Why? Was it because of merits? Yes, precisely because of merits. What exactly happened? Junior brother, please tell me. To rise from a lower rank disciple to gold rank in half a month, his merits must be enormous. Hee brother, do you remember the event at Big Red Mountain in Qinggui Town a week ago? Of course, I remember. It's said that the heart of a Qinggui revived, and Lord Jalen personally suppressed it. 11 saints and a mysterious young man sealed a soul snatcher. A young man? Wait, junior brother, are you saying that the young man who teamed up with 11 saints is him? Exactly, it's him. Brother, do you think he can make it onto our Qilin Manor's Merit Zoltanst? Against such a monstrous creature, Grandmaster Realm practitioners are like ants. Standing still wouldn't stop them from being killed. For junior brother Su to seal the soul snatcher with only early-stage Grandmaster Realm prowess, it is indeed terrifying. If he can make it onto the Merit Zoltanst, even at the bottom, he will be the only person to ever achieve this at the Grandmaster Realm level. Indeed, throughout history, only innate saints at the peak of the Grandmaster Realm have made it to the bottom of our Qilin Manor's list. For junior brother Su to achieve this at the Grandmaster Realm level, he will surely become a legend, a role model for future generations to strive for, even surpassing Lord Jalen in prominence. Chapter 637, Hector's Power. At this moment, the entire outer region of the Qilin Manor was in an uproar. The focal point of everyone's discussion was one person and one person only, Hector, the sole survivor of the Outer Region Qilin Festival. Many people quickly unearthed Hector's past achievements, causing a huge stir within the outer region. Especially noteworthy was his battle against the Soul Reaper, which he undertook alongside 11 sages just a week ago in Qinggui Town. Even the monstrous figures on the Gold Zoltanst, who had returned to prepare for the upcoming Outer Region Golden Ranking battle, had heard about Hector. One by one, they secretly took note of Hector, treating Josiah now. He would remember this debt and, once given the chance, tear Josiah apart limb by limb. Josiah was already high on his kill list. Remember, old man? Your father is named Jessup, and you have 2 wives, Esther and Sydney. Leroy, I get that right? Josiah said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Hector had another son, Bernie. However, news of Bernie was jointly suppressed by the Qilin Manor, Zoltangwa Hall, and Shengwang sect, so even Josiah, who had thoroughly investigated Hector, was unaware of Bernie's existence. Old man, you're asking for death, Hector said, eyes narrowing, murderous aura emanating from him. Well, if you have the ability, go ahead and try. Let me inform you that I've already arranged for someone to attack your father and your wives. If you confess now, I can call off the attack. Josiah sneered, knowing that Hector feared nothing more than harm coming to his family. You dare. Hector gritted his teeth, his aura flaring wildly. The chairs and tables inside the room shattered instantly. But Josiah looked down on him with contempt, viewing him as insignificant as an ant. This expression enraged Hector further. He knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Josiah. Anger wouldn't help. Hence, Hector quickly calmed himself down. Old man, don't give me a chance. If you do, you'll suffer greatly. Haha, don't threaten me. I'm old and can't withstand threats. One wrong move, and your father's head might be removed. You might not even get the chance to cry over his grave. Josiah smiled. Suddenly, a red-clothed Kyler stepped in, glancing at Hector and Josiah before saying, Junior Demetrius, hurry up. There's a Grandakil who wants to see Hector immediately. What? Upon hearing this, Josiah's calm expression changed. He moved forward, releasing a powerful aura that instantly overwhelmed Hector. Blood dripped from the corners of Hector's mouth, his body bending slightly under the pressure. Hector was being crushed by the royal Zoltank. Even his upright spine was forced to bend. Yet, Hector refused to lower his head. He stared coldly at Josiah, activating the 5 Viscera 6 Fu technique and opening the secret realm. A golden field enveloped him instantly. Crack. However, the golden field was no match for Josiah's royal power. The difference in strength was too great. In mere moments, Hector's golden field shattered under the immense pressure. Boy, confess immediately, or I'll kill your father and wives, Josiah roared, increasing the pressure. Blood trickled from Hector's 7 orifices. Yet, he still held his head high, staring coldly at Josiah. Go ahead and try to kill me. Trying to do it, try. If my father gets hurt, I swear I will annihilate you, Josiah, and your entire clan, Hector replied coldly. Chapter 638. Hector ascends the Qilin Merit Zoltanst. A dragon has its scales of wrath, and touching them means certain death. And Father Jessup is his scale of wrath. Feeling Hector's overwhelming murderous intent, even Josiah couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. For some reason, despite being merely a young master at the Grandmaster level, Hector was giving him unparalleled pressure as if this young man could indeed do whatever he said. Although uncertain about the origin of this feeling, it was undeniably real. Lord Frisco, junior brother Josiah is interrogating Hector. Are you here to personally summon Hector? Outside, the voice of the red-robed Kyler suddenly quivered, clearly reminding Josiah. What? Frisco arrived? Josiah's expression changed drastically. At this moment, although blood still streamed from Hector's orifices, his eyes were filled with derision. Josiah, your plan failed. If you don't kill me now, you'll lose the chance forever. Kill? Upon hearing this, Josiah's lips twitched fiercely. How could he dare kill Hector now? Killing Hector would be like committing suicide. This little brat was acting so brazenly. Was he mocking Josiah's hesitation? Honestly, Josiah really didn't dare. Zoltantal brat, wait your turn. Someday, you'll die by my hands. Immediately afterward, sensing ignition and ascend the list. It was preposterous. Just then, the red-robed Kyler entered and overheard the conversation, instantly changing his expression. Lord Frisco, did you say Hector has ascended the Qilin Merit Zoltanst? Frisco glanced at the Kyler and replied, he just ascended. If you have any doubts, you can verify it yourself. I wouldn't dare. The Kyler's face paled. Josiah's expression darkened immeasurably. He never imagined that Hector could ascend the Merit Zoltanst simply due to the battle in Green Ghost Town. Those on the list had all achieved great military merits for the Qilin Manor. Why did Hector, that little brat, deserve a place there? Lord Frisco, how could he ascend the Merit Zoltanst? Josiah clenched his teeth, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Over the years, Josiah had contributed significantly to the Qilin Manor and dreamt of ascending the list. However, it was famously the hardest list to get onto. Indeed, every name represented someone who had done outstanding service for the Qilin Manor over nearly 3 millennia. Josiah thought both he and Hector couldn't make it. Hector might enter the waiting list at most. But now, Hector actually got in. Once Hector entered, killing him would become even more difficult. Josiah, since you're unaware that Hector has ascended the Qilin Merit Zoltanst, forget it. For this incident, you have agreed, the Kyler Adonis regretted. 10,000? Does this mean I've just entered at the bottom of the list? Hector tucked away the badge with a smile. Yes, precisely at the bottom. Strive hard, little one. You're the first in the history of Qilin Manor to ascend the Merit Zoltanst at the early Grandmaster stage. You have already caught the attention of all the high-ranking officials above. They all place high hopes on you. We hope you don't disappoint us. Frisco nodded approvingly while inwardly marveling. When he first met Hector, he never imagined how extraordinary this young man would become. Even though Hector's achievements might not surpass those of Bernie, they wouldn't be much different. Of course, provided Hector overcame the Saint Barrier. Otherwise, everything was just wishful thinking. However, based on Hector's recent performance, he was already comparable to the legendary Jalen. Therefore, everyone placed such high hopes on Hector. Right, little one, let's go. I'll take you to see the person you wish to meet. Chapter 639. The Qilin Merit Board. Hector was quite excited, as he was about to see his son Bernie and his wife Rhonda. He hadn't seen them for a whole 15 days. Zoltantal guy, are you very excited? Can't wait to see them? As if reading Hector's mind, Frisco smiled. Hector nodded vigorously. His son Bernie and Rhonda were 2 of the 4 most important people in his life. More important even than his own life. Even one day apart from them was unbearable. How much more so half a month? Whoosh. Frisco extended his hand, emitting a ripple from his body. It was the Holy Realm, sweeping up Hector and soaring upwards toward the Qilin statue. The Qilin was massive, towering over 10,000 meters. Looking down, people below appeared like ants, swarming densely. They were all residents of Qilin Mansion. That is. Hector suddenly noticed a purple stone stele that rose from the ground like a sky pillar, with golden names carved into it, radiating brilliantly. Starting from the top, the names grew smaller but each name emitted an awe-inspiring glow. This is our Qilin Mansion Merit Board. There are 10,000 names on it, each belonging to someone who has made significant contributions to our mansion. Their names will be remembered by every generation of us here. And now, your name is on this list too, albeit at the very bottom, Frisco explained with a smile. Hector's heart raced. Looking down, His eyes glowed red as he immediately spotted several hundred meters below him a crowd gathered around, discussing something. At the bottom of the steel were two gold-colored characters written with dragon-like strokes, exuding immense power. Hector. These two characters weighed heavily. Many around stared with glowing eyes. Turning to the dissenting voice for details. At the time, those 11 saints were gravely injured, unable to seal the soul collector. It was only when Brother Su appeared that they regained the ability. Without Brother Su, even if they fought to the death, they wouldn't have succeeded. The man clarified. I see. So Brother Su's entry into the merit board is indeed well-deserved. The earlier critic turned red-faced and slunk away. Suddenly, a group of people appeared among the crowd, led by a man in golden armor. As he walked by, everyone scattered in fear, clearing a path for him. Abdul is back, someone exclaimed. Abdul, top-ranked on the current gold ranking board of the Qilin Outer Manor. At 18 years old, he was already at late-stage Great Master Realm and had cultivated the true intent of the Qilin, making him an exceptionally powerful warrior. Beside him was a man who bore a striking resemblance to him. If Hector were there, he would immediately recognize him. It was Chevy, whom he had defeated in Dawu. Hector, in just a month, you've climbed onto the Qilin merit board. How infuriating. Chevy gritted his teeth, eyes burning with deep resentment. Being defeated by Hector was the most humiliating experience of his life. Now, the person who brought him such shame had achieved something he had longed for. To think that even my brother Fade hasn't made it onto this prestigious honor board. Hector, at peak early stage Great Master Realm, you've entered the Qilin merit board. Your strength must have significant watermarks. This isn't glory, but a burden. Soon, the golden rank challenge will begin. I hope you don't turn out to be a coward. Fade flashed a glance. At this moment, Hector looked up, his gaze fixed on names etched into history, each representing brilliant achievements. For example, he saw a familiar name at position 37. Jalen. At 20, peak early stage Saint Realm, Jalen single-handedly wiped out Black Zombie Sect, one of the 10 branches of the Vernon Sect, killing 3 Black Gold Saint zombies and capturing the sect leader. By 22, mid-stage Saint Realm, during the Holy Magic War, Jalen tore through the demonic formation, rescuing 50 saints and successfully slaying a high-level Golden Akil of the Demon Clan. Continuing down the list, every achievement was astonishing. Eventually, Hector read that Jalen had suppressed the resurrection of the Green Ghost Heart in the Battle of Big Red Mountain in Chingue Town. Ha, funny thing, this Jalen hails from the same small dukedom as you and has a common physique too, Frisco observed, noting Hector's focus on Jalen's name. ####Chapter 640, famous on the Zoltanst. Hector nodded. The name Jalen had long become a legend in the Ing Dolphendom. He was considered a mythological figure, revered by its people as a martial arts deity, a godlike being. Hector, not only did you come from the same place as him, but your experiences are also similar. Some of our Kylers even compared you to him privately, Frisco said at this moment. Haha, what did they say? Hector's heart skipped a beat. He was also very curious about how these sages evaluated him and Jalen. You have potential akin to Jalen's. They called you the second coming of Jalen. Frisco glanced at Hector and could easily tell what he was thinking. He chose his words carefully. The second coming of Jalen? Hector smiled bitterly. So, in the eyes of these sages, my future will only replicate Jalen's path? To surpass him would still be very difficult, right? Frisco was quite candid in response. Looking at Jalen, he nodded in admiration and said, Jalen possesses great fortune and imperial caliber. In the future, there is a high chance that he could become a quasi-Jeffrey or even reach Jeffrey status. It is not entirely out of the question. He paused briefly before continuing. In the eyes of all our upper echelons, his evaluation surpasses even your son, Bernie. Perhaps only a born emperor could match him. Hector smiled faintly. Born emperor? Well, it just so happened that his son, Bernie, was indeed a born emperor. Of course, these old men didn't know that. They mistakenly believed his son was a born sage. However, Hector narrowed his eyes and mumbled to himself, I, Hector, am not the second coming of Jalen. I aim to be myself. Becoming a Jeffrey isn't my ultimate goal. If Frisco knew what Hector was thinking, he would undoubtedly be shocked. After all, a Jeffrey already stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Since the dawn of the martial era, becoming a Jeffrey had been every martial artist's ultimate aspiration. Reaching the fabled immortal realm and becoming an immortal, that seemed almost impossible, for the heavens did not allow such beings to exist. One of the Jeffreys, in pursuit of the immortal realm, had even willingly abandoned his body to enter a mysterious zone. His physical body remained, but his soul vanished without a trace. Before leaving, he remarked that upon his return, he would step into the immortal realm, rivaling the superpowers of the quasi-immortal era. The higher one ascended, the more terrifying it became. For instance, the person ranked 10th on the achievement list once slew a demon Jeffrey, saving the entire Qilin mansion. What was a demon Jeffrey? It was an emperor-level figure in demonic arts, a quasi-Jeffrey surpassing peak sacred Daltons. Such figures touched the boundaries. An ordinary constitution capable of killing a quasi-Jeffrey level born sage? Hector drew another sharp breath. Suddenly, he thought of his father and Jalen. Both were of ordinary constitutions, yet their strength and potential were no less than any born sage of the same realm. It seems he is on par with Jalen and my father, Hector mused, nodding. Hearing this, Frisco looked at Hector in surprise. Your father? He noticed Hector was comparing his father, Jessup, to Jalen. He had investigated Jessup before. In his youth, Jessup was a war god of the Ing Dolphendom. However, a war god from a minor county state wasn't enough to draw attention from the Qilin mansion. In the northern borders cultivation world, there were countless such figures. What surprised him was that Hector actually compared Jessup to Jalen, implying his father's potential rival Jalen's. That was shocking. Hector stated earnestly, my father is far more powerful than you imagine. Compared to you? Frisco wondered. afraid he might have overlooked another extraordinary martial artist. He had met Jessup once in the Ying Daltondom when the latter was in his 30s and still at the Great Master level, so he hadn't paid much attention, merely noting that Jessup was Bernie's grandfather. After returning, he did investigate Bernie's family and found that Jessup had indeed been quite impressive in his youth. However, certain events led to problems that derailed his progress. Geniuses like Jessup weren't rare in the Northern Borders cultivation world, so he eventually let it go. Hector looked at Frisco, his expression serious, no less than me. His father created the spirit transforming technique, which gradually neutralized the devouring spirit, a feat no ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, after observing Hector's secret realm, he instantly created the devouring spirit path. If not for the Gideon clan's sabotage in his youth, his father would have, at the very least, become a peak sage-level grandmaster. Frisco gazed deeply at Hector and said, I understand. Immediately, I will arrange for someone to bring your father to the Qilin mansion. If he passes the tests as you described, I'll personally take him as a disciple. Thank you, Akil. Hector was delighted. Carlos, Josiah, and Chigua had always been eyeing his father closely, secretly sending strong individuals to approach him. Against such powerful adversaries, his father was vulnerable. But if he could attract the attention of the Qilin mansion's top leadership and have them send strong figures to bring his father there, that would change everything. ####Chapter 641. A Child's Heart. Frisco noticed Hector's concerns and smiled, saying, rest assured. Even considering you and your son, Bernie, we wouldn't just stand by. Yet, the first was Vance. Second was Howard Notong. Third was Xavier. Under the first name, there was an introduction for Vance. Vance, age 24, reached the peak of the Sage realm and founded the Qilin Manor. At 27, he entered the Near Jeffrey realm. By 30, he swept through the Northern Border unchallenged, becoming the foremost martial artist in the Northern Border. At 31, he led the Qilin Manor to become the greatest superpower in the Northern Border. The more one read about him, the more astonishing his achievements became. At 33, with near-emperor capabilities, he challenged a great emperor. After failing, he left far behind and was never heard from again. Is this predecessor Vance the first head of the Qilin Manor? Hector asked in surprise. Yes, Frisco nodded, sighing. Our Qilin Manor was established by him. The Qilin Holy Canon was also created by him. Hector nodded, realizing that the first head of the Qilin Manor was actually a peak near Jeffrey level powerhouse. Pity, our ancestor never achieved the great Jeffrey realm, Frisco sighed, feeling regretful. If not for the limitations of this universe, if he had been born during the early days of the martial era, right after the anomalies began, he surely would have become a great emperor. If it were during the quasi-immortal era, he would certainly have become an immortal. Frisco was incredibly confident about Vance. Hector had nothing much to say about this. Each one who reached the near Jeffrey realm in their era was an exceptional genius. Then, Hector, he should definitely be ranked first on the Qilin Merit Zoltanst, even outshining the founder Zhou Qiluan. Seeming to notice Hector's confusion, Frisco smiled, Zoltantal fellow, you may not know yet, but our founder and Master Howard Notong are father and son. Master Howard Notong didn't want to push his father down in rankings, so he voluntarily stayed second. Ah, I see. Hector nodded. Then he looked at the third name. The third was called Xavier. His annotation was very simple. Became a sage at 40. Reached the peak of the sage realm at 80. Become a near Jeffrey at 100. Reached the peak of the near Jeffrey realm at 150. Became an emperor at 500. In the year 581, the earth demon of the heavenly demon sect descended upon the northern border cultivation community, heavily damaging the Qilin Manor, nearly causing its extinction. Xavier made a desperate move, fighting to his death along with the earth demon. This was the brief description of Xavier. Became a sage at 40 and reached the peak of the sage realm at 80? Such mediocre talent. And yet he became an emperor. Hector murmured to himself. Frisco glanced at Hector and nodded. Jeffrey Xavier had very ordinary talent from a young age. When he joined our Qilin Manor for an evaluation, his score was barely last place, almost leading to his elimination. After entering the Qilin Manor, Chapter 642, the Qilin Hall forged by two Jeffreys. Innocent heart? Hector was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of it. Frisco nodded and said, throughout history, there have been many powerful individuals. Some of them might not have been particularly gifted, but they possessed an innocent heart that was purely sincere and sacred toward martial arts. No matter how chaotic the outside world became, their hearts were solely focused on martial arts. For martial arts, they could neglect sleep and food, and even if people of their generation far surpassed them, they could laugh it off and then concentrate fully on developing their unique martial path. These people, though initially unremarkable, usually made rapid progress later on. Ultimately, they would surpass nearly all those with heaven-defying talents and become Jeffreys for others to admire. And Jeffrey Xavier is such a person. Hector nodded in amazement. It must take an incredibly pure, innocent heart to achieve this. At least, when he questioned his own heart, he realized he couldn't do it. His current achievements were due not only to his own efforts, but also significantly influenced by his natural talent. Of course, there were also various opportunities along the way. Boom. While they spoke, the two had already flown past the Qilin Merit Zoltanst and entered the cloud layer. Here, another wondrous scene unfolded before them. At this moment, Hector and Frisco had arrived on the back of the giant Qilin. This place was like a vast plain. On the plain stood magnificent palaces. What is that place? Had to be able to observe the supreme techniques of the two Jeffreys, you must at least reach the Sage realm and rank within the top 100 on the Merit Zoltanst. Frisco scanned Hector and laughed loudly. The top 100 on the Merit Zoltanst? That condition seems a bit too strict, Hector thought. He had just glanced over and noticed that everyone in the top 100 was at least a peak sage, and each had greatly contributed to Qilin Manor, far surpassing his recent joint operation with 11 sages to seal the Soul Hook Messenger. Both requirements were necessary to enter and observe the Jeffrey techniques. That sounded far too difficult. Senior, currently, how many people in our Qilin Manor are qualified to enter and cultivate? Hector asked. The smile on Frisco's face suddenly vanished, and he shook his head. Very few. Among the younger generation, only Jalen qualifies. How powerful is Jalen now? Hector asked. On the Merit Zoltanst, ranked 37th, he saw that Jalen had reached the Sage Realm at the age of 20. Now, he was 24. His cultivation must be very powerful by now. Currently, Jalen is already at the peak Sage Realm. If he hadn't dedicated most of his energy to researching the Rising Dragon Decree and the Chelan Jeffrey body, he would likely have already crossed into the Near Jeffrey Realm, Frisco exclaimed. Jalen's genius, despite having an ordinary physique, exceeded even some born saints. Is Jalen really that strong? Hector muttered to himself. He had killed Jalen's brother, Lachlan. If Jalen decided to target him, the entire Chelan Manor probably wouldn't help him. Senior, where is Jalen now? Hector asked. He had once glimpsed Jalen from afar in Red Mountain Town during the Chingue incident. When Jalen appeared, he casually suppressed the mysterious revived heart, which was far more powerful than the soul hook messenger that he had sealed alongside 11 sages. I don't know, Frisco shook his head. Jalen's level of genius keeps his whereabouts one of the highest secrets in our Chelan Manor. Currently, only our lord and a few gold Grand Achilles know his location. I don't have the privilege to know. Is Jalen the Chelan son of our Chelan Manor? Hector asked again. As far as he knew, every major faction had its holy sons or holy daughters, and demon sects had their demon sons or demon daughters. The Chelan son of Chelan Manor was similar. Frisco chuckled. Jalen focuses entirely on martial arts. If it weren't for the Chingue heart revival in Red Mountain Town, he wouldn't have shown up. As for being the Chelan son, he doesn't care at all. Hector nodded and continued on with Frisco. Along the way, he encountered many powerful figures, each carrying the aura of a saint, indicating that those who came here were at least at the Sage Realm level. Occasionally, someone would greet Frisco and subtly inquire about Hector's identity. Frisco would always laugh and say, "This is my young relative. He has some talent, so I brought him here to cultivate for a few days." Every saint was allowed to bring one family member to cultivate here for 3 days annually as a reward from Chelan Manor, treating them with exceptional favor. The saints didn't think much of it since they often did the same thing, and it was already commonplace here. After roughly half an hour of traveling past numerous palaces, Hector followed Frisco to a place named Holy Hall. Hector, wait here. I will leave for a while. Remember, after I leave, don't wander around. Many areas here are off limits to you. If you are detected trespassing, you will be executed immediately. Before leaving, Frisco sternly reminded Hector. Hector nodded. Then, Frisco left. As soon as Frisco left, 3 people entered. Among them, Hector immediately recognized one person. Chevy. Chapter 643. The hero, Hector. Hector, you actually came here too? When Guillermo saw Hector, his expression immediately changed, appearing somewhat unnatural. After being defeated by Hector in the Grand Wu competition, he had felt an immense pressure, as if the sky had suddenly collapsed. In the past, wherever he went, he was a pride of heaven. Even entering the Kylan mansion, it only took him 3 months to go from a servant disciple to a silver Laroisipal, a fairly commendable growth rate in the history of the Kylan mansion. He was proud of this. But who would have thought that Hector, who came from a remote small country like Ingwa, would be even more exceptional? It took less than half a month for him to become a gold Laroisipal, becoming one of the fastest risers in Kylan mansion's history. Especially recently, in the battle at Chingue Town, he teamed up with 11 saints to seal a Soul Reaper, achieving fame and directly making it onto the prestigious Kylan Merit Board because of this battle. The Kylan Merit Board. Even someone like his brother Jarrett, the top-ranked gold Laroisipal in the Outer Mansion, could hardly reach it. Yet, Hector, his former opponent, achieved this. Thus, his feelings towards Hector were complex. Part awe, part powerlessness, and tinged with resentment. Well, long time no see, Hector nodded and smiled, feeling nothing particular towards this former opponent. You're Hector? At that moment, Jarrett narrowed his eyes at Hector and asked, Yes, and who are you? Hector nodded in response. Jarrett replied coolly. Oh, so you're the number 1 on the Outer Mansion gold rankings, Hector acknowledged with a nod. Jarrett was quite famous in the Outer Mansion. Hector, the gold Laroisipal rotation battle is coming soon. Do you want to spar with me ahead of time? Jarrett grinned. No, Hector shook his head outright. Fighting against Jarrett now, he stood no chance. Even if he used all his tricks, he could at most match up with the 5th rank person. Jarrett, based on what he understood, was far superior to the 5th rank. Hmph, it's not up to you. Jarrett sneered, stepping towards Hector. Hector narrowed his eyes. Seems like you're getting serious. Whoosh. In an instant, Jarrett appeared right before Hector. How fast? Hector was taken aback. He hadn't even seen Jarrett move, yet he was already beside him, and an overwhelming force was rushing toward him. Instinctively, Hector triggered his secret realm, and a golden field instantly spread out. Crack. Jarrett casually pressed a palm down. Hector's golden field shattered instantly under the force of that single palm. Whoosh. Hector quickly retreated, forming hand seals and invoking the true intent of imperial art. First true intent Laroiogram. Second true intent Laroiogram. Third true intent Laroiogram. Fourth true intent Laroiogram. Fifth true intent Laroiogram. Completing the true intent Laroiograms seamlessly. Boom. Instantly, Hector unleashed the martial way true intent Laroiogram, boosting his combat power to the 6th rank domain. Facing someone like Jarrett, the first disciple of the Outer Sect, he had no choice but to go all out from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't even get the chance to unleash his full strength before being defeated. Meanwhile, he wanted to gauge the gap between himself and Jarrett, preparing for the upcoming gold rotation battle. Poof. With a palm strike, Hector's body trembled violently. His martial way true intent Laroiogram couldn't even budge Jarrett. Jarrett stood there like a pillar holding up the sky, immovable. In contrast, Hector was forced backward, blood roiling inside him, sweeting in his throat, and a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Able to withstand a direct hit from Bodomenico, This kid lives up to his reputation as the monster who sealed the Soul Reaper with 11 saints. Guilherme, the gray-robed Kyler, murmured in surprise. At this moment, Jarrett frowned, glancing at Hector with a slightly darkened gaze. He thought Hector would spurt blood from the mouth after his strike. Unexpectedly, it was just a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. This greatly deviated from his expectations. Heh, you've got some skill, managing to block my attack. Next, let's see how you fare against my second move. Jarrett was about to attack again. That's enough, Domenico. This is the Hall of Saints. Don't overstep your bounds, or I won't be able to protect you, Guilherme said calmly. Hearing this, Jarrett paused, looking at Hector. You're lucky this time. 1 month from now is the gold rotation battle. I hope you'll challenge me then. Hector narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of murderous intent from Jarrett. If this weren't the Hall of Saints, perhaps Jarrett would have killed him on the spot. This Jarrett was even more arrogant than Guillermo. Hector took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, coldly replying, rest assured. I will challenge you during the gold rotation battle. Good, I'll wait for you, Jarrett chuckled coldly. Just then, Frisco returned and seeing Hector's pale face and the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His expression changed abruptly, glaring coldly at Guilherme. Who did this? Guilherme looked at Frisco. A simple sparring between two disciples, surely as a saint. You don't intend to make things difficult for them, do you? I understand, Frisco nodded. Then his gaze flicked towards Jarrett. Poof. Next, Jarrett coughed up blood and was sent flying. Frisco, you dare attack my people? Do you wish to fight me? Guilherme's expression drastically changed, about to rush over. But at that moment, Frisco turned to Hector. Hector, show me your merit bronze token. Upon hearing this, Hector nodded and pulled out the purple golden order from his chest. This order bore the inscription, 10,000 execution. Upon hearing this, Barney's complexion changed on the spot. He looked at Guilherme with an urgent gaze. If so then, Frisco waved his hand. At this moment, Guilherme immediately interjected, wait, this time, Bartion has also achieved no small feat for our Chilean mansion. Even if he can't make it onto the merit list, he can still enter the reserve list. Despite offending Hector, it does not warrant death. Currently, senior brothers are evaluating him. If you were to act, wait until they have finished their evaluation. At this point, an Kyler in a silver robe walked out from another inner door of the hall. How is it going, senior brother Rashad? Seeing the Kyler in the silver robe, Guilherme asked urgently. The silver-robed Kyler glanced at Barney and said, you did well this time. Your rating was enough. You've made it to the reserve list. Here is your merit token. As he spoke, the silver-robed Kyler tossed a purple token to Barney. It resembled Hector's almost identically except for one difference. The color was purple instead of the purplish-golden hue of Hector's. Moreover, Hector's token bore a number on the front, while his was dull and empty. This was the merit token for those on the reserve list. Thank you, revered Kyler. Barney immediately rejoiced. At this moment, he cast a glance at Hector, revealing a mocking smirk. His look seemed to say, you have a merit token and so do I. Meanwhile, Guilherme turned to Frisco and said, Frisco, if holders of merit tokens engage in a simple exchange of skills, should there be no problem? Frisco's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't expected that Barney could join the reserve list at this crucial moment. What happened? At this moment, the silver-robed Kyler furrowed his brows upon seeing the two, suddenly realizing that something must have occurred between them, especially considering that both Hector and Barney had unusually pale faces, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. It was clear they had just fought. Senior brother Rashad, nothing much. Just now, Bartion and the young fellow Hector engaged in a minor sparring session, and Frisco found it intolerable, saying that Bartion had attacked the highly meritorious Hector and demanded Bartion's execution. Senior brother Rashad, do you think that's feasible? Guilherme said with an untroubled smile. Since Barney was on the reserve list, even if he showed disrespect towards Hector, the most severe punishment he might receive would only be seclusion for some time. Expulsion from the Chilean mansion was simply impossible. Oh, Hector? You're Hector? Hearing this, the silver-robed Kyler turned to Hector. Hector immediately cupped his hands and greeted. Young Hector greets the revered Kyler. Haha, little fellow, lately all I've heard about is you. You've done well this time. The silver-robed Kyler laughed loudly, inspecting Hector with increasing satisfaction. This made Guilherme's previously smiling face stiffen immediately. Chilean mansion? This left him feeling somewhat unreal. Akil. Suddenly, Hector put away his golden token and looked at the silver-robed Kyler. May I say a word? Of course. The silver-robed Kyler smiled slightly. His attitude towards Hector was completely different from how he treated Barney. This made Guilherme's eyes widen in confusion. Even if Hector entered the Chilean Merit Zoltanst, he shouldn't receive such exceptional treatment from the silver-robed Kyler. Clearly, this youth's background wasn't as simple as it seemed. He would need to thoroughly investigate once he returned. Can Barney stay? Hector asked. Why? Leroy'n't he attack you? Why are you speaking up for him? The silver-robed Kyler was taken aback. Shaking his head, Hector responded gravely. I promised him before that I would defeat him in the gold rank exchange battle. I must fulfill this promise. If he is expelled from the Chilean mansion, wouldn't I break my word? Hearing this, the silver-robed Kyler studied Hector deeply and nodded. Since you say so, let him stay to serve as your stepping stone. However, Barney did not feel grateful towards Hector. Instead, he believed that Hector was humiliating him. He, Barney, needed no one else's mercy. Hector, making me stay means ensuring your own demise in the exchange battle. Hee, you're overthinking it. There's still a month before the gold rank exchange battle. Get back and train harder. I'll come for your head. Hector, follow me, the silver-robed Kyler instructed Hector. Yes, Hector nodded. Then, the silver-robed Kyler, Frisco, and Hector proceeded through another door deeper into the St. Hall. Seeing the silver-robed Kyler personally escort Hector deeper into the St. Hall, he became even more convinced that Hector's background was far from simple. At the very least, a gold rank Grand Akil had shown favor towards Hector. Otherwise, Chapter Copperching wouldn't treat Hector with such courtesy. Taking a breath, he then turned to Barney with a stern voice. Return and focus on your training. Don't participate in this gold rank exchange battle. Chapter 645. Hector and Barney meet. Fade's face changed abruptly. Master, why can't I participate? Despite already being the top-ranked disciple on the Outer Court's Gold Zoltanst, the golden replacement battles were different. Besides ranking, they offered other benefits and opportunities. For example, in the replacement battles, gold disciples could apply to challenge imprisoned disciples of the Devilish Path in Qilin Court, or even Kylers of the Devilish Path. If successful, they could gain many cultivation resources. This time, he had his eye on a particular treasure. Obtaining it would greatly increase his power, allowing him to reach the peak of the Grand Master realm within a short period. I will investigate thoroughly when we return, Guilherme muttered to himself. He then looked at Fate, who appeared reluctant, and sighed in relief. You may participate, but remember, do not attack him lethally. Even if you wish to kill him, never do it yourself, nor let anyone know it was your doing. Batian, you are smart enough to understand my meaning, right? Master, I understand, Fate nodded, filled with murderous intent internally. Hector, although I cannot kill you, I will ensure you do not survive. Wait and see. The golden replacement battle will be your end. At that moment, he already thought of a way to make Hector die quietly without implicating himself. Meanwhile, Hector arrived at a large mansion along with Rashad Tongching and Frisco. Inside the mansion, a 2-year-old infant was walking on the ground. If anyone were there, they would be stunned. The infant, pudgy and adorable, was making gestures with both hands. Following his movements, numerous Qilin imprints appeared in the air, shimmering with purple light like stars gathering together into a mysterious constellation. Finally, with a wave of his hand, all the stars began spinning rapidly, forming a terrifying force of stellar energy that spread out to every corner of the courtyard. Boom! Suddenly, those stars exploded, creating continuous sonic booms. Hiss, so powerful. Master, did junior brother Hector fuse the lower half of the Qilin Holy Scripture with the Star Decree, creating a new secret martial art? A young man around 20 exclaimed in awe, unable to believe what he saw. Yes. Beside him, an Kylerly man in a golden robe nodded approvingly, his eyes burning with intense admiration. In just 2 months, Bernie has cultivated the Qilin god form from the lower part of the Qilin Holy Scripture, fused it with the Star Decree, and created a brand new secret martial technique. With such talent, his future is extremely promising. Perhaps our Qilin court will return to its peak. Return to its peak? Paul gasped upon hearing this. Brandamering the peak era of Qilin court, they had emperors. Was Master saying that Bernie, once grown, could lead Qilin court back to its glory, implying he might become an emperor? Master, are you saying that junior brother Su could possibly ascend to the level of an emperor? Become an emperor? The Kylerly man in golden robe smiled. Quasi-emperor, almost 99%. As for ascending to emperor, it's quite difficult given the current state of the world and increasing anomalies. But it's not impossible. Even if he doesn't become an emperor, he will likely reach the peak of the quasi-emperor stage, with combat power rivaling some weaker emperors from the early martial era. Not an emperor, yet still comparable to some emperors. Such a high evaluation of junior brother Su? Look, Bernie's father has arrived. Simeon suddenly looked outside as if sensing something. Bernie's father. Paul's expression tightened, following his master's gaze. A person who could produce a prodigy like junior brother Su must be extraordinary too. He was curious to see who this person was. Meanwhile, Hector entered the courtyard with Rashad Tongching and Frisco. His first glance fell on his son, Bernie. Leroy, Hector called softly, excitedly. Bernie noticed Hector, turned around, paused momentarily, and then swiftly transformed into a beam of purple light, opening his arms and rushing towards Hector. Hector caught the incoming Bernie in his arms, nodding and smiling. Leroy, do you miss your father? Bernie nodded repeatedly, his joy unmistakable despite his inability to speak. This is the bloodline bond between father and son, Simeon murmured to himself. Hector, that is Senior Golden Akil Simeon. Quickly go greet him, Frisco reminded. Hector nodded, set down Bernie, and walked forward, stopping 3 steps away from Simeon. He bowed. Young one Hector greets the sage. Thank you for taking care of Leroy these past days. I deeply appreciate it. You're too polite, young man. Simeon smiled, inspecting Hector approvingly. I've heard much about you recently. It's truly remarkable how you and Master Ouyang sealed a Soul Reaper in King Wizen's Dahong Mountain. No wonder you're the father of a born emperor. Note. This translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Names are transliterated according to Pinyin. Chapter 646, Heavenly Silkworm's Sacred Body, Rhonda. What? Born Emperor? Leroy, they hear that wrong? The moment those words were uttered, everyone in the room was stunned. Even Hector's eyes flickered with astonishment. This sage had actually discerned Leroy's constitution? Master, what did you just say? That junior brother Su is born to be an emperor. At this moment, Paul also looked at his master Simeon with a face full of shock. Simeon, seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, nodded and smiled. Others might not be able to see it, but this little guy's been with me for almost a month. If I can't detect his born Jeffrey constitution, then these old eyes of mine should really be thrown away. Hearing this, all present immediately turned their gazes towards Hector, their hearts stirred by the overwhelming wave of surprise. Born Jeffrey. It was an invincible constitution that surpassed even that of a born saint by a tier. Among the top 100 constitutions in Leroyvine Martial Continent, it was renowned as one of the strongest 10. Even if its cultivator advanced smoothly, they would without a doubt step into the quasi-Jeffrey, not divulge Bernie's born Jeffrey constitution. Whoever spreads this will have no cause to blame the Manor Lord and myself for being impolite. What? Manor Lord? Upon hearing this, everyone changed color, repeatedly assuring they wouldn't spread the word. Frisco quickly asked, Senior Brother Jean, Does the Manor Lord already know that Bernie is a Yi-born Jeffrey? Hee hee, the Manor Lord figured it out when he saw Bernie for the first time. As a quasi-Jeffrey, he naturally has an innate sense for born Jeffreys. Simeon smiled. Indeed, a quasi-Jeffrey. Hector wasn't particularly surprised. In its prime, Qilin Mansion had produced an emperor. Though now it had declined, it was still one of the dominant forces in the northern border martial world. Such a dominant force needed an emperor-level figure to maintain its position. Young man, because you fathered Bernie, I plan to reward you. Speak up, whatever you want, just ask. As long as it's within my power, I won't hesitate. Hector's heart stirred. Great sage, may I ask if we have any necromancy techniques to control ghosts in Qilin Mansion? Hearing this, Frisco and others' expressions slightly changed. Simeon's smile vanished, and his gaze grew cold. Why do you need such necromancy? Hector felt the change in everyone's demeanor. He knew this question was extremely sensitive. After all, controlling ghosts belonged to forbidden arts, something usually done by devil cultists. Some righteous practitioners had once experimented with this, but ended up falling into darkness. Had Hector not earned credit for Qilin Mansion during the Green Ghost Town battle, and being the father of Bernie, Simeon could have executed him on the spot for this inquiry. Hector sensed the gravity of his words and quickly explained, Great sage, I wish to study this necromancy not for practice, but to research better methods to suppress ghost entities. Simeon's expression softened. Knowing Hector sealed a soul reaper in Green Ghost Town, Simeon acknowledged his concern with necromancy. Hector, we don't have necromancy texts in our library, but I know a place where they exist, albeit dangerous, Simeon stated seriously. Where? Hector asked eagerly. Within him resided a 6-layered space peak, devouring spirit. If he could learn necromancy, he could control the devouring spirit like devil cultists, greatly boosting his overall strength. Even without control, understanding necromancy would allow better restraint over the devouring spirit. In the outer mansion of Qilin, a remnant of the devil cult is imprisoned. He possesses this dark art. Hector felt a surge of joy. But beware, this necromancy is highly peculiar. Even devil cultists practicing it must sacrifice themselves to the ghost, which alters their personalities, becoming brutally violent. I advise against involving yourself. Thank you, great sage, Hector rejoiced, rest assured. I will only reference it. Simeon nodded, deciding not to press further. This young man, having cooperated with 11 sages in sealing the Soul Reaper, clearly had wisdom and would understand his limits. Speaking of which, great sage, where is my wife Rhonda? Hector asked again. His primary reason for coming here was to see Bernie and Rhonda. Hee hee, young man, you need to work harder. Your wife is now a heavenly silkworm sacred body, ranking among the top 50 in the top 100 constitutions. Her potential, barring unforeseen circumstances, gives her a 60% chance to reach the peak of Sage Realm. She is currently under the tutelage of a kill heavenly silkworm, undergoing a critical transformation. Once successful, her undying heavenly silkworm art will reach a profound level. Heavenly silkworm sacred body? Undying heavenly silkworm art? Hector was instantly shocked. When Florence left him, she was still a heavenly silkworm body. Now, after merely a month, she had become a heavenly silkworm sacred body? Chapter 647. Bernie's Extraordinary Endowment. From this, it seemed that Milena had encountered a remarkable stroke of fortune during this period. Afterward, Anderson proposed wanting to see Milena, but Jansan informed him that Milena was in seclusion and definitely couldn't be seen at present. He could come back after she emerged from her secluded training. Jansan also joked with a smile, saying that many disciples in the inner court were now infatuated with Milena, and if he didn't strive harder, his wife might be taken away by someone else. Anderson chuckled, not taking it seriously. Then, he looked at Bernie. Bernie also looked at him. Father and son locked eyes. Leroyer, father knows you can understand what I'm saying. Come, let me see how your cultivation has progressed. Bernie nodded, able to clearly enunciate the sound Boom. Suddenly, Bernie's entire body trembled as an aura of the 5th Heaven Warrior Laroisipal realm erupted from him. This force was dozens of times stronger than an average 5th Heaven Warrior Laroisipal. At the very least, it matched the strength of a peak 7th Heaven Warrior Laroisipal. It could even rival an 8th Heaven Warrior Laroisipal. Just 1 month and 4 realms advanced. Very impressive, Anderson nodded. Such speed rivaled his own initial progress. Is this what being born with royal blood means? Indeed, formative spread out, increasing fourfold compared to before. And this wasn't the end, because he saw Bernie open a secret realm. That's right, it was the secret realm he learned from him. After activating the secret realm, a golden field expanded, compressing all the celestial stars and Qilin imprints to their limits. With compression, the terrifying aura inside grew increasingly profound. Phew, is this little monster demonstrating a new secret martial technique? And this secret martial technique seems even more powerful than the Qilin imprints fused with the celestial star decree. Wu Hao beside them was almost blinded by astonishment. Previously, seeing Bernie fuse Qilin imprints with the celestial star decree to create a new secret martial technique was enough to shock him. But now, witnessing Bernie further integrating the field with this new secret martial technique into another even more powerful one left him deeply shaken. Was the potential of a born emperor even more terrifying than he imagined? Could this little monster's potential be endless? At this moment, not just Wu Hao, even Grand Akil Gold Jin San was dumbfounded. His heart was tossed by a wave of awe. For this past month, he had personally tutored Bernie. He witnessed Bernie successfully fusing the celestial star decree with the Qilin imprints just yesterday. But today, Bernie had once again fused the field in merely a day. Such talent was truly heaven-defying. So this is what it means to be born with royal blood? Jin San took a breath, unable to calm down. At this moment, even Anderson narrowed his eyes, feeling immense pressure from his own son. He always believed he was unmatched, that he could surpass any prodigy in the future. But seeing his son's terrifying talent, he suddenly felt overwhelming pressure. He strongly sensed that if he relaxed even slightly, his son would surely surpass him in the future. Being surpassed by his own son would be humiliating. At least in Anderson's view, for a student to surpass the teacher was an affront. What he desired was absolute supremacy. His son could match him, but never surpass him. This was something he must uphold as a father. Otherwise, he couldn't hold his head high before his son. Boom. Meanwhile, as everyone was stunned by Bernie's talent, his celestial star decree and Qilin imprints compressed under the field into a sun-like energy ball. Inside, purple and golden forces intertwined, forming an extremely fearsome power capable of instantly destroying an 8th heaven warrior Larowisable. This meant Bernie could fight an 8th heaven warrior Larowisable at the 5th heaven level, effectively leaping 3 realms, almost comparable to Anderson's spirit explosion. Anderson's spirit explosion exceeded the 5 Tao true image explanations and reached the peak of stage 6, allowing him to fight across 6 realms, nearing 7. However, remember, Anderson's current strength came from years of accumulated effort. Bernie was different. He was only 2 months old, having just entered the martial path for a month. To achieve so much in a single month was absolutely terrifying. Seeming to sense Anderson's pressure, Jin-san said, Anderson, being born with royal blood is considered one of the top 10 strongest constitutions in the martial world. It's not surprising that Bernie possesses such heaven-defying talent. In our martial world, there are ordinary people who attained the imperial path and surpassed those born with royal blood. Ultimately, besides fate and talent, one's mental state becomes crucial, especially in the Grandmaster realm, where personal state of mind is paramount. Translation note, Chapter 647, Bernie's heaven-defying talent. It seemed that Sydney had quite a significant fortuitous encounter during this period. Afterward, Hector expressed his wish to see Sydney but was informed by Simeon that she was currently in seclusion and wouldn't be available. He could come back after she came out of seclusion. Simeon also jokingly mentioned that many disciples in the inner court were now interested in Sydney, suggesting Hector needed to work hard or risk losing his wife-to-be. Hector merely laughed it off. Then he turned to look at Bernie. Bernie looked back at him. Father and son stared into each other's eyes. Leroyer, I know you can understand me. Come here and let me see how your cultivation is progressing. Bernie nodded, able to clearly articulate the word. Suddenly, a shock wave erupted from Bernie as the aura of a 5th stage warrior apprentice emanated from him. This power was several dozen times stronger than that of an ordinary 5th stage warrior apprentice, easily rivaling a peak 7th stage warrior apprentice and even capable of holding its own against an 8th stage warrior apprentice. Not bad. You've advanced 4 realms in just 1 month, Hector remarked approvingly. Such speed rivaled his own progress at that stage. Is this what being born a king means? Indeed, impressive. Bernie has been practicing the star transformation art and the Kylin sacred canon lately. Otherwise, his realm would already be 6th stage warrior apprentice, Simeon said beside them with a smile. Leroyer, you've learned the Kylin sacred canon? Hector was surprised, then exclaimed excitedly, quick, show me. Bernie nodded and began making hand seals. Soon, dense clusters of Kylin marks appeared around him, hundreds of them. For most people, forming 9 Kylin marks was considered remarkable, but Bernie had no such limits. Even Hector felt a chill run down his spine seeing this. Is this what being born a king means? Suddenly, Hector felt tremendous pressure coming from his own son. Although he was powerful, if Bernie's current potential continued to unfold, even Hector might find himself at a loss on how to handle his son in the future. It seemed Hector couldn't truly dominate within the same realm. At least Bernie displayed unparalleled talent among contemporaries. Besides, Leroy Vine martial continent was vast, filled with prodigies. Bernie was only one of them, and not necessarily the most outstanding. Boom. Suddenly, Hector's pupils contracted sharply again. He saw Bernie's Kylin marks emitting purple light, spreading like stars across the sky. At this moment, waves of destructive power radiated from them, multiplying fourfold in an instant compared to before. And this was still not the end. Bernie activated a secret realm, a technique Hector had taught him. Upon activation, a golden aura spread out, compressing all the star-like formations and Kylin marks to their extreme. As they compressed, the terrifying energy inside deepened dramatically. Hiss. Is this little monster interpreting a new secret martial art? And this martial art seems twice as strong as the combination of the star transformation art and the Kylin mark. Hall, standing nearby, exclaimed in shock, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Before this, seeing Bernie merge the Kylin marks with the star transformation art to create a new secret martial art, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in front of his son. Boom. While everyone marveled at Bernie's talent, his star transformation art and Kylin marks, compressed by the aura field, formed an energy sphere similar to a sun, emitting both purple and golden forces intertwined into an extremely powerful force. This force could instantly destroy an 8th stage warrior apprentice. In short, Bernie, at 5th stage warrior apprentice, could battle an 8th stage warrior apprentice, bridging a gap of 3 realms, almost matching Hector's spirit burst. Hector's spirit burst, with its destruction capability, exceeded the 5 Tao true intention Laroiagram and reached the pinnacle of 6th grade, bridging 6 realms of combat, almost approaching 7 realms. But remember, Hector achieved this after years of cultivation. Bernie, however, was only 2 months old and had only stepped into the martial path for a month. Achieving this much in a month was absolutely terrifying. Seemingly sensing Hector's pressure, Simeon remarked, Hector, being born a king is one of the top 10 strongest constitutions in the martial world. Such heaven-defying talent isn't surprising. In our martial world, there are some ordinary people who became emperors, surpassing those born kings. Ultimately, achievements depend not only on opportunities and talent, but also on mindset. Especially at the Grandmaster realm, personal mentality becomes the most crucial foundation of cultivation. Chapter 6-wise, his realm would have already reached 6th stage martial Laroisable, Jan-san remarked with a laugh from the side. Leroyer, you know the unicorn holy scripture? Hector exclaimed in surprise, then said excitedly, quick, demonstrate for your father. Bernie nodded, forming seals with his hands. Soon, dense unicorn symbols appeared around him, numbering in the hundreds upon closer inspection. For ordinary people, condensing 9 such symbols was impressive enough. However, Bernie showed no limitation, manifesting several hundred at once. Even Hector felt a chill run down his spine at this sight. This is what being born with imperial might entails. Instantly, Hector felt immense pressure, and shockingly, it was coming from his own son. He suddenly realized that although he himself was strong, if his son's current potential was fully realized, even he would find it challenging. In other words, he couldn't claim absolute invincibility at the same realm. At least, Bernie had already displayed the makings of being peerless among contemporaries. Moreover, Leroy Vine Martial Continent was vast, home to all kinds of prodigies, so Bernie was merely one of them, perhaps not even the most extraordinary. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, Hector's pupils contracted sharply once more. He saw Bernie's unicorn symbols emit purple light, blending into a celestial expanse. At this moment, waves of destructive force spread out, instantly quadrupling compared to before. And that wasn't the end, because Bernie initiated the secret realm. Indeed, the secret realm he had learned from his father. Once the secret realm was activated, a golden field radiated outward, compressing all the celestial expanse and unicorn symbols to their limits. As they were compressed, the terrifying aura inside became deeper and heavier. Phew. Is this little monster creating a new secret martial technique? This secret martial technique seems even stronger, over twice as powerful, compared to the fusion of stargaze art and unicorn symbols. Hall gasped in astonishment, nearly popping his eyes out. Before this, seeing Bernie fuse unicorn symbols with stargaze art to create a new secret martial technique had already left Hall deeply impressed and stunned. But now, witnessing him further fuse the field with this new secret martial technique, evolving it into an even more powerful form, he profoundly realized that being born with imperial might was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Could this little monster's potential be endless? At this moment, it wasn't just Hall who was astonished. Even Grand Akil Jinsan was gaping in disbelief. Turbulent shockwaves surged within him. Throughout this month, he had been personally guiding Bernie every step of the way. He had witnessed Bernie successfully fusing stargaze art and unicorn symbols yesterday with his own eyes. But now, only a day later, Bernie had already fused the field. Such talent was truly heaven-defying. Is this what being born with imperial might entails? Jinsan sucked in a breath, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. At this moment, even Hector squinted his eyes, feeling immense pressure once more. And this pressure came from his own son. He always believed he was invincible. As long as he wished, he could surpass all geniuses and become the unmatched master of the world. But now, seeing his son's incredible talent, a tremendous sense of pressure welled up inside him. He had a strong feeling that if he relaxed slightly, his son would surpass him in the future. Being surpassed by his own son would be a disgrace. At least, in Hector's view, surpassing the mentor implied insulting oneself. What he desired was invincibility. His son could stand on par with him, but must never surpass him. That was what he must do as a father. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high before his son. Rumble. Meanwhile, as everyone was amazed by Bernie's talent, his stargaze art and unicorn symbols, under the compression of the field, formed a sun-like energy ball. Inside the ball, purple and golden forces intertwined, creating in this period, Florence has had quite a remarkable encounter. Following this, Hector proposed to see Rhonda, but was informed by Simeon that Rhonda was in seclusion and could definitely not be seen now. He could come again after she emerges from her seclusion. Simeon also joked that many disciples within the inner academy have taken a fancy to Rhonda. If Hector didn't work hard, his wife might be snatched away by someone else. Hector smiled without taking it seriously. He then looked at Bernie. Bernie also looked at him. Father and son locked eyes. Leroyer, father knows you can understand what I say. Come, let me see how your cultivation is. Bernie nodded, now able to articulate clearly. Boom. Suddenly, Bernie's entire body trembled, emitting an aura of 5th-level martial Larowisipal. This force was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary 5th-level martial Larowisipals. At least, it could match up with a peak 7th-level martial Larowisipal warrior. It could even rival an 8th-level martial Larowisipal warrior. Within just 1 month, you've advanced 4 levels. Not bad, Hector nodded. Such speed rivaled his own progress back then. Is this what being born as an emperor looks like? Indeed, impressive. Recently, Bernie has been constantly practicing star transformation art and Kirin's sacred canon. If not for that, his cultivation should have reached 6th-level martial Larowisipal, said Simeon smilingly beside him. HM? Leroyer, you know Kirin's sacred canon? Hector was surprised. Then he said excitedly, quickly, show it to father. Bernie nodded and made hand seals. Soon, dense Kirin marks appeared around him. There were hundreds upon closer inspection. For ordinary people, condensing 9 would already be extraordinary, but there was no limit for Bernie. Dwight and Dreads instantly appeared. This left Hector speechless with shock. Is this what being born as an emperor looks like? Immediately, Hector felt immense pressure, and this pressure actually came from his son. He suddenly realized that although he was very powerful, if his son's potential manifested as it currently did, even he would feel quite a dilemma once his son grew up. In other words, he still couldn't achieve true invincibility at the same level. At least, Bernie demonstrated heaven-defying talent among contemporaries. Moreover, Leroy Vine Martial Continent is vast, filled with all sorts of prodigies. Bernie was merely one of them, and perhaps not even the most outstanding. Rumble. Following this, Hector's pupils dilated. He saw Bernie's Kirin marks emit purple light, merging into one like a sky full of stars. At this moment, destructive forces spread out. Compared to before, these forces suddenly increased by more than 4 times. And this wasn't the end, because Bernie activated the Mystic Realm right now. Yes, the Mystic Realm, which he learned from him. After activation, a golden field spread out, compressing all the starry skies and Kirin marks to their limits. As it compressed, the terrifying aura inside deepened. Hiss. Is this little monster demonstrating an entirely new secret martial technique? This secret martial technique seems even stronger than when the star transformation art and Kirin marks are combined, exclaimed Hall beside him. Before this, Hall was already astonished and impressed when he saw Bernie merge the Kirin marks with star transformation art, creating a new secret martial technique. But now, seeing Bernie further integrate the field with this new secret martial technique, evolving into an even more formidable secret martial technique, he deeply realized that the Emperor-born Bernie was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Does this little monster's potential never run out? At this moment, it wasn't just Hall who was amazed. Even Supreme Akil Golden Zoltank Simeon was gawking. A storm surged in his heart. He had personally tutored Bernie over the past month. He witnessed Bernie successfully merge star transformation art with Kirin marks yesterday. But now, Bernie integrated the field only a day later. Such talent was simply heaven-defying. This is what being born as an emperor looks like? And reached peak 6th rank, allowing him to bridge 6 realms, nearing 7 realms. However, Hector achieved this through years of accumulation. Bernie, however, was only 2 months old and had stepped into martial arts for only a month. To have such achievements within a month was truly terrifying. Seeming to sense Hector's pressure, Simeon commented, "Hector, the Emperor-born is one of the top 10 strongest constitutions in the martial world. Having such heaven-defying talent isn't surprising. In our martial world, some ordinary people also became emperors, surpassing the Emperor-born. So, ultimate achievement depends not only on talent and luck, but mainly on one's mindset. Especially at the Great Master realm, one's mindset is the most critical foundation for cultivation." Chapter 647. Bernie's Unparalleled Talent. From this, it seemed that Florence had quite the encounter during this period. Following that, Hector asked to see Rhonda but was informed by Jean that she was currently in close seclusion and definitely could not be seen. He could come again after she emerged. At the same time, Jean jokingly teased that many inner disciples now admired Rhonda. If Hector didn't work harder, his wife might be taken away by someone else. Hector smiled without concern. Then, he looked at Bernie. Bernie also looked back at him. Father and son stared into each other's eyes. "Leroyer, I know you can understand me. Come, let me see how your cultivation is progressing." Bernie nodded, now able to articulate clear syllables. Suddenly, Bernie's entire body trembled, and the aura of a 5th heaven martial practitioner erupted from him. This power was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary 5th heaven practitioner, comparable to a peak 7th heaven martial practitioner, and even capable of matching an 8th heaven one. Within just 1 month, you've advanced 4 levels. Not bad, Hector nodded, acknowledging that this speed rivaled his own achievements when he started. Was this what it meant to be born with imperial talent? Truly impressive. Recently, Bernie has been practicing the Stargaze technique and the Kirin Holy Scripture. Otherwise, his cultivation would already have reached 6th heaven. Jean laughed from the side. Leroyer, you know the Kirin Holy Scripture? Hector exclaimed in surprise before becoming incredibly excited, urging, "Quick, show me." Bernie nodded, forming seals with his hands. Soon, dense Kirin symbols surrounded him, numbering in the hundreds upon closer inspection. Ordinarily, 9 symbols would be remarkable, yet there was no limit for Bernie who manifested hundreds at once. Even Hector was stunned. Was this the power of being born with imperial talent? Immediately, Hector felt immense pressure, not from an external source, but from his own son. Realizing this, though he was strong, Hector understood that if his son fully matured based on current potential, even he might find it extremely challenging to handle. This implied he couldn't truly be invincible within the same realm. Bernie already displayed the talent to dominate his generation. Furthermore, Leroy Vine martial continent was vast, filled with prodigies, making Bernie merely one among them. Thud. Then, Hector's pupils contracted sharply. He saw Bernie's Kirin symbols emit a purple glow, spreading out like stars across the sky. At this moment, a destructive force emanated from them, instantly increasing 4-fold compared to earlier. And this was only the beginning. He observed Bernie activate the secret realm, a skill learned from him. After activation, a golden aura radiated, compressing all the symbols and stars to their extreme. As compression increased, the terrifying aura grew even more profound. Whoa, is this little monster demonstrating a completely new secret martial technique? And it seems even twice as powerful as the Kirin symbol integrated with the Stargaze technique? Hall's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Previously, seeing Bernie merge Kirin symbols with the Stargaze technique to create a new secret martial technique was shocking enough. But now, witnessing him further integrate the field, evolving into an even more potent technique, deeply revealed that imperial talent was even more formidable than imagined. Leroy, this little monster have limitless potential? At this moment, not only Hall but even Grand Akil Jean was dumbfounded. His heart stirred profoundly. In the past month, Jean personally guided Bernie, witnessing his successful integration of Stargaze technique and Kirin symbols yesterday. Yet within a day, Bernie merged the field, showcasing an unparalleled talent. Is this what it means to be born with imperial talent? Jean drew a breath, unable to calm down. Meanwhile, Hector narrowed his eyes, sensing immense pressure, again, from his son. He always believed himself to be unrivaled. Given his will, he could surpass any prodigy, dominating the world. But now, seeing his son's terrifying talent, he felt intense pressure. He strongly sensed that if he relaxed even slightly, his son would surpass him in the future. Being overtaken by one's child was shameful. To Hector, exceeding the mentor was an insult. What he desired was his own invincibility, allowing his child to match him but never surpass. As a father, this was necessary. Otherwise, he'd never be able to hold his head high before his son. Boom. Amidst everyone's shock over Bernie's talent, his Stargaze technique and Kirin symbols, compressed by the field, formed. Hector expressed his desire to see Dwight Qianxiang but was informed by Jin Chan that she was in seclusion and could not be seen now. He could come back after she came out of seclusion. At the same time, Jin Chan also joked that many disciples within the inner sect had taken a fancy to Dwight Qianxiang. If Hector didn't work hard, his wife might be taken away by someone else. Hector chuckled, not taking it seriously. Then, he looked at Bernie. Bernie also looked at him. Father and son stared at each other. Leroyer, your father knows you can understand what I'm saying. Come, let me see how your cultivation is progressing. Bernie nodded, already able to articulate clearly. Boom. Suddenly, Bernie's entire body trembled, emitting an aura equivalent to the 5th tier of martial Larowisipal realm, which was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary 5th tier martial Larowisipal. It was at least on par with a peak 7th tier martial Larowisipal, and even capable of contending with an 8th tier martial Larowisipal. Just 1 month, and you've advanced 4 realms. Not bad, Hector nodded. This speed was no less impressive than his own when he started. Is this what being born as a heavenly son means? Indeed, quite powerful. Recently, Bernie has been focusing on the Turning Star art and the Kirin Holy Scripture. Otherwise, his cultivation would likely have reached the 6th tier of martial Larowisipal, Jian added beside them, Starry Sky and Kirin marks to their utmost limit. As they compressed, the horrifying energy grew deeper and denser. Wow, is this little monster demonstrating a new secret martial technique? And it seems twice as powerful as the combined Kirin mark and Turning Star art. Wu Hao's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Previously, witnessing Bernie merge the Kirin mark and Turning Star art into a new secret martial technique was enough to astonish and impress him. But now, seeing Bernie further fuse the field domain with this new secret martial technique to create an even more powerful one, he deeply realized that being born as a heavenly son was even more terrifying than he imagined. Could this little monster's potential be boundless? At this moment, even Jian, the supreme golden Akil, was left speechless, his heart racing with awe. Jian had been personally tutoring Bernie for the past month, witnessing Bernie successfully merge the Turning Star art and Kirin mark just yesterday. Yet, Hector had only arrived a day later to see another fusion involving the field domain. Such talent was indeed heaven-defying. This is what being born as a heavenly son means? Jian took a deep breath, still unable to calm down. Hector squinted his eyes, feeling immense pressure, again from his son. He always believed he was unbeatable and would surpass all geniuses if he chose to. Marked, Hector, being born as a heavenly son ranks among the top 10 strongest constitutions in the martial world. Having such heaven-defying talent isn't surprising. In our martial world, some ordinary people transcend to become emperors, surpassing even heavenly sons. So, besides innate talent and opportunities, one's state of mind, especially after reaching the Grandmaster realm, becomes the most crucial foundation for cultivation. Hashtag Chapter 648. The Magic Sect Experts Imprisoned in the Kylan Manor. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Hector immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. He knew Simeon was reminding him not to let pressure affect his cultivation negatively. Simeon nodded. Hector had been performing exceptionally well, not inferior to Jalen at his prime. If he worked hard, he might become the next Jalen. Leroyer, I have to go now. Work hard and by the time we meet again, be a true man so that I can feel proud of you. Can you do that? Hector looked squarely into Bernie's eyes and said solemnly. He held high hopes for his son. A born emperor with formidable talent, Bernie would be at least an Empyrean when fully grown. But even an Empyrean was far from enough. Entering the immortal realm, surpassing martial arts, those were the ultimate goals. Seeming to sense his father's expectations, Bernie nodded emphatically. Disappeared. Did Bernie reluctantly turn away, lowering his head in silence. Sighing, Simeon reappeared. Boy, all parties must end. Zoltan, stint to your father and work hard. With your talent, reaching the martial artist realm should only take a few weeks. Soon, you'll see your father again. Zoltan lifting his head, Bernie's dull eyes instantly shone brightly, and he nodded vigorously before vanishing. After he left, Hall watched Hector's departing back, frowning. Master, why tell Hector about the evil arts? If he truly cultivates them and falls into darkness, won't it hurt both him and her? Bernie? Simeon responded. Relax. Someone will monitor him closely. Should he really start practicing, someone will pull him back before he falls too deep. We won't just sit and watch a born emperor's father lose himself. And remember, in the future, you must call him Junior Uncle. Junior? Uncle? Hall's mouth twitched in confusion. Master, I'm older than him by a year or two, and he's only an outer manner disciple, yet I'm an inner manner disciple. Call him Junior Uncle? Simeon naturally knew what Hall was thinking. He is Bernie's biological father. Realizing this, Hall recalled Bernie's exceptional talent and grew solemn. He wasn't sure about Hector's future but knew Bernie would at least become a peak Empyrean, perhaps even comparable to ordinary Emperor. Senior, what status does St. Jean hold within the Kylan Manor? Hector curiously asked. In our Kylan Manor, Brother Jean is one of the 10 peak saints, second only to the 2 manor lords, Frisco replied respectfully. Hector wasn't surprised. Teaching his son required nothing less than an extraordinary person. Here we are. Frisco stopped in front of a huge cell. This was one of the 3 largest cells in the dungeon. Chapter 649. Senior, don't be too naive. Once inside, don't get too close to him. This man possesses an extremely powerful illusion technique, and do not stare directly into his eyes. At this moment, Frisco spoke with a grave expression. Hector nodded, opened the cell door, and walked in. Inside was Kyler dressed in red robes, completely bound by purplish gold chains, with iron nails piercing through his limbs. However, he was not dead. Instead, his vitality was incredibly robust, even more so than that of young people. Heh, another visitor? And it's just a youth? The red-robed Kyler lifted his head and stared at Hector. Suddenly, he looked at Frisco beside Hector and said, It's actually you, little one. To have you personally escort this Fred, it seems he is as valued as Jeffrey Jalen. I wonder how much pain it would cause you if I killed him. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to kill him, Frisco warned, drawing his. Yet he didn't regain consciousness. If this continues, Hector will inevitably fall to the dark path. This damned old man's illusions have become terrifying. Frisco's face changed drastically. He grabbed Hector and prepared to retreat. Dwight, do you think you can save him with me around? Don't be overly confident, the Kyler snarled and pushed forward with a palm. But then the purplish gold chains glowed, weakening most of his force, though a small part still impacted Frisco, forcing him back. Looking again, Hector had already sat cross-legged, practicing the dark arts. Red light emanated from his body. This was dark energy. Not good. This kid has fallen to the dark path. Frisco's face paled. He hadn't expected Hector to succumb so easily to Finn's tricks. Compared to Jeffrey Jalen, Hector was far less resistant. While Jalen nearly succumbed but eventually awoke on his own, Hector was controlled instantly by the illusions. Ouyang Fred, quickly return and inform Simeon that this lad suits my dark arts perfectly. Let him leave the Qilin Manor and join the black magic sect. In the future, when our forces besiege, we might spare a few of the Qilin Manor's lineage because you spared my disciple today, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Frisco's face changed. He welcomed. I need to find a way to eliminate the drawbacks of the Spirit Devourer technique, allowing me to control Spirit Devourers without harboring these negative emotions. What should I do? Hector pondered. He stopped practicing and made the silver-white mask vanish from his inner vision. Thud. At that moment, Hector stood up, opening his eyes. Senior, thank you for the teaching, Hector said politely. For a moment, the red-robed Kyler, Finn, looked astonished, asking, You weren't possessed earlier? Hector smiled. I was just entertaining you. Surely you don't believe such a restricted 99% strength illusion could make me fall to the dark side. Don't be naive. I, Hector, am not that weak. Chapter 650. Successfully obtaining the soul-devouring technique. Impossible. Just now your body was brimming with demonic aura, clearly indicating you've delved into my demonic path. How can you be unscathed now? How did you manage that? Harry looked at Hector in astonishment. To him, Hector was simply a miracle. Even Harold had once come here and practiced the ways of the demonic path. In the end, while he maintained his self-control, his personality was still somewhat influenced. I don't think you need to know how I managed it. I wish you pleasant living here, Hector smiled and quickly retreated backward. Since you've practiced my demonic method, you are destined to fall into the demonic path. It was only a matter of time before Hector erupted. Hee, perhaps Akil will never see that day, Hector replied. Then let's wait and see. This old man looks forward to that day. Harry calmed down. In his view, someone like Hector, if he eventually fell into the demonic path, would surely become one of their key figures. Farewell, Hector glanced at Harry and quickly left with Frisco. Meanwhile, you say what? That Fred Hector went to the Qilin Holy Hall? Josiah, who was forced into wall-facing penance, was taken aback upon receiving the news. Only the most outstanding talents, those favored by the Golden Grand Achilles, could enter the Sacred Spirit Hall. In their Qilin Manor, aside from exceptional geniuses like Harold, very few outer disciples could go there. Even among inner disciples, only the best could visit. How long had Hector been here? Less than a month. Even though Hector had made great contributions to Qilin Manor during the battle on Mount Dahong, thus entering the merit list, it shouldn't have qualified him for entry into the Qilin Holy Hall yet. The Qilin Holy Hall was a symbol of identity and status within Qilin Manor. Only the most valued disciples could enter and meet the Golden Grand Achilles. Even as a Golden Achille, Josiah's visits to the hall were few and far between. What gave that little brat Hector the right to go there? At this moment, Josiah's eyes flickered, his expression darkening. He suddenly realized Hector's potential far exceeded his understanding and expectations. If we don't eliminate this child now, he'll soon become a grave threat. Josiah gritted his teeth. He felt an unprecedented way to control the devouring spirit without succumbing to its backlash. Half a day later, Hector put away the notes and sighed softly. Indeed, the soul-devouring technique is sinister. To succeed, one must coexist with the devouring spirit, which means transferring all its malevolence and evil energy onto oneself. How can one not fall into the demonic path? Suddenly, Hector turned around, noticing a large amount of black mist appearing outside his door. Although it was still afternoon, the courtyard seemed plunged into darkness. Avram walked in. As he approached, the ground seemed stained by spreading ink-like blackness. Hector immediately activated his secret realm, forming a golden field that halted the blackness. Zoltantal Fred, we meet again, the Avram smiled. Are you part of the demonic path? Hector narrowed his eyes, sensing immense pressure from the man. This was an extremely dangerous individual. Of course, the Avram chuckled. I originally planned to return later to harvest your soul. Unfortunately, someone wants you dead and paid a hefty price. I couldn't resist such temptation. Killing me may not be hard, but do you think you can leave Qilin Manor alive after killing me? Chapter 651. My master, the Finn Sage. Save your efforts. I've already devised a foolproof plan before coming here to kill you. Well, since you're about to die, and considering you're somewhat of a genius, I'll give you the privilege of hearing my last words to you. The red-cloaked man looked at Hector indifferently, his gaze as if he were looking at an ant. This immediately provoked Hector. He despised that kind of look the most. However, those who dared look at him like that often ended up dead by his hands. Those who underestimated their opponents easily met with unexpected defeat. Of course, this man was confident in his own strength, believing he could crush Hector effortlessly, hence his attitude. Hector understood this reasoning. Tell me, who wants me dead? Hector discreetly activated his identity token, which recorded everything around it and could form projections. The red-cloaked man glanced at Hector and sneered, activating your identity token won't help. I'll erase it after I kill you. So, you still don't dare to say, huh? Hector laughed. Fine, to let you die peacefully, I'll be merciful and tell you. The one who wants you dead is Josiah. Figures. Hector's gaze darkened. Josiah had tried to kill him several times before, and now he was even collaborating with demons. Very well. Hector nodded. Bring out your soul devourer. He still couldn't suppress the red soul devourer. It was clearly beyond the 7th dimension. So, this must be an 8th dimensional soul devourer? Himph. You planned this all along, didn't you? Unfortunately, my soul devourer has reached the 8th dimension, much stronger than any you've encountered before. No matter what tricks you use, you'll die here today. Nearby, the red-cloaked man spoke disdainfully, seeing Hector's efforts as futile. But nothing changed. Is that so? Hector clenched his teeth, and at this moment, he started channeling the soul devourer formula. A large amount of demonic aura spread from his body and instantly entered the soul devourer. He intended to symbiotically merge with the soul devourer using demonic energy. At this point, he had no other choice but to go all out. If successful, he could control or at least restrict the soul devourer. If he failed, death awaited him. Sure enough, under the soul devourer formula, the invasion speed of the soul devourer momentarily paused as if it had lost its soul. What? How can you have our demonic sect soul devourer formula? Are you also a spy planted by our sect inside Yi Jian Mansion? The red-cloaked man's expression changed drastically, disbelief etched across his face. Just recently, Hector had teamed up with 11 sages to seal a soul harvester in Red Mountain, Kingwizan. Was he really a member of the demonic sect? This kid was too deep for anyone to fathom. As far as he knew, Hector had only recently joined Yi Jian Mansion under Sage Frisco's guidance. Since you know this, why don't you leave quickly? Hector shouted, using the soul devourer formula to continue restricting the soul devourer while maneuvering against the red-cloaked man. If given more time, he would definitely gain the upper hand. Even if merging with the soul devourer failed, he could sever its connection to the red-cloaked man, making it ownerless. The red-cloaked man's expression fluctuated. If Hector truly belonged to the demonic sect, he wouldn't be an ordinary disciple. His status and background must be significant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to infiltrate Yi Jian Mansion so quickly. Junior brother, I won't kill you, but please don't try to seize control of my soul devourer, alright? The red-cloaked man's eyes flashed, his tone grave. Hector hesitated, doubting his words. How can I be sure you aren't lying? Haha, we from the demonic sect aren't like your righteous people who preach virtue and morality yet enjoy infighting. The red-cloaked man smiled, completely changing his attitude toward Hector. He then asked, may I inquire which master is your teacher? Hector felt a jolt. Leroy the man really believe him to be one of them? Fine, he would play along. My master, the Fin Sage, Hector replied coolly, every time. It was this mysterious silver-white mask that saved him, truly bringing him back from the dead. And all of this was brought to him by the silver-white mask. Resurrection, something beyond the realm of martial arts. No one, not even an emperor, could achieve this. But the silver-white mask could. What did this imply? It suggested that this mysterious object had already transcended the boundaries of martial arts and might involve the domain of immortality. So, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. And now, since the red-cloaked man believed he was a disciple of Boone, he decided to play along to get through this situation first. All right, the red-cloaked man nodded, immediately recalling his soul devourer, but he didn't lower his guard. He still harbored doubts about Hector's identity, not whether he was a disciple of the demon path, but whether he was truly a disciple of Boone. After all, to his knowledge, there was only one person who was acknowledged as a disciple of Boone, someone whose status in the Vernon sect was on par with Dalton Jeffrey in the Yi Jian Manor. Boone rarely accepted disciples. If he did, that person was definitely a prodigy on par with Dalton Jeffrey. Dare I ask, senior brother, how did you become his disciple? The red-cloaked man asked with a smile. Hector smiled coldly. What? Are you doubting my identity? I dare not, the red-cloaked man quickly replied, emerald, trembling in fear. In the Vernon sect, those with power could slaughter the weak without restraint. Especially for someone like Boone, even the sect master would show respect. How much more so for them, the lowly commoners? All right, do me a favor, Hector suddenly said. Please instruct me. Auric, the red-cloaked man, responded. At this point, he almost fully trusted Hector. Help me kill Josiah, Hector said sternly. This? Auric's expression changed slightly. What? Is Josiah also a member of our demon path? Hector frowned. No, he just has business ties with one of our Kylers, Auric hesitated. Senior brother, if you want to kill him, I alone won't suffice. But I can introduce you to someone. If you offer him some benefits, he will certainly help. After all, you are a disciple of Boone. Fine, contact him for me. Whatever he asks for, promise it first. Just make sure he gets Josiah's head, Hector nodded. This might be a bit difficult, Auric said with a bitter smile. That Kyler won't act unless he sees tangible benefits. Dwight, tell him that once my master is rescued, whatever he wants, my master will give him. If he refuses to help me, I'll tell my master that he conspired with Gran to kill Josiah to harm me. What do you think my master would do then? Auric's face paled at these words. If Boone found out, he would likely exterminate anyone associated with Gran to kill Brayton. All right, he sensed murderous intent from Hideo. Don't worry, I won't move against him. Tell him that Josiah's head will be delivered tomorrow. However, I expect him to hold up his end of the deal. Hideo, don't do favors for free. Besides, Josiah is my business partner. Chapter 653. Hector, why is it you? At the same time, Hector found Alan and explained the entire process of how Auric had come to assassinate him, but was outwitted by his own scheme. In the Yi Jian Manor, anyone who makes it onto the Yi Jian Merit Zoltanst has the privilege to meet the sage. Hector, you have done well. Continue to remain hidden and uncover more disciples of the demon path who are lurking within our Yi Jian Manor. Eventually, we will uproot them completely. Upon hearing this news, Alan was delighted but then frowned and said, as for Josiah, he is truly daring. How dare he collude with the demon path? Rest assured, I will report this matter to those above. Once they respond, I will inform you. Just wait here for half an hour. All right, Hector nodded, patiently waiting. Half an hour later, Alan returned and said, they have approved your handling of Josiah. Rest assured, everyone will cooperate fully with you when the time comes. As long as you kill Josiah, the demons lurking in our Yi Jian Manor will surely trust you. After further discussing the details with Alan, Hector returned to his courtyard. Upon returning, he encountered, "Do you really think my ability alone could have sealed the Soul Snatcher alongside 11 sages?" Oric's face changed again. "Could it be that great saint illusional demon secretly aided you?" Hector laughed coldly, remaining silent but looking down on the two with supreme arrogance. Some things were better left unsaid. Saying too much might arouse suspicion. Hideo looked deeply at Hector and finally nodded. "Herb Sue, tonight we will act together to kill Josiah." Hector inwardly smirked. This old man is indeed a follower of the demon path and still doesn't trust me. By involving me in the operation, he fears that after killing Josiah, I might bring out experts from the Qilin Manor to capture them both. If Hector dared betray him, Hideo could instantly subdue Hector. Hector nodded in agreement. Even if Hideo hadn't suggested it, he would have brought it up himself. Night fell quietly. Hector, Hideo, and Oric arrived at the place where Josiah was in solitary confinement. First, Hideo and Oric entered. "Why are you here?" Josiah frowned as soon as he saw Hideo enter. "Where is Hector's head?" Boom. As they entered, the room suddenly darkened, and a huge boundary emerged, sealing the surroundings. This was the demon path sealing array, isolating all surrounding energy. "Hideo, what are you doing?" Josiah's and accompanied Alan to the prison guarded by powerful figures in Qilin Manor. "Was it during that time?" Hector nodded with a smile. "It seems you're not entirely foolish. Now, I am a disciple of Great Saint Illusional Demon." Hearing this, Josiah's face changed as he looked at Hideo. "Dwight, Hideo, don't be deceived by this Fred. He only went to the prison in Qilin Manor yesterday. How could he have coincidentally caught the eye of Great Saint Illusional Demon? He must be deceiving you to use you for his own ends." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Hector performed the finger seals and summoned the Spirit Devourer technique, instantly releasing a hint of demonic energy. Spirit Devourer technique? Seeing this, Josiah's eyes widened in disbelief. Hector did not know the Spirit Devourer technique before, but now he does. What does this imply? The answer was obvious. It was taught to Hector by a demon follower yesterday, and Hector mastered it in just one day. According to his junior brother Carlos, the person Hector encountered yesterday was none other than Great Saint Illusional Demon. Combining these pieces, it was clear that Hector's Spirit Devourer technique was taught by Great Saint Illusional Demon. This internal information was known to Hideo and others. As for what Hector discussed with Great Saint Illusional Demon afterward, no one knew. Reapers, at least 9th tier or higher. 9th tier and above were already at the sovereign level. Boom. The moment these three Spirit Devourers appeared, Josiah's speed drastically decreased, and even his true chi and the Zoltank of the sovereign dimmed. "No, Hideo, you old fool. You went to such great lengths just to kill me. And Hector, you little bastard, you dared to fall into the path of demons. You won't die well. Wait, before long, my Qilin Manor will tear you, this ungrateful wretch, limb from limb." At this moment, Josiah's movements became increasingly sluggish. His Zoltank of the sovereign rapidly dimmed, vanishing in an instant. His body began to stiffen, layers of black mist enveloped him, and his face turned dark almost immediately. Clearly, the three sovereign-level Spirit Devourers had invaded him, stripping away his soul force entirely. Hector watched in horror. How did those three Spirit Devourers appear without him noticing? If Hideo had ordered them to attack him, he wouldn't have had time to react. Death would have been immediate. It seems I need to be more cautious. If Hideo detects even a hint of anything, I won't stand a chance. Hector, if you plan on continuing to kill Qilin Manor members, we all risk exposure. Is that so? Hector frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, "Very well, let's set that aside. First, help me investigate Josiah's disciples. Once the gold ranking battle starts, I'll eliminate them one by one, leaving none behind." Hiss! Hearing this, Oric sharply sucked in a breath. Compared to him, Hector was better suited as a disciple of the demon sect. Having just killed Josiah, he wanted to take out his fury on Josiah's disciples. Truly typical behavior for a demon sect member, even bolder than most. "Fine, I'll get on it." Hideo nodded and quickly left. "Senior brother Sue, should I go too?" Oric asked. "You? Oric, I know you are ranked 7th in the Outer Court's gold ranking." Hector looked at Oric. Oric immediately nodded and smiled. "Yes, senior brother. It appears you've paid attention to me." Hector suddenly said, "Remember outside, call me junior brother Sue." "Yes, yes, naturally. Rest assured, senior brother, I won't let anyone suspect your identity." With that, Oric swiftly departed. Soon after they left, another person appeared in the room. "It seems you've gained their trust," Frisco remarked. Hector shook his head. Though Hideo trusts me more than before, he still has suspicions. To penetrate deeper and uncover more hidden demon sect members within, know who they are. Hideo shook his head. "All right, you may leave." Hector waved him off. Hideo quickly departed. Watching Hideo's departing figure, Hector muttered to himself, "This old man still harbors a bit of suspicion towards me. It seems I need to find a way to gain his 100% trust. But with less than a month until the Qilin Mansion's gold rank replacement battle, I must intensify my cultivation. I wonder how strong the top 5 in the Outer Mansion's gold rank truly are." So far, among the top 5, he had only encountered the number 1 ranked Cody. That person was indeed very strong. A casual palm could break through Hector's strongest killing move. With his current strength, he couldn't match Cody unless he advanced further in cultivation. Meanwhile, the news of Josiah's death rapidly spread throughout Qilin Mansion, causing outrage among the higher-ups. "Have you heard? Golda killed Josiah was killed by a highly skilled demon path expert who infiltrated our Qilin Mansion." Hiss. "Josiah, that's a Golda kill. His identity and potential are immense. He has a considerable chance of becoming a sage in the future. He was actually killed by the demon path. Good heavens, these demons are too bold, daring to kill right under our noses." Now the upper echelons are furious and have deployed many powerful experts to monitor every move within Qilin Mansion. They say they will soon begin verifying everyone's identities. They are verifying all identities, which means our sages are truly enraged. Naturally, Josiah, after all, is a Goldakil of Qilin Mansion, second only to the sages in terms of status. If this time he wasn't avenged by killing a few members of the demon path, their anger wouldn't dissipate. Immediately, unease spread throughout the entire Qilin Mansion. If the demon path could kill even a Goldakil like Josiah, they could also kill anyone else. Everyone was on edge. Sure enough, a day later, several sages descended. In the inner mansion's enforcement hall, personnel also arrived. They began a comprehensive investigation into both the inner and outer mansions. Even Hector, who had earned significant merits, was taken away for questioning. When the news spread, it caused a stir in the outer mansion. Hector was taken away? Excellent, really excellent. This time, we can use this opportunity to frame Hector as a disciple of the demon path. Carlos sneered upon hearing the news. How does Master plan to do this? Crane asked. You go inform Hideo to assign Hector that gold-level task? Crane laughed immediately. Master is wise. Once Hector accepts that gold-level task, if we secretly detail the task. Upon hearing this, Hector frowned. That old fox plans to pin the blame of being a demon path disciple on me. What a clever scheme. What do you think? Hector turned to Hideo again. It would be fitting for you to leave Qilin Mansion after completing this task and join our great demon sect, Hideo suggested. No, I haven't rescued my master yet. Hector shook his head, then narrowed his eyes. Carlos wants to frame me? Perfect, let's turn his trap against him. Killing him, a Goldakil, would be beneficial for our great demon sect. Hearing this, Hideo frowned. I still need Carlos. I can't kill him now. Huh, so he gets to frame me? Hector smiled coldly. If I'm betrayed, let me tell you, Hideo, my master will surely be enraged. You won't even know how you die. Hideo's face changed slightly. He knew well of Fin Saint's fearsome reputation. He once directly killed everyone related to a demon pathkiller who had angered him, including family members and closely connected demon practitioners. So what should I do? Hideo asked gravely. He's already suspecting my involvement in Josiah's death. If I don't follow his instructions now, I worry he might take desperate measures and try to eliminate me. Carlos is very strong? Merit board. What? Upon hearing this, Hector's expression changed. Even such a person was a spy planted by the demon cult within Qilin Manor. It was hard to imagine just how many spies had infiltrated the manor. Hector considered another issue. If there were also demon cultists on the merit board, the danger would be immense. After all, those listed on the merit board had earned significant achievements for Qilin Manor, earning nearly absolute trust from the manor. Such trust meant entrusting extremely important missions and secrets to them. A betrayal would have catastrophic consequences. Frisco also realized this. His eyes filled with deep concern. Sue, do as he says. We will fully cooperate with you. I'm leaving now. Frisco departed worriedly. Hector frowned, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Meanwhile, Hideo went to Carlos and informed him that he would arrange the task for Hector in the golden position battle. Then, he secretly contacted other demon spies within Qilin Manor. What? That brat Hector is actually a disciple of the Fin Saint? I never imagined that little guy is a disciple of Venerable Saint. Rest assured, for the sake of Venerable Saint's favor, I will risk my life to repay his kindness. Since he's a disciple of Venerable Saint, we will do everything to protect him. But Carlos is utterly unreasonable, trying to send Venerable Saint's disciple to his death? I won't let him succeed. This Hector is on the Qilin Manor merit board and enjoys the highest trust. Keeping him within Qilin Manor will certainly help us complete our Vernon Sex missions in the future. He sealed a soul snatcher alongside 11 sages, earning Venerable Saint's attention. It's reasonable he'd see value in him. We'll do everything we can to protect Master Su. At this moment, Hideo was contacting numerous hidden demon sect experts within Qilin Manor. These experts, in turn, were preparing to assist Hector during the upcoming golden position battle, a tide of undercurrents stirring quietly beneath the surface. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. The golden position battle arrived, and many gold Lyroisipals made their way to the designated location. Hector also emerged from seclusion. Over these past 2 weeks, he achieved tremendous gains, breaking through to the peak of the Great Master Realm's middle stage, reaching the 7th level peak. Essentially, late-stage Great Master Realm, enhancing his combat power significantly. If he met Qin York again, he could subdue him effortlessly. Even facing Horus, the top-ranked gold Lyroisipal of Outer Manor, he wouldn't lose with his current strength. Only battle would decide the outcome. Hector, your task has arrived. On the day Hector emerged, Hideo appeared suddenly, assigning him the task. Hector smiled. You old coot, you're quite diligent. Are you so afraid Carlos will kill you? Silver Lyroisipals especially, who were close to becoming gold Lyroisipals, observing the golden position battle, provided valuable experience. Look, the top 10 from the golden rankings are here. Someone suddenly shouted outside the golden square. Boom. The atmosphere soared instantly. All bronze and silver Lyroisipals turned their gaze toward the commotion. Indeed, the top 10 gold Lyroisipals arrived together, led by 3 gold Achilles. One of them was Hector's nemesis, Carlos. This golden position battle's highlight would undoubtedly be among these 10 individuals, given the fierce competition between them every time. This rivalry was always the most thrilling part. Chapter 657. I will thrash this bird brain. When the 10 of them appeared, the scene instantly erupted into a frenzy. Do you think that Fate will still maintain first place in this year's gold ranking battle? Someone asked. No doubt about it. Since Fate entered 6 months ago, he has consecutively occupied the top spot twice. His strength is immensely powerful, and defeating him seems almost impossible. Forget about Fate. The gap between the 10th to 6th positions and the top 5 is huge. It's not just a difference in realm, but also an enormous disparity in combat power. Those in the top 5 cannot drop out of their positions, but 1 or 2 might successfully swap places. Indeed, as for the 10th to 6th positions, some might fall out of the top 10. After all, our outer academy recently produced several prodigies, like Brother Hector. He's a powerhouse who became a gold Larowisable, perhaps even surpassing Fate. Many believe that given a few more months, Hector would undoubtedly become the best gold Larowisable in the outer academy. Almost everyone was convinced of this, including the gold Achilles. Perhaps only Hector could now challenge Fate's supremacy. Where is Hector? Fate scanned the crowd, but saw no sign of Hector, causing him to frown deeply. He had two primary goals this time. First, to complete the mission during the gold ranking battle and secure the exotic treasure for his advancement into the inner academy. Second, to punish Hector and release his pin-up anger. Half a month ago, he almost got expelled from the academy because of Hector. Toward Hector, he felt both hatred and jealousy. In Fate's view, Hector made it to the Qilin Merit Board purely by luck. Without the presence of those 11 sages, he wouldn't have had the qualifications. So, he harbored deep resentment toward Hector's placement on the board. He planned to thrash Hector mercilessly during the gold ranking battle, humiliating him in front of everyone. That was his true intention. The other 9 contenders also exchanged glances, then coldly looked away, each knowing they were rivals. Once the battle began, they would immediately issue challenges and fight until a victor emerged. Has everyone arrived? Carlos shouted, scanning the area with sharp eyes. Hector, remember my name is Chung Rashad. Have the guts to challenge me? Let's see if I don't beat you into submission. Ha ha ha, Chung Rashad jeered, hoping to provoke Hector further for a chance to impress Carlos. If you want to be the first I thrash in the gold ranking battle, so be it, Hector nodded, and then addressed the 3 gold Achilles, including Carlos. I, Hector, challenge this bird brain who talks about beating someone into excrement. Granted, Carlos nodded, coldly responding. Chapter 658. Was it Carlos who gave you the courage to challenge me? Haha, it's about to start. Who would have thought that as soon as Junior Brother Sue arrived, the first person he challenged would be one of the top 10 in the gold ranking battle? Heh, this intense right from the start? Tell me, between Junior Brother Sue and Blaine, who is stronger? That's hard to say. After all, Junior Brother Sue isn't weak either. He was one of only 2 survivors at this year's Qilin Festival. Remember, even Qin York and the others fell in battle. For Junior Brother Sue to survive, aside from luck, his strength must also be extremely formidable. All we've heard about his accomplishments so far haven't been witnessed by us personally. We're yet to see him demonstrate them. Yes, since joining our Qilin Manor a month ago, all of Junior Brother Sue's missions have taken place outside the manor. Hardly any of us here have seen him showcase his true strength. Just watch. I feel that for Junior Brother Sue to dare challenge Blaine, he must have some confidence. If Junior Brother Sue can claim 10th place in his first gold ranking battle, he'll once again set a record as the fastest outer sect disciple to achieve such a feat. Indeed, to reach 10th place in the outer sect's gold ranking battle within a month, such an achievement will undoubtedly be recorded in the history of our Qilin Manor. Many people watched eagerly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Some muttered to themselves, sigh. I entered the Qilin Manor along with Junior Brother Sue, but I'm still only a bronze Larowisable. Not only did he become a gold Larowisable, but he's also climbed onto the Qilin Merit Zoltanst. Now, he's even challenging the 10th rank Blaine in the gold ranking battle. Compared to him, I'm just too inadequate. Someone else consoled him. Don't think too much about it. After all, someone like Junior Brother Sue is bound to face competitors among the top 50 constitution types in the future. Us ordinary geniuses shouldn't compare ourselves to him, lest we bring shame upon ourselves. Sigh, Senior Asif is right. I am thinking too much. Fagin sighed again. Haha, Hector, follow me. Blaine laughed loudly, flashing towards the center of the golden plaza. At that moment, a silver-robed Akil appeared, pushing a massive steel cage. This cage stood 10 meters tall, perfectly square. Inside, a young man dressed in black robes glared out with eyes filled with murderous intent. Even facing Rashad Ao, the madman, Hector showed no hesitation, rushing forward the moment the Akil finished speaking. King brat, you dare insult me? Rashad Ao roared furiously, gnashing his teeth at Hector's retreating figure. Charging forward, he snarled, Hector, I swear I'll make sure you die in this cage. Before coming here, Master Carlos had hinted to him to provoke Hector during the gold ranking battle, forcing him into the fight against the madman Rashad Ao, using the latter to eliminate Hector. Roar. The moment Hector entered, the madman let out a ferocious roar, like a ravenous tiger sighting prey. Instantly, the entire cage shook. Simultaneously, countless dark tentacles, thick as ink, emerged inside the cage, coalesced from the madman's demonic aura, lunging toward Hector from all directions. Hector narrowed his eyes, ready to act, when a powerful palm wind struck him from behind. Hector, prepare to die in this cage. Blaine's voice echoed in his ear. Without turning, Hector replied coolly, because of that sentence, I won't hold back today. Boom. A ripple expanded from Hector, instantly enveloping the entire cage. In that moment, Hector triggered his secret realm. A golden field unfolded around him. Thud. All the black tentacles approaching from every direction were halted by the golden field. They clashed fiercely, sounding like weapons clashing. Meanwhile, Blaine paled. He felt himself trapped in an intangible force, akin to being inside a sage's sacred domain. Though not as terrifying, it still exerted significant pressure on him. This is a field. Realizing this, Blaine panicked, swiftly forming seals with both hands and striking at Hector's field. With one hand, Hector compressed the field, which then rang sharply. Despite Blaine's palms covered in Qilin marks pressing down fiercely on Hector's field, it caused not a ripple. How is this possible? Your field is so powerful? Blaine finally felt fear. He couldn't break through Hector's field. Meanwhile, Hector's field was tightening, growing ever more powerful. With your puny strength, how dare you taunt and threaten me? Blaine, was it Carlos who gave you the courage to challenge me? Chapter 659. Position swap battle successful. Hector advances to 10th place on the Golden Zoltanst. I concede. Blaine was visibly shaken, intending to admit defeat. At this moment, Hector appeared even stronger than Blaine had ever imagined. From what Blaine had investigated, Hector's strength back then at the Ghost Inn wasn't far from what he expected. Even with his recent significant improvement, it was merely approaching the level of the 15th place on the Golden Zoltanst, clearly not an opponent for him. As for the joint operation by 11 sages to seal the Soul Collector in Qinggui Town's Dahong Mountain, everyone in Qilin Hall believed it was pure luck and could not reflect Hector's true strength. But now, Hector's overwhelming combat power far exceeded all of Blaine's investigations and estimations. With such strength, Hector was more than capable of taking on anyone in the top 50 of the Golden Zoltanst. Realizing this, Blaine felt utterly powerless and wanted to retreat immediately. However, Hector would not give him the chance to concede. The Golden Field, refined over the past half-month as Hector's cultivation improved, had also rapidly become impenetrable. By yesterday, Hector's Golden Field could completely block out all sounds inside it. Thus, Blaine's voice failed to utter a single word, as if stuck in his throat, instantly making him feel cold from head to toe. Leroy. In that moment, Hector was filled with killing intent, and the Golden Field instantly compressed forward. Puff. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Blaine, like a desperate prey, was directly crushed by Hector's field. No trace of his remains remained. The scene left everyone stunned. Hiss, our 10th place Golden Zoltanst member, Blaine, was just instantly killed by Junior Brother Su? Junior Brother Su's strength is a fellow disciple of our Qilin Hall. How could you cruelly murder a fellow disciple? Isn't that no different from a demon? What crime do you deserve? A Yuan ranked 7th on the Golden Zoltanst rebuked. Though Hector was strong, he still felt deeply wary of him. Yet, for Hector to dare challenge Carlos publicly was tantamount to courting death. This was the perfect opportunity for him to ingratiate himself with Carlos and perhaps become one of his disciples. In the outer hall, Carlos was one of the 4 strongest gold Kylers, and he had a high chance of becoming a sage in the future. What's your name? Are you planning to challenge me? Hector looked over calmly. Seeing this, the Yuan's expression changed, revealing fear as he instinctively took a step back. No way. Hector's displayed crushing strength against Blaine was undoubtedly on par with the top 5. If Hector were to challenge him now, there was no doubt he wouldn't stand a chance. The outcome of the battle would inevitably end similarly to Blaine's. Immediately, he dared not speak again. If you can't face my challenge, shut up, or else I'll kill you too. Hector coldly warned. For Carlos's people and those trying to gain favor with him by provoking Hector, he showed no leniency. At that moment, Hector successfully completed the position swap battle and advanced to the 10th place on the Golden Zoltanst. Carlos announced Hector's strength, he could surely take on the top 5. Hector, dare you battle me? Right after Crane's successful swap, he turned to Hector with challenging eyes. Hector immediately opened his eyes, gave Crane a cursory glance, and mocked. You should first recover your true essence. I don't like exploiting someone in distress. Chapter 660. The Sage acts, blocking the way of Yanko. Taking advantage of someone in distress? The entire venue was taken aback by these words. Crane had successfully defeated the 4th rank contender and advanced. Though it was just 1 rank, the gap between them was not insignificant. Crane's smooth advancement proved he was incredibly strong. But what did Hector say now? He would not take advantage of anyone in distress. This implied that even at his peak, Crane wasn't something Hector particularly cared about. Dwight, killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. I don't need to restore my true chi, Crane sneered. If you're scared, you can always back down. After all, in our gold ranking battles, only the weak challenge the strong, never the other way around. Do you mean to say that when you challenged the 4th ranked senior brother earlier, you were the weak challenging the strong? Hector countered. Chuckle. Many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Junior Brother Su's tongue was indeed sharp. Upon hearing this, Crane's face darkened instantly, gritting his teeth. He said, Hector, how does a sharp tongue help? If you truly have the capability, then come and fight me. If you dare not, shut your mouth and be a coward. What do I have to fear? At this moment, Hector stood up and suddenly looked at Hideo, saying, I heard that every disciple who enters the outer hall of Qilin Mansion for a month is assigned a special task. Is this true? Yes. Hideo nodded, his gaze flashing. He knew that Hector intended to confront Crane while simultaneously completing Carlos's assigned gold level mission for him. Then let me complete that gold level task with him, Hector said calmly. Crane frowned. Hector, are you inviting me on a gold level task because you've grown tired of living? He already knew through his master what Hector's upcoming gold level task entailed. This task was considered one of the 3 most difficult tasks in the outer hall. In nearly a century, only Jalen had completed it aside from a naturally gifted sage. Now, Hector wanted to undertake this extremely difficult gold level task during the gold positioning battle. Clearly, Hector harbored no good intentions and was dragging him into the fray. Grave danger isn't just for cowards. True strength lies in accepting challenges, not running away, Hector said coolly. Crane had said something similar just moments ago, and now Hector threw it right back at him, making Crane's face darken further. If he refused now, strongest gold Achilles, who had absolute decision-making power. Crane, go with him, Carlos said calmly at this moment. What? Everyone's faces changed. For the sake of killing Hector, Carlos was willing to put his own disciple at risk? Master, I. Crane's face paled. Go. Carlos glanced at Crane, then closed his eyes, saying nothing more. Just that one word made Crane's expression turn extremely pale, as if he had just received a shock. Haha, I'm curious about the gold level task Hector will undertake. Enough to make senior brother Domenico look so grave. I, Yanko, also want to experience it. Kill Carlos, include me too. At this moment, Yanko laughed loudly and stepped forward, looking at Hector, saying, this time, I'll join you. Sure. Hector replied casually. He had no particular fondness for Yanko. Moreover, he knew Yanko was confident in his strength and wanted to see just how powerful Yanko really was. He also wanted to gauge how he stacked up against Yanko with his current strength. If anyone knew Hector's thoughts, everyone here would be secretly astonished. After all, Hector had only been in Qilin Mansion for a little over a month. To imagine competing with Yanko, the top-ranked gold disciple in the outer hall, within just a month. If Hector succeeded, he would undoubtedly be hailed as the fastest improver in Qilin Mansion's history, unparalleled. Whoever ranked first in the outer courtyard would challenge these 3 tasks. However, very few could survive these 3 gold-level tasks, let alone complete them. To date, only 2 individuals had accomplished all 3 tasks, a born sage and Harrell. The 3 who survived went on to become key pillars of the Qilin courtyard. As for those who perished while undertaking the 3 tasks, there were countless, each one being an outstanding gold Larowisipal of the outer courtyard. Now, Hector, Adamir, and Crane were going to challenge one of these 3 tasks, naturally causing shock among everyone present. Simultaneously, they finally understood why Crane's face had turned so pale when Carlos asked him to join as well. It turned out he had known all along what Hector would face. Master, if they can do it, then I, Adamir, can do it too. Watch me, I will definitely come out alive. Even if the sage sternly tried to stop him, Adamir insisted on participating. Seeing his determined gaze, the sage knew any further persuasion would be futile. If he forcefully stopped him, it would drive his disciple away. Alright, since you insist on participating, go ahead. If you die, I will personally see to your proper burial, said the sage solemnly. Thank you, master, replied Adamir. Then he looked at Hector and said, Hector, your strength is not enough. You should step down now. Challenge me almost half a year. Even the second-ranked Golden Larowisipal had failed in 3 consecutive challenges against him. Adamir's strength was acknowledged by all Golden Larowisipals in the outer courtyard. Many believed his prowess ranked among the top echelons, even among past generations' best Golden Larowisipals. Alright, time waits for no one. Bring up that remnant of the demonic path. Carlos suddenly waved. Boom. Instantly, a man with a bare upper body, restrained by iron chains marked with Qilin symbols, was dragged by 10 men in golden robes. Is someone else here to die? Fagin's disheveled hair hid his face, but he emitted thick, demonic energy. As he approached, the temperature plummeted by several degrees, turning everything dark, as if a massive face was emerging to mock everyone present. Ah, him. This is bad. This time, Adamir, Hector, and Crane are doomed. Who is he? Is he that powerful? In the 3 top gold level tasks, only he is listed individually. The task is simple, defeat him. He has been imprisoned here for 40 years. Brandandering this time, our Qilin outer courtyard has seen many prodigies, but only a few have dared challenge him. Over 100 people have died by his hand, all ranking at least second in previous golden Zoltansts. Each generation's number 1 has challenged him, and all have met their end. What? There's such a thing? What's his background? How powerful is he? It's rumored he was the top expert of the Vernon sect's outer division 40 years ago, and was groomed to be one of the future demonic sons. Both glancing nervously at the man before quickly exiting the gold square. Soon, only Hector, Adamir, Crane, the sage Guilherme, and Carlos, the strongest of the 3 golden Achilles, remained in the gold square. Chapter 662, Fateg is suppressed. Sighing, Yorkimo said, Ah, I've been imprisoned here for 40 years now. The last time I killed someone was 3 years ago, wasn't it? He shook his head and sighed, gazing at the sky as if talking to himself, reminiscing. 3 years, during these 3 years, I fantasized countless times about killing a few more of the so-called top-ranked individuals from Qilin Manor's Golden Zoltanst. Unfortunately, in these 3 years, no one has come to challenge me. But today, finally, someone has come. However, only 3 people. Yorkimo paused here. His gaze shifted toward Hector and the other 2. Suddenly, at the very moment he glanced over, Crane shuddered all over and instinctively took a step back. Spit. In that instant, Crane spewed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as paper, eyes wide with fear. Only Hector activated a secret realm just in time, blocking this sudden attack. Behind Fateg, a figure almost identical to him appeared. This figure was nearly 5 meters tall, exuding a powerful aura and helping him block the blow. Phew. Did Crane get instantly defeated? How exactly did this remnant of the demonic path attack? Not sure. He just looked at Crane and the others, and Crane immediately got injured. Could the difference really be that huge? Crane just swapped positions in battle and became the 4th person on our outer manor's Golden Zoltanst. His strength is already formidable, but he couldn't even withstand one move from this remnant of the demonic path. Is this remnant really so terrifyingly invincible? Phew, how strong. I have a feeling that this time, Master Fateg and Junior Brother Sue will find it very difficult to win. Everyone's hearts trembled instantly. Yorkmo's demonstrated strength left all present outer manor disciples deeply shocked. Fighting such a monster, who could survive? They found it hard to imagine what level of combat power one would need to achieve such strength, where just a glance could heavily injure the 4th-ranked individual on the Golden Zoltanst. Do they send such weaklings to challenge me? Do they think I'm a garbage disposal site? Yorkimo frowned, waving his hand. No, Master Save. Crane screamed, issuing a despairing cry. Spit. However, before he finished speaking, his body exploded suddenly. The crowd was again thrown into an uproar. Their outer manor's 4th-ranked Crane died like this? How can anyone defeat this person? It's hard to imagine how those who survived under his hands were some extraordinary warriors. Many people must have stepped forward, pressing his hand up. Thud. The plaza shook, and Yorkimo blocked Fateg's palm strike. At the same time, Fateg suddenly rose into the sky, making hand seals. Behind him appeared countless fist imprints, dense and numerous, descending like volcanic eruptions. Bull fist. Bang, bang, bang. The golden plaza shook continuously. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yorkimo was overwhelmed by Fateg's fist imprints. Phew, Fateg's move is incredibly strong. If we went up, we would be shattered to bits instantly. A golden Larowisipal gasped in surprise. Is this all you have? At this moment, a voice came from below. It was Yorkimo. Dwight? Fateg's heart trembled violently as he retreated immediately. Just then, a splash of blood bloomed from his shoulder. Simultaneously, York Imo appeared 3 meters beside him, calmly saying, "Devouring Heaven technique." Boom. Suddenly, a massive black shadow appeared under Feiteg's feet, like a grotesque maw opening to swallow him whole. The demonic technique Devouring Heaven. Beixiang, quickly activate your Ajax Slay Immortal. The watching sage Gionis changed color, warning immediately. Boom. Realizing the great danger, Feiteg's massive figure behind him stepped forward, entering his body. Instantly, his aura surged several times over. With one foot, he crushed the ground. The shadow beneath him faded rapidly. Heh, you have some skill. Try my move. Devouring Heaven and Earth. York Imo waved his hand. Rumble. Around Feiteg, 4 enormous, grotesque mouths appeared, sucking fiercely. Instantly, the true chi inside Feiteg flowed out uncontrollably like a deflating balloon. Even the large figure inside his body began being stripped away. This scene filled everyone with despair. They drew cold breaths. York Imo's power penetrated deep into their souls, making them fear upon sight. Someone remarked in awe, "This York Imo is simply too powerful. Who can fight him in the late Grandmaster realm? This person cannot be defeated by mere humans." Another person whispered, trembling, "Terrifying, too terrifying. Such a monstrous entity might only be suppressed by a born saint in the same realm." Spit. Just as they were shocked, Feiteg's Ajax Slay Immortal was stripped away. Feiteg was now in a desperate situation. Chapter 663, Fate defeated by York Imo. Is Fate going to lose? At this moment, such thoughts crossed everyone's minds. Boom. At this moment, countless Kirin marks appeared on Fate's body. Unfortunately, even if you have cultivated the Kirin true deity, you are still no match for me. The top rankers of the Kirin Golden Zoltans who have died by my hand number several. Demonic flames soaring heavenward, burning all. Boom. Suddenly, large, grotesque mouths began spewing out massive amounts of black flames. As soon as the flames emerged, an unexpected scene unfolded. Fate's face instantly turned purple, frozen stiff, his body motionless, as if even the true chi within him was frozen in place. Hector squinted his eyes. He sensed the presence of soul-devouring invasions within these flames. The power of these flames rivaled that of the soul devourers from the 7th layer space. Fate has lost. Many felt their hearts tremble. Their academy's Golden Zoltan's top ranker was defeated by a remnant of demonic cultivation within the same realm. This was a tremendous psychological blow to them. Was the Vernon sect really so powerful? A disciple who had been imprisoned and restricted in cultivation 40 years ago could still possess such terrifying combat prowess. One could only imagine how many terrifying, and perhaps even more terrifying, monsters truly existed within the Vernon sect. Boom. At this moment, countless marks appeared on Fate's body, all glowing and fusing into one, imprinting onto his Ajax shadow. His phantom 1 or 2 moves from him. Now, Hector wanted to face York Imo alone. Leroy, this guy improved more than he expected in just over half a month? Bridger also frowned. After witnessing York Imo and Fate's battle, Hector remained confident. Could the kid have made another significant breakthrough? But it doesn't matter. Even if he had a huge breakthrough, facing York Imo means certain death, Bridger thought. Fully aware of York Imo's strength, he had already coordinated with York Imo privately. This time, killing Hector was practically a foregone conclusion. Hiss, Junior Brother Sue wants to fight York Imo one-on-one. Good heavens, how much has Junior Brother Sue improved in this short half-month? The specifics aren't clear, but daring to refuse Fate's offer and challenging York Imo shows that his strength must be at least on par with Fate. Wow, after just a month at our Kirin Academy, he can rival the Outer Academy's Golden Zoltan's top ranker. This rate of improvement has broken Jalen's record for the fastest progress, hasn't it? It indeed broke it. Jalen took a whole 1.5 months to top the Outer Academy's Golden Zoltans. If Junior Brother Sue truly reached Fate's level, he would have shattered Jalen's record. Now's not the time for discussion. Let's see if Junior Brother Sue can actually stand up to York Imo one-on-one. If he gets wiped out instantly, it will be entertaining. At the Golden Square, all spectators were astonished by Hector's actions. At this moment, everyone had this thought in their minds. Boom. At this moment, intricate Kirin marks appeared all over Feteg's body. These Kirin marks intertwined and formed a single entity, like a large purple net. Puff. Originally, the stripped-off Ajax true body surged back towards Feteg. The true chi rapidly draining from Feteg's body suddenly slowed down significantly. Kirin True Deity. The second section of the Kirin General Principles, Kirin True Deity. Feteg has indeed cultivated the Kirin True Deity, someone exclaimed in shock. The Kirin True Deity is the second major realm of the Kirin Sutra. Among the external sect disciples of each session, only a handful have managed to cultivate up to the second major realm, and almost only the top person on each session's Kirin Golden Zoltans has succeeded. Feteg's display at this moment did not surprise too many people. Hee Kirin True Deity, quite interesting. Among all the top persons on the Golden Zoltans I've killed, you're not bad. But alas, even if you've cultivated the Kirin True Deity, you're still no match for me. The top persons on the Kirin Golden Zoltans that died by my hands are numerous. Blazing devil flames, burn everything. Boom. Suddenly, large amounts of black flames spewed out from those monstrous mouths. When the flames appeared, an unexpected scene occurred. Feteg's face turned purple instantly, as if he was frozen stiff, his body unable to move. Even the true chi inside his body seemingly froze. Hector squinted his eyes. He sensed the aura of soul-devouring invaders from these flames. The capability of these flames was almost comparable to that of the soul devourers from the 7th spatial layer. Feteg lost. Many felt a chill. Their number one external sect disciple was actually defeated by a demonic remnant of the same cultivation level, which could be considered a significant psychological impact for them. Was Vernon's sect truly so powerful? A disciple who was imprisoned 40 years ago, and whose cultivation was restricted showed such terrifying combat power. It was unimaginable how many similarly terrifying, or even more horrifying monsters were in the true core of the Vernon sect. Boom. At this moment, intricate marks appeared all over Feiteg's body. These marks glowed, forming into his Ajax phantom, which produced numerous Kirin marks with its gestures. The Kirin marks struck York-Imo forcefully, pushing him back. Now Feiteg could move again. He quickly dashed forward, panting heavily, looking at York-Imo with lingering fear. Just now, he almost died at York-Mo's hands. At this moment, he finally understood just how powerful York-Imo was. Even when using his full strength, he could barely keep up. Moreover, from the start until now, York-Imo appeared completely at ease, clearly not showing his full strength and had already pushed him into desperate situations multiple times. If they continued fighting, he would certainly die. Hector, Feiteg, never ally with others. But this person is truly too strong. To fight against him, I need to further explore the essence of Kirin and my Ajax body. Now, let's team up and slay him. Feiteg said with a solemn expression. York-Imo, on the other side, casually waved his hand and looked at Hector and Feiteg. You might as well attack together. It saves time instead of wasting it on killing you one by one. Together? Hector laughed. While I can't be certain if I can win, just like you said, Hector, don't usually ally with others. Killing him, I can do it alone. Speaking, Hector stepped forward. He had roughly gauged York-Mo's strength. Given what York-Imo currently showed, it wasn't enough to make him need an ally. Upon hearing this, Feiteg raised an eyebrow and deeply glanced at Hector's back. Half a month ago, Hector could only last 1 or 2 moves against him. And now, Hector wanted to face York-Imo alone. Leroy, this guy advanced far more than expected within this short half-month. Meanwhile, Carlos frowned. After witnessing York-Mo's battle with Feiteg, Hector remained so confident. Leroy, this little bastard, make a huge breakthrough again? But it doesn't matter. Even with a huge breakthrough, he would still surely die against York-Imo. Carlos's eyes flashed. He knew York-Mo's strength well. Moreover, he had already privately colluded with York-Imo. Killing Hector this time was almost certain. Hiss, Junior Brother Su is going to duel York-Imo one-on-one? Heaven, how much has Junior Brother Su progressed in this short half-month? We can't yet determine how much progress he's made. But for him to refuse Feiteg's offer and challenge York-Imo one-on-one, his strength must be at least on par with Feiteg. Damn, entering our Kirin Manor for merely a month, he's already comparable to our top external sect disciple. Such rapid advancement has broken Jalen's fastest record, hasn't it? Yes, it indeed broke it. Jalen took a full 1.5 months to take the top spot. If Su Junior Brother has grown to Feiteg's level, he's definitely shattered Jalen's record. It's too early to say. Let's first see if Junior Brother Su can really face York-Imo one-on-one. If he gets instantly killed by York-Imo, that will be interesting. At this moment, everyone outside the Gold Square watching the fight was shocked by Hector's actions. After all, York-Imo hadn't moved in several years. Most of the students from a few years ago were already in the inner court, while most current students joined within the past 1 or 2 years. For many, York-Imo's strength was just hearsay. Hearsay and seeing it firsthand are entirely different. Only after Feiteg fought and lost to York-Imo did everyone realize York-Imo was even stronger than rumored. Fighting such a monster was almost impossible for Hector, who had only joined Kirin Manor a month ago. Yet Carlos assigned Hector this task, indicating Carlos intended to take Hector's life. Logically, given Hector's current influence in Kirin Manor, he could easily refuse. After all, Hector had been personally summoned by the sage, and even made it onto the Kirin Merit Board. If he appealed to the sage would reprimand Carlos, but Hector didn't do that. Instead, he accepted Carlos's demand, leaving many puzzled. Does this kid, having witnessed Beixiang's defeat by Carlos, have confidence enough to challenge York-Imo due to a major breakthrough within this half-month? Even Sage Guilherme, who saw Hector fight Feiteg half a month ago, couldn't help feeling doubtful. Half a month ago, Hector could only withstand 1 or 2 moves from Beixiang. If he could now stand against York-Imo, who defeated Beixiang, his improvement would be incredibly fast, rivaling that of Jalen back then. Chapter 664. Injuring York-Imo, stunning the audience. Kill. Hector roared, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he took the initiative to charge forward. York-Imo had been bombed by aircraft. Wow, Junior Brother Su blocked York-Imo's devouring technique? Many people were stunned. Nigel had almost been crippled by this move, falling into despair, but Hector managed to block it right away. Was Hector even stronger than Nigel? Many were left shocked and awestruck. Even Nigel furrowed his brows, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. About half a month ago, Nigel had shattered Hector's golden field with one palm. Back then, Hector's golden field was far inferior to its current state. This young man has indeed progressed swiftly in the past half-month. He can now rely on his field to block York-Imo's devouring all things, the sage Guilherme commented gravely. Carlos's gaze remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuation because Hector had blocked York-Imo's devouring all things. To Carlos, even if Hector had blocked it, the ultimate outcome would not change. He was very familiar with York-Imo's strength. This small demon spawn was practically invincible at the peak of the Grand Master realm. Most of the top-ranked disciples from previous Outer Sect Gold Zoltans had died at his hands, and only a few could stand against him equally. Hector clearly did not fall into this category. If given more time, perhaps Hector might have been able to contend with York-Imo given his talent. But at present, Hector was still too inexperienced, and the outcome would be decisive against York-Imo. Interesting. You seem slightly stronger than that, Nigel, but you still cannot conclude anything. Inferno flaming sky, burning all things. Boom. Suddenly, a large amount of black flames erupted from under York-Imo's feet, distorting the air itself. Even Hector's golden field began to collapse visibly under the black flames, as if a piece of paper had been set alight. Many people gasped sharply, feeling alarmed at York-Imo's immense power. The devouring all things technique was already terrifying, nearly crippling Nigel. Now, these black flames appeared even stronger and more fearsome. Could Junior Brother Su withstand them? Boom. Hector's eyes flashed as he quickly compressed his field. Once the field enclosed his entire body, he emitted a purple golden light, resembling a celestial deity impervious to all attacks. Not even the shocking black flames that awed all gold Lyroisipals could penetrate him. Bang! Hector blasted through the black flames and charged toward Yorkimo, forming hand seals while his organs resonated, sending a surge of secret power throughout his limbs. Yorkimo showed surprise for the first time. Hector's demonstrated strength was undoubtedly superior to the earlier Nigel. Boom! Immediately, Yorkimo struck with a palm, colliding head-on with Hector at close range. Compressed field. Instantly, the ground around him exploded. Puff! All the dark shadows disappeared instantly, and only one figure shot backward at high speed, trailing a distressing streak of blood across the sky. Wow, is Yorkimo losing? Many people stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Even Nigel narrowed his eyes, his expression reflecting astonishment. Having personally fought Yorkimo, he knew just how terrifying Yorkimo's power was. Even if he gave it his all, he was no match for Yorkimo, and the Yorkimo he faced back then wasn't at his full potential. Yet here, Yorkimo was injured right before him by Hector, implying Hector's strength far exceeded his own. This kid didn't show his full strength when we fought half a month ago. Nigel gritted his teeth, knowing full well that Hector had reserved his strongest move back then. It was clear Hector had kept a trick up his sleeve all along. Chapter 665. Bloodbath, terrifying combat power. Kill. After one move, Hector did not give Yorkimo any chance to catch his breath. This person was far stronger than fated, an extremely dangerous individual who demanded Hector's full strength. Any lapse in focus could result in his death. Boom. Hector quickly closed in, hands forming seals as he evolved the true intent interpretations of the imperial art. One true intent that Hector had merely benefited by chance, a stroke of unbelievable luck. Indeed, it was luck that propelled him to the Kylan merit board. However, after witnessing Hector twice injure Yorkimo, they now realized deeply that Hector's success in Green Ghost Town was not because of luck, but his immense personal strength. Without sufficient prowess, how could he have earned the right to cooperate with 11 sages? Boom. After one move, Hector did not relent but pressed forward, knowing that Yorkimo, with his terrifying strength, would not die with just 2 hits. Thus, he attacked again, preparing to finish Yorkimo off in one breath. Enough! Yorkimo suddenly bellowed. Black vortexes appeared around him, causing the surrounding air to drop as if entering a frozen chamber. Even the air they breathed felt icy, making everyone shiver. At this moment, Hector's body stiffened as if invaded by countless soul-devouring spirits. The cold seeped through every pore, drastically reducing his speed and strength. Hiss! Su Jr. Brother's speed has slowed down suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. To their eyes, Hector's movements seemed suddenly delayed, rapidly diminishing despite his initial swiftness. Even a martial artist at the master stage would now appear faster than Hector. Hee Hector, it's time to end this. Carlos sneered upon seeing this scene. This was Yorkimo's true strength. Once unleashed, it was equivalent to facing 7 layers of soul-devouring spirits combined with his own combat power. To deal with such a Yorkimo, only 3 kinds of people could do so. One was someone on par with Jalen. Another, a prodigy comparable to a born sage. The third, an outstanding genius proficient in both martial arts and necromancy. If only in martial arts, unless someone was as exceptional as Jalen, they could not defeat Yorkimo. This was why Yorkimo had reigned supreme over the Kylan Academy Outer Academy for nearly 4 decades. Boom. But Hector showed no surprise. Remnants of demonic forces usually coexist with soul-devouring spirits. If Yorkimo lacked this ability, it would be strange. What surprised Hector slightly was that Yorkimo did not coexist with a spirit, but seemed to embody one himself, surpassing even Ellison, who turned into a soul-devouring spirit before. Such an ability rivaled that of a soul-devouring spirit from the 7th layer. Had it been half a month ago, Hector would have been helpless against it. But now, after intensive cultivation, Hector could independently contend with a soul-devouring spirit from the 7th layer, especially since he had reached a profound level in the soul-devouring art. Boom. Indeed, Yorkimo was terrifying. Hector finally understood why Yorkimo was considered the nemesis of the Kylan Academy Outer Academy's gold Lyroisipals. Few could stand against such strength. If not for learning the soul-devouring art recently and making great strides in necromancy and the Kylan sacred scripture, Hector would have been utterly trapped in dire straits. Boom. Now, Hector's body glowed, covered in numerous Kylan marks that connected like a star river enveloping him. Hiss, those are Kylan true intentions. My god, Su Jr. Brother actually cultivated the 2nd major realm of the Kylan sacred scripture, Kylan true intentions. What kind of monster is he? Chapter 666, Slaying Yorkimo. At this moment, all the disciples outside the Qilin Manor were horrified. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hector actually managed to wield the Qilin true intent. What exactly was the Qilin true intent? It was the pinnacle secret martial art of the Qilin Manor. There were 3 major realms in total. The first major realm was named the Leroyvine form of the Qilin. As long as one fused 9 Qilin marks into a single entity, they would have cultivated the Leroyvine form of the Qilin. Both combat power and speed would increase by leaps and bounds. Among the outer sect disciples of the Qilin Manor, only a few select golden disciples had managed to cultivate it. As for those who could use the Qilin true intent, they were at least ranked within the top 5 in the outer sect of the Qilin Manor. Moreover, every single one of them had joined the Qilin Manor for more than 6 months before cultivating the Qilin true intent. Zoltank Hector, who had cultivated the Qilin true intent after merely joining for a month, there was currently only that born sage and Jalen. And now, there was another person. This person was Hector. Zoltantal Brother Su's potential can absolutely rival the born sage and Lord Jalen, someone remarked in surprise. Damn, it's the Qilin true intent. At this moment, even Carlos's usually calm and composed gaze darkened. Hector kept refreshing his perception time and again. He saw the shadow of Jalen in Hector. Just like Jalen, he was an anomaly among ordinary physiques. This kind of person wasn't a special physique, but was still capable enough to overshadow many special physiques, turning into a super monster. If Hector didn't die today, he would inevitably become the second Jalen in the future, an alien-like existence. Heath clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering unpredictably. Boom. The Qilin True Intent connected into a sheet of light. Hector seemed to have transformed into a purple Qilin, overlooking all time. He immediately suppressed the leaking true Qi and relieved the posture where his soul escaped from his body. However, Hector hadn't escaped danger because at this moment, Yorkimo had formed seals with both hands, and large amounts of demonic aura flowed into Hector's body like water currents. Although Hector's Qilin True Intent could path, At this moment, Yorkimo's entire body trembled as black blood continuously oozed from his 7 orifices. This was the backlash brought about by using the forbidden spells within the demon transformation method. In the past, he didn't need this move at all to kill or defeat all the outer sect disciples of the Qilin Manor who challenged him. But Hector was indeed too strong, arguably the strongest outer sect disciple he had encountered in his nearly 40 years among late-stage grandmasters. He was pushed into an absolute corner. Hector, once you fall into the demonic path, no matter how much credit you've earned for our Qilin Manor, you must die, Carlos sneered when he saw the surging demonic aura around Hector. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the demon transformation spell firsthand. Once upon a time, a sage was struck by the forbidden spell of the demon transformation spell and directly fell into the demonic path, transforming into a demon sage. This damage was irreversible and could not be repaired. Once one fell into the demonic path, they remained part of the demonic path for life. The demonic path's thirst for killing. The heart demons of the demonic path could not be resisted and would accompany one for life until they died. The current Hector was facing the same situation as that righteous path sage. Unless something unexpected happened. Devouring spirits had 2 types of food. One was demonic aura, and the other was human souls. Just like humans needed to eat and drink water. If the soul was the meal for the devouring spirit, then demonic aura was the water for the devouring spirit. For the devouring spirit, both were indispensable. Boom. The large amount of demonic aura invading Hector's body was quickly sucked away by the devouring spirit under the influence of the spirit-devouring spell. Hector regained his rationality. Boom. Hector opened his eyes, 2 terrifying beams of light exploding out from between his brows. At the same time, Hector grabbed the hilt of his sword and said coolly, Yorkimo, it's over. Pfft. A streak of sword light flashed across the sky like lightning. Next, amidst countless people's shocked gazes, Yorkimo's head, oozing black blood from the 7 orifices, instantly soared into the air, stunning everyone present. Hiss, Zoltantal brother Su beheaded Yorkimo with 1 sword? Is the unbeatable legend of Yorkimo in our outer sect broken by Zoltantal brother Su? At this moment, thunderous exclamations erupted inside and outside the golden square. Hashtag chapter 667. Hector's betrayal and escape from the Qilin Manor. Yorkimo was dead, and it happened just as Hector was cornered into a desperate situation. Everyone thought Hector had surely lost this time. But who would have thought that, at the critical moment, Hector instantly reversed the tide of battle, turning what seemed like an inevitable defeat into a victory. This outcome completely defied everyone's expectations. In their shock, people looked at Hector with awe and curiosity. How did Hector manage to turn things around and win against all odds? Axel's gaze flickered for a moment before he sighed bitterly. Hector is indeed on par with Jeffrey Jalen, a true outlier. With an ordinary constitution, he defeated Yorkimo, whom even I couldn't match. Compared to Hector, I still have a long way to go. Axel had always been extremely confident in his own strength. He believed that even if he were compared to previous first-place winners of the Outer Manor's Gold Zoltanst, he would undoubtedly be among the strongest. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he wouldn't lose to them. However, after truly battling Yorkimo today, he realized that there were always greater heights and stronger opponents out there. He still had a significant gap compared to Yorkimo, and an even larger one compared to Hector, who had defeated Yorkimo. This Fred isn't wrongfully listed on our Qilin Manor achievements board, remarked Axel's teacher, Guillermi, in admiration. He saw the shadow of Jeffrey Jalen in Hector. He is another outlier after Jalen. Terrifying. Fortunately, he has already fallen to the path of darkness and become one of us in the demon path. If he were aligned with the righteous, his expression indifferent, saying softly, Carlos, you've planned this all along just to kill me. If so, let's see how you intend to do it. I admit you're excellent, not inferior to Jeffrey Jalen back then. But it's too bad you've joined the demon path. Even with your great contributions to our Qilin Manor, you must die today. We cannot allow such a demon path monstrosity to grow. As he spoke, Carlos raised his palm and struck at Hector from a distance. The terrifying force sent a visible palm imprint through the air, causing it to shatter around Hector. In everyone's eyes, Hector seemed like a small boat in the vast ocean, about to be swallowed by a tsunami unleashed by Carlos. Act now. We must give Supreme Venerable a chance. Suddenly, Hideo and his companions attacked, using all their power to block Carlos's strike. They coughed up blood and retreated, but managed to hold off the blow. It's you, Hideo, you're also part of the demon path? Carlos coldly glared at them. Haha, I'm part of the demon path. Leroynt, you know that already? Since you knew, why pretend otherwise? Replied Hideo, blood trickling from his 7 orifices. 8 kings appeared, each at peak Dalton realm. Together, they barely managed to block Carlos's strike. Sigh. Even Hideo and his group are remnants of the demon path hiding sages, appearing almost simultaneously. Clearly, the sage from the demon path's intervention to save Hector had alarmed the highest ranks of Qilin Manor. Half a day later, news spread. The sage from the demon path had been slain. Hector, having fallen to the demon path, escaped under the protection of that sage, who sacrificed themselves to cover Hector's escape. But Hector himself had suffered severe injuries from a sage, and even if he hadn't died on the spot, his survival was highly unlikely. Upon hearing this news, the outer Kylan Manor disciples felt complex emotions. Sigh, such a brilliant talent like junior brother Su, only to fall to the demon path and meet such a fate. What a pity. He should die. Someone like him, if not killed, would surely become a major threat to our Kylan Manor. Death is the best outcome. Chapter 668. Magic Sect Earth-Class Assassination Zoltanst. Hector had defected. He had fallen into the path of darkness. This shockwave not only swept through the entire Qilin Mansion, but also shook other major schools in the northern frontier's martial world. Everyone felt astonished. If Hector were just an ordinary golden-ranked disciple of Qilin Mansion, it would have been bearable. Who was Hector? He was the one who resolved the ghost and problem a fortnight ago, and fought on Red Mountain in Qinggui Town, teaming up with 11 sages to seal away a Soul Reaper, a monstrous figure. In this golden-ranked duel within Qilin Mansion, under one-on-one circumstances, he killed York Imo, a demonic figure who had defeated Chevy. York Imo was reputedly the undefeated remnant from the dark side, suppressed by Qilin Mansion for 40 years. Over these 4 decades, countless top-ranked external disciples of Qilin Mansion had died at his hands. Such a prodigy had been slain by Hector. Many people saw infinite potential in Hector through this battle. He proved to everyone in the northern frontier's martial world that even ordinary physiques could defy fate. Many saw the shadow of Harrel in him, believing that he would likely become another anomaly like Jalen, comparable to a born sage. Yet this brilliant prodigy of Qilin Mansion fell into the path of darkness today and defected from Qilin Mansion, akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake for Qilin Mansion and the righteous path. To make matters worse, if Hector had died, it wouldn't matter. But a living Hector was undoubtedly a massive bombshell for the righteous path. In the future, once Hector matured, he would be catastrophic. Therefore, as Hector fled northward, the various righteous forces directly issued a bounty order on Hector. Instantly, Hector ascended onto the righteous path's Magic Sect Earth-Class Assassination Zoltanst. The Assassination Zoltanst is divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow. Heaven being the highest, followed by Earth, then Mystic, and lastly Yellow. All targets on the list belong to the level warrior daring to be targeted on the Earth-Class Assassination Order, with a bounty of 1 million Northern Frontier coins. Haha, I want Hector's head. Claiming his head will instantly make me a millionaire. Many peak grandmasters from righteous factions moved out to search for Hector. Northern Frontier coins are universally accepted currency in both the righteous and dark paths. In the Northern Frontier, meat costs 10 Northern Frontier coins per kilogram. 1 million Northern Frontier coins was enough to tempt any Grandmaster-level warriors, even some Dalton-level powerhouses secretly investigating Hector, preparing to seize the opportunity to kill him. Suddenly, Hector became a rat everyone wanted dead. Meanwhile, the Dark Path saw many dark-side powerhouses searching for Hector. Not to kill him, but under orders from higher-ups, whoever could protect Hector back to the Vernon sect would receive 2 million Northern Frontier coins and 1 month's guidance from a sage. No one could resist such a lure. A sword chi flashed across the sky, sending a severed head flying. This was already over 100 people Hector had encountered on the road. Most were righteous path figures, almost insanely driven to kill Hector. Helpless, Hector could only strike them down. Before his defection, Qilin Mansion's Kylers had warned him that he would encounter many pursuers along the way, and to act without hesitation, regardless of who pursued him. Hector's goal was simple: escape pursuit and enter the Vernon sect successfully. Hector, finally found you. Several men appeared from a distance, wearing Qilin Mansion uniforms. Hector narrowed his eyes, asking, "Are you Inner Mansion disciples?" "That's right. For your betrayal, we'll take your head and return to offer our apology." One Yuan approached, his sleeve embroidered with a purple golden Qilin. External disciples have a purple Qilin insignia. Inner disciples have a purple golden Qilin insignia. It's easy to differentiate. "Ha, the 3 of you think you can kill me?" Hector chuckled. As he spoke, he charged forward rapidly. Flying immortal sword. Clang. Several sword chi erupted, lightning fast toward the 3. They immediately blocked Hector's sword chi. Peak Grandmaster realm? Hector noticed all 3 were peak Grandmasters, not ordinary ones, but exceptionally powerful geniuses. "Hector, I am Carlos Achilles' disciple by York. Your death today will be swift." Indeed, that old man. Hector felt murderous intent. Boom. Leon aura surged from him. He channeled the devouring spirit art, unleashing torrents of dark chi, accompanied by a red devouring spirit at the 6th layer peak. "Hector, you've truly fallen to darkness." York was horrified, feeling an overwhelming chill as the devouring spirit invaded him, drastically slowing him down. At that moment, Hector unsheathed his sword, the blade gleaming like flowing clouds, severing York's head. "Now that you acknowledge my descent into darkness, why so many words? Leroy, you doubt it?" ####Chapter 669. Gradually infiltrating the Vernon sect. A thought crossed Hector's mind. Through York, Hector suddenly realized a problem. If Carlos doubted whether he truly embraced demon ways, then wouldn't the Vernon sect also have doubts? Kill them using demon arts. Hector squinted his eyes, locking onto the 2 figures in the distance. The 2 individuals froze when they noticed Hector looking at them, and quickly turned to flee. Their strength was comparable to York's. If Hector could kill York effortlessly, he could naturally do the same to them. "Kill them," Hector said coldly. Whiz. In an instant, the 6th layer spatial peak devouring spirit by Hector's side traversed through layers of space. Ah! 2 screams pierced the air, and moments later, both men collapsed, revealing no visible wounds on their bodies. This was the essence of the devouring spirit. Its strength only brings suffering to the world. "By killing you today, I rid the righteous path of a menace." As he spoke, Carlos raised his hand, releasing a terrifying sword light that cut through hundreds of meters and arrived before Hector instantly. Hector immediately activated the Sky Eye, altering the speed of everything around him. However, Carlos's sword remained incredibly swift. Hector tried to dodge, but his body couldn't match his thoughts. Seeing the sword about to split him in two, was there no way to block it? Hector narrowed his eyes, preparing to activate the mysterious silver-white mask to withstand the blow. But at that moment, a sigh echoed. Carlos, Hector is our demon path disciple. Many of our spies within the Kylan mansion were exposed because of him. If you easily kill him, wouldn't the sacrifices made by our greater demon sect be in vain? At this moment, a gray-clothed Kyler appeared before Hector, blocking Carlos's sword with a palm strike from afar. So, it's you, Blaze of the Vernon sect. You old man, back then during our battle, you suffered grave injuries and barely survived by comprehending the holy path on your deathbed. Now, you think entering the holy path means you can challenge me? Carlos said coldly. Even against a demon path saint, Carlos remained fearless and brimming with killing intent. Blaze retorted, do you know why, despite your strong talent, you haven't comprehended the holy path? Do you know why? Why? Carlos raised an eyebrow. Blaze smiled. Because your bloodlust is too heavy, much heavier than many of our greater demon sect saints. Someone like you would be most suitable for our demon path techniques. If you joined us, you could step into the holy path instantly. Alas, you chose the righteous path, ensuring you'll never reach the pinnacle. How about joining us now? Himph, do you expect me to believe you, old bastard? Carlos snorted, his eyes flickering. He had indeed considered this before, but it was impossible for him to join the demon path. Decades ago, his family died at the hands of demons. He swore that one day, standing at the peak of the holy path, he would uproot the demon path entirely. A sigh, stubborn fool. There's no saving you. Blaze shook his head. Then, he looked at Hector and asked, how is your master, holy venerable Finn? He's fine. He misses our greater demon sect and hopes we can destroy the Kylan mansion soon, Hector replied solemnly. Blaze nodded. That will happen soon. Go now. Leave Carlos to me. You continue north for 100 miles. There's a city called Demonic Fall City. Once inside, mention my name, and someone will receive you. Go. Thank you, sir. Hector nodded, glanced at Carlos, and quickly departed. Carlos attempted to chase after Hector, but was blood level Golden Field? The Nate's expression changed slightly. Chapter 670. Powerful 9-layer spatial devouring spirit. Those who could cultivate a golden field at the Great Master Realm were undoubtedly the cream of the top geniuses. If you're not convinced, then come at me together. Hector glanced at the slightly changed expressions of the Balthazar and others, waving his hand indifferently. Upon hearing this, a Wilson immediately said, Senior Brother Foam. He is likely Laroisable to the Finn Saint. We shouldn't offend him too much. In the demon sect, there are too many followers of the Finn Saint. If they find out we harassed him, Dwightenf, so what if they know? We're doing it for the greater demon sect's benefit. If he's a spy from the Kylan house, it would be a catastrophic disaster for our entire sect. He must be tested. If you're afraid, I'll do it myself. Kid, if you want me, Grayson, to recognize you, you need to show more skill. Defeat me first. Whoosh. Before Grayson could finish speaking, Hector was already closing in, his powerful aura surging like a flood. Startled, Grayson quickly crossed his hands to block himself. In that moment, Hector instantly unleashed 4 true intent symbols. Pooh. Despite being at the peak of the Great Master Realm, Grayson was sent Saint would most likely accept Junior Brother Sue as a disciple. The group murmured among themselves, gradually believing that Hector was indeed the disciple of the Finn Saint. Grayson listened, feeling a slight chill. Could he really be the disciple of the Finn Saint? Dwightenf. Hector glanced at the 7-layer devouring spirit, facing off against his red devouring spirit, and coldly snorted. Instantly, 2 startling red beams shot from his eyes, landing on the 7-layer devouring spirit, suppressing it until its body became translucent, about to retreat into the inner space. But Hector extended a palm again. Spirit touch hand. Instantly, the 7-layer devouring spirit was confined to the 3rd layer, unable to retreat further. This display left the others shaking with amazement. Phew! He restrained Senior Brother Feng's devouring spirit. What dark art is this? Someone's pupils narrowed. Another marveled. A golden field, a transcending layer devouring spirit, and a method to confine a 7-layer devouring spirit. These characteristics belong to the greatest geniuses, and he possesses all 3. Such brilliance can only mean he is definitely the disciple of the Finn Saint. Hearing this, the others nodded subconsciously, acknowledging Hector's status. If even this couldn't attract the attention of the Finn Saint, then only those born as sages would qualify. Grayson's face also changed dramatically, recognizing Hector's talent internally. Now, do you have any more doubts? Just come forward. I've only shown 50% of my strength. If you feel it's not enough, come together and see if you can make me use full power, Hector said coldly. Before coming, Frisco had told him that in the demon sect, it's best to be overtly aggressive when possible. Here, showcasing sufficient talent and strength meant gaining favor. Here, killing was commonplace. Only by displaying overwhelming strength and talent would one gain recognition and respect. In short, in the demon sect, don't talk about principles. Just do it. Whoever is stronger has the final say. That's simple. What? 50%? Upon hearing this, their faces changed again. 50% was already so powerful. What if Junior Brother Sue went all out? They exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Simultaneously, they acknowledged Hector's strength and talent from the bottom of their hearts. Junior Brother Sue, just now I acted rashly. Apologies, Grayson said with a forced smile. Being crushed by 50% strength made it clear he couldn't afford to offend such an extraordinary individual. Even though he still doubted Hector's identity, after witnessing Hector's displayed power and potential, which garnered majority approval, Grayson couldn't continue harassing Hector. Naturally, even if he wanted to, he lacked the capability. Follow me from now on, Hector waved his Chapter 671, Coil. Boom. The moment Hector sensed the spatial spirit devourer from the 9th layer, he felt an intense chill all over his body. Instantly, his heart trembled, and he immediately activated the firmament eye. A large amount of red light entered his body, trying to dispel the internal coldness. But due to the enormous gap in power, his red light was quickly overwhelmed the moment it entered his body. It was utterly ineffective, like attempting to stop a flood with just one boat, completely futile. This was precisely Hector's current situation. The vast difference made Hector's body stiffen instantly, unable to even react in time to counterattack using the spirit-devouring technique. Boom. In that instant, Hector opened his mystic realm, infusing a great deal of mystic power into his limbs, allowing his rigid body to finally have a force to resist. At the same time, his golden field domain activated. Clenching his palms, the field domain compressed rapidly and entered his body, aiming to expel the coldness. Crack. But at that very moment, the spatial spirit devourer from the 9th layer approached. Twice the previous amount of coldness invaded, causing Hector's golden field domain to crack instantly under the extreme cold. Hector's heart skipped a beat. There was no stopping it. Crack. In an instant, Hector's golden field domain— Father, Hector was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him coldly. Boy, wake up. Dwight. Instantly, Hector's heart tightened. That voice belonged to the mysterious person who hadn't spoken for a long time. Hector's heartbeat accelerated. Just now, it was close. If he had responded, he would probably already be a dead body. Meanwhile, Coil remained unaware, still waiting for Hector's reply. Hector decided to pretend to fall for the illusion, mumbled confusedly, Father, I've already bowed down to venerable phantasm demon as my master. Under his guidance, I've learned the spirit devouring technique and have obtained a companion spirit devourer. Join us too. With both our capabilities, we will surely rise in the great demon sect. One day, the entire great demon sect will belong to us. Dwight, so the great demon sect will belong to you and your father. Quite ambitious, aren't you? A thunderous sound erupted inside Hector's head. Ah! Hector screamed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The last traces of delusion disappeared from his mind. He knew he was fully awake. What just happened? Hector looked at the man across from him with confusion. Who are you? Coil said indifferently, you don't need to know who I am. You're not qualified to know of my existence yet. Pass him, and give him tasks. Yes. Grayson and the others nodded, pulling. He's only ranked 7th. Are the top 6 even more powerful? Hector suddenly realized, his expression solemn. Indeed, Grayson nodded. 4 of the top 6 are demonic children of our great demon sect. As for the other 2, well, although they possess ordinary constitutions, their talent in magic Dao is no less remarkable than that of Jalen from the Kylan Manor. The future belongs to these demonic children and females. In fact, based on the accomplishments and abilities of those 2 individuals, they're already qualified to be demonic children and females. It's just unfortunate that their cultivation hasn't reached the required level yet. Once they do, they can immediately become demonic children and females of our great demon sect. Hector nodded. To become a sacred child or sacred female in the path of demons, one must meet 3 conditions. First, exceptional talent that surpasses nearly all disciples of the demon path. Second, reaching at least the peak Dalton realm in cultivation. Third, having made tremendous contributions to the great demon sect. Has Coil become a demonic child or female? Hector recalled the earlier encounter with Coil. That person's illusionary technique was incredibly powerful. Had it not been for the bear within him intervening, he might have fallen for it. Translation completed. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to adjust or clarify. Faced multiple rounds of probing, each more intense than the last. Who knew how many more trials lay ahead? Brother Sue, we're here. This is the task hall. Hector and his companions stopped in front of a hall entrance. Hector nodded, pushed open the door, and immediately saw a black-clothed Kyler sitting cross-legged at the front of the hall. The Kyler's seat was crafted from skulls, making him look like a sovereign ruler. Beneath his feet seemed to lie countless skeletons. Just as Hector was about to speak, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, tossed Hector a sheepskin scroll, and said, Your task is written here. Go and complete it. When you return, someone will naturally guide you to the greater demon sect. Hector nodded, took the scroll, and left the hall. After Hector departed, a figure appeared in the hall. It was none other than Coil. Have you probed him yet? The bud asked indifferently. Coil frowned. My master has seen countless geniuses, but none have received his approval. I could become his disciple because we connected spiritually. This Fred becoming my master's second disciple is hard for me to believe. So, you couldn't probe him? Coil's gaze darkened, and he shook his head. If even you can't determine, then there are 2 possibilities. First, he truly is your junior brother and a disciple of the illusory demon Holy Venerable. Second, he can resist your illusions. Don't expect Coil to disregard the ties of fellowship so much. Brother Sue, many of our greater demon sect disciples have attempted this task, and none have returned alive. Hector put away the scroll. That's them. I, Hector, am different. Hearing this, the group paused momentarily. Then, they seemed to remember something and nodded. Yes, Brother Sue did seal a soul collector with 11 sages in Chingue Town's Red Mountain Peak. This task, compared to that, is indeed weaker, but you still cannot be careless, Brother Sue, the Wilson nodded. Gentlemen, I must leave now. Let's meet at the greater demon sect. Hector waved and quickly left. Sigh, will we ever see you again? Grayson sighed, giving a bitter smile. He felt Coil was sending Hector to certain death. Soon after, several more figures arrived. All were sages. Demoblood, what are you doing? Assigning him this task? You want to kill him? Do you know how many of our disciples died rescuing him from the Chelan Manor? If he dies, their sacrifices will be in vain. One after another, they berated Coil in fury. Upon hearing Hector had come, they rushed over intending to welcome him back to the Vernon sect. But they arrived too late. If he can't even complete this task, he doesn't deserve to be my junior brother. Nor does he deserve to be my master's disciple. Coil sneered, glancing coldly at the stumbled upon the nether path and stayed there for 3 years. Before that, he had endured endless humiliation at Vernon's sect, but after emerging from the nether path, he became invincible among the younger generation, causing them to cower. It took an emperor's intervention to subdue him. In recent years, the nether path has occasionally appeared, and many people have witnessed it. Some even climbed onto the nether path and soared to greatness from then on. Thus, disciples of both the righteous path and the demonic path gather around Leon Mountain all the time. However, there is a rule in Leon Mountain. Once any expert above the king level steps in, they will suffer from retaliation from Leon Mountain, encountering great terrors. For instance, once a sage tried to use his powerful sacred domain to extract the nether path and transport it to his family. That night, however, red hair sprouted all over his body. His eyes turned blood red like a fierce ghost. He killed everyone in his family before finally regaining consciousness. Unable to accept having wiped out his entire clan, he fell into the demonic path. Others have stood on the nether path and seen, at its end, a colossal red figure gazing back. In that moment, one saw their future, becoming a sage. Later, that person indeed became a sage. Some say the red figure is the guide of the Yellow Springs, possessing the Nine Abysses heaven-piercing technique lost for hundreds of thousands of years. He can see the future and is an unparalleled powerhouse surpassing the Imperial realm. Anyone who sees him on the path at the foot of Leon Mountain, vendors' cries were everywhere. Hector used the 5 Viscera 6 Bowels technique to alter his appearance and physique. Now, he looked like a short, chubby young man. Hector glanced briefly and shook his head, then walked straight toward Leon Mountain. Just then, Orin grabbed Hector's arm and smiled. Young brother, I see a black cloud on your forehead, foretelling impending disaster. How about this? I have a red protective talisman. Keep it on you, and it'll ensure your safety. What do you think? The old man smiled warmly. Hector sized up the old man. He seemed to possess an otherworldly demeanor and looked quite kind. His appearance was indeed appealing. However, those eyes always made him seem a bit dubious. How many North Border coins? Hector asked. Not much, just 3,000. The old man nodded with a smile. That's too expensive. 300. Hector smiled and casually quoted a price. This? The old man hesitated, then gritted his teeth and shoved a red talisman into Hector's arms, saying seriously, all right, we have a connection. Since you're a nice young man, I'll give you this talisman at a discount. Hector was taken aback. He had merely thrown out a random number to make the old man back off. Lowering from 3,000 to 300 was a tenfold decrease. Most people couldn't handle it and would walk away immediately. Yet this old man appeared hesitant, as if he was struggling. But Hector could feel that he was just putting on an act. He knew that paying 300 was still too high. As expected, this old man was a scammer. Hee, pay up, young man. The old man rubbed his hands together excitedly, looking at Hector. Hector was speechless. Here's 300. Keep the talisman for yourself. Hector handed over the coins and continued into Leon Mountain. He was here on business and didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. Paying 300 would ward off any bad luck. Hee, another fool. Thankfully, this one only paid 300. Hee, this red-clothed old weirdo is infamous for scams in the Leon Mountain area. There are still people who fall for it. Are there really so many fools in this world? I'm thinking, should I get my grandpa to come sell fake talismans here? Would he make a lot of money like this old guy? I doubt your grandpa has such good salesmanship. Whispers emerged around Hector. He almost tripped and fell. Sure enough, the old man was a scammer. Hector immediately turned to look, but the old man who was just beside him had vanished without a trace. That old man sure ran fast, probably afraid I'd chase him down and demand my money back. Hector muttered to himself, shook his head, and continued deeper into Leon Mountain. The further in he went, the stronger the malevolent Qian, and then the figure flashed away into the deeper shadows. The murderous aura here had almost condensed into a mist, reducing visibility to only a few meters. Thus, Hector did not get a clear look at his attacker's face. HM? Such a strong smell of blood. As he took a few more steps forward, Hector noticed the air filled with a pungent odor of blood, and on the ground were numerous bodies, almost all killed in one blow. It can't be that person from earlier, right? Hector muttered to himself. Dwightmf. The one who attacked His Highness the Kenneth is here. This time, we will capture him no matter what and take him before His Highness. The Kenneth will surely flay him alive, said one of the approaching figures. To dare attack our Kenneth. I think he doesn't want to live anymore. At that moment, a group rushed up and saw the large number of corpses at Hector's feet. They looked at Hector suspiciously. Are you the maniac? Very well. Capture him and bring him before His Highness the Kenneth. One of them clenched his teeth, pulling out a red rope. Dog bastard, will you come along quietly, or should we cripple you first and drag you to His Highness? Hector frowned. I'm here seeking opportunities, not as a murderer like you say. You've got the wrong person. As he spoke, Hector prepared to skirt around them and continue on his way. He came here mainly to complete his task. The art screamed. Quick, all together, kill him. But the remaining 3 men immediately fled as if they hadn't heard him. Those 2 dead men had been of similar strength to them, yet they were killed in an instant. This maniac killer was far stronger than they imagined. Kill him? Only if they were insane. You actually dare to? The art's face changed drastically. Looking at Hector, he quickly grabbed him by the shoulders, pushing Hector in front of himself. Don't come closer. Kill him if you want. I'm handing him over to you. He tried to push Hector toward the Balthazar, but in the next moment, he froze. He found that Hector stood like a pillar, unmoved no matter how hard he pushed. Finally, he realized that this man was incredibly strong, far beyond his control. I'll subdue him. Later, take me to see your Kenneth, Hector said calmly. You can subdue him? Haha, don't joke. You're still bound by my immortal binding rope? The art sneered, thinking Hector was boasting. He admitted Hector might be stronger than expected, but being bound by the immortal binding rope, he couldn't possibly escape unless he were at the level of the Kenneth. Anyone else in the Grandmaster realm would be useless, and he only knew how to bind with the rope, not how to unbind it. In his eyes, Hector was as good as dead. However, he didn't finish his sentence. Snap. His eyes widened, jaw twitching violently. Translation continues as requested, maintaining the original structure and tone while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. Chapter 675, Sages Join Forces. The Jason was extremely powerful. As long as his palm neared someone's head, that person's head would be instantly torn off. This secret technique was astonishingly bizarre and impossible to guard against. Even if Hector himself encountered it, he would feel extremely wary and lack confidence in defending against it. At this moment, the Jason's palm was already close to the art. The art was so terrified that he stood frozen on the spot, unable to move. His body was completely out of control. He had just witnessed how easily this person decapitated two of his senior brothers with that eerie method, which he still couldn't fathom. Am I going to die? The thought suddenly flashed through the art's mind at this critical juncture. At this moment, Hector activated his secret realm, and the golden field around him enveloped the art almost simultaneously like a ray of light. With a whoosh, the art was instantly taken away by Hector's golden field. Snap. Simultaneously, the Jason's palm pressed down, causing a large chunk of the ground to rise, shaped like a human head, which he grabbed hold of. Boom. Hector, standing on a pillar of golden light, rushed forward instantly, hands forming seals as his internal organs resonated. Powerful secret force surged through his limbs as he unleashed a mighty punch. Roar. The Jason let out a Hector launched 5 intention interpretations, breaking through to the 6th stage field realm. Striking from a distance, he delivered a powerful blow. This time, Hector's attack sent the Jason flying backward, splitting his palms open and blood spraying wildly. Roar. The Jason growled defiantly at Hector before turning to flee, but Hector wouldn't give him the chance. This was already the second attack on him, and there would be no third time. Whoosh. Using the field to drag the art, Hector swiftly chased after the Jason. Hiss, look. Isn't that the red-clad murderer? Yes, oh my god. Someone is actually chasing him. Who is that, Fred? So terrifying, even pursuing the red-clad killer. Could he be a holy son of some super powerful force? The scene caused quite a stir. The Jason had recently killed too many people in the area, earning him a reputation as an invincible killing demon among the Grandmasters. Many had attempted to stop him, either being wiped out entirely or returning without success. Only a few prodigies in the Nether Mountain could match him. A few top young elites once teamed up using a sword formation to chase the red-clad killer, but seeing someone like Hector pursue him solo was unprecedented. Thus, Hector's appearance immediately caused a commotion. Meanwhile, deep within the Nether Mountain, 36 young men and women sat cross-legged. At that moment, the 30-plus sages successfully completed the array, each slicing their arms and pouring sacred blood into it. Boom. Instantly, a golden beam shot from the array into Nether Mountain, heading towards the cliff. Hee hee, finally, it has come, sneered the frail old man. The young elites of various factions stood up, eyes gleaming with excitement. They had waited a long time for this moment. Chapter 676, Among Wolves. Rumble. At that moment, as the streak of golden light neared the precipice of Yi Mountain, it began to tremble violently. In the void, a black bolt of lightning appeared. Zoltank, a twisting serpent, it extended and with a puff, shattered the golden light. Simultaneously, several dozen sages spat blood from the corners of their mouths, their faces slightly pale. The backlash of Yi Mountain is indeed terrifying. Even combined, our several dozen sages cannot withstand its power. The power of Yi Mountain requires at least a top-tier sage to confront it. Fortunately, we finally forced out the path of Yi prematurely. Look at that black lightning. It's a sign that the path of Yi is about to appear. Among those several dozen people, there are over 10 from the demonic path. We absolutely cannot let them reach the path of Yi first. Each time the path of Yi appears, only 10 spots are available. We hope this time, all of us on the righteous side can make it in. The expressions of the several dozen sages were somewhat uneasy, but they felt a sense of relief after seeing the black lightning. On the demonic side, the dozen people frowned instantly. At this moment, Hector was stunned too, sensing dozens of gazes focusing on him. His heart tightened as he sensed intense hostility from these dozens of people. His intrusion seemed to provoke collective exclusion among them. Hector immediately halted, ceasing his pursuit of the Avram. Everyone here was roughly his level, and some gave off a dangerous aura far surpassing even the Avram. He didn't wish to attract attention unless absolutely necessary. Gentlemen, continue your battles. This has nothing to do with me, Hector smiled, stepping aside. He realized these dozens of people were divided into two factions, one righteous, the other demonic. Without understanding the situation, Hector wouldn't rashly intervene. He knew very well why he came to Yi Mountain. Your Highness. At this moment, the art quickly walked toward the crown prince of the great Kori dynasty, Alban. Alban frowned. Who is that, Fred? Why are you with him? Your Highness, this young master saved me from Assad. The art briefly explained. Alban immediately looked at Hector and said, there's no need for you here. You may leave. At this moment, Hector noticed Alban and laughed. You are Prince Alban of the great Kori dynasty? Ridiculous. How dare a commoner call the prince of the great Kori dynasty by name? The emaciated Kyler roared loudly. Boom, superior, and ordered Hector to retreat. Now, upon recognizing his strength, he changed his demeanor and proposed an alliance. Sure, Hector smiled. His purpose in coming here was to kill Alban. If Alban were a good person, Hector would consider passing the demonic path's test another way. But judging from what he saw, Alban wasn't much of a saint. Perfect. He'd use the chaos of the path of Yin's opening to eliminate Alban. After he enters the path of Yin, cast the mind-bewitching spell on him to help us deal with the righteous and demonic paths, Alban whispered. Your Highness, as long as he stays within 3 meters of me for a minute, I can control him completely, turning him into our killing weapon, the emaciated Kyler replied, his tone icy. At this moment, Hector stood beside Alban, staring at him, his gaze filled with concealed murderous intent, but he soon suppressed it. With so many experts present, assassinating Alban here wasn't appropriate. Chapter 677. The Path of Nether appears. Both harbored ulterior motives, each scheming against the other. At this moment, the black lightning grew increasingly distinct, coalescing into patterns in the void, like a grand path that flickered between existence and non-existence. The Path of Nether is about to appear. Meanwhile, the 30-odd outstanding young grandmasters present stood up. Here it comes. Simultaneously, the 20-odd grand saints from the righteous factions also had their eyes gleaming, activating the formation once more. The formation emitted dazzling lights that flew into the Nether Mountain. They aimed to use the formation to stabilize the Path of Nether. Only by stabilizing it could the geniuses of each major faction storm into it. Historically, the Path of Nether appeared and disappeared in a mere couple of seconds, visible only to those with great fortune, regardless of personal talent or potential. This was why the Grand Saints of various factions were willing to risk injury to stabilize the Path of Nether for their respective geniuses. Under the influence of their formation, the Path of Nether finally revealed itself. Black lines intertwined like ascending snakes, forming a vast black highway leading directly to the abyss's depths, unseen and endless. But everyone could feel the irresistible allure that resonated with their souls, as if a voice whispered to them, urging them to enter and find immortality. Immortality, an unavoidable topic for all martial artists. Even the ultimate goal of ancient Jeffries was to transcend the Jeffrey realm and step into the immortal realm. Sadly, throughout history, only a few achieved this. Especially after the destruction of the Quasi-Leroyvine epoch and the changes in the heavens, the cultivation environment 7th layered spirit devourers, releasing chilling energy nearing the 8th layer's power. Not good, retreat. Several of the first righteous geniuses to approach turned pale, using nether arts to block the initial attack but stiffening under the second wave. If this continued, they'd soon be overwhelmed. Boom. Suddenly, a red jar fell into the nether mountain from outside, opening to release an intense suction force that absorbed the cold chi from the dozen spirit devourers in an instant. Damn it, these old geezers brought the nether box. They're risking fully activating the nether mountain's power just to intervene. The demon disciples snarled in frustration. With the spirit devourers neutralized, pressure on the righteous side diminished. United, they forced the demon disciples into a retreat. They had agreed beforehand to avoid infighting until the demons were defeated. No one dared defy the orders of the sages, resulting in the current scenario. Even Hector, Alban, and the skeletal Kyler refrained from attacking each other, focusing on beating 3 demon disciples to coughing retreats instead. Chapter 678. Harrell intervenes in the nether mountain. The spirit-devouring demons, suppressed by the holy boxes forcefully brought in by the sages, were no match for the disciples of the righteous path and fell straight into the ground. Meanwhile, the righteous path's forces charged toward the nether path as one. Damn it! The demons gnashed their teeth in frustration but could do nothing. With the help of the sages, they stood. Haha, you deserve it. You dare interfere with the nether mountain. Who else should die if not you? If you don't seek death, you won't die. The nether mountain has always been the forbidden zone for those above the Dalton level. Who dares to touch it must die. Even the top geniuses from the righteous side felt a chill. They knew that, barring any unexpected turn, these sages would all die. Boom. At this critical moment, a white figure suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, there was a loud bang like thunder, which echoed throughout the nether mountain. This person blocked the light from the nether mountain that had instantly shattered the saint's formation with a single palm. SSS, it's Harrell. He actually managed to block the force of the nether mountain. To be able to withstand the power of the nether mountain, as Harrell reached the peak of the saint realm, nearing the imperial realm, upon identifying the newcomer, the demonic path's faces displayed shock. Harrell. He was one of the most renowned young men on the righteous side of the northern frontier martial world. Even many holy respects from the demonic path held him in high regard. This person was under 24 years old, yet had killed countless demon saints. It was said that even the great demon sect's patriarch had personally pursued Harrell once, but failed to catch him. Within the Vernon sect, everyone knew about Harrell. Lachlan. Would Harrell come after him? If Harrell sought revenge, Hector wouldn't stand a chance, for Harrell was a super monster capable of withstanding the power of the nether mountain. Even if they were in the same realm, Harrell would be a formidable opponent, let alone the vast gap in cultivation between them. Within 3 years, enter the saint realm, otherwise die. At this moment, a cold voice abruptly sounded in Hector's mind. Hector froze. As expected, Harrell saw through him. But Hector found some relief when he sensed no murderous intent from Harrell. Was it because even the nether mountain made Harrell wary, preventing him from entering easily? No, that didn't make sense. Hector immediately shook his head. If Harrell truly wanted to kill him, the nether mountain wouldn't protect him. After all, it was reputedly the burial ground for those at or above the Dalton level. Only emperors could enter and contend with the nether mountain. Even if Harrell was incredibly powerful, unless he had reached the imperial realm, he shouldn't be able to enter safely and kill him. Boom. Suddenly, for unknown reasons, the nether path began to fade. Bad news, the nether path is disappearing. Alban's terrified scream rang in Hector's ears. Hector looked over and saw the nether path vanishing, leaving only a thin black line within moments. Thud. At the same time, a Nate from the righteous side stepped onto the fading black line. Instantly, he stumbled. Is this the end? Are we going to miss it again? Someone muttered, looking disappointed. Himph, do you think you can escape from me? A cold snort came. Harrell pressed his hand down. In the sky, a massive golden hand appeared, plunging into the nether mountain and grabbing hold of the fading black line. Instantly, the black line reappeared and solidified. The nether path emerged once more. Seeing this, Hector was taken aback, feeling a chill run down his spine. SSS, Harrell can directly intervene in the nether mountain. If he wants to kill me, wouldn't it be like squashing an ant? Has he already reached the imperial realm? Chapter 679. Sweeping away. Hector was inwardly astonished. He had just been thinking that since Jalen had discovered his true identity, he would certainly want him dead. Although there was no killing intent, it did not mean the enmity between them had vanished. The reason Jalen had not attacked was due to the constraints of the Netherworld Mountain. But now, it seemed he was entirely wrong. Jalen's strength could interfere with and even resist the Netherworld Mountain. In an instant, many thoughts raced through Hector's mind. Kill. At the same moment, a series of fierce battle cries rang in Hector's ears. Pooh. The first man to ascend the Netherworld path was attacked by everyone. Blood splattered. It impacted the dozen or so people fighting nearby, sending them reeling backward. Brat, you dare to attack us all at once? You're asking for death. He seems to have gone berserk. At this moment, over a dozen supreme geniuses at the peak of the Grandmaster realm from various major powers turned their attention to Hector, attacking him without hesitation. Haha, it worked. The gaunt old man laughed, preparing to retreat quickly. But at that instant, Hector took a step forward, forming a hand seal and striking the old man through the air. Qilin mark. 9 Qilin marks rapidly emerged from his palm, bombarding the gaunt old man from all directions. The old man narrowed his eyes. The sacred scripture of the Qilin manor? Bam. The gaunt old man exerted full strength to block Hector's Qilin marks. But suddenly, the 9 marks merged into one, doubling in size, causing the old man to panic as he tried to fend it off but failed, being suppressed and falling downwards. Damn it! The gaunt old man roared angrily. As he was forced to descend, several others passed by him, heading towards the Netherworld path. If I can't enter, neither will you, the gaunt old man growled and raged. Meanwhile, the dozen or so strong figures from various powers jointly attacked Hector. Would any force help against over a dozen super geniuses at the peak of the Grandmaster realm working together? The Fred would surely be crippled immediately, losing his qualification. Famed within their factions, were no match. In the blink of an eye, they were all hurled back, spurting blood. It's him, Hector. Donovan recognized Hector's identity immediately after seeing this move while engaging another opponent. Others might not know Hector's secret techniques, but Donovan had experienced their power firsthand on multiple occasions. Such overwhelming, bizarre, and miraculous force belonged solely to Hector, at least among those he knew. Suck. He's too strong. The remaining supreme geniuses, witnessing Hector suppressing over a dozen top geniuses alone, felt the pressure emanating from him deeply. Well done. Taking advantage of Hector repelling the dozen opponents, the gaunt old man rushed back in, trying again to affect Hector with his bewitching technique, making the rage within Hector flare continuously. Joining him was the Kenneth Alban of the Great Qin dynasty. They were nearing the Netherworld path. Prince Alban's eyes gleamed. He saw the moment of stepping into the Netherworld path ahead. But just then, Hector suddenly turned around, his cold gaze locking onto the prince and the gaunt old man. Instantly, dread filled him. He saw unmistakable killing intent in Hector's eyes. This killing intent, like a surging tide, was unstoppable. Dwightry, control him, Alban shouted abruptly. Chapter 680. Setting foot on the Nether path. Just now, Hector's power was indeed overwhelming, battling multiple forces alone and confronting several supreme geniuses from various factions' young generations, all at the peak Grandmaster realm. That superlative combat strength instilled a considerable amount of pressure even in him. Boom. Without being told, the gaunt old man had already initiated his ensnaring technique. The malevolent aura around Hector grew even more intense. In an instant, it transformed into demonic energy. Massive amounts of demonic energy surged out. Damn it, this Fred is a fiend of the Vernon sect who has infiltrated our righteous path. Quick, together we kill him. The other righteous supreme geniuses watching were greatly alarmed by the sight of Hector's demonic energy. They could fight among themselves for the Nether path, but if they saw demons attacking, they immediately turned their weapons towards Hector. But now, Hector had no other thoughts. His only intention was to kill this emaciated old man. Boom. Simultaneously, the crimson devouring spirit beside him appeared, swiftly closing in on the gaunt old man. A great deal of cold air suddenly surged forth, invading the gaunt old man. The old man felt instantly chilled, with red light emerging over his body, halting the invasion of the cold air. However, he was also trembling. Hector, eyes turning scarlet as he was enveloped entirely by malevolence, focused solely on killing the gaunt old man. Boom. Instantly, he spread his fingers wide. The golden field reappeared and quickly compressed, forming a red energy sphere in an instant. Though no larger than half a fist, it contained incredibly terrifying destructive power. This force surpassed the 5 Dao Carters far more frighteningly. Its power approached that of a 6th-rank peak field. By now, the approaching gaunt old man was petrified, every hair standing on end. In his eyes, Hector seemed invincible. If he couldn't withstand this strike, he would be killed instantly. Hector pressed his palm downwards. The gaunt old man exerted all his might, but to no avail. He was blasted apart mid-air by Hector. Bones and flesh splattered everywhere. Hiss, how could he be so strong? 20 or so grandmasters from the younger generation were stunned cold by this. After the gaunt old man was obliterated, no one dared to attack Hector anymore. Having displayed such terrifying power, Hector became the unsurpassable champion in their minds. Indeed, it's him, Titus said somberly. Who are you talking about? Asked a man in golden armor beside Titus. Hector, replied Titus. It's him? The golden-armored man stared at Hector, emitting a fiery golden light from his eyes, which dimmed shortly after. Swoosh. No one dared to attack. Hector turned, riding his field into the air, stepping first onto the Nether path. Damn, a practitioner of the demonic path entered the Nether path. This is utter disgrace. What's the point of talking? Once inside the Nether path, we can team up to kill him later. Boom. Immediately, the battle here resumed. Farther off, the restrained disciples of the demonic path chuckled darkly. Hee hee, well done, avenging us Vernon sect thoroughly. Boy, good job. Those hypocritical righteous should be humiliated like this, ha ha ha. Junior brother, when you return, I will drink with you heartily. The demonic path rejoiced immensely. Meanwhile, Hector gradually calmed down within the nether path, the malevolence and demonic energy dissipating. Leroyd, I just killed that gone old man? Hector regained clarity, eyebrows raising. Now, he stood upon the nether path. Firm ground beneath his feet. Very real. This nether path was indeed a road. Looking ahead, Hector could see no end. The path was approximately 10 meters wide. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed, then abruptly opened his sky eye. With the sky eye active, he could now see over 1,000 meters clearly. Moreover, it was even sharper than before. Next, he once again made hand seals, invoking the devouring spirit art and touching spirit hands. Mysterious layers of power condensed around him, accelerating the development of his devouring spirit art, touching spirit hands, and sky eye. Instantly, his sky eye advanced to the late 7th layer, nearly reaching its peak. Touching spirit hands also reached the peak of the 7th layer. Thus, he could now face peak 7th layer devouring spirits. Let's go deeper. Hector nodded and continued walking into the nether path, releasing his field. Anywhere the field reached, he could instantly move to. In a flash, Hector vanished from everyone else's sight. This demonic youth has entered the deepest part of the nether path. The saints on the righteous side watched gravely. A saint asked, Mr. Braden, could you expel him? Jalen gazed at Hector's retreating figure and mildly responded, he earned his place. I cannot bully the small. Chapter 681. The entity feared by all past Jeffreys of the netherworld. The corner of the saints' mouths twitched violently. Do not bully the small with your might. Then why did you expel all the disciples of the demonic path from the netherworld path just now? And if you can't intervene because of such a reason, shouldn't you have at least come up with a reasonable excuse? This was insulting their intelligence. Although they were very dissatisfied, no one dared to scold Harrell. His strength was unfathomable. According to their sect leaders, he was nearly at the level of an emperor. Even if he wasn't quite as strong as an emperor, he could still engage one in battle. Such a monstrous figure was someone they couldn't afford to offend. With a boom, the results of the battles between people like Fade were gradually decided, and they all rushed into the netherworld path, heading toward its deepest point. No one knew how long it had been, perhaps a day, perhaps 2 days. At this moment, within Hector's sight, a red figure appeared, blocking his way. Who are you? Hector treated him as a great enemy. Under his sky eye, this person flickered between reality and illusion, seeming both present and absent. This sensation didn't stem from changes in space, but involved something indescribable even to Hector. It was as if this person had stood here for an unimaginably long time, standing there motionless. Yet, it also felt like they hadn't existed, standing face to face across time and space from him since ancient times. Not bad, not bad. It has only been 3 years since the last encounter, and I thought I would have to wait another 1,000 years before a super genius who reached Carter appeared. Fagin suddenly spoke. Carter? Hector was stunned. Then he realized, you're the legendary Carter. As long as I meet you, I can see my future Jeffreys. They must have had a purpose. Fagin suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he said solemnly, to fight against it. Who is it? Hector asked curiously. The protagonists of various eras created Carter and the netherworld path to combat it. Who exactly was it? Whoever it was, they must be immensely powerful. Otherwise, the combined efforts of these era protagonists wouldn't be aimed at fighting just one entity. I don't fully understand. Since my memory began, myths have already vanished, and many truths of history have been buried in the river of time, unknown. But I have a strong feeling it will reappear. When it does, your era will again be cleansed. No one can escape, not even the mighty netherworld Jeffreys. Hector took a deep breath, his eyes flashing. At this moment, he thought of much. The fall of the Mythic Age. The fall of the near-deity era. All because of some major upheaval. And this upheaval was undoubtedly caused by some unknown force. Could this unknown force be the mentioned by Carter? And within the dark prison, imprisoned were the spiritual forces of numerous past powerhouses, including emperors and even immortals. Only the immortals were too powerful, so he couldn't reach them. Those imprisoned emperors had once told him that while they were locked away, it was also a form of protection. The dark prison's power granted them eternal life. After countless epochs of imprisonment, they came to a conclusion. One day, they would be freed, and when that happened, they wouldn't just gain freedom. They would ascend even higher. Because during their imprisonment, their wisdom, willpower, and even their souls were gradually strengthened. Simply put, being imprisoned gave them opportunities. And perhaps the purpose of the dark prison imprisoning them was to rely on them to fight it one day? Hector shook his head, discarding these chaotic thoughts. These were merely personal conjectures. Whether they were accurate or not could only be verified over time. Leroyd the netherworld Jeffreys die at its hands? Hector asked again. At this moment, Carter didn't remain silent but nodded. The netherworld Jeffreys had already reached the peak of the immortal realm but ultimately could not withstand it. Zoltantal one. If you ever reach the peak of the immortal realm, let me warn you, never delve into the myths. It cannot be touched. Myths cannot be touched? Hector's heart trembled. This was the 3rd time he had heard this phrase. What are the myths? What relation do they have with it? Carter said, what myths specifically are, I do not know. Perhaps it is an unknown and mysterious powerful creature, or maybe it is a timeline, the mythic epic. The mythic epic has always existed in a certain time-space. Passing the martial arts domain and stepping into the immortality realm was extremely difficult. Since the martial era began, changes in the heavens and earth have become increasingly severe. By their era, even attaining enlightenment to become an emperor became incredibly rare, never again replicating the grand scene of coexisting emperors from before the martial era, not to mention surpassing the emperor realm's immortality realm. And above the immortality realm, there is a god realm? Don't lose heart. There is still hope for the future, Carter said as if seeing through Hector's thoughts. I haven't lost heart. As long as I strive in the future, I will surely surpass martial arts and the immortality realm, Hector solemnly said. Akil, can you please help me look at my future? Predicting the future may not be a good thing. Seeing it might affect your mental state. For example, if you suffer misfortune in the future and you know about it beforehand, it will disrupt your cultivation, Carter warned. Come on, I'm ready. No matter what the future holds, I can endure it. If misfortune truly awaits, then I'll find a way to change it. I believe humans can overcome fate, Hector calmly replied, showing no fear of the future, only boundless anticipation. If there is indeed a god realm, he must reach that realm. In the mythical era, such existences once existed. Why couldn't he become one too? He, Hector, wouldn't lose to anyone from any era. He had this confidence which came from his strength. After all, in each major realm, he had pushed himself to the limit, a feat unmatched by any world-shaking prodigy from any era. Additionally, he created a secret realm, a unique path of cultivation for himself. According to the mysterious being within him, as long as he continued cultivating, even in this chaotic era, he still had a certain probability of transcending the Emperor realm and entering the immortality realm. Carter deeply observed Hector, noting his resolute will, nodded and said, since you want to know, I'll show you your future. Now, calm your mind. I'm about to begin. All right, let's do it, Hector agreed, his eyes shining like the bright sun. Full of anticipation for the future, he also wanted to see what awaited him. Boom. Suddenly, Carter's body transformed into a massive white vortex. Inside, various images of the future continuously flashed past. Hector's heart was struck. He saw an extremely terrifying scene. In the sky, countless powerful souls broke free from their shackles and returned to the human world. From then on, geniuses abounded, with extraordinary figures from every era competing fiercely. Even formidable emperors faced supreme emperors, spilling blood in battles. But ultimately, some emperors stand a chance. I'll crush him with one hand. My son Bernie lost, and I became an emperor? Hector was taken aback. That defeated youth was naturally his son Bernie, the born Jeffrey. Born to be an emperor, he lost to appear. The Giri, emitting chaotic aura, turned out to be a chaotic body, one of the top constitutions among the 100-strong ones. Such bodies were rarer than those born emperors. Throughout history, only 2 or 3 had appeared. Whenever one emerged, they inevitably became emperors, known as sovereigns. Seeing Bernie fall to someone like this wasn't so surprising. Boom. The vision changed. Hector saw himself cultivating a palace named Heavenly Palace with mighty presence. People from all corners came to pay homage as he seemed to become the center of the world, the emperor of this universe. Later, the chaotic youth returned, reaching the peak quasi-Jeffrey realm and wanting to challenge Hector. This time, his son Bernie intervened and didn't lose, fighting the chaotic constitution for days until both were injured. The chaotic youth left. Meanwhile, Hector retreated into the Heavenly Palace, never appearing again. Years passed until sudden intense imperial laws shook the entire Lyravine martial continent. In that moment, the chaotic youth emerged from seclusion. He achieved enlightenment as an emperor, calling himself sovereign. Laro erectly challenging Hector at the Heavenly Palace. However, Hector stayed inside, just extending a palm spread across 10,000 miles as he plunged into the outskirts of the Lyravine martial continent. At an indiscernible location, a fierce battle unfolded. The battle was obscured, but Hector witnessed himself, who had always been invincible on the Lyravine martial continent, now bleeding under the sky. Soon after, the vision vanished. He could no longer see anything. Am I dead? Hector was inwardly shocked. Simultaneously, Hector saw an even more terrifying scene unfold before him. Among the battling figures, several Jeffreys actually broke through their shackles, entering the immortality realm. No, to be precise, it should be that the immortals from the quasi-divine era had returned to their peak. In an instant, the scene changed again. Hector once more beheld the dark prison. Now within the dark prison, the immortals, emperors, and top geniuses from various eras shattered the confines of the dark prison and returned to the Lyravine martial continent. Upon returning, they immediately ascended to the imperial realm, with some already being supreme powers in the immortality realm. Together, they launched an attack directly toward the source of the anomaly, the same place where he had been stained with blood earlier. Whoosh! Just then, the vision snapped, and Carter reappeared. Laroid I die at the source of the anomaly, which appeared during the late quasi-divine era, hundreds of thousands of years later. During this long period, many significant events occurred. Even the Eben lost track of them. As for me, I have been confined to the Netherworld Road and can't understand the outside truth. What I know comes from you, but only dozens of people have come over the last few million years. And due to their own limitations, their understanding of this world is extremely limited. Hearing this, Hector fell into deep thought. Even Carter didn't know? But I can tell you that the origin of the anomaly might be related to it, Carter added. Hector raised his head, his eyes narrowing. He naturally understood that the it referred to the horrifying entity that had previously obstructed everyone from uncovering the myth. But it's only related to it. It's definitely not the entity itself. If it were the entity, you wouldn't even have a chance to encounter it, let alone fight against it, Carter clarified. Hector nodded. Indeed, if it truly were that entity, even an invincible character like the Eben, who had reached the peak of immortality, was defeated in battle. Compared to the Eben, Hector, even as an emperor entitled Jeffrey, was still far from matching its power. Kid, do you want to continue moving forward? Carter moved aside, standing to one side. Hector looked down and saw that at the end of this netherworld road, there appeared a portal shimmering with purple golden light. That's Dwight-Tanquin? Hector was surprised. Before coming, he had heard legends about the netherworld road. According to legend, at the end of the netherworld road lay Dwight-Tanquin. Dwight-Tanquin was said to be the final resting place of all deceased souls. And here, there was a supreme scripture that involved the immortality realm. Possessing it would mean touching immortality in the future. That is both Dwight-Tanquin and the Heavenly Gate, Carter said gravely. Dwai is also the heavenly gate? Senior, what do you mean by that? Hector asked, puzzled. Carter glanced at Hector and replied, if you are a person of heinous crimes, then you will go to Dwai. If you have accumulated immense virtue, then you enter the heavenly gate. So, your ultimate destination is entirely determined by yourself. Hector suddenly realized that the Netherworld Road was far more mysterious than he had understood. Senior, can I ask about the origin of the Netherworld Road? Hector continued questioning. He didn't rush to proceed. Since he was already here, he could enter the gate anytime. He wanted to understand the origins of the Netherworld Road. In ancient times, the first Eben obtained a supreme scripture. This Devil Path spirit devouring technique would enter the heavenly gate or the Yellow Springs. Curiosity led Hector to approach the door step by step and finally walk through it without hesitation. As soon as he entered, the purple golden door suddenly underwent a massive change, flashing with black and white colors before merging into Hector's body. Immediately, Hector felt two opposing forces intertwining within him, one pulling to the left and the other to the right, causing a tug of war. Spurts of blood immediately erupted from Hector's body, turning him into a bloodied figure. Hector was terrified. If this continued, wouldn't he be torn apart by these two opposing forces? Bad. This kid has actually opened the Yellow Springs and the Heavenly Gate simultaneously? At this moment, Carter's expression changed dramatically, his eyes flickering as if he was imagining some extremely terrifying scene. After a short while, he shook his head with a sigh. Could it be that he will meet the same fate as the Eben? Previous Ebens had cultivated both parts of the supreme scriptures, ultimately transcending and stepping into the realm of gods, but their ends were tragic and unclear. Now, Hector had entered both the Yellow Springs and the Heavenly Gate, gaining the legacies of both parts. If he couldn't step into the divine realm in the future, things might still be manageable, but once he did, he would inevitably meet the same fate as the Eben. As for other outcomes, there was no need to think about them. Even someone as monstrous and powerful as the Eben, who had nearly reached the realm of gods, died ambiguously. Hector, no matter how monstrous he might be, could only match the Eben and couldn't surpass him. Each generation's Ebens stood at the peak of their era, suppressing countless invincible monsters for an entire age. Boom. At this moment, Hector's entire body started cracking like a broken ceramic object. He faced one of the greatest crises in his life. Instantly, Hector activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowels technique, making his whole body glow as secret strength emerged from his flesh, repairing the cracks. Simultaneously, numerous Qilin imprints appeared on his body, forming a web-like structure that forcibly held his fractured body together. To prevent further damage, he also activated the mysterious mask to guard against sudden explosions. Inside him, the two opposing forces continuously pulled at him, and they could not coexist. Hector knew there were only two ways to survive. 1. Expel the two forces from his body. 2. Integrate both forces into his body while maintaining balance between them, making them calm down. Expelling them from his body was impossible. He strongly felt that these forces were inseparably linked to all things. If he could integrate and utilize them well, they would enable him, Carter exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this was what had happened. Hector had fused the true intent Leroyograms with the Qilin imprints. All Qilin imprints were embedded into Hector's true intent Leroyograms, causing them to undergo fundamental changes. If the true intent Leroyograms were the strongest martial art created by past martial emperors for immortality, then with the integration of Qilin imprints, the true intent Leroyograms had undergone a qualitative transformation and leap. Originally, the two opposing forces within Hector's body were tearing each other apart. But now, after integrating with the Qilin imprints, the true intent Leroyograms combined with Hector's blood and flesh, transforming him into a vast sky. Underneath this sky, the two opposing forces immediately calmed down, completely restrained by the fused true intent Leroyograms. These two opposing forces formed black and white colors, each floating over Hector's left and right palms. Phew, finally they've calmed down. Hector exhaled a turbid breath, looking at his palms. At this moment, he still felt the two opposite forces residing in his palms. One force was at extreme yang, and the other at extreme yin. They were two completely opposite forces. Integrating these two extreme forces within himself was almost unimaginable. Though Hector had temporarily balanced them now, if he relied on them for further cultivation, significant changes and perils might arise in the future, potentially worse than the current situation. Even the true intent Leroyograms integrated with Qilin imprints might not suppress them entirely. Hector seemed to understand why previous Ebens developed problems after cultivating to such high realms. Chapter 685. All laws of the world have traces to follow. Of course, these were merely Hector's thoughts and not necessarily true. After all, he had only temporarily restrained these two forces. If he continued to cultivate, no one could predict what would happen. At least, he didn't know. Perhaps only the successive generations of Hell Jeffries might understand. Once again, Hector examined his body. Inside him now appeared a series of true intention diagrams, 5 in total, all of which were infused with the Qilin mark. Compared to the previous simple true intention diagrams, these bore an added intricate pattern, exuding a sense of mystery and power. He could feel that after being fused with the Qilin mark, the new true intention diagrams were more potent than before. This strength wasn't just in raw power, but also in potential. For example, within Hector now resided these Qilin-marked true intention diagrams. Upon slightly channeling his true chi, the diagrams surfaced instantly on his outer skin, radiating golden light that made it look as if he was draped in a mysterious golden armor. My defensive strength has increased. Hector felt an internal tremor. He was already at the pinnacle of his realm, with immense physical power that placed him among the greatest beings known through time. Now, with the Qilin-marked true intention diagrams, his physical defenses were even stronger. Coupled with the force fields, how formidable would his defense be? Suddenly, Hector felt an intense urge to find someone to test his defense by attacking him, seeing if they could injure him. He quickly suppressed this impulse and manipulated the force infused with the Qilin mark. With a loud bang, the Qilin-infused true intention diagram flew out and formed in front of him, emitting an explosive burst like a bolt of heavenly light. Its speed was incomparable, and its destructive force nearly equaled Hector's own force field detonation. Wow, so powerful, Hector gasped, feeling exhilarated. The explosive force was almost on par with the annihilation power of a self-detonating force field. Moreover, its speed rivaled, or even surpassed his force field. Not only in terms of power and speed, Hector realized that there was much more potential yet to be tapped from these Qilin-infused diagrams. In the future, this could be a significant focus of cultivation, similar to his secret realm. If developed further, what would it bring? Just imagining it excited him immensely. But soon, Hector faced a harsh reality. After expelling the Qilin-infused true intention diagrams from his body, the two opposing forces in his palm held Jeffries coveted. Regardless of the future, he wouldn't abandon these forces. Seeming to understand Hector's determination, Carter sighed, "Young man, these two forces represent absolute Yin and absolute Jiag. They are completely contradictory and cannot coexist. It's best you choose one to cultivate further. If your potential and destiny are great enough, reaching the pinnacle of immortality is feasible." Hector stood up, smiling faintly. "Had I not known about realms beyond immortality, perhaps I'd follow your advice. But knowing there's the Leroy-Vine realm above, I, Hector, will never give up." Carter remained calm, seemingly expecting this. Zoltank the previous held Jeffries. He anticipated Hector's persistence. "Are you prepared for the same outcome as the past held Jeffries? I believe anything can be achieved through human effort. Why shouldn't I, Hector, achieve what the past held Jeffries couldn't?" At this moment, Carter fell silent. Continuing, Hector said, "In the mythic era before the held Jeffries, there were Leroy-Vine realm cultivators. Who can say they didn't cultivate these extreme Yin and Jiag forces? Moreover, these forces did not appear out of thin air. They represent the supreme power of the Leroy-Vine realm. As divine power, surely there must be ways to cultivate it. The held Jeffries simply didn't find a viable method." Carter nodded in agreement. The last helds to cultivate both extreme Jiag and extreme Yin simultaneously. Of course, what he called cultivation was somewhat exaggerated. Precisely speaking, he only obtained the inheritance of these two forces. The journey was long and arduous, and he still had a long way to go. What happened to those who previously obtained extreme Jiag or extreme Yin power? Hector suddenly asked. Carter glanced at Hector and said indifferently, "Most of them fell halfway. The most formidable one is probably known to you. Nechang Domenico, the initiator of your martial era, who once suppressed the source of anomalies beyond Leroy-Vine martial continent." A thought stirred in Hector's heart. He cultivated extreme Jiag power? Nechang Domenico, this name was too well known to him. He could be considered the strongest among all emperors since the dawn of the martial era. None could surpass him. Born in the late immortal era. In that era, there were immortals. This person could defeat immortals in martial arts, making him an extraordinarily talented existence, almost unrealistically powerful. Yes, he cultivated extreme Jiag power. If he were born during the reign of previous Nether Daltons, with his talent and good fortune, he would at least stand at the peak of the Gideonevity realm. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. His greatest achievement, Brit. Hector replied coolly. His relationship with Brenton wasn't exactly friendly. They were merely acquaintances who had fought. Whatever you obtained in the future, I will defeat you, Brenton arrogantly proclaimed. Even though he lost to Hector, he didn't lose heart and aimed to defeat him in the future. Hee, good luck, Hector responded mildly. Then, he turned to Carter and said, "Senior, farewell. May we meet again in the future." Afterwards, Hector quickly retraced his steps back. Brenton watched Hector leave, then approached Carter, asking, "Senior, can you help me see into the future?" "Certainly." Carter nodded. "Your presence here indicates you are fated. As long as it's within my means, I won't refuse." Boom. Instantly, Carter transformed into a vortex of space-time, revealing numerous scenes. Brenton witnessed the future. After a while, he took a deep breath, his eyes flickering uncertainly. "In the future, I die in battle, while Hector becomes the sole survivor?" In the vision of the future, he saw Hector ascending to emperorhood, becoming immensely powerful, known as a Jeffrey Sovereign, inaugurating a new era. It differed somewhat from what Hector had seen before. Such a person, can I never defeat him? Brenton's eyes dimmed. His future demise while Hector survived spoke volumes. No. Suddenly, he shook his head, saying, "Dwight man will conquer's fate. What I see may not necessarily become reality." With that, he decisively walked towards the purple gold door, declaring, "Destiny is shaped by oneself. My future must be determined by me. All predictions are nonsense. I only trust my fists." Boom. As he spoke, Brenton entered a white gateway of light, the gate of heaven. Boom. Meanwhile, on his way back, Hector finally broke through to the 7th heaven peak of the Grandmaster realm, advancing to the 8th heaven, entering the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. He was now only one step away from the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Quick, isn't that Fred Hector? Shortly after Hector's breakthrough, he encountered a few people heading towards him. These people were from the righteous side. After entering the Nether path, they practiced and searched for Carter and Yellow Springs, but seemed to be stuck in place. Until Hector appeared, they noticed something different. Now, Hector's portrait was circulating in the Northern Frontier martial world's righteous and evil sects compendiums. Since the battle at Qingue Town, Hector's fame had spread throughout the Northern Frontier martial world. Rebelling against the Qilin mansion further increased his notoriety. Currently, whether in the righteous or evil factions, among both young and old, everyone knew him. Thus, when Hector revealed his true face, these people immediately recognized him and rushed forward, their eyes gleaming with fiery intensity. "Hector, you dared to betray us righteous ones. Today, I'll take your head. That 1 million Northern Frontier currency is mine." These people vied eagerly, their eyes shining greedily, as if Hector was already their prey. Chapter 687, demonic path invasion. Seeing the few individuals rushing towards him, Hector let out a cold laugh. Even before obtaining the supreme scripture, he was unafraid of these few people. And now that he had broken through, they still dared to seek death? With no further ado, Hector slapped one of them directly without using any secret martial arts, just a pure slap. One of the assailants spat out blood in large mouthfuls and flew away. Hiss, he has become even more powerful. Could it be that he saw the truth and descended into Dwightanquin, obtaining an inheritance? Someone exclaimed in shock. Hector was already closing in, indeed. I obtained the inheritance from Dwightanquin. Will you all leave on your own, or shall I force you? The faces of those few immediately turned grim. They were the peak geniuses from various major forces, each with high ambitions and pride. Never Hector and the disciples from the righteous path all changed expression as they saw channels opening outside the Netherworld Road, revealing a large number of holy respects not far off. These figures emitted incomparable late-stage power, combining forces to breach the Netherworld mountains and connect the entrance of the Netherworld Road, sending a group of Demon Path disciples straight inside. Among them, Hector glimpsed a familiar face. It was Tamara, the disciple of illusory demon Holy Respect, currently battling Jalen. Beside him were several other demons, some working together to break through the Netherworld Road to escort disciples in, while others were aiding Tamara against Jalen. Jalen alone was holding off Tamara and 8 demon sages, showcasing immense power. Haha, little lambs of righteousness, today, we've come. You will all die. Kill them all, leaving no survivors. 50 demon path disciples entered the Netherworld Road, whereas only about a dozen righteous path disciples remained, immediately turning pale at the sight. Brother Sue, let's fight them together, a righteous path disciple suggested. If Hector joined, they still had hope. After all, Hector could easily slap one of them away with a casual strike, reducing significant pressure on their side. What does this have to do with me? Hector laughed coldly, stepping back with crossed arms. Besides, I've joined the great demon sect and am a disciple of illusory demon Holy Respect. Why would I join? Killed him? Could Alban have hidden himself, like how Hector disguised himself as a chubby Fred earlier? Suddenly, Hector turned around. By now, the dozen righteous disciples were all dead, and the demons were clearing the battlefield. Boom. Instantly, Hector activated his secret realm, a golden field spreading out, enveloping the demon disciples. Hector, what are you doing? Are you avenging these righteous disciples, turning against our great demon sect? My senior brother was right. You're a righteous person. You pretended to betray Kylan Mansion to infiltrate our great demon sect. Kill him. The demon disciples roared with fury, revealing murderous intent. Hector scanned them. I suspect Alban is hiding among you. I came here to fulfill our great demon sect's mission to assassinate Alban. Now, check yourselves for any suspicious signs. Dwight and Hector, if you want to kill us, just say so. Why make such pretenses? Don't you find yourself hypocritical? One of them gritted his teeth. Seniors, don't listen to him. Together, we can definitely eliminate this hypocrite. Hashtag chapter 688. Alban, leave your final words. Hector gave a cold laugh. It seems you are the one hidden within our demon sect by the righteous forces. You dared to kill even my venerable crossed paths with him earlier. At the time, this black-clad figure asked if his mission was complete. This black-clad figure seemed to be the leader of these demon disciples since everyone followed his orders. Back then, Hector subconsciously felt that this black-clad figure was their leader. But now, there were many suspicious points about this person. Whoosh. Hector turned and headed deeper into the nether path. Dwight, that kid is finally gone. How dare he threaten me? When I return, I will find an opportunity to kill him. Kill him? Forget it. With his current strength, no one can kill him unless those few from our outer sect step in. Then we'll ask those senior brothers to deal with him. These 50-odd people regarded Hector's threats as an unbearable humiliation. However, Hector did not care what they thought at all. He had only one goal now. To find Alban, kill him, and enter the Vernon sect as soon as possible. The Vernon sect had long been a threat to the safety of the northern border martial world, a huge tumor. Since the predecessors hadn't solved it, he would take care of it. At the same time, Cody was coughing blood, continuously retreating. Opposite him, the face of the black-clad figure kept changing until it transformed into Alban. Alban, it's actually you. Leroyd, you joined the demon path? Cody roared. Haha, Cody, how unfortunate. Just when you obtained the first half of the supreme scriptures and have a promising future, you're about to die by my hands. Do you have any final words? Considering our past acquaintance, I'll give you the chance to leave your last words. Alban stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Not far from him, Carter watched the scene indifferently. No matter whether it was the righteous or demon path, he wouldn't favor either side. Leave your last words? That's not a bad idea. Alban, go ahead. Just then, a faint voice came. Immediately, Alban's face changed. He abruptly turned around to see Hector approaching. Hector, you're indeed clever. You've discovered my disguise. Alban laughed. I'm glad you've joined our demon sect. Stand aside and wait obediently. Once this ends, I'll bring you into our great demon sect. Hector looked at Alban, whose expression had returned to calm, and asked, I'm curious. If you've already joined the great demon sect, why do they still want me to kill you? Perhaps the great demon sect doesn't trust you and wants you to come here to die, Alban said ambiguously. Hector shook his head and smiled. I think it's not the great demon sect wanting me to die, but rather you have offended some big shot in the great demon sect, who sent me to kill you. Boom. As Hector spoke, he stepped. His organs resonated, and he raised his hand, pressing it towards Alban. Alban sneered, I just got the first half of the supreme scriptures. Let's see if you can withstand its power. It would be your honor to die by it. Boom. Alban pressed his palm forward. An extremely force swirled into a vortex in his palm, absorbing everything, swallowing even the surrounding light, like the end of days. However, infinite light radiated from Hector's right palm at this moment, extreme yang force. He planned to use extreme yang force to counter extreme yin force, to see what would happen when two different extremes clashed. Chapter 689. Slain Alban. Alban not only reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, but also entered the gates of Netherworld, obtaining the inheritance of extreme yin power. Now, wielding this formidable power, he could seemingly devour and dissolve all light and substance. As Alban claimed, with his current strength, he was indeed invincible within the Grandmaster realm. Even Hector felt a slight pressure, though he showed no panic, countering with extreme Jiag power. His extreme Jiag power emerged in an abundance of golden light, rushing headlong into the black vortex of Alban's power. Immediately, Hector's extreme Jiag power clashed with Alban's extreme yin power. To the surprise of Cody, the two forces were evenly matched, each causing the other to stagger back repeatedly. As Hector flew back, his internal organs resonated, triggering a secret realm. The golden field enveloped Alban in a burst danger. He immediately triggered the resonance of his 5 internal organs, while numerous Qilin imprints appeared on his body, weaving together like a protective net, sealing off the leakage of his essence and true Qi. At the same time, the golden field reappeared around him. He utilized 3 skills simultaneously. Golden field, 5 organs 6 viscera method, Qilin imprints. The combination managed to resist Alban's consuming power and stabilize the leakage of Hector's true Qi and essence. However, Alban's power grew even stronger, transforming into a massive black vortex that ensnared Hector. If he didn't find a way to break free, he would eventually succumb. Boom. In an instant, Hector's entire body shook, and a densely imprinted Qilin Dao Insight symbol shot out from within him. This was the Qilin True Insight created by merging Qilin imprints, far more potent than the basic 5 Dao Insight symbols, almost matching the explosive force of Hector's compressed golden field. Bang! Hector's Qilin True Insight collided violently with the black vortex. The vortex shattered outward from the inside. Despite Alban's formidable power, having reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm and integrated extreme yin power with the swallowing technique, he couldn't withstand Hector's Qilin True Insight and was thrown back. Alban stamped his foot down hard, causing the golden path to crack. He broke free from Hector's constraint, but Hector caught up. With his organs resonating, Hector formed the Dao Insight symbols. For symbols coalesced into a distant palm strike. The already injured Alban was no match for Hector, and was sent crashing onto the path of the Netherworld. Alban spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Hector in horror. He pleaded, "Hector, spare me. Whatever you want, I can give you. Indeed, I can offer you the entire Great Gon dynasty. You should know, I am its crown prince and will soon be the emperor of Great Gon." Before he could finish, a sword flash cut through the air, severing Alban's head. Hector reached out, plucking Alban's head from the air, and said coldly, "I don't want anything, just your head." Alban is dead? Cody watched in shock. Chapter 690. Jalen enters the Nether Mountains. Alban had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm and obtained the Netherworld inheritance, along with mastering the devouring technique. He was virtually invincible at the Grandmaster level. Yet, even such a powerful figure as Alban was ultimately defeated in battle. With Hector's current strength, he must be on par with those monsters who top the righteousness and demonic profound rank Hitsultanst. Right? Trey muttered to himself. Note, Jaya seems to be a remnant from the original Chinese text and doesn't have a corresponding English term here, so it should be omitted for fluency. He recalled their first encounter. Back then, he could suppress Hector with a single gesture. The second time they met, he was no longer Hector's match, as Hector had claimed first place in the Golden Exchange battle at the Kirin Manor. This was their third meeting, where Hector had already defeated Alban, who was nearly invincible within the Grandmaster realm. The intervals between each meeting were not long, but Hector's strength seemed to undergo a dramatic transformation every time. Trey felt an intense sense of anticipation. What kind of power would Hector possess by their fourth meeting? It was terrifying to even imagine. This was an unimaginable superhuman monster, capable of rivaling so-called innate sages and figures like Jalen. After killing Alban, Hector glanced at Trey. Upon seeing Hector's gaze, Trey trembled involuntarily, his expression turning grave. He said in a stern voice, "Hector, have you defected to the demonic path?" If Hector had indeed turned to the demonic side, peace between them would likely be impossible today. "Yes, I have entered the demonic path. What do you plan to do now? Challenge me?" Hector mocked him. Though Hector did not particularly like Trey, he also harbored no ill will toward him. Trey's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "You know very well that I am no match for you now. Are you mocking me? If you want me to stop mocking you, get stronger quickly. Perhaps one day you'll be useful," Hector said before turning away. He had glimpsed the future through the Carter, and in those visions was Trey. Trey sacrificed his life to protect the Kirin Manor, buying them valuable time and ultimately averting total destruction. This was why Hector regarded Trey somewhat favorably. Boom. Not long after leaving, Hector encountered the disciples of the demonic path again. "Hector, you killed Alban?" The demonic disciples exclaimed in surprise when they saw Alban's severed head in Hector's hand. They hadn't seen any sign of Alban on their journey. "A bunch of fools. Alban was that Wilson giving you orders earlier," Hector replied coldly. There was no need to show courtesy to the demonic path. As long as one was stronger, they could trample upon them as they wished. After all, few good people joined the demonic path. Thus, Hector did not hesitate to treat them harshly. How could this be? Dominic ranked third on the righteous profound death sultanst, yet Alban managed to impersonate him. Could it be that Dominic died at Alban's hands? Note, B. Sabong is translated as death sultanst for better fluency in English. Hiss. If unexpected events didn't occur, Dominic must have indeed fallen to Alban. Now, if Alban is dead due to Hector, how strong must Hector be? Perhaps he's already unbeatable at the Grandmaster level, enough to contend with our great demon sex prodigies? 50+ demonic disciples gazed at Hector with reverence and deep fear. Alban had killed Dominic, and Hector had killed Alban. Such feats left them awestruck and intimidated. Whoosh! As Hector moved forward, the 50-odd demonic disciples dispersed swiftly, bowing deeply in respect. Sensing Hector's immense power made them increasingly fearful and reverent. This was the symbol of strength. In the demonic path, absolute power commanded respect and fear. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force shook the nether road, causing cracks to spread across it. Everyone present, including Hector and the 50-odd demonic disciples, sensed an irresistible power sweeping towards them. With their strength and cultivation, they could not resist this force. Puff! Without hesitation, Hector used his mind to focus on 4 tasks simultaneously. His internal organs resonated, channeling secret power into his limbs. The true diagram of the Kirin emerged on his body surface. The secret realm activated, enveloping him in a golden aura. The mysterious silver mask appeared, and Hector also activated the phantom body technique, entering the second layer of space. At the same time, Hector saw Jalen strike down a dozen demonic saints with a single palm, having already entered the nether mountains. His gaze was fixed on their group. Hiss! It's Jalen. We're doomed. Their eyes met, porting Hector away from the nether road. Hector was astonished. Wasn't this just the charm given to him by the red-bearded Kyler? It had actually deflected Jalen's attack? Recalling the future vision where he saw the red-bearded Kyler become an emperor, Hector realized this old man was not just a charlatan but a hidden supreme powerhouse. Dwightmf, you think you can escape from me? A cold sneer echoed from afar. Jalen stepped through the air, like an emperor descending upon the world. The surrounding space trembled under his oppressive might. Chapter 691. Giant Sultan's the Palace, approaching Vernon sect. Harold surely knows I betrayed the Chelan Manor only to infiltrate the Vernon sect. Yet he tried to kill me. Does he really want me dead? Hector's heart sank. At this moment, he had already abandoned any resistance. Facing a powerhouse like Harold, his cultivation was too weak to put up a fight. Boom. But just then, a black sword light seemed to come from afar, swiftly blocking Harold's attack. Simultaneously, an Kylerly Darien appeared beside Hector. Harold, this kid is my junior brother Fritz's disciple. Today, for my sake, can you let him off? The old man laughed. Humph. All of you in the demonic path must be exterminated. Even if your sect master came, I wouldn't give face, Harold replied haughtily as he walked through the air. Humph. That depends on whether you have the strength. Just her expressive large eyes. It was hard to believe that such a lively young Prudence was a disciple of the demonic path. Junior brother Sue, hello? My name is Miriam. We are of the same sect. You may call me Senior Sister Sue. Miriam smiled warmly. I greet you, Senior Sister Sue. Hector nodded and smiled back, then looked towards the old man and Tad, frowning. They should be fine, right? Relax. Holy Venerable True Devil and Lord Tad are among the best in our great demon sect. Few under Jeffrey rank can kill them. Even if they aren't a match for Harold, it won't be easy for him to kill them either, Miriam reassured with a smile. Then I shall trouble you, Senior Sister. Hector clasped his hands. Junior brother, did you reach the netherworld this time, after entering the path of oblivion and seeing Carter? Miriam asked curiously. Hector hesitated but shook his head. No. The netherworld was crucial. According to the truth, those who entered it were destined to be supreme figures. Revealing his entry would bring much attention, possibly dangerous. None? What a pity. I thought, given your talent, junior brother Sue would definitely meet Carter and gain the inheritance of the netherworld. Miriam sighed regretfully. Hector laughed bitterly. Being able to tread the path of oblivion is itself a great opportunity. To see Carter and enter the netherworld. How easy is that? Played by a woman before. You have an aura I can't describe, but I feel you will be outstanding in the future, perhaps even surpassing our sect's first Ricardo and Devil Daughter, Miriam commented. Hector laughed, assuming she was complimenting him. They continued chatting, encountering no danger along the way. About 3 days later, 4 colossal mountains appeared within Hector's line of sight. These 4 mountains resembled 4 giants standing in the 4 cardinal directions, towering into the clouds, supporting a black palace. Following the giants' gaze, each stood at least 1,000 meters tall. The palace itself extended deep into the clouds, only a corner visible, yet Hector could sense its enormity and majesty. This is our great demon sect? Hector exclaimed. In terms of momentum and grandeur, Vernon sect was no less impressive than Chelan Manor, and even seemed more majestic. Hashtag chapter 692, the Great Jeffrey Scripture. Junior brother Sue, have you heard of our great demon sect's 4 great mountains? Miriam smiled as she noticed Hector staring at the 4 mountains. I am not fully aware of them. Please enlighten me, senior sister, Hector said politely. Miriam smiled and explained. These 4 mountains are the 4 great demon mountains of our demonic path. Back in their prime, they were home to... Without hesitation, Miriam nodded. Indeed, we could stand alone in the northern border against all orthodox forces and survive because of the legacies left by these demon Jeffreys. Junior brother Sue, as long as you work hard in our great demon sect, one day you too can inherit the legacies of these demon Jeffreys. Hector suddenly thought of Alban's Swallowing Sutra, which, paired with the Een force from the netherworld inheritance, could counter Hector's true intention interpretation and was exceptionally formidable. If it weren't for Hector fusing with the Chelan mark and creating the Chelan true intention, defeating Alban would have been much harder. Could such a powerful Swallowing Sutra be part of the demon Jeffrey's legacy? Thinking this, Hector immediately asked whether the Swallowing Sutra was part of the demon Jeffrey's legacy. Miriam nodded and then shook her head. Alban has learned only a quarter of the heavenly demon Swallowing Sutra. Compared to the true heavenly demon Swallowing Sutra, there's still a significant gap. How strong is the real heavenly demon Swallowing Sutra? Hector was curious. Alban mastered a quarter of the Swallowing Sutra, and even without reaching a high cultivation level, he could counter Hector's true intention interpretation. Imagine how terrifying it would be if he perfected it. As the complete heavenly demon swallowing sutra, its power at its peak would be unimaginably terrifying. Miriam's eyes grew intense as she gazed into the sky and said solemnly, exactly how strong? I'm not sure. I only know that Lord Heavenly Demon Jeffrey once swallowed a naturally born sage who had reached Quasi-Jeffrey Peak across 100 miles with a single breath. What? Swallowed a naturally born sage who had reached Quasi-Jeffrey Peak across 100 miles. Hector was stunned, his heart racing. Can someone kill from 100 miles away? That was indeed terrifying. What shocked him most was swallowing a Quasi-Jeffrey Peak, naturally born sage with a single breath. Naturally born sages are already incredibly strong. Once they reach Quasi-Jeffrey Peak, they are virtually invincible in their realm. Even such a powerful individual was killed. Imagine how terrifying the heavenly demon swallowing sutra must be. Seeming to sense Hector's shock, Miriam smiled again. The heavenly demon swallowing sutra is merely one of our 5 major legacies. Our strongest legacy surpasses even the heavenly demon swallowing sutra. Hector's interest was piqued. Senior sister, what is this strongest legacy? More terrifying than the heavenly demon swallowing sutra? It must be a true great Jeffrey scripture. Currently, Hector had obtained only the true intention interpretation. And even with the true intention interpretation, he had cultivated only 5 paths, leaving 4 unexplored. Even so, at his current level, mastering 5 paths made him nearly invincible. So far, only Alban, slightly higher in cultivation, had managed to counter him. Besides that, the Qilin Holy Scripture also belonged to the category of Great Jeffrey Scriptures. But he had only obtained a third of it, so it didn't count as a true Great Jeffrey Scripture yet, similar to Alban's Swallowing Sutra, which was only a quarter. Additionally, Hector had inherited the Netherworld and Heaven Gate powers, i.e., Extreme Giant Force and Extreme Force. However, he hadn't tapped into their true potential yet, so their real strength remained unknown. Miriam looked at the heavenly demon palace hidden in the clouds, her gaze deepening as she spoke gravely. I'm not entirely clear about it. After all, this scripture is a true Great Jeffrey scripture. It is said to be created by a true demonic path Jeffrey from the near-immortal era. This scripture, although still a Great Jeffrey scripture, was created specifically to counter the supreme scriptures of the immortal realm. A demon Jeffrey once remarked that this scripture stands out even among the Great Jeffrey scriptures. Hector was intrigued. Does this scripture have a name? Yes. Miriam replied. Its name is Sure. Sure? Hector was surprised. He had never heard of a Great Jeffrey scripture having a one-character name. Anything else? Hector probed. Not really. Miriam shook her head. That's all I know. If Junior Brother wishes to learn more, perhaps the Saint Venerables of the 4 Great Demon Mountains, or the Demon Children and Demon Daughters of our Great Demon Sect, could provide more information. Work hard, Junior Brother Sue. With your potential shown in Green Ghost Town and Red Mountain, you will surely qualify to access that supreme scripture one day. Let's go, Junior Brother Sue. I'll take you to our Great Demon Sect's mission hall now. Miriam glanced at the package Hector held, containing none other than Alban's severed head. Chapter 693, Joining the Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. Both the righteous and demonic paths have task halls where missions are assigned to disciples. Hector had undergone numerous trials, and finally earned the recognition of most within the demonic path. Today was merely for him to complete his final assessment. And this task hall was located on one of the 4 Great Demon Mountains, the Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. Look at that person. Isn't he Hector, who has been the talk of the town recently? It's him. Oh my god. He's actually come to our Great Demon Sect. In the midst of close surveillance by the Qilin Manor, this guy still managed to become a disciple under the venerable illusory demon and escape from the Qilin Manor. Impressive. He was able to join forces with 11 saints in the Qingwuzhen Dawang Mountain battle, sealing away a soul collector and earning himself a place on the Qilin Manor's merit board. Yet, during his prime, he betrayed the Qilin Manor. After inspection, the Kyler passed Hector a blood-colored identity token. On one side was a black demon character, while the other bore Hector's name. Congratulations, little guy. From now on, you are a disciple of our Great Demon Sect. The red-robed Kyler smiled. Hector nodded. Brother Sue, let me show you around our Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain, Miriam smiled. All right. Hector nodded and turned to leave. However, as soon as they exited the task hall, they encountered countless Vernon sect disciples standing outside, staring at him. So, that's Hector? Looks like he's about 17. Such delicate features, and yet he was able to work with 11 saints to seal a soul collector at Qingwuzhen Dawang Mountain. You can't judge a book by its cover. Despite his youth and refined appearance, they say he fights ferociously, more cruel than many in our Great Demon Sect. Himph. Although he passed our sect's rigorous tests, there's no way I'll acknowledge him. The outer sect exam is approaching, and I will expose him for what he really is, a spy planted here by the Qilin Manor. Just a pretty face. Big deal. I suspect those accomplishments were fabricated by the Qilin Manor to allow him to defect at the peak of his fame, hiding in plain sight among us. Over 1,000 people gathered, all watching Hector. Some expressed admiration for his prowess and courage, while others released palpable hostility, not acknowledging Hector's. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 individuals changed too. But with so many watching, how could they retreat and still maintain their standing in the Great Demon Sect? Since you want us to attack together, don't blame us for being ruthless. Kill. The 4 exchanged glances, then simultaneously channeled their true chi and launched a coordinated assault on Hector. All 4 were at the peak Grandmaster level. Confident in their combined strength, they believed they could easily overpower the new kid. Whoosh. However, as they approached, Hector stood motionless. A golden ripple erupted from him, sending all 4 flying backward in a spray of blood before they even got close. Hiss. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside the task hall. No one expected Hector to be so powerful. Standing still, he had repelled 4 peak Grandmasters, leaving them spitting blood mid-air. His strength rivals the top prodigies in our Eastern Demon Imperial Mountains outer sect. Someone muttered to themselves. Come here. Hector extended his hand, and the golden field enveloped the 3 again. They hadn't hit the ground when they found themselves involuntarily moving toward Hector. #####, Chapter 694, The Lloyd. Under the gaze of over 1,000 Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain disciples, the three men crashed heavily at Hector's feet. Hector kicked out 3 times in rapid succession, stomping them down fiercely with a sickening thud. The three spewed blood from their mouths. Their left shoulders exploded into fragments, and blood pooled around them. This display of overwhelming dominance made many onlookers feel their scalps tingle in shock. This young man had just arrived at their great demon sect yet was already showing such arrogance and aggression, incapacitating 3 senior disciples without a word. Anyone else? Hector's gaze swept across the crowd. Immediately, those who met his eyes were terrified. Their gazes flickered uncertainly, few daring to meet his stare. Aren't you afraid of me? Hector locked eyes with a 19-year-old man, who stood facing him, fury brewing in his eyes. Our great demon sect and your Qilin manor are mortal enemies. Yet, you dare cause trouble here? Boy, do you really think this is your righteous realm? The man shouted in anger. Ha, it seems you hit your head when you left home today. Right now, I am a disciple of Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain of the Great Demon Sect. Look carefully, Hector said coldly. Whoosh. The moment Hector finished speaking, the air ruptured violently. Right after joining us, Brother Su. You truly have talent. Nate stepped forward. He appeared only a year older than Hector, with slender eyes that glinted like venomous snakes, fixed intently on him. Hiss, it's the Lloyd, he's back. Haha, if the Lloyd decides to act, this arrogant Fred is doomed. Many people clenched their fists excitedly upon seeing the newcomer. Finally, someone formidable would deal with Hector. Brother Su, be careful. This guy is the Lloyd of our Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain Outer Court, incredibly powerful and ranked within the top 10 of our mountain. Above him are 3 even stronger Kyler brothers, Miriam warned. Hector replied, I feel my talents aren't big enough. If they were, no snakes or bugs would dare challenge me. What the hell? Was this arrogant man provoking the Lloyd? Many were stunned by Hector's boldness. The Lloyd narrowed his eyes, walking towards Hector and saying coldly, Tell me, Fred, would you prefer to die covered in venomous sores or be dissected piece by piece, your bones carved out one by one? I'll give you a choice. Is it okay if I kill him? Hector glanced at Miriam. Miriam hesitated, replying, his 3 Kyler brothers are very powerful, especially the Hugo, ranked 3rd on our mountain. Killing him might bring you significant trouble. His eldest brother is strong? Hector asked. Very strong, already half-step king level. He has reached the pinnacle in the Grandmaster realm and mastered the 2nd level of the 10,000 snake poison Dalton technique, one of the 3 secret arts of visibly cracking. It was being corroded. Surprised, Hector hadn't encountered such a bizarre situation before. Haha, Fred, you'll rot and die completely. The Lloyd laughed maniacally, seeing Hector as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. To the others, Hector, who was only focusing on defense, was clearly at a disadvantage. A crushing defeat seemed inevitable. Is this the same Hector who sealed the Soul Harvester alongside 11 sages in Qinghue Town's Red Hill? Seems he's nothing special. At that moment, atop Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain, a man and a woman appeared side by side on a high pavilion, overlooking Hector and the Lloyd outside the mission hall. One of the men sneered slightly. Chapter 695, Decisive Victory over the Clarence. If the disciples of Baima Jeffrey Mountain were here, they would be greatly shocked to see these 2 people. Because these 2 individuals are Marcus, ranked 4th, and Jai York, ranked 5th, in the outer sect of Baima Jeffrey Mountain. And the man speaking is precisely the 4th-ranked Marcus. Hee hee, let's wait and see, Jai York said with a faint smile, her willow-like eyebrows curved like a crescent moon. Agreed. Let's watch how he gets killed by the Clarence, Marcus smiled. Boom. At this moment, Hector's golden field was thoroughly corroded, shattering into countless pieces like a large pane of glass. Hector immediately dodged the Clarence's venomous attack, while simultaneously a golden path appeared beneath his feet. The New World path opened up, extending right under the Clarence, teleporting him close to Hector. Kid, you dare to let me get close for a melee? I admire your bravery, the Clarence exclaimed with delight as he saw Hector allowing him to approach, and another wave of highly corrosive poison erupted from him. But at this moment, Hector's golden field reformed again. This time, he had compressed the field significantly, increasing its defensive power 2 to 3 times instantly. It was like layers of glass stacked on top of each other. 1 or 2 panes can be broken easily, but dozens layered together. Hector wanted to see just how strong the corrosiveness of the venom was. Boom. This time, the ejected venom was finally blocked by Hector's compressed field, though it could still visibly erode through the field at an alarming speed. Dwighmph, it's useless. In front of me, you can do nothing but escape, the Clarence sneered, his fingers oozing with thick green liquid as he viciously plunged them into Hector's golden field. Crack. The next moment, Hector's golden field was pierced by the Clarence's 5 fingers, and copious amounts of green liquid sprayed from those fingers, shooting directly towards Hector. Hector felt alarmed and instantly used the phantom body technique, entering the 2nd spatial layer to evade the attack. Gone? The Clarence narrowed his eyes, green pupils emitting eerie green light that quickly located Hector. Hector then swiftly flew out from the 2nd spatial layer, no longer concealing his true strength. His hands formed seals, causing his internal organs to resonate, and he delivered a powerful palm strike through the air towards the Clarence. The toxic fluid spewed by the Clarence was scattered by Hector's blow, but in that instant, Hector sensed a massive threat. A shocking beam of green light burst from the Clarence's eyes. Suddenly, Hector felt a great amount of cold energy spreading from the void, instantly enveloping him and restricting his movements to some extent. Hiss, that's the Clarence's soul-devouring eye. That kid is done for, someone gasped in shock. All the spectators hastily stepped back. At this moment, Hector squinted, activating the firmament eye. Waves of red light collided directly with the Clarence's soul-devouring eye. After his training in the Nether Road, Hector's firmament eye had reached the peak of the 7th spatial layer. As long as there was no 8th spatial layer soul devourer, he feared no one. Thud. In an instant, the collision between the firmament eye and the soul-devouring eye resulted in a deadlock, leaving the Clarence inwardly astonished. His soul-devouring eye rivaled even their eldest brothers, matching the might of a peaked 7th spatial layer devourer. Yet now, it couldn't suppress Hector. Boom. At this moment, Hector charged forward, the golden field spreading like a streak of light, multiplying his speed to the extreme. Instantly, Hector arrived before the Clarence. Kid, you dare to come closer still? Watch me corrode you into meat pulp. The Clarence raged. Hector's repeated provocations were intolerable. Boom. Spewing poison with both mouth and fingers, the volume and speed were several times greater than before. Given the close proximity, Hector couldn't dodge. Everyone watching believed that if Hector couldn't avoid it, he would be instantly corroded into blood foam, leaving not even bone fragments. Of course, Hector hadn't intended to dodge. After assessing the toxicity strength and the Clarence's overall capabilities during their clash, it was time to settle the score. Boom. Hector pressed forward with his left palm, emitting intense white light resembling sunlight. Ah! Instantly, the Clarence screamed, his eyes bleeding profusely under the intense light. Simultaneously, Hector's palm transformed into a radiant force, colliding fiercely with the ejected venom. With a sound, the toxic fluid splattered everywhere as Hector struck the Clarence's shoulder, sending him flying, crashing several hundred meters away. Hiss, did Forlord lose? How is this possible? Forlord ranks 9th in our Baymah Jeffrey Mountain. How could he lose to this kid? Moreover, Forlord's venom and soul-devouring eye are among the strongest secret weapons in the outer sect. Indeed, Hector is formidable. To collaborate with 11 saints to seal an envoy of death in Red Mountain, Chingue Town, he is not undeserving of his reputation. Indeed, to be the second disciple of Finn Saint Venerable, he must have gained significant recognition for his ability and talent. Many present acknowledged Hector's strength after seeing the Clarence defeated. Do you see? Is this kid planning to finish him off? Someone asked in trembling tones. Boom. At the same moment, Hector didn't hold back and rushed forward, intending to deliver a final blow. The Clarence had intended to kill him, hence he should not blame Hector for his ruthlessness. Boom. However, as Hector approached the Clarence, a figure flashed toward him as fast as lightning. Hector met the incoming figure with a palm strike. Thud. Both Hector and the intruder stumbled back several steps. Upon focus, a Yuan stood not far away, sizing up Hector. Hector, your strength is impressive. You qualify to enter Baymah Jeffrey Mountain, Marcus smiled. Hiss, it's senior brother Marcus. He returned too, someone exclaimed excitedly. Is. It signified that he ranked 4th in the combat power list of Baymah Imperial Mountain's outer sect. I don't care what rank you hold. Don't obstruct me, or I will kill both of you together. Hector remained resolute, showing no hesitation despite Marcus's high ranking. Seeing this, many were shocked, their expressions strange, as if they couldn't believe Hector was acting so foolishly. Leroyd he not know how significant a gap in ranking meant in their great demon sect? Earlier, Hector had put forth his full strength to defeat Hobie. Against Marcus, who was twice as powerful, Hector had almost no chance of victory. Heh, have some skills and let's see what you've got. Today, I'm taking Hobie with me. Marcus turned and walked toward Hobie, his back to Hector, exuding supreme confidence. This was the confidence born from immense power. Even facing Hector head-on, he was unafraid. Dwight, since you want to show off, let's see if you can keep up, Hector coldly said and charged forward, pressing his palm towards Marcus. Boom. Suddenly, a white-robed woman appeared in front of Hector. With a flicker, Hector vanished. Several sword slashes erupted where he stood moments ago, splitting the ground into a dozen long cracks. Hee, your reflexes are impressive. I thought I could chop Su Jr. brother into dozens of pieces. The white-robed woman Jai York laughed. Hector's eyes gleamed brightly, enhanced by his heaven's eye, slowing down her lightning-fast sword. He tilted his head slightly, avoiding the fatal strike. Meanwhile, a golden sword light sliced the ground behind him, creating a 50-meter-long fissure. Such a terrifying blow would have shattered him if he hadn't dodged. Zoom. A new path extended from beneath Hector's feet towards Jai York, who smiled faintly. You're quite something, junior brother Su, exchanging blows with me in just an instant. But alas, these few moves aren't enough to force my full potential. Clank. She sheathed her sword, stomping her foot, which shattered Hector's new path instantly. Then, she quickly retreated to Marcus's side. Marcus, now supporting Hobie, coldly said, Hector, there's half a month left until the outer sect competition of Baymah Imperial Mountain. Enjoy your final moments. Zoom. But in response, came Hector's fist. Too arrogant. Marcus snorted and glanced at Jai York. Kill him? Why should I do it? Am I that easy to command? Jai York raised an eyebrow. No need, you both stay here. Hector's cold voice suddenly echoed. Boom. He unleashed the true meanings of the imperial art. Power surged between his palms. 1 meaning, 2 meanings, 3 meanings, 4 meanings. 4 meanings rushed out, boosting Hector's combat power to peak 5th stage. Boom. Marcus and Jai York's calm expressions finally changed. Clang. Dozens of sword chi soared into the sky, striking Hector's fist like thunder. Crack. The terrifying sword chi shattered one by one. Puff. All the sword chi were extinguished. Hector's fist pressed forward, directly aiming for Jai York's head. Jai York instantly drew her sword to block, and with a thud, she was pushed back 3 steps. Hector's punch was completely neutralized. But Hector wasn't idle. He punched again, converting extreme Jai power into dazzling white light, smashing towards Marcus. This alarmed many observers. Was Hector planning to face both 3rd-ranked Marcus and 4th-ranked Jai York simultaneously? Chapter 697. Jai York's defeat and the conquest of Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain. If Hector's previous victory over the 4 Kevins had already earned him the recognition of the many outer disciples of Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain, many were still skeptical when 4th-ranked Marcus and 5th-ranked Jai York appeared. who knew that when Hector finally made his move, he would instantly exchange several breathtaking blows with 5th-ranked Yi Jian Wan Gu, each glanced at Hector, supporting the 4 Kevins as he quickly turned into a streak of light and vanished. Su, little brother, don't struggle anymore. Come, let big sister sever your arms. Don't worry, big sister is gentle and won't cause you too much pain. Yi Jian Wan Gu smiled, a shallow dimple appearing on her cheek, looking harmless and comforting like a neighbor's daughter. Hector narrowed his eyes, his internal organs resonating in unison. Secret pathways instantly connected through his limbs. With his left hand, he compressed a golden field which rapidly condensed in his palm. The surrounding spiritual energy thinned out under the immense compression. Yi Jian Wan Gu finally retracted her smile, sensing a hint of danger emanating from Hector's palm. She darted upwards, rising 10 meters into the air, her body turning into a radiant source composed of countless sword chi. Sword chi descended like a storm, aimed directly at Hector. Infinite sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. The sheer volume of sword chi tore through the air, causing continuous sonic booms. In everyone's eyes, Yi Jian Wan Gu had become an invincible holy sword. Her sword chi surged like ocean waves, while Hector appeared like a small boat amidst the waves, ready to be engulfed. Boom. Hector remained unmoving, like a mountain. He pressed his palm forward. Spiritual explosion. Spurt. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Not to kill me if I lead you there? Yi Jian Wan Gu asked, visibly shaken. It depends on my mood. Of course, you can refuse, Hector replied indifferently. Yi Jian Wan Gu stared deeply at Hector. As a practitioner of black magic, she had killed many and acted based on her mood. For the first time, she understood the mindset of those she had slain. All right, I'll take you there. Yi Jian Wan Gu nodded immediately. Senior sister Su, thank you. Hector suddenly looked towards Miriam, who stood nearby stunned. Miriam had been utterly amazed by Hector's formidable strength. Only now, as Hector turned his gaze towards her, did she come back to her senses, feeling incredibly excited. She felt that hosting Hector was an incredible opportunity for her. Cultivating a relationship with such a prodigy would greatly benefit her future in the Grand Demon sect. Senior brother Su, it's an honor to meet you, Miriam quickly responded, showing newfound respect. Unconsciously, her attitude towards Hector had shifted entirely. Senior sister Su, please call me Junior brother Su. It sounds better, Hector requested. Oh okay, Junior brother Su, Miriam agreed, somewhat bashfully. Haha. Hector laughed heartily, turning and leaving with Yi Jian Wan Gu. Watching his departure, the thousands of Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain disciples were inwardly shaken, waves of emotion crashing within them. Soon, news spread across the entire Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain outer sect. Hiss, what did you say? That Hector from Qilin Manor came to our Grand Demon sect, joined Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain, and defeated Yi Jian Wan Gu and the 4 Kevins in a single day? This kid is truly audacious. Coming to our Grand Demon sect and acting so arrogantly, not only defeating Yi Jian Wan Gu and the 4 Kevins, but daring to seek out Marcus. Does he think he's challenging our sect's authority on behalf of Qilin Manor? With such a high profile, he's asking for trouble. Wait until the 3 monsters of Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain return. His good days will soon be over. Chapter 698, Battle with Marcus. Ever since Hector's victorious battle on Big Red Mountain in the Qinggui town, where he joined forces with 11 sages to seal away a soul-reaping messenger, his military achievements have swept through the entire northern frontier martial world. Be it the righteous path or the demon path, everyone knew his name. Following this, Hector betrayed the Qilin mansion and became an apprentice under the demonic path's illusory demon Venerable. Under the protection of numerous demon experts, he broke out of the Qilin mansion and joined the Vernon sect. This incident caused another uproar. No one could have expected that someone like Hector, who was in the spotlight, would defect from the Qilin mansion of the demonic path, Hector said with determination. Marcus, come out and meet your death. Hector arrived before a palace, bellowing loudly. His voice reverberated like thunder, stirring up the surrounding area. Yi Jian Wan Gu told him that Marcus was inside this palace. What person dares to create a ruckus in my spirit-devouring hall? At this moment, Anate angrily rushed out, glaring fiercely at Hector. Hector replied calmly, Laro Isipal of illusory demon Venerable. Hector. Illusory demon Venerable's disciple? Hector? Hearing this, the Nate's eyes flickered uncertainly as he stared hard at Hector without speaking. Of course, he had long heard of Hector. Recently, if anyone had gained immense fame, Hector was definitely among them. Especially after the battle on Big Red Mountain and his defection from the Qilin mansion to join the Vernon sect, Hector's reputation had soared throughout the northern frontier martial world. Even many ancient monsters and sages knew about his deeds. Hector, you dare to seek me out? Just then, Marcus emerged, coldly staring at Hector. He never imagined Hector would come so quickly, nor did he expect that Yi Jian Wan Gu, despite her considerable strength, failed to defeat Hector. Seeing Marcus's gaze, Yi Jian Wan Gu's expression slightly changed. Marcus, just now I merely sparred with Brother Su. I couldn't match him. If he wants to challenge you, you can spar with him. I'd. Good, with that sentence, I'll give you no more chances today. I haven't been this eager for a fight in a long time. I hope you can offer me a unique experience. Don't disappoint me with one move. Marcus gritted his teeth. Whoosh. The next moment, his figure vanished. Hector stood motionless. Suddenly, the temperature around him plummeted by over 100 degrees, like entering icy snowfields. Hector felt the hair on his body rise. He sensed several spirit devourers invading him, causing his limbs to stiffen instantly. Roaring, Hector activated the spirit devouring formula, releasing a surge of cold air from a spirit devourer within his body. However, its coldness was far weaker than the surrounding cold, swiftly being suppressed. Suddenly, the true intent laroiogram of the Qilin appeared on his skin, forming vortices that continuously absorbed the cold air. Hector regained mobility almost immediately, but at this moment, a red flying sword flashed through the air. Before it approached, Hector felt as though a sword had pierced his neck. The bone-chilling killing intent split his skin open, spewing blood. 4th-ranked Marcus was significantly stronger than 5th-ranked Ji York. He forced Hector into 2 critical situations in an instant, even compelling him to use the true intent Laroiagram of the Qilin. Boom. In that moment, Hector's organs resonated, proved astonishingly effective. At the same time, a flash of surprise and seriousness crossed Marcus's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected Hector to block his killing blow. To kill Hector, he had, in an instant, used the second major realm of soul-devouring art, along with his ultimate killing sword technique. Together, they were invincible. Over the years, countless half-step king-level geniuses from the righteous path had died under his sword. Now, however, Hector had blocked him, leaving Marcus utterly shocked. After all, Hector was merely at the Grandmaster realm, yet he possessed such formidable reaction speed, adaptability, and defensive power, each one reaching its peak. Gathered within Hector, it was something even Marcus found heart-stopping. Explode! Hector bellowed. Crack. The point-blocking Marcus suddenly released an extremely powerful destructive force, far stronger than any of Hector's previous true intention techniques. Instantly, crackling, Marcus's sword tip exploded, with the force spreading up the blade. Marcus's face changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Puff. Instantly, he dropped his shattered sword, which had turned to fragments. Meanwhile, Hector, stepping the path of the new world, chased after him like a beam of light. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, executing Imperial Decree True Intention Technique. 1 True Intention Technique. 2 True Intention Techniques. 3 True Intention Techniques. 4 True Intention Techniques. 5 True Intention Techniques. An equally terrifying force surged from Hector's palms, striking Marcus fiercely. Marcus's body hair stood on end. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His intuition told him that if he couldn't withstand this, he would undoubtedly lose today. Boom. Instantly, Marcus clenched his teeth, emitting waves of terrifying coldness more intense than anything Hector had faced before. Red light enveloped his body, his eyes turning blood red, and red fur sprouted all over him, making him look like an incarnate soul devourer, incredibly frightening. Hiss, get back. Senior brother Marcus has actually used the forbidden technique of the soul-devouring art. He is transforming into a soul devourer. Many were petrified, retreating rapidly. Even Hector's eyelids twitched. He had fought Ellison, who became exceedingly strong upon transformation into a soul devourer. Although he eventually defeated Ellison, it came at a cost. Marcus, currently, far surpassed Ellison in cultivation, potential, and talent. His use of the forbidden soul-devouring art technique, that would have been different. But clearly, Hector's secret martial art wasn't a forbidden technique. Is he dead? Many stared nervously at the explosion center. Many didn't wish for Marcus's death. However, Hector's displayed destructive power was too terrifying. Unexpectedly, even if Marcus was made of steel, he likely wouldn't survive. Not yet. With a flash in his eyes, Hector rushed forward, realizing there was no time to waste. He had to deliver the final blow. Boom. Just as the energy dissipated, everyone saw Marcus reappear, covered in blood. Despite severe injuries, a terrifying aura grew around him, causing immense pressure, as if a demonic deity was about to awaken. Hiss, senior brother Liu endured such a terrifying blow and still didn't die. Is his transformed soul devourer form so terrifying? This translation preserves the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 700, A Desperate Battle. Everyone present was utterly stunned. Hector's attack just now was terrifying beyond imagination. If they had been in his place, even with 9 lives, they would have been dead by now. However, Marcus, who underwent a soul-devouring transformation, managed to survive. And the outcome of surviving, without doubt, meant Hector's death sentence. They believed that Hector must have exerted all his on it. However, he was directly suppressed by the Qilin true intent and sank into the ground. What the hell is that? A diagram? I feel 2 forces emanating from it. One is the Qilin Mansion's Qilin seal, and another is even stronger. What is that? Hiss, is this Hector's real power? Heavens, the incomparably terrifying attack he unleashed earlier wasn't even his full strength? At this moment, the entire scene erupted into chaos. Hector had revealed a mysterious martial art they had never seen before. This was the Qilin true intent unfolding, which Hector achieved after merging with the Qilin seal. It was fundamentally much stronger than the simple Qilin seal, and even surpassed the raw spirit burst by half a notch. Upon its appearance, it temporarily subdued Marcus, who had undergone a soul-devouring transformation. But it still wasn't enough. Roar. Marcus roared wildly, using both hands to push up against Hector's Qilin true intent. At the same time, Hector's body, deprived of the Qilin true intent unfolding to maintain balance, suffered from the ravages of 2 extreme forces within. Splat. Instantly, blood oozed from Hector's 7 orifices, as he had to activate the visceral organ method to suppress the opposing destructive force overpowering. As soon as Hector unleashed them, his arms couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded into shards of flesh and blood. Marcus on the ground also faced the direct impact of these 2 forces. Splat. Before he could react, Marcus turned to ashes instantly. These 2 fearsome forces continued to descend, making the ground collapse. Everything around started being destroyed, spreading outward in panic. Hiss, everyone scatter. Many hastily fled in different directions. Splat. Hector could no longer support himself, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, the mysterious silver mask reappeared on his face. Instantly, his lost arms healed, and his strength returned to its peak. It worked, Hector rejoiced. This silver mask indeed saved his life once more when it mattered most. Without further ado, he formed hand seals, and a new Qilin true intent Laroiagram condensed, temporarily balancing the 2 extreme forces within him. Phew, I almost died there. Marcus became so strong after the soul-devouring transformation. Without obtaining the inheritance from the Netherworld and Heavenly Gate, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Hector mused. Yet Marcus was only ranked 4th among the outer sect of the northern demon Jeffrey Mountain. What about the 3 above him? And the Vernon sect wasn't limited to the northern demon Jeffrey Mountain alone. There were also the eastern, western, and southern demon Jeffrey Mountains, not to mention the even more formidable heavenly demon temple. Just from this battle, Hector realized why the Vernon sect could single-handedly counter the entire northern frontier martial world. Even the outer sect of the northern demon Jeffrey Mountain could sweep through the outer mansion of the Kylan Mansion. Before this, the strongest of the Kylan Mansion's outer mansion was merely Dougie. If placed in the northern demon Jeffrey Mountain's outer sect, Dougie might barely match the 10th-ranked individual. Through this battle, the strength of the Vernon sect became clear. The translation maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style while ensuring natural fluency in English. The storyline and logic are coherent with previous content, preserving character names and plot elements accurately. Chapter 701. Hector's goal. Without experiencing these battles, Hector could not yet fully gauge the strength of the Vernon sect. Moreover, this was just the outer sect of the northern demon Imperial Mountain, excluding the other 3 great Imperial Mountains, and the even stronger heavenly demon temple. Above the outer sect were the inner sect and ultimately, the heavenly demon sect. Those entities would only be stronger. To infiltrate the enemy and completely uproot the Vernon sect, Hector still had much to do. Hiss, Marcus was also killed by Hector? Goodness, how powerful is he? Marcus even used the forbidden technique Spirit Devouring incarnation of the Spirit Devouring spell. Such a Marcus is nearly on par with a true king. Even such a Marcus could be killed by this Hector from the Chelan Manor. What kind of human is he? Dwight man? Haha, who dares openly challenge us at Chelan Manor if not him? If he didn't have some power, would he dare? Regardless, based on his combat strength displayed now, he can absolutely match our northern demon Imperial Mountain outer sect's 3rd-ranked Kevin. At that moment, all the distant Vernon sect disciples watched Hector with awe. After Hector killed the Spirit-devouring incarnated Marcus, they estimated his strength could at least match the 3rd-ranked Kevin. He's so strong. The 5th-ranked Jaeg York felt an aftershock upon seeing Hector's current combat strength. She had challenged Hector earlier. Fortunately, she had submitted in time. Or with Hector's demonstrated power, she would have been killed utterly. Quick, look, he's standing up. Suddenly, many people saw Hector stand up and immediately tensed, backing away. Has he already recovered? Some were surprised. Logically, after battling Spirit-devouring incarnated Marcus, Hector should be exhausted. But now, his composed demeanor suggested nothing. Once they learn their brother was bullied by Hector, they won't let it go. Yes, those 3 lords are among our outer sect's top 10. Especially Kevin, ranked 3rd in combat strength, stronger than Marcus. If Kevin attacks, Hector might not match him. Kevin's combat strength is certainly not inferior to him. Plus, with Gay, 3rd Kevin, and Edward using the flying snake technique, they could almost challenge 2nd-ranked Tyler, maybe even win. Hector wouldn't stand a chance. I feel this outer sect grand competition will bring an epic, visually impactful battle. In no time, Hector's reputation skyrocketed due to the duel with Marcus. His name echoed everywhere. Hee, this kid caused quite a stir upon arriving at our great demon sect. Seems he isn't one to tolerate injustice. True to being Master Illusionary Demon Saint's disciple, his aggressive stance will inevitably draw envy. I'm looking forward to his performance in the outer sect grand competition. Even high-ranking officials within the northern demon Imperial Mountain heard about Hector's duel with Marcus, astonished by his combat prowess. They were also curious whether this aggressive young man would deliver even more impressive performances within the northern demon Imperial Mountain. Meanwhile, Hector began secluding himself. Through this battle, his cultivation reached the late peak Great Master Realm. The outer sect grand competition was imminent. He must advance to the peak Great Master Realm before the competition to match the top 3 of the Vernon sect's northern demon Imperial Mountain outer sect combat strength rankings. Through Miriam, he learned the top 3 were far stronger than the 4th-ranked Marcus. Battling Marcus nearly drained all his strength. Against the top 3, his current strength offered little chance of victory. Thus, advancing his strength while staying undercover in the northern demon Imperial Mountain became urgent. If he reached the peak Great Master Realm, he believed his skills and combat prowess could match the 3 monsters. Furthermore, rumor had it that apart from the northern demon Imperial Mountain, the other 3 Imperial Mountains would also participate in the outer sect grand competition. If Hector won the first place here, he would face the top ones from the other 3 Imperial Mountains, ultimately deciding the true first in the Vernon sect outer sect through battles. In the Vernon sect, the first from each Imperial Mountain wasn't the ultimate first. The combined firsts of the 4 Imperial Mountains determined the true first. Being the first granted the opportunity to contact the Heavenly Demon Temple, the core region of the Vernon sect. Hector came to the Vernon sect to enter this core region and uncover its secrets, gaining favor and trust from the higher-ups to ultimately uproot the Vernon sect. That was Hector's ultimate goal. I will be the first to kill him. Kill him? Spare me. With your strength, you can't even touch him. Leroy, you know that Hector killed Marcus, who was ranked 4th on the Northern Imperial Mountains outer sect rankings, just a day ago? Heh, Marcus? He's only ranked 4th on the Northern Imperial Mountains outer sect rankings. In our Eastern Imperial Mountain, we have had the strongest participants in every outer sect tournament. A so-called Marcus might be considered exceptional if he placed within the top 10 here. Even if I can't kill him, our Eastern Imperial Mountain surely has over 10 people capable of doing so. This news not only swept through the Northern Imperial Mountain, but also alarmed the other 3 Imperial Mountains. Year after year, those who could traverse the Nether Path were always the most fortunate out of millions. However, this time, almost everyone from both the righteous and demonic paths died, except for Hector. Apart from luck, personal strength was absolutely formidable. Meanwhile, Hector was unaware of all this. He was fully focused on breaking through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. At the same time, the Northern Imperial Mountain welcomed back Booker, Gay, and 3rd Kevin. Upon their return, they immediately heard about Edward being severely injured by Hector and Marcus's death for avenging him. Instantly, the three were enraged. Hector, within 3 days, cut off your own arms, kneel, and apologize. You may be spared from death. On the 5th day of Hector's seclusion, upon returning, Booker immediately shouted across the distance to Hector, causing a tremendous uproar within the northern Imperial Mountain. Heaven, Booker returned and immediately demanded that Hector kneel and cut off his own arms. Haha, finally, Booker has returned. Hector's about to meet his match. Together, Booker, Gay, 3rd Kevin, and now recovering Edward have never met their match, not even Tyler, ranked 2nd. Perhaps only Innocent, the top-ranked of the Northern Imperial Mountain's outer sect, can defeat them. No matter what, Hector is doomed this time. Many people anticipated seeing Hector kneeling in apology. However, as half the day passed without a response from Hector, Hector, you dare defy my Kyler brother's order. You must be tired of living, roared Gay in anger. Boom. Immediately, Booker, Gay, 3rd Kevin, and Edward simultaneously attacked Hector. Many people followed closely as soon as they noticed their movements. The 4 brothers quickly arrived outside Hector's residence. Gay, known for his fiery temper, instantly leaped into the air, his body growing larger until his clothes tore apart, revealing dense snake patterns on his skin, and then targeted Booker, who casually blocked it with a palm strike. Simultaneously, Hector emerged, disheveled and cold-eyed, glaring at the 4 lords, daring to cause trouble here. Looking at your repulsive appearances, you must be the 4 little snakes of our northern Imperial Mountain. Hiss. For little snakes? At these words, everyone present was taken aback. To call the 4 Kevins 4 little snakes, besides Innocent, now Hector was the only other person brave enough to do so. Those who dared to speak thus before all met gruesome deaths. Chapter 703, Battle Against 3 Serpent Lords. Hector dared to directly refer to the 4 brothers of the Dino as 4 little snakes, clearly indicating his intention to fight to the end. The result of doing so could only be one of 2 things. Either Hector dies or all 4 of the Dinos die. After killing Marcus, who ranked 4th in the outer sect of the northern demon Jeffrey Mountain, did Hector's confidence really swell to such a level? Boy, you are very arrogant. Let me deal with you, Cristobal roared in fury. They, the 4 brothers, detested being called little snakes most of all. This was like breaking their greatest taboo. Hector had to pay for this insult with his life. With a roar, with dense black smoke before it even made contact. Now Hector had no choice but to face it head-on. Back inside, Hector clenched his fingers. The golden field instantly compressed, multiplying its power several times over to form a ring. With a loud thud, all the venom sprayed onto the compressed golden field but failed to penetrate Hector's defense. Instead, Hector forced all the venom back into Cristobal's mouth. Immediately Cristobal let out a scream. Although the venom couldn't corrode him, it still caused him some harm. Most humiliating of all was that, in front of everyone, he was forced to ingest the very venom he had spewed out, like someone forcing spit back into his own mouth, and he swallowed it. I'll crush your hand, Cristobal growled, now having sharp teeth in his mouth. These teeth were not only razor-sharp, capable of crushing weapons, but also coated with venom. A single injection would completely incapacitate a person within seconds. Thud. His teeth clamped down on Hector's forearm. But at that moment, Hector had compressed the golden field around his arm. Additionally, the true dragon pattern appeared on his arm, and coupled with his terrifyingly formidable physique that had reached the limits of every major realm, Hector's defenses became incomparably astonishing. Pooh. The moment Cristobal's teeth bit down, Hector's arm remained unharmed, while his teeth shattered as if biting into steel, spraying copious amounts of red blood. Cristobal screamed and quickly retreated. But Hector wouldn't give him a chance. Taking a step forward, he grabbed the massive figure of Cristobal and swung him violently. Bang! Pooh! Cristobal crashed into the ground under the watchful eyes of thousands. Brother 2, Zoltantal bastard, you dare to hurt our brother 2. We'll fight you to the death. At that moment, Kit and Lloyd roared in rage, rushing forward and spewing large amounts of venom toward Hector. Hector glanced at them and unleashed a shockwave that instantly shielded him with the golden field. Lloyd was alarmed. Several days ago, his venom could penetrate Hector's golden field. Now, although it still caused some damage, the degree and speed were far less noticeable. Leroy, this mean the Fred had grown much stronger in these few days? Boom. Simultaneously, Cristobal shot up from the ravine. Despite the crash, he wasn't badly injured thanks to his thick skin, which offered strong defense. Interesting, but how long can your thick skin withstand my attacks? Hector smiled and charged forward, delivering consecutive blows. Thud, thud, thud. Cristobal roared, using his enormous body to endure the attacks. After several exchanges, he was left trembling, nearly crashing to the ground multiple times. Only the intervention. Chapter 704, The Elijah Acts. Hector is in danger, someone exclaimed in shock. At this moment, everyone's heart leaped into their throats with anxiety. Now, even a fool could see that Hector was facing an absolute deadlock. The Elijah's barrel-sized body constricted tightly around Hector, contracting forcefully. In an instant, Hector's golden field couldn't hold up and began to visibly crack at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, the Kit and Lloyd seized the opportunity. With glowing green eyes, they shattered the already cracked golden field and fiercely bit into Hector's shoulders. However, at this moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Everyone's jaws nearly hit the ground in astonishment. The scene they had anticipated, blood spurting from Hector's shoulders, did not happen. Instead, the sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. But it wasn't Hector's bones. It was the teeth of the Kit and Lloyd, which shattered again, spewing out copious amounts of blood and venom. Ah, you brat. How can you have such formidable defense? The Lloyd screeched, its entire snake-like face trembling in pain. The Kit, enduring the agony, continuously sprayed poisonous blood onto Hector's body. Thud. Hector's whole body glowed. His internal organs resonated as he pushed the 5 viscera 6 bowels law to its limit, making every inch of his skin shock. The kit, now approximately 20 meters long and weighing thousands of pounds after transforming, was single-handedly lifted and swung by Hector. Was this arm strength comparable to lifting a mountain? Whoosh. In the next moment, the kit flew sideways, smashing into a distant hillside. A direct hit would likely result in severe injuries or death. At that moment, the Elijah suddenly appeared in front of the kit, pressing gently. Thud. The rapidly moving kit was immediately halted by the Elijah's single hand. It's the Elijah. He caught the kit with one hand. Someone gasped. Many were stunned. They watched anxiously. The Elijah ranked third on their Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain's Outer Sect combat strength list. He was immensely powerful, far surpassing the other 3 Serpent Lords. Compared to Marcus, who ranked fourth and was defeated by Hector several days ago, the Elijah was significantly stronger. And now, the Elijah was finally about to act? Enough. Suddenly, the Elijah roared. The kit and Lloyd, who were preparing to continue, froze. Brother. The Elijah glanced calmly at the third and Lloyds and said, "You are no match for him. Both of you step back." Despite their unwillingness, the third and Lloyds had to retreat. "Kid, my brother is about to act. Prepare to die." The Lloyd spat angrily at Hector. Subsequently, 2 terrifying breath attacks erupted from his palms. Not through his mouth, but directly from his hands. Such an attack method was so bizarre that even Hector couldn't help but be taken aback. Boom. The void seemed to be burned by dark light. By the time everyone reacted, those 2 black breath attacks had already engulfed Hector. Boom. In an instant, Hector's golden field compressed rapidly, wrapping only around himself. Simultaneously, his hands formed imperial seals, instantly creating 3 true intent symbols. Crack. Suddenly, Hector's golden field burst apart, shattered by the black breath attacks. But under Hector's true intent symbols, the black breath attacks exploded too. Yet, as they exploded, large amounts of black venom also splattered out, instantly engulfing Hector. Crack. Hector's golden field completely shattered at this moment. Zoltank glass struck hard. It fragmented into countless pieces. Thud. Hector was startled. The Elijah's power was incomparably greater than the other 3 Serpent Lords. He immediately felt overwhelming pressure. The Elijah was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Thud. Instantly, the Chelan true intent symbol emerged on his body surface, blocking the splattering venom. Chapter 705. The Tyrannical Booker. Boom. Finally, the true intent Laroiagram appeared and blocked the explosion of venom following the Booker's breath. Not only was the Booker's breath far stronger than that of the 3 Kevins, but it also contained a large quantity of corrosive poison several times more potent than what the 3 Kevins could produce. Without question, the Booker surpassed the 3 Kevins by a wide margin. Just one move from him would have dealt Hector a severe blow had he not broken through to the peak Grand Master realm days ago. Is Hector dead? Hector was submerged in an overwhelming amount of poison. Many people watched with flickering expressions. Indeed, the moment the Booker made his move, it was unlike anything else. Swish. Just as everyone was startled, Hector soared into the sky, rapidly closing in on the Booker. His field spread out once more as if he were walking on a beam of light. Clang. In an instant, Hector unleashed dozens of sword energies. One sword, immortal flight. His skill in swordsmanship had reached an exceedingly high level. The speed at which he wielded his sword was no less impressive than Jai York, who ranked 5th on the Northern Demon Imperial Mountains list. Boom. 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 The Booker continuously attacked barehanded, effortlessly blocking all of Hector's sword energies from every direction. Many observers couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power displayed. Indeed, the strength of the Booker was incomparable to that of the 3 Kevins. This is the power of our Northern Demon Imperial Mountains, 3rd-ranked Outer Sect warrior? He surpasses Marcus from a few days ago by leaps and bounds. Someone exclaimed in amazement. Clang. Hector sheathed his long sword, his gaze heavy. He knew that relying solely on sword techniques wouldn't be enough to defeat the Booker. Instantly, a golden path appeared beneath his feet, swiftly approaching the Booker. The Booker sneered, descending like a meteor and landing heavily on the golden path. Crack. Hector's golden path shattered into countless pieces. The New World path could not withstand even one step of the Booker, collapsing instantly. But Hector had already closed in, forming the Imperial Decree with both hands. 1 true intent Laroiagram. 2 true intent Laroiagrams. 3 true intent Laroiagrams. 4 true intent Laroiagrams. 5 true intent Laroiagrams. Instantly, Hector's combat power surged to the 6th rank realm. To defeat a monster like the Booker, he had to unleash considerable strength. The Booker sensed Hector's aura surging by more than double, causing his expression to turn serious. Instantly, his arms swelled up 3 times their size, resembling 2 barrels, even thicker than the waists of the 3 Kevins. Tungsha arm. This was a powerful arm technique from the Tungsha art that could triple the strength of his arms within a short time. Bang! With 5 true intent Laroiagrams on his right palm, Hector unleashed a force akin to a bursting flood, striking the Booker's arms forcefully. Whistle. Powerful as the Booker was, Hector's strike sent him flying into a distant hillock, causing it to cave in. Hiss. Has the Booker been defeated? Someone jumped, alarmed. The Booker was the 3rd-ranked powerhouse of their Northern Demon Imperial Mountains Outer Sect, far surpassing even the 4th-ranked Marcus. Yet now, he had been sent flying by Hector. The 3 Kevins, however, looked coldly on. While such strength might suffice to defeat them, they laughed off the notion that it could defeat their leader. Crack. Suddenly, the hillock exploded. A burst of golden light soaring into the sky. A fast-moving golden snake, distorting the air in its wake. Haha, my brother's golden snake Zoltank transformation. Hector, you brat, if you don't die this time, I'll write my name backward. The Edward laughed loudly. Their leader had once annihilated 10 half-step kings using this technique. So far, No one below the half-step king level had survived it. It was dubbed a lethal technique for those under the king level, unsolvable by anyone. Instantly, Hector felt his body hairs rise, sensing a tremendous threat. His golden field compressed to a pinpoint, condensing before him. At the same time, his sky eye was pushed to its limit. To the naked eye, only a streak of light was seen, moving incredibly fast. Even with the sky eye, Hector could only barely discern its trajectory. It's here. Hector held his breath, all his body hairs contracting. The world fell silent around him. All he could see was the golden light rushing toward him at an unimaginable speed. Boom. Hector immediately unleashed the compressed field. Spirit burst. Bang. A powerful shockwave erupted from the ground, spreading outwards. In that moment, the golden light snake shattered. Spurt. At the same time, the figure of the Booker appeared, blood seeping from his mouth, nose, and ears. Despite breaking the golden snake Zoltank transformation, Hector himself was drained from performing Spirit Burst. He immediately took out a top-grade chi-nourishing pill, swallowing it and activating the 5 Viscera 6 Bowels technique to quickly refine the medicinal power and replenish his energy. Hiss, the Booker is injured. Everyone saw blood seeping from his orifices. Although it didn't look severe, being able to injure the Booker showcased Hector's formidable strength. Brother. The calm demeanor of the second, third, and Edwards vanished. They had never seen their leader fail to die, extending thousands of meters away. When this light flashed, the crimson eyes of the Ilias suddenly narrowed, turning to look at the source of the light. Eli. Eli has returned. At once, everyone turned their gaze toward the purplish-black light, their faces changing drastically, eyes filled with deep reverence. This kind of reverence stemmed from their souls and could not be erased. Eli. Ranked first on the combat prowess list of the Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountains Outer Sect, Eli was incredibly powerful. With near-royal cultivation, he single-handedly slew 3 royal-level foes during the battle at Vernon Mountain just a month ago. His potential was so immense that many within the Vernon sect believed he had the potential to become a demon prince. And what was a demon prince? One of the few most promising members of the Vernon sect, and also one of its future pillars. For Eli to possess such potential, it was clear just how strong he truly was. Eli, you have finally returned. The Ilias's expression changed, a fierce light appearing in his eyes. Then, he glanced back at Hector. I'll let you live a few more days. After I defeat Eli, I will come back to deal with you. Boom. With those words, the Ilias flicked his tail and transformed into a black beam of light, swiftly disappearing. His passage left behind a trail where the ground was marked by the movement of a flying serpent. Ist, said Antoine. Gerardo, Callahan, and Orson didn't immediately leave. Hector scanned them and said, your Kyler brother was quite lucky too. If he hadn't fled prematurely, he would have become a bowl of snake soup for me. You. The 3 were livid. Hector dared insinuate that their Kyler brother had run away out of fear? Boy, you're stubborn. Enjoy your last few days. In a few days, you'll meet your end, said Antoine. Gerardo added, treasure your remaining time. Go to Chelan Manor and bid farewell to your acquaintances. Your time is limited. Second to kill brother, third to kill brother. Why waste words on a dying man? Let's hurry. The decisive battle between Akil brother and Eli is starting. Akil brother has mastered the ascending serpent technique, fully transforming into a flying serpent. He'll surely defeat Eli. We mustn't miss this, urged Callahan. Am I about to die? How about this? Should I kill you first? Hector smirked coldly, advancing quickly. You. The 3 changed expressions and quickly retreated. Were you frightened by me? Hector smiled, calling them 3 little worms. Arg, you little brat. Just wait. In a few days, you'll die a miserable death. They screeched, wishing they could tear Hector apart for his arrogance. Unfortunately, they lacked the power. Watching the departing trio, Hector did not chase after them. These were mere defeated opponents. He could kill them anytime. Through this confrontation, he once again realized the immense potential of the Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain. The 3rd-ranked member of the Outer Sect, the Ilias, was already so formidable. What about the 2nd-ranked Tyler and the top-ranked Eli? How much chance would he have against Eli right now? This made Hector realize his strength still wasn't sufficient. At the very least, he needed to reach the peak of the 9th realm of Grandmaster in the next few days. Currently, he was only at the 9th realm of Grandmaster and needed further consolidation and advancement. Seeing the courtyard reduced to ruins, Hector frowned. Brother Sue, would you like to stay at my place for a while? Jai York appeared, dressed in white with a curvaceous figure. Her smile revealed a slight dimple on her cheek. Any bloodthirsty youth would have been mesmerized by her charm. However, Hector merely gave her a casual glance. Where do the Ilias and his group reside? Brother Sue, what are you planning to do? Hearing this, Jai York's face changed slightly, sensing that Hector intended to retaliate by destroying the Ilias' residence. I will occupy their courtyard, Hector replied assertively. You want to seize their courtyard? Jai York was taken aback. She had never encountered someone attempting to snatch another's residence, especially from the Ilias and his brothers. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare. But this was Hector, who was an exception. Chapter 707. Hector occupies the Booker's courtyard. Under Jai York's lead, Hector directly moved into the Booker's courtyard. Surprisingly, the Booker's courtyard surpassed Hector's, both in area and luxury. According to Jai York, this courtyard cost a fortune to build, with over 5 million Northern Frontier coins spent on its lavish construction. It included a miniature spirit-gathering array, which alone cost 2 million coins, a display of opulence. After moving in, Hector turned around and went to the residences of Gay, Third Kevin, and Edward, completely destroying their courtyards. They had destroyed his courtyard, so these little pest residences deserved the same fate. This was true tooth-for-tooth revenge. Very well done, Hector said with a satisfied smile after completing his destruction. Seeing the now wrecked courtyards, Jai York's lips curled slightly. Hector indeed took swift revenge without waiting a single night. In the future, we must never offend this guy. He'll take revenge for the slightest provocation, York thought privately. Brother Sue, would you like to see the battle between Booker and Innocent? Asked York with a tremulous smile. You go ahead. Just report back on the battle, Hector replied, shaking his head. All right, rest well then, York smiled, turning to leave. After thoroughly examining the entire courtyard once more, Hector began to close himself off for cultivation. He immediately consumed 3 top-grade sect Dao pills that were specially awarded by the Qilin Mansion's high-level management before his departure. Upon consuming them, Hector immediately activated the 5 viscera and 6 fu organs technique to fully refine the effects of the 3 pills. Given 3 days, he was confident he could enhance his cultivation to the peak of the 9th heaven of Grandmaster Realm. At that level, his overall strength would undoubtedly improve further. Shortly after, the battle between Booker and Innocent concluded, creating another wave of chaos within the Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain outer sect. The Booker was once again thoroughly defeated, almost split in 2 by Innocent. Heaven. After transforming into his ascended snake form, he was almost invincible in the Grandmaster Realm, yet one palm from Innocent nearly split him in 2. How powerful is Innocent? Innocent, as a candidate for the Demon Prince, truly lives up to the title. His strength is monstrous. This time, first place in our Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain outer sect competition will still be Innocent. The news spread rapidly throughout the outer sect. Upon hearing the news, York immediately returned and reported it to Hector. Hearing this, Hector frowned. That Innocent is indeed formidable. Without having fought Booker, one might not appreciate Innocent's strength just by hearsay. But after fighting the Booker, Hector could feel the power of the Booker. The Booker was certainly a formidable opponent, but how strong must Innocent be to nearly split the Booker with a single strike? Although he hadn't faced Innocent directly, based on the Booker's defeat, Innocent's strength was unimaginably great. It seems I need to work even harder to improve, Hector felt an immense pressure. At that moment, the door creaked open. The Booker, along with the 2nd, 3rd, and Edwards, entered. Big brother, swallow this top-grade impregnating Jiag pill, and within 7 days, you'll recover fully, the Edwards said, only to pause in shock upon seeing Hector. Zoltantal brat, what are you doing here? Seeing Hector, the 2nd and 3rd Kevins became extremely wary. Hector, are you planning to take advantage of us when we're weak? The Gay asked nervously. With their leader gravely injured, they knew they couldn't stand up to Hector if he decided to attack. However, the Booker remained composed, though his face was grim. Without speaking, he stared intensely at Hector. Hector glanced at them indifferently. Starting today, this will be my residence. I won't attack the wounded. All of you can leave. You. They changed color, seething with rage. Hector, this is Big Brother's courtyard. The Edward grounding. You're mistaken. Even if the Booker wasn't injured by Innocent, given Hector's boldness, he would have destroyed the courtyards regardless. Indeed, I wonder if the Booker's courtyard was also destroyed? Soon, many gathered to witness the destruction of the 3 Kevins' courtyards, and they were surprised. When they saw the Booker's courtyard unharmed, they nodded. One has to admit Hector didn't go too far. Knowing that destroying the Booker's courtyard would irreparably anger him, he left the last residence untouched, not pushing things to extremes. Chapter 708. The Ambitions of Errol. However, just as these people's thoughts had settled, another piece of news surfaced. Do you know who is now residing in Errol's courtyard? Isn't it the 4 brothers of Errol? What a load of rubbish. The one living there now is Hector. Damn, I thought so. This kid destroyed the courtyards of 3 Kevins, but left Errol's alone. It turns out he was taking over Errol's place for himself. This kid really does things thoroughly. By doing this, he's completely infuriating Errol. So what if he offends him? Haven't you noticed that the brothers are no longer here? Heh, the current Errol is seriously injured. How can he dare to bother Hector? Hector has seized the opportunity, knowing well that Errol dares not trouble him. You're mistaken. I heard Hector took over Errol's courtyard while Errol was still fighting Eli, and at that time, Errol wasn't injured yet. Regardless, Hector destroyed the residences of the 2nd, 3rd. But you need to be cautious of Eli. Compared to 6 months ago, he's much stronger. When we fought, I suspect he didn't use his full strength. Dwight. Upon hearing this, Tyler's expression changed slightly. Is Eli really that strong? Yes, Errol replied gravely. Very strong. To defeat him, even all 4 of us brothers combined with you might only stand a 50% chance. Even your 4 brothers together cannot handle him? Tyler's expression darkened. He knew well that when Errol's 4 brothers united and used the ascending serpent formation, they could unleash formidable damage, once slaying a Dalton-level powerhouse. Just how strong was Eli if even their combined efforts weren't enough? Should I invite a few more? Tyler suddenly asked. Who would you invite? Errol responded. Tyler looked towards the door and smiled. They're here. Creak. The door opened, and 2 men and 2 women walked in. It's you guys. Upon seeing these 4, Errol immediately furrowed his brow. These 4 individuals were among the top 10 on Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain's combat strength list and followers of the first disciple, Shay. Though Eastern and Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountains belonged to the Great Devil sect, they had always been in conflict. Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain had consistently suppressed Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain, causing them much resentment. However, due to inferior strength, Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain had to bear it. Now, Tyler had invited people from Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain, which displeased Errol greatly. Errol, we know what you're thinking, but you must understand that Eli is incredibly strong. Only by uniting with us do we have any hope of defeating him. Moreover, the Outer Sect tournament is imminent. Don't you want to take first place in the Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect competition and enter the Heavenly Demon Temple? It was a Balthazar who spoke. Upon hearing this, Errol's face changed. Winning first place was his dream. This tournament was especially important because the winner could enter the Heavenly Demon Temple, the ultimate palace coveted by all 4 Imperial Mountains. Even Eli wants to get in, Errol thought. How do you plan to help me? Errol mused. Hee, simple. The Nate pulled out a red box from his robes and tossed it to Errol. Errol caught it and was about to open it. Immediately, the Nate said, "Don't rush. Wait until the Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain tournament starts. When you face Eli again, open it then. It will ensure a severe blow to Eli." "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Errol's eyes flashed. "You have no choice. Without us, you have no chance of defeating Eli," the Nate sneered. Errol's gaze turned cold, and he glared at the four. "For the first place, I will help him," replied Errol. Tyler sighed. "That Shay has very ambitious plans, and this time, going to the Heavenly Demon Shrine to seek C could result in his death. So what? As long as I win the first place, I can enter the Heavenly Demon Shrine for cultivation. By then, the people and resources I will have access to will be far beyond anything I have now. You know that if we want to stand at the pinnacle of our northern border Dao world, we must become a saint. In our great demon sect, the only place with over 80% chance to become a saint is the Heavenly Demon Shrine. Therefore, I must go to the Heavenly Demon Shrine, and winning this external sect competition first place is absolutely necessary for me." Hearing this, Tyler didn't say anything further. He knew how extraordinary Errol's obsession with the Heavenly Demon Shrine was. And indeed, as Errol said, the significance of the Heavenly Demon Shrine to demon disciples was extraordinary. One could say the Heavenly Demon Shrine was the holy land of cultivation for every demon disciple. Despite their great demon sect having 5 cultivation areas, Heavenly Demon Shrine, East Demon Jeffrey Mountain, West Demon Jeffrey Mountain, South Demon Jeffrey Mountain, and North Demon Jeffrey Mountain. The latter 4 mountains were like heaven and earth compared to the Heavenly Demon Shrine. "In the Heavenly Demon Shrine, even it will follow your command," said the red-cloaked man laughing. "Now's too early to talk about these things. There are too many geniuses in the Heavenly Demon Shrine. Even if I enter the Heavenly Demon Shrine, I still need to start as an external hall disciple. To wield power within the Heavenly Demon Shrine, I still have a long way to go." Shay shook his head. "By the way, Lord, someone named Hector has come from the North Demon Jeffrey Mountain. He fought against Errol, and they are currently evenly matched. If this kid interferes during Errol's battle with Innocent in the North Demon Jeffrey Mountain, could it lead to unexpected outcomes?" The red-cloaked man suddenly asked, "Should we warn him?" "Hector?" Shay frowned. "I've heard of him. Allegedly from the Qilin Manor, he cooperated with 11 saints to seal away a soul collector in Qingdue Town on Red Hill, saving tens of thousands from righteous forces. Indeed impressive, but at this stage, he doesn't pose a threat to Errol. In the upcoming North Demon Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect competition, Tyler will aid Errol. If that Fred dares to act, Tyler will handle him." Upon hearing this, the 4 red-cloaked youths nodded. Tyler ranked second on the North Demon Jeffrey Mountain combat strength list, only behind Innocent. Although not as powerful as Innocent, his combat strength wouldn't be inferior to Errol after complete transformation into a giant serpent. With Tyler restraining Hector, it would be more than enough. Meanwhile, Hector was unaware that he had caught the attention of Shay, the top-ranking fighter on the East Demon Jeffrey Mountain's Outer Sect combat strength list. Bang! Suddenly, a Yuan appeared in Hector's room. The moment this man appeared, the room instantly darkened as if all surrounding light was swallowed by him. "Tamara!" Hector abruptly opened his eyes and saw Tamara standing before him, his gaze icy cold. "You've made such a big noise since arriving at our great demon sect. Was this taught to you by my master?" Tamara asked coldly. "Greetings, senior brother." Hector stood up and bowed with a smile. "Dwight, you don't qualify to be my junior brother," Tamara retorted coldly. "What brings you here?" Hector raised an eyebrow, his smile gradually fading. "The Outer Sect competition is coming soon. Win first place in this year's North Demon Jeffrey Mountain competition, enter the Heavenly Demon Shrine, and obtain C," Tamara stated calmly. "C?" Hector's heart skipped a beat. He had heard Miriam mention it. The highest secret scripture of the Vernon sect was the C, allegedly created by an Empyrean. Extremely powerful. Daphnek stronger than the Vernon sect's other 4 supreme secret martial arts. He never expected Tamara to come here solely to make him get C? Then what? Hector asked. He felt Tamara wanting him to get C must have some ulterior motive. Then what? Tamara scanned Hector coldly. "What do you think should happen next?" "Hand it over to you?" Hector's pupils constricted. "That's right, hand it over to me." Tamara did not hide his intentions. "And if I refuse?" Hector narrowed his eyes. Pfft. The next moment, blood seeped from Hector's 7 orifices, his body trembling and drenched in sweat. "If you don't hand it over, you die," said Tamara. "You?" Hector seethed in anger. "Don't look at me like that. Your strength is far too inferior to mine. It doesn't matter whether you're my master's disciple or not. Killing you won't draw any criticism in our great demon sect. Not many people deserve my respect, and you and those behind you aren't there yet. Remember, your life is in my hands. If I want you dead, even Dalton Yama won't dare to say no." Tamara was incredibly domineering, threatening Hector at the slightest provocation. Though Hector was internally furious, he did not burst out, knowing fully well he was nothing compared to Tamara, who dared to engage Jalen in combat. Though not an opponent to Jalen, being able to fight him made Tamara exceptionally formidable, far beyond what he could presently contend with. Chapter 710. Provocation before the tournament. Hector took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He knew that his life was now in the hands of Josh, and confronting him head-on would serve no purpose. From a developed murderous intent toward Josh. If anyone knew that a mere warrior who wasn't even a Dalton wanted to take down the peak Holy Realm Josh, they'd probably laugh their heads off. It was like an ant trying to kill an elephant, a hopeless dream. Soon, Hector regained his composure. What he needed to do now was to enhance his cultivation to the peak of the 9th heaven of Grandmaster before the Outer Sect tournament. Once he reached the peak of the 9th heaven, he could confidently challenge even Eli. Boom. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Hector had been at Black Devil Sect for half a month. After half a month, his cultivation finally broke through to the peak of the 9th heaven of Grandmaster. His strength improved significantly. With his current strength, if he faced Errol again, he was confident he could defeat him. His biggest opponent this time was Eli, the #1 Outer Sect disciple of Baymall Mountain, whom he had only heard about but never met. Brother Sue. Senior Brother Sue. As Hector stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Jiang York and Miriam approaching with smiles. Hector sized them up and smiled. It seems both of you have made considerable progress. Jiang York's beautiful eyes sparkled as she kept looking at Hector, nodding as Hector was. Just half a month after arriving, he aimed to secure first place. If he succeeded, that would be unbelievable. Suddenly, Hector lifted his head and saw 3 terrifying black energy beams descend from the sky, exploding Hector's courtyard into ruins. Jiang York and Miriam immediately looked uneasy. Thankfully, they had left. Otherwise, they would have been severely injured or worse. It's the second, third, and fourth Kevins. Suddenly, Miriam looked up and saw the trio standing on a high slope nearby, sneering at them. Their eyes gleamed provocatively. Hector, are you annoyed and want to attack us? The Edward laughed loudly. Too bad. You missed your best chance. Our Kyler brother has fully recovered. Today is your end. 3 insects dare to provoke me? Before I kill Errol, I'll slaughter you first. Hector narrowed his eyes, a golden path appearing beneath his feet, leading straight to the trio. Instantly, he appeared right in front of them. The trio sneered, fearless and brazen, opening their mouths simultaneously. Bang! Each spat out a black breath, which merged instantly, doubling the oppressive force and shattering the air as they shot towards Hector. Look, the second, third, and fourth Kevins are facing off against Hector again, someone shouted in shock. At this moment, many people were paying attention, trembling with astonishment. The Outer Sect tournament was about to begin, or directly confront them again with his bare palm. Hector was completely disregarding them. However, this approach would cost him dearly. Recently, with the help of their eldest brother, they had mastered their breath technique. When the 3 brothers worked together, the power released from their breath attacks had increased several times over. But the next instant, the mockery and fury in his eyes turned to shock. Hector's hand pressed down just like before, fingers spread wide, and he gripped their combined breath attack tightly. With a sudden squeeze, there was a loud PU sound as their prideful breath attack exploded instantly under Hector's grasp, turning into specks of starlight. Hiss, Senior Brother Sue is still so formidable. I can feel that the breath techniques of Gay, Third Kevin, and Edward are more than twice as powerful as they were a few days ago. Yet even so, they were still crushed by Senior Brother Sue with a single palm. His strength is truly terrifying, fitting for someone who, alongside 11 sages, sealed a Soul Reaper in the Dahong Mountain of Kingwizan. With Senior Brother Sue's strength, he can definitely match the Booker. The area erupted into a cacophony of voices. Edward, however, screamed in disbelief. This is impossible. We have already merged our breath techniques into one. With our current strength, we should be unmatched by Hector. Slightly as he halted his advance, once again pressing his palm forward. Thud. Instantly, Hector's fingers latched onto the enormous black breath. Immediately, Hector's body was jolted backward, the ground cracking explosively, and countless rocks shot up. Hiss, is Hector about to fail? Many people were shocked. The combined breath attack of the transformed Gay, Third Kevin, and Edward was not just perceptibly stronger, but also multiplied in power several times over. Hector didn't seem as easily handling it this time. Breathing heavily, Gay, Third Kevin, and Edward gasped, cold sweat rolling down their foreheads. Instantly, they reverted from their transformed state back to normal. Their combined breath attack had exhausted 90% of their stamina after just this attempt. However, the outcome was satisfactory. Hector was now being forced back, clearly struggling to withstand their breath attack. Ha ha, Fred. This is our combined breath after transforming into flying serpents. If you can withstand it, then there must be something wrong. Edward laughed loudly, seemingly envisioning Hector's exhausted form turning to ashes. His voice echoed, and everyone heard it, filled with awe. Indeed, Gay, Third Kevin, and Edward had made great strides in recent days. Previously, the 3 brothers couldn't produce such a fearsome board Hector. Hector waved his hand once, and with a loud bang, the enormous breath was sent flying into the sky, exploding mid-air. At this moment, everyone finally identified the newcomer. It was a man in blue attire, appearing not yet 20 years old, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a slender build. Wow, it's Tyler. It's actually him. Though he and the Booker aren't brothers by blood, they are closer than brothers. Is he going to fight Hector? A murmur spread through the crowd. Tyler ranked second on the Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect Combat Powers Ultinst, even above the Booker. Hector narrowed his eyes. He had heard Tyler's name mentioned several times over these past few days. You're Hector? Tyler examined Hector closely. I plan to kill these 3 today, Hector said, taking a step forward. You intend to stop me? Despite knowing the identity of the newcomer, Hector did not retreat. His formidable stance made many people nod approvingly. Just when he had become enemies with the Booker, now he was about to confront Tyler, who ranked second among them in Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain. Tyler frowned as Hector approached and said, as long as I'm here today, you won't be able to kill them. I know you're strong, but the Outer Sect competition is approaching. If we fight here, and you're seriously injured, there will be plenty of people at the competition who can kill you. Besides, if my guess is right, you also aim to win first place at the Outer Sect competition? What? First place at the Outer Sect competition? Many were surprised. Hector paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes. So, you think I'll be seriously injured if I fight you? Tyler laughed heartily. Indeed. Although I haven't been active for months, most have almost forgotten about me. But I believe that if I take action, wounding a newcomer like you should be easy. So, you're confident in your strength. Hector nodded, and suddenly rushed forward. Since you're forcing the issue, let's see if you can really injure me as you say. With a boom, Hector launched an attack, closing in on Tyler instantly and striking with an open palm. Tyler sighed, not dodging but raising his right leg slightly instead. There was a dull thud as Hector's palm met Tyler's right leg. An intense sound echoed between them. Hector's expression tightened. Despite not using his full power, this strike was still formidable. Remember, he had reached the peak of every major realm, making his physical strength almost invincible in the Grandmaster domain. Yet, in this clash, Tyler did not budge. Hector immediately realized he faced a formidable opponent, potentially as strong as the Booker. Boom. Just as Hector was astonished, golden flames suddenly erupted from Tyler's slightly raised right leg. With a sizzle, Hector felt heat surge in his palm. The true energy in his arm ignited upon contact with the golden flames, spreading rapidly up his body. An immense sense of danger enveloped Hector. His internal organs resonated, releasing vast amounts of secret power which surged toward his arm. Meanwhile, he activated his secret realm, causing a golden field to instantly cover his entire arm, stopping the burning true energy. Interesting. No wonder you could face off against my good brother, the Booker. However, I said I would severely wound you, and I never go back on my word. Heavenly Fire Leroy Vine Leg. Boom. Suddenly, Hector felt the power in Tyler's right leg intensify, and the golden flames swelled, engulfing him like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, Hector's golden field rapidly expanded, then compressed, wrapping around him tightly. A new path appeared beneath his feet, winding outward like a snake, extending beyond the flames. Crack. Upon touching the golden flames, the new path cracked instantly under the extreme heat, shattering immediately. Boom. Golden flames covered Hector's protective field, heating it intensely and visibly cracking it. I told you that if you dared to challenge me, you'd be gravely wounded. Tyler hovered outside Hector's golden field, it hard to determine a winner. We'll settle this during the competition. With that, Tyler turned to leave. But at that moment, Hector approached again. Let's settle it here. I said I must kill these 3 pests. If you truly possess the strength you claim, let's decide here and now. Note: please let me know if you need further adjustments, or if there are specific parts you want translated differently. Chapter 713. The Infinite Power of the Fire God Leg. Hector was determined to fight it out, displaying incredible dominance. Even when facing Tyler, who ranked second on the combat strength list of the outer sect of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain, he did not yield an inch, and even seemed to be aggressively pressuring him. Everyone present couldn't help but secretly admire Hector's audacity with a nod of approval. In the outer sect of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain, only Eli, who ranked first, dared to treat Tyler so dominantly. Now, there was one more person. Hector, Dwightmf, do you really think you are Eli? Tyler's face darkened at this moment. Apart from Eli, this was the first time someone in the outer sect had shown such disdain towards him. I am not Eli, but I surpass Eli. Boom. With those words, Hector charged forward once again. The golden field surged like a beam of light, instantly reaching Tyler. Tyler's entire body trembled as he kicked out, swift as lightning. A streak of golden flames followed, the heat warping the air around them. Crack. Hector's golden field was shattered. Just like a glass broke. Instant, Hector chased after the airborne Tyler. Forming hand seals, Hector thrust his palms forward through the air. Crack. The air itself exploded under Hector's palm, causing a series of sonic booms. While airborne, Tyler seemed unable to avoid the attack in many people's eyes. However, at that moment, numerous arms made of golden flames emerged from his body. These arms, entirely formed from golden flames, densely clustered like those of 1,000-armed guanine, continuously punching at Hector. Boom, boom, boom. The two kept attacking each other, fists against fists. In an instant, they exchanged countless blows. The speed was so fast it left spectators dazed. Even Kale, Niall, and Dalen were now gravely serious. Apart from their leader, this was the first time they saw someone push Tyler into such dire straits, forcing him to use the 1,000-hand flame palm. Do you only have this much strength? Hector roared, delivering his final blow, which shattered Tyler's hands with a puff. Blood trickled from the corner of Tyler's mouth as he flew backward, smashing a distant hill to pieces. Hiss. Many people gasped sharply. Tyler was injured? At this moment, Hector attacked again, forming hand seals to evoke the true essence of the imperial art. If that's all you've got, then your rank as the second best in Tyler's legs kicked continuously, swift as lightning. In everyone's line of sight, tens of meters above, countless giant flaming legs fell from the sky like meteorites, dense and numerous, both fast and incredibly powerful, making everyone catch their breath. Boom. Hector also felt a huge sense of crisis. The eye of the heavens operated at its peak. The golden field rapidly condensed, covering his entire body perfectly. Meanwhile, the true essence of the Kirin art appeared on his skin surface. Under this three-pronged focus, Hector's defenses were nearly at their historical peak. Against the second-ranked Tyler, Hector had to bring out some of his strength. Boom. Instantly, Hector evoked the true essence of the imperial art and unleashed it. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Hector was overwhelmed by the reigning fire god legs. The ground shook relentlessly, like a magnitude 12 earthquake, fierce and astonishing to behold. At this moment, although Hector could not completely withstand the barrage of fire god legs, some of them still struck him. Fortunately, his outer layer combined the Kirin mark's true essence, providing astounding defense. Otherwise, even a few hits from the fire god legs would have severely wounded him. But Hector wasn't heavily injured. Each hit only caused his internal chi to churn. After several hits, Hector began to feel discomfort, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Tyler is indeed formidable. If I hadn't fused the Kirin mark with the true essence, defeating him might have been difficult, Hector muttered to himself, continuing to resist the reigning fire god legs. At this moment, Tyler in the sky became increasingly alarmed. He could feel that Hector had blocked most of his fire god legs, but a few still landed squarely on Hector. If it were anyone else, a single hit from his fire god legs would cause severe injuries. But Hector was a freak. Despite receiving over 10 kicks, he still stood unwavering. Chapter 714. Tyler's defeat. Tyler was utterly shocked. Was this guy invulnerable? His defense was simply extraordinary. Panic started to well up in his heart. His fire god legs were powerful, fast, and numerous. His killing move. This skill consumed a lot of stamina. At this rate, if he couldn't kill Hector within 10 breaths, it would be him who dies. You guys go first, Tyler suddenly said to Riggs, Bar and Tony. Feng's senior brother, we'll help you, replied the three snakes. They had rested for a while, recovering some strength. They could see that Tyler couldn't suppress Hector at all. Currently, he could only temporarily hold him back. Why did I tell you to leave? Tyler raged upon seeing this. He didn't expect the three brothers to ambush Hector during their one-on-one fight. Even if he won today, it wouldn't be honorable and would be laughed at by not only North Devil Jeffrey Mountain, but the other three Jeffrey Mountains. The three naturally sensed Tyler's anger. Tony sneered, as long as we kill Hector, does it matter how? Why you? Tyler seethed with rage. Bar nodded, senior brother Feng, fourth is right. Our goal is just to kill Hector. How we do it isn't important. We in the Great Devil Sect don't care about such things. Dwight, do you really think you can kill me? Came a roar from Hector. Boom. Centering around Hector, an energy shockwave erupted, leveling everything in its path. At this moment, Hector compressed his field to the extreme, then instantly exploded it. A soul burst, a terrifying burst surpassing even his true intention technique. All the fire god legs vanished instantly. Even the formidable Tyler felt immense danger, crossing his arms to concentrate all his energy in front of him. Still, he was knocked into the air, spitting blood, unable to resist. Meanwhile, the three snake brothers fled in terror, but their speed was no match for the shockwave generated by the soul burst. Thump, thump, thump. They vomited blood and landed hundreds of meters away. Tyler brother might not kill him quickly and could exhaust a lot of stamina before the competition. Feng senior brother, what do you mean? Tony was puzzled. Riggs watched Tyler intently and said solemnly, Senior brother Feng, do you mean Hector didn't use his full strength against you? Chapter 7:15. Four great monsters of the Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain. Tyler squinted his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, I'm not entirely sure, but I have a strong feeling that he didn't unleash his full power. Hiss, if this isn't his full strength, then this brat's true power. Kevin Four's face changed drastically as he took a deep breath. At this moment, Tyler looked at Grand Kevin with an incredibly serious tone. Grand Snake, in this outer sect competition, besides Eli, it seems we might have another formidable opponent. At this point, Grand Kevin glanced at Tyler, pulled out several red pills from his pocket, and handed them to Tyler, Kevin 2, Kevin 3, and Kevin 4. Heal up first, and recover your strength as quickly as possible. The top spot in this Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain outer sect competition must be mine. Meanwhile, on a small hill, several people stood there. Among them was a man dressed in white, exceptionally handsome. If the outer sect disciples of the four Imperial Mountains were here, they would instantly recognize him. He is the strongest outer sect disciple of the Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain of the time. He then became a disciple of the illusory devil Venerable under the identity of the top preparatory team member. Master, Hector is truly formidable. He actually defeated Tyler. His strength has a high probability of threatening Grand Kevin. Should we deal with Hector? Bridget Adelia, ranked second in the Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain outer sect, said with a killing intent. The other three also exuded a murderous aura. They would not allow anyone to threaten their master's plans. Brennan placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, Adelia, you four go and approach Hector first. See if he's willing to work for me. If he agrees, let him join forces with Grand Kevin to deal with Eli. With the Leon box I bestowed upon Grand Kevin, there's a high chance they can defeat Eli. If he refuses, well, you know what to do. Sir, understood. Kill him, Adelia replied coldly, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Anyone who dared defy her master would die. Don't kill him. After all, he's Tamara's junior brother. Tamara definitely watches over him from the shadows. Killing him now would not sit well with Tamara. Brennan shook his head. What should we do? We can't kill him, but we can't leave him alone either, Adelia frowned. Not killing him, but severely injuring him, exhausting as much of his energy as possible, will reduce his threat to Grand Kevin if his strength doesn't fool disciples. With excellent performance later on, there was a possibility of becoming a formal disciple. At this moment, Hector walked alongside Miriam and Jai York. To reach Devil Corpse Canyon faster, they took a shortcut. This shortcut was sparsely populated, overgrown with weeds, almost untouched by others. But for them, these weren't significant obstacles. Hector used his inner energy to clear the path, leaving the two Prudences amazed. After 2 consecutive battles, few in the outer sect would dare expend such energy, except for the freakish Eli and perhaps Hector. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, faint footsteps approached. Hector immediately stopped. What's wrong? The two Prudences, lacking Hector's perception, caught up to him and paused, surprised. Someone is coming, Hector said. Just as he finished speaking, Adelia and the other three appeared silently before Hector. Remarkable perception. Despite our efforts to conceal ourselves, you still noticed us. Beating Tyler indeed shows some skill, Adelia nodded. Who are you? Hector asked indifferently. Jai York took a breath and said gravely, Brother Sue. They are the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranked great monsters of the Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain outer sect. Chapter 7:16. My master. The Eastern Devil Imperial Mountain? Hector narrowed his eyes. In the Vernon sect, apart from the high and mighty Heavenly Demon Temple, there were 4 great Imperial Mountains. The Eastern Devil Imperial Mountain, another group came asking him to assist in capturing Shur. It seems like many people wanted to see Shur in this outer sect competition. Why don't you find Innocent and Matthew? Why bother with me? Hector asked. Innocent doesn't know what's good for him, refusing my master's offer. Watch out, he won't make it into the Heavenly Demon Temple. Adelia's face turned unusually dark, radiating extreme hostility. Hector laughed. Innocent is the top fighter on our Northern Devil Imperial Mountains outer sect combat leaderboard. If even he can't get in, who else can? Hearing this, Adelia suddenly laughed brilliantly. Haha, as long as Brother Sue agrees to help my master see Shur, my master will have a way to ensure that Brother Sue wins first place in this outer sect competition. Really? What kind of plan? Hector was intrigued. He was curious about the methods of this so-called master. What kind of method made them so confident that Innocent couldn't secure first place? Haha, it's a secret which I cannot tell you now. As soon as Brother Su agrees to assist my master will immediately grant you 2 volumes of scriptures, along with providing you the capital to surpass Innocent. Hector asked, if my guess is correct, you must have approached Matthew and Tyler too. Leroy, they agree? Dwight, except for Innocent in our northern Devil Imperial Mountain, who dared refuse my master. A disgrace to our eastern Devil Imperial Mountain. Alright, Brother Su, make up your mind now. Adelia's expression was getting unpleasant. She didn't want to continue talking to Hector. He asked too many questions, and his composed demeanor reminded her of Innocent. Hector shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested in the Holy Scriptures. Perhaps I'd consider it if your master could produce 2 or 3 volumes of Imperial Scriptures. 2 or 3 volumes of Imperial Scriptures. Jai York and Miriam nearby gaped in astonishment. Hector sure dared say anything. Hector, does this mean you're refusing my master? Adelia was infuriated. She could see Hector was clearly rejecting their master's invitation. If you can't provide what I need, naturally I must refuse. Is there a problem with that? Hector's smile faded. Daring to refuse my master, kid. Looks like you don't want to participate in this Northern Devil Imperial Mountains outer sect competition anymore. At that moment, another Jamil stepped forward, blocking Hector's path. At the same time, Adelia and the others scattered, blocking all of Hector's escape routes. Hector looked at them casually, narrowing his eyes. Seems like you're planning to use force against me. But don't blame me for not warning you. Before you act, think carefully whether the 4 of you can defeat Innocent. If you can't, then today will definitely be. It seems you don't want to participate in the outer sect competition anymore. At that moment, a Giles charged in. He reached for his waist, and almost immediately, a slender sword appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was only as big as a small willow branch, but incredibly powerful. With a swift slash, it tore an almost invisible crack in Hector's golden field. The crack instantly turned into countless spider webs and shattered rapidly. The speed was unbelievable, reaching Hector's neck almost instantly. With the power of this strike, if it hit Hector, his head would surely roll off. But just as the blade neared him, the true intention mark of the Qilin appeared on Hector's neck, encasing it entirely. Clang! The tip of the slender sword collided fiercely with Hector's Qilin true intention mark. An immediate clash of metal resounded between them. The Avram was shocked. He had been preparing this attack since Hector was talking with Adelia, aiming for a lethal blow after Hector rejected their challenge. Even the great snake might not have been able to withstand this strike. Yet Hector blocked it effortlessly. The glowing Qilin mark on his neck, was it similar to the Qilin true intention of the Qilin downward? A bone-chilling sensation instantly swept over Hector, making his scalp tingle. An aura of death immediately enveloped him. Whoosh! Instantly, Hector compressed the field around himself to the extreme, covering his entire body. The Qilin true intention mark appeared, enveloping every inch of his skin. Swoosh! In a flash, his compressed field was ripped open, and that lightning-fast sword strike reached his chest. A bone-chilling cold instantly invaded his entire body. Thud! Hector's body shook violently. This blade energy sent him flying upward. Spit! Though Hector had blocked the fatal strike, he still suffered damage from the force. He couldn't hold back. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Not dead? Adelia narrowed her eyes. She had used her Leon fan to launch a fierce attack against Hector. Even Superman would likely get injured if he were slightly careless. Yet this Hector had actually blocked it. Judging from his demeanor, he seemed to have sustained only minor injuries. Whoosh! Meanwhile, as Hector was flying backward, the Jamil appeared beside him like a monkey, wielding a scythe already hooked around Hector's neck. Boy, I'll take your head. Thud! Instantly, the black scythe tightened around Hector's neck, nearly severing it. But at that moment, Hector reached out and grabbed the scythe. His eyes filled with shocking murderous intent. Enough! Spotted by the golden field, Hector instantly appeared before the fatty. Zoltane down. Spit. The fatty was smashed forcefully into the ground, saber and all. At the same time, the Giles rushed forward, attempting to use the same move again, delivering another strike. But at that moment, Hector turned and gave him a cold glance. Back off. Whoosh. For some reason, as soon as the Avram saw Hector's gaze, he instinctively took a step back, retracting the sword he was about to thrust. Chapter 7:18. What will you do if I come? Hector's words sent the Balthazar retreating in shock. By the time the Balthazar reacted, he was immediately consumed by anger and embarrassment. You actually dare to command me? Hector replied indifferently, if you're not convinced, come over and die. You. The Balthazar's face turned extremely grim. The 4 of them had failed to take down Hector, and were individually wounded by him. Continuing the fight would be meaningless. This person was immensely powerful, his strength not inferior to Eli's in any way. Hector, you've refused our lord. You will regret it, Adelia said at that moment. Threatening me is useless, Hector responded. Your lord, if he truly has the ability, should come find me personally. If you want my help, it's simple. Show your sincerity. If you think brute force can threaten me, you're barking up the wrong tree. Hector, do not yield to threats. Fine, you have guts. Remember what you've said. I hope when our lord comes, you can still talk as boldly as you do now. Let's go. Adelia glared hard at Hector before turning to leave. Seeing them depart, Jai York and Miriam were greatly astonished. When they looked at Hector again, their eyes brimmed with awe and disbelief. Compared to a few days ago, Hector had become even more powerful, managing to defeat Adelia, who ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in Doma Imperial Mountain, all within such a short time. Let's go! Hector smiled slightly at the 2 women and turned to leave. Watching Hector's retreating figure, Miriam muttered, with Sue's senior brother's current strength, he should be able to face off against Eli, right? Jai York, staring at Hector with an astonishing gleam in her eyes, wondered aloud, I wonder what kind of woman would be worthy of Su Gij. Hearing this, Miriam was taken aback. She glanced at Jae Gyork, who seemed entranced and suggested, Senior Sister Jae, why don't you hint at it to Su Senior Brother? Jae Gyork shook her head. Su Gij doesn't like me. Pausing for a moment, she fixed her gaze on Hector's back once more and said, even if we can't be together, spending just one night with Su Gij would be wonderful. This statement made Jae Min's lips twitch involuntarily as she silently cursed her a flirtatious vixen. Hector, whose senses were exceptionally sharp, naturally heard Jae Gyork's words. He stumbled slightly, nearly falling. At this moment, the Demon Core Valley was teeming with people. At the forefront appeared 3 holy beings, responsible for overseeing the Outer Sect competition from the Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. Before them stood tens of thousands, all Outer Sect disciples of the Vernon sect from Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. Among them, 3 figures drew the most attention. One was the Kevin. The second was Tyler. These two were the second and third ranking members of the Outer Sect combat ranking in Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. Since Tyler's defeat at Hector's hands, his influence and prestige had significantly declined compared to the Kevin. Rumors had spread that the Kevin could easily claim the second position in the Northern Demon Imperial Mountain's Outer Sect rankings, but refrained due to his good relationship with Tyler. The third person was none other than Eli, a young man appearing to be around 19 years old. He wore bright yellow clothing, had an ordinary appearance, and stood just a bit over 5 feet 6 inches tall, blending seamlessly into a crowd without a second glance. However, no one dared to underestimate him in the Northern Demon Leroy's discussions swirled, all centered around Hector. With just 1 minute left until the competition began, his absence sparked speculation. That kid probably knows we plan to deal with him after this competition, so he dares not show up, Kevin 4 sneered upon hearing the chatter around him. That's probably true. That kid fears us ganging up on him. He's clever enough to know he's no match for us, agreed Kevin 3. Only the Kevin remained silent, eyes closed, calm, indifferent to Hector's presence or absence. Tyler glanced at Kevin's 3 and 4. Based on my knowledge of him, he will definitely come. We still have 1 minute. Let's wait. Dwight, if he dares to come. Kevin 4 snorted. Suddenly, a voice resounded like thunder. What will you do if I come? Everyone followed the sound to see Hector leading the charge, with 2 women following behind him. Hector, he really did come. I told you. This kid came here with ill intentions, definitely to infiltrate our heavenly demon temple. Such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? Good lad, daring to come indeed. Hey, the Snake Brothers, Tyler, and many others in our sect all want to get rid of him. If he dares to come, his death is certain. Hector's arrival caused an immediate stir. Everyone's eyes turned towards him, including Eli, who couldn't help but look over too. Kevin 4 was speechless, his mouth agape as if someone had clamped their hand over it, unable to utter a word. Moreover, Adelia, ranking second on the external sect's combat strength list of the Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain, along with those ranking 3rd, 4th, and 5th, had all pledged allegiance to Shay. And now, Hector claimed he had driven away 4 of Shay's lackeys, most likely Adelia and the other 3. Their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Even if not on par with Eli, they were certainly far stronger than Tyler. And yet, these 4 had been chased away by Hector? Phew, has Hector's strength reached such a level that even Adelia and the others are no match for him? I feel that Hector's strength is probably enough to compete with Eli. Maybe, this time, with the emergence of Eli, Ilias, and now the unfathomable Hector, the winner of this Outer Sect Grand Tournament might be uncertain. Yes, even Eli might not be guaranteed to win. As they spoke, many people looked toward Eli standing alone not far away. Eli preferred to go his own way, disliking followers. Yet, his strength was extraordinary. Even the likes of the Ilias, who liked to form alliances, dared not underestimate him. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Eli looked back at Hector and asked, Junior Brother Su, what is your goal in this Outer Sect Grand Tournament? Hector met Eli's gaze. They locked eyes from afar. Hector felt no hostility in Eli's eyes and couldn't help but smile. Senior Brother Zoltan, I want to win. Can you let me have it? Eli glanced at Hector and shook his head. Even if I gave it to you, you might not appreciate it. Let's fight with all our might and decide based on our abilities. All right, Hector nodded. This was his first encounter with Eli. He found that Eli was quite approachable and less aggressive compared to the Ilias. All right, it's about time. Let's go in, said the black-robed saint, waving his hand. Immediately, everyone was eager to participate. Their eyes gleamed with excitement as they looked at each other and dashed into the demonic corpse canyon as quickly as possible. Just as Hector was about to step in, the Ilias's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hector, how about we cooperate? How can we cooperate? Hector was taken aback and very surprised. Given their previous conflicts, he never expected the Ilias to propose cooperation. This caught him off guard. The Ilias glanced at Eli's back and said solemnly, this person is very strong. I don't have a surefire way to defeat him, but if you join forces with me, we should have a 70% chance. Let's defeat him first, and then settle it between us. What do you say? Haha, without the confidence to defeat Eli, what difference would entering the heavenly demon temple make? Hector sneered. Sorry, I refuse. Hector, do you think you can defeat Eli alone? The Ilias's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Hector to be so overconfident. You're right, I can defeat him on my own. Why would I need to team up with you? Besides, I have no good impression of you. Once inside, don't try to snatch the top spot from me. Otherwise, I won't hold back, and if you die, it will be on you. Hector smirked, speaking lightly. Arrogant. Just you? The Ilias said gravely. I can give up the top spot to you, but you must have the ability to take down Eli. With that, he flashed past and rushed inside. Hector glanced at him, narrowing his eyes. Brother Su, what did the Ilias say to you? Jae Gyork approached Hector, asking. Although she didn't know what Hector and the Ilias had discussed, she knew that they had exchanged secret messages while looking at each other. Hector smiled. He wanted me to join forces with him to deal with Eli. Jae Gyork was startled. Leroy, do you agree? No way I team up with that scoundrel. I find it ominous, Hector replied coolly. Hearing this, Yi Jian frowned. Brother Su, I think you should set aside your grudges with the Ilias and consider this. Hector looked at her frowning face. Do you think I can't handle Eli? No. Yi Jian quickly shook her head and then continued seriously. Eli is incredibly strong. Even though Brother Su might be able to defeat him, it would likely consume a lot of energy. If the Ilias and Tyler attack you afterward, spreading a golden field that enveloped the two women, calming their expressions somewhat. Thank you, Senior Brother Su. Big Brother Su, you're so nice. The two women said in unison. Hector nodded and looked around. He saw that those who had entered were all taking pills and swallowing them quickly. Big Brother Su, those are corpse Larawa-solving pills. Within 3 hours, they can completely neutralize all the corpse chi that enters the body, explained Yi Jian upon noticing Hector's gaze fixed on them. Do you have any? Asked Hector. We do, but with Big Brother Su's protection, we don't need to take these pills with side effects, replied Yi Jian, looking at Hector with adoration, her eyes burning so intensely that even Hector found it hard to bear. Hector promptly shifted his attention forward. However, he could only see 100 meters ahead. Beyond that was complete darkness. Without hesitation, he reopened his sky eye. This time, he could see up to 200 meters away, yet things remained blurry even at that distance. Big Brother Su, this demon corpse canyon is vast. Which way should we go? After entering, they encountered dozens of forked paths. Eli chose one alone. Seeing Eli leave, many others quickly followed. Next, Matthew, Tyler, and company picked another path, and once again, a group followed after them. Many others didn't follow them but selected their own power. They differ every time. In the last competition, a sage laid down an aura sealing formation that caused some participants to encounter 3 monarch-level demon corpses. 3? Hector frowned. Yi Jian continued, but not everyone encounters this. There are many traps in the deep canyon, and each person's experience differs in terms of difficulty. So participating in the outer sect competition involves both strength and luck, concluded Hector with a nod. Just then, Mary emerged. Senior Brother Su, let's choose a path too. All right, Hector agreed, glancing around and picking a less traveled fork. Shortly after they left, suddenly, several people appeared. Had Hector been there, he would have been greatly shocked because among them was Adelia. Senior Sister Jiag, if the sages find out we infiltrated here, we'll die. Yuan trembled fearfully. What are you afraid of? We were able to come here through Een Mountain thanks to the adult's help, relying entirely on his power. Even if the sages know, they won't harm us. Besides, who is the adult? Even the demon prince places great hope in him, hoping he'll fight alongside him in the future. With the demon prince backing us, what can the sages do? Enough. Set up the trap and lure those monarch-level demon corpses here. This time, Hector must die. Adelia gritted her teeth. Adelia and her group felt their hearts race, pressing lower to the ground. They recognized Colin as a saint disciple from their northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain intersect. Chapter 721. Danger. Hector falls into a trap. Hector had no idea that he had already been manipulated by someone. A king-level demonic corpse was quietly and swiftly approaching him. In the Valley of Demonic Corpses, a king-level demonic corpse was virtually an invincible presence. Sis, Brother Su, we can't proceed down this road. Let's turn back, Yi Jian exclaimed as they proceeded down the path for about half an hour, encountering numerous corpses along the way. All these corpses were mummies, completely devoid of blood, with faces frozen in sheer terror at the moment of death. Clearly, they met with a force beyond their resistance, something only capable of draining all their blood, demonic corpses. At that moment, even Yi Jian's face lost its color. She was well aware of the horrors within the demonic corpse valley, understanding the full extent of the danger posed by these creatures. Could it be a test set up by those Kylers? Hector pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, Miriam frowned, replying, it's possible. The external sect competition doesn't end without the death of thousands each year. These deaths might not all be due to demonic corpses. Some could be traps set by those Kylers. Yi Jian added, even if they are traps, they are extremely powerful ones. Regardless of who stepped on them, anyone following would meet the same fate. While they had met just half a month ago when she had welcomed Hector into the Great Demon Sect, back then, Hector wasn't nearly as formidable. Yi Jian noted, with Brother Su's current strength, he can definitely stand against a king-level powerhouse. Really? Miriam asked, her heart trembling as she glanced at Hector, only to see his brows furrowed, warning them, be cautious. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way. They plummeted downward towards sharp objects embedded below, which had impaled countless corpses, covered in flowing blood. It was evident that many had come before them and perished. Clang. The women drew their swords, striking downwards, but their blade energy was instantly blocked by an invisible force without causing any disruption. Clang. Yi Jian's sword tip collided with a sharp object, cracking instantly upon impact. Is this the end for me too? She despaired, realizing the dire situation. Miriam faced the same dilemma. With no support points and their swords useless, escape seemed impossible. Just then, a golden path appeared beneath their feet, steadying their fall. It was Hector. Relief washed over the women as they looked towards Hector. He ordered gravely, follow my path upwards. Without hesitation, they hurriedly climbed up the golden path, hearts racing as they sensed Hector intensely focusing on the collapse. Chapter 722. Innocent Ren faces off against a royal-level demon corpse. The two women's faces paled as they realized the severity of the situation. They immediately quickened their pace and dashed to the surface. At this moment, Hector found himself in dire straits. Although he had managed to block the sharp objects using the Qilin True Intention, the Enjai power inside his body began to spiral out of control, tearing at his flesh. Whoosh! In an instant, Hector retracted the Qilin True Intention back into his body, stepped on the golden New World path, and swiftly left. He was about to break through the surface. However, just then, the sharp objects beneath the ground, as if guided by an unseen force, surged upwards en masse. The piercing force and sheer number were far more formidable than before. With no choice, Hector had to once again deploy the Qilan True Intention. Boom. This time, although the Qilan True Intention held up, several cracks appeared on its surface. Whoosh. In an instant, Hector shot out from under the ground. He quickly recalled the Qilan True Intention, shaking off the sharp objects that clung to it, before retracting it back into his body. He then sat cross-legged to begin repairing the Qilan True Intention. At this moment, the two women noticed that Hector was bleeding profusely. Clearly, he had taken a heavy blow earlier. We will protect Brother Su, Ji Gyork said. Agreed. Miriam nodded, and the two stood on either side of Hector, vigilantly watching the surroundings for any signs of danger. Remarkable, truly remarkable. You couldn't even kill Hector. It seems not everyone from the Qilan house is useless after all, a voice suddenly interrupted. It's you, Horst. Ji Gyork's expression changed when she saw who approached. Horst ranked 6th on the combat list of the outer sect of Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain, just below her. Those accompanying him were also strong. Their sudden appearance clearly indicated ill intent. Ji Gyork, move aside. Today, we only want Hector dead. Horst looked at Ji Gyork and said, and if I don't? Ji Gyork responded sternly. Haha, Ji Gyork, you don't even have your sword anymore. Our strength is already close. If you don't leave, I'll have to detain you. After killing Hector, we'll come back for you. Do you really think you can stand against so many of us alone? Horst laughed. Ji Gyork's face turned pale at this. Hector was seriously injured now. Miriam could not be relied upon. Thus, she would have to face Horst and his 30-odd companions alone, each of whom was formidable. If they attacked together, she might be able to hold them off, but it would put her life at risk. Just me? Hector suddenly opened his eyes. Who gave you the courage to think you can kill me? Dwight pointed to the nearby trap, which terrified Horst. What kind of joke was this? If he jumped down, would he live? Even a powerhouse like Hector almost died in such a trap. There was no chance of survival for him. 1 minute? Not even 10 seconds. Senior Brother Su, whoosh. He tried to speak, but Hector did not give him the chance. Before he knew it, Horst was at the bottom of the trap, where numerous sharp objects erupted once again. No! Horst screamed his last. Thud. Next moment, his body was pierced by over a dozen sharp objects, blood pouring from his wounds. The two women glanced inside, unable to suppress gasps of horror, their hearts racing. Had it not been for Hector, they would have met the same fate. Brother Su, let's leave here quickly. This place feels increasingly dangerous, Ji Gyork remarked, noticing the sudden rise in corpse chi around them. A bad omen. Hector nodded, preparing to rise. But just then, a massive wave of corpse chi erupted from afar and rapidly moved toward them. SSS, no good, that's a royal-level demon corpse. Why is it coming this way? Ji Gyork and Miriam were visibly terrified. They saw a vast forest to the right of their path, filled with dark mist spreading rapidly toward them. Judging by the intensity of the corpse chi, it was undoubtedly royal level. It came from the adjacent forked path, and others appeared on a nearby hill. Dwight, that Eli didn't pursue Hector, it's such a pity. If Eli had gone toward Hector, we could have used that sovereign-class demon corpse to hold them both back, Kai said coldly, somewhat regretfully. Tyler remarked, it's no matter. Even without holding Hector back, that guy won't escape his fate. How so? Kai looked at Tyler in astonishment. Boom. At that moment, an extremely terrifying demon corpse appeared on the path where Hector was, rushing rapidly toward him. Hiss, another sovereign-class demon corpse. Seeing this, Kai drew a sharp breath. Is this one coincidental? Not a coincidence, but intentional, Hildred interjected. Someone? Apollon, Otto, and Kai were taken aback. At this moment, Tyler glanced at the bewildered trio and laughed. It was arranged by Shay's people. Hiss, Shay can interfere with our Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect competition? How did he manage that? Otto said in surprise. Kai frowned, thinking, does this mean Shay has also collaborated with other people within our Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain? Kai gritted his teeth. If that's true, that kid is really not playing fair. Hildred calmly stated, as long as Eli and Hector are held back, I will definitely be the top one in this Outer Sect competition. Others, even if they've collaborated, what can they do against us? The group nodded upon hearing this. In their roughly half an hour, Hector and the others finally stopped. Eli hasn't caught up. Looking behind, Miriam sighed in relief when she sensed no signs of Eli or the sovereign-class demon corpse pursuing them. Ji Gyork frowned. Maybe Brother Su's speed is too fast for them to catch up. Brother Su, we should keep moving. Hector glanced backward, furrowing his brow. You guys follow this road. You can reach the center area within an hour. You're not going? Miriam asked. If I follow you, none of us will make it to the center area, Hector said. Boom. As Hector finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted in the distance. The immensely dense necrotic energy spread like a tidal wave along this road, approaching them swiftly. Seeing this, the two women paled, exclaiming, has Eli and the sovereign-class demon corpse caught up? Shaking his head, Hector said, not Eli. Who then? Miriam looked sharply at Hector. Hector responded, another sovereign-class demon corpse. Now go. I'll hold it off for a while. But what about you? Miriam asked anxiously. A sovereign-class demon corpse was far more formidable than the trap they encountered earlier. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Hector assured them before charging forward. Miriam wanted to say more but was pulled away by Ji Gyork. Let's go. Don't cause trouble for Brother Su. Miriam felt incredibly bitter. Since Hector joined their great devil sect, he had always been taking care of her. Yet, she could never repay him. Suddenly, she felt deeply guilty. If she were stronger, she wouldn't always need Hector's protection. As if reading her thoughts, Ji Gyork advised, if you feel useless, work hard. Strive to become strong enough to fight alongside Brother Su someday. Rest assured, I will work hard. Miriam clenched her fists, eyes filled with determination. Senior Brother Su, wait for me. In the future, I will definitely be able to help you. Saying that, the two Prudences rushed deeper down the path. Meanwhile, Hector actively approached the Sovereign-class demon corpse. Before reaching it, his golden field already interacted with the corpse. Roar. The Sovereign-class demon corpse let out a roar, opening its fingers wide to grasp Hector's golden field. Tear. Hector's golden field ripped apart like paper under the Sovereign-class demon corpse's claws. Hector's pupils constricted slightly. He could sense that the corpse's claws were just as sharp, if not sharper, than the sharp objects in the previous trap. Eli managed to fight a Sovereign-class demon corpse while retreating, indeed proving his strength. Chapter 724. Battle against the Dalton-class demon corpse. The moment they came into contact, Hector immediately felt the power and terror of this King-class demon corpse. Just a light touch from its claws tore through his golden axe were ineffective. Hiss, look quickly. Isn't that a King-class demon corpse? That's right. It's a King-class demon corpse. Oh my god. Someone is actually fighting with a King-class demon corpse. Who is that person? Judging by the appearance, it seems like Hector. Shit, it's Hector indeed. That guy also encountered a King-class demon corpse, just like Eli. Quickly stay away from him. At this moment, Hector and the King-class demon corpse clashed on another path, shocking all the disciples of Baima Imperial Mountain who were present there. They swiftly moved away from them as if avoiding a plague. Only after Hector had completely gone far did they heave a sigh of relief. Someone remarked, both Hector and Eli encountering a King-class demon corpse simultaneously. This probability is just too high, isn't it? Yeah, in previous outer sect competitions, meeting a King-class demon corpse was considered bad luck for many generations. The chances of two people encountering it at the same time are virtually zero. Let's hurry and leave. Now that they've been targeted by a King-class demon corpse, winning the championship is almost impossible. Instead, Hildred's luck seems to be pretty good. He might very well win the competition this time. Hee. Perhaps Hildred isn't as powerful as Eli, but his luck seems to be much better than both Eli and Hector. Right? Since Hildred didn't encounter the King-class off this creature, Hector frowned, realizing his time was running out. Just then, Hector's sky eye suddenly detected a few familiar presences. It's them. Hector's eyes narrowed sharply, turning his head abruptly towards the distance. F***CK. This kid has spotted us. Simultaneously, the Jamil, seeing Hector's gaze, was startled. These individuals were the four major monsters under Shay of Doma Imperial Mountain. Half a day ago, they had engaged with Hector. The reason Hector encountered this King-class demon corpse was due to their secret machinations. This time, they followed him just to see the outcome. If the King-class demon corpse failed to kill Hector, they intended to deliver the finishing blow. He has discovered us. Let's run quickly. Adelia's expression changed as she turned and fled. She had experienced Hector's strength firsthand and knew this Fred could fight even against Eli. Indeed, it was you who plotted against me. Hector gritted his teeth, furious, as he charged forward. Boom. The King-class demon corpse also swiftly followed. Their expressions paled. Hector pursued relentlessly. What do we do? The Jamil panicked. Adelia's face darkened. Lure him to the boundary between Demon Corpse Canyon and Een Mountain. Our master is there. Once we approach our master, even Hector or a King-class demon corpse will be subdued, shrouded in an invisible layer of dark energy. This dark energy was at odds with the surrounding corpse chi, forming a vast dividing line between them. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if two different worlds existed on either side of this line. On the other side of the dividing line, a man in white sat cross-legged. This man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exceptionally handsome. In an instant, as they drew nearer, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Master, Hector has arrived. At the very moment the man opened his eyes, Adelia and company cheered, and the Jamil immediately shrieked. This man in white was none other than Shay, the first among the outer disciples of the Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain, widely acknowledged as the top warrior on the list of the four great Emperor Mountain's outer disciples. Now, opening his eyes, his gaze swept over Adelia and the other three before settling on Hector. Hector's expression tightened. He sensed an immense threat from Shay's eyes. He was a formidable opponent. Indeed, you've managed to engage this royal-grade demonic corpse to this extent. You are worthy of matching innocent, Shay remarked with a nod of approval. Are you Shay? Tell me, did you secretly manipulate this royal-grade demonic corpse to target me? Hector narrowed his eyes. So what if I did? Shay replied. It's all good if it's you. Come here, and suddenly, he leaped upward, reaching 30 meters high in an instant. Hector looked up and his pupils contracted. Shay's soaring body suddenly plummeted downward, and in the split second of descent, his form seemed to turn into a stream of golden flames. He thrust out a hand, slamming it down fiercely. In an instant, a crimson golden glow emerged from his palm, growing larger and condensing into a colossal golden flame palm descending from the sky, smashing toward the dividing line with great force. Royal radiance. Has Shay reached the sovereign realm? No, he hasn't stepped into the sovereign realm, yet he cultivated the royal radiance. He suppresses his cultivation, possessing the strength of the sovereign realm without actually achieving it. He could step into the sovereign realm anytime with just a thought. Hector was astonished. He hadn't expected Shay to be so powerful. No wonder he was so dominant and unrivaled. Crack. Even the dividing line, which even a royal-grade demonic corpse couldn't tear, began to buckle under his flaming palm and cracked with a loud sound. Thud. Shay crossed the dividing line, landing firmly on the ground, arriving on the side of the Demon Valley. Hector, now you can swear allegiance to me, Shay said casually, standing with his hands behind his back. Boom. At this moment, Hector flashed away, evading the demonic corpse, which instantly rushed toward Shay. Shay narrowed his eyes, casually sending out a palm strike, releasing the condensing it into a single point. Hector struck it with a palm. Spirit burst. Boom. Instantly, the terrifying impact of the spirit burst engulfed Shay. Shay emitted golden sovereign radiance, blocking the burst of power from Hector. Despite this, the brilliance of his sovereign radiance was dimmed slightly by Hector's spirit burst. You have such tremendous power. Why didn't you use it against the royal-grade demonic corpse from the start? If you had used this move, you might have seriously injured it. Or were you intentionally holding back to follow Adelia and the others to find me? Chapter 726, Engaging Shay. Hector's expression was exceptionally grave. Although Shay hadn't broken through to the Dalton realm, his combat power had essentially reached that of a Dalton-level warrior. If he so wished, he could step into the Dalton level at any moment. And this made him overwhelmingly strong. So much so that even Hector's spirit burst couldn't cause him the slightest harm. Furthermore, Shay wasn't just incredibly powerful. He was also extremely perceptive and immediately deduced Hector's intentions. Boom. In an instant, Hector dispelled all hesitation. His face was covered with a silver-white mask, and in that moment, his combat power skyrocketed once again. Boom. Simultaneously, within his body, the true diagram of the Qilin flew out, instantly crashing towards Shay. Shay's foot landed on Hector's new world road, shattering it into pieces. He then casually slapped down. At that moment, the Qilin true diagram glowed, suppressing Shay into sinking into the ground, causing Adelia and the others to be astonished. Go help Lord, Adelia shouted, rushing forward, but Hector shot out a palm from afar. Puff. Adelia hadn't even approached when he was hit and sent soaring up into the air, slamming forcefully onto the ground. Bang. Finally, the earth trembled violently as Hector, riding the Qilin true diagram, completely pinned Shay into the ground until he disappeared. But Hector dared not continue the battle. He sensed that Shay was unharmed, while he himself was about to lose control. Reluctantly, he recalled the Qilin true diagram into his body and, standing on the new world road with his golden field fully activated, transformed into a streak of gold light, swiftly leaving the area. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Shay burst out from the ground, disheveled but without any injuries. My lord, Adelia and others said, I'm going to chase him down. Stay here and wait for orders. With that, Shay rapidly departed. Has he caught up? Hector was alarmed. He had activated the secret realm, bolstered by the new world road and the golden field, allowing his speed to be incredibly fast. Fast enough that even an initial stage Dalton-level expert might struggle to catch him. Yet, Shay's speed was almost hardly changed. Thus, Shay was, in essence, already a Dalton. Fighting several rounds with someone like Shay at the Grandmaster level was extraordinarily rare. Hector, you can't escape. Surrender to me, and you may be spared, Shay roared. Surrender to you? Ha, you're too funny, Shay. If your realm weren't approaching the true Dalton level, killing you would be like slaughtering a chicken. Why are you so arrogant? Hector coldly replied, not taking Shay seriously. Shay wasn't angry and responded, Leroy and you also rely on that mysterious silver-white mask? Without it, you couldn't stand against me. Ha, give me a few days, and I will surely kill you, Hector said nonchalantly. You don't have that time. Prepare to die. Boom. Shay soared into the sky, reaching 100 meters high. He casually clasped his fingers together and plunged downward, a palm descending from above. Swoosh. Many around raised their heads, witnessing an immensely shocking scene. At that moment, Shay resembled a meteor falling from the sky, carrying a destructive aura, speeding astonishingly towards Hector. Hector was greatly startled. Even before the impact, he felt the ground beneath him collapse. A powerful presence locked onto him. Avoiding it was nearly impossible. With no other choice, Hector gritted his teeth, turned around, and summoned the Qilin true diagram to shield him. Meanwhile, the golden field outside, there was still Shay's meteor flame palm. Even Hector couldn't withstand this dual assault. Blood trickled from all 7 orifices. With a thud, his feet sank into the ground. The moment the golden field completely shattered, those flames also dissipated. Finally, Hector managed to block Shay's first attack. Dwymph, not bad. Try taking my second palm strike. Seeing Hector defend against his first attack, Shay was inwardly surprised. This was almost an all-out attack, yet Hector remained unharmed. Keep in mind, Hector's cultivation was only at the Great Master realm, not even half a step into the Dalton realm. Such a demonic Hector must be killed. Otherwise, if he reaches the half-step Dalton realm, he will surely become a formidable opponent. Whoosh. In an instant, Shay's body soared into the sky again, descending after reaching 100 meters above, delivering another horrifying palm strike that left everyone trembling. That palm strike descended again, about to hit Hector's Kirin True Intent Laroiagram. But right then, Hector retracted the diagram, flashed away quickly. Phantom body technique. Hector had retreated into the second layer space. Bam. The ground where Hector originally glancing at Hector. Hector replied coldly, Shay, wait for me to come for your head. Boom. Shay turned and walked away. Colin approached Hector and examined him up and down, asking, are you alright? I'm fine. He can't kill me in a short while. Hector sat cross-legged, beginning to repair the damage to his internal Kirin True Intent Laroiagram. Colin inspected Hector and found that aside from significant true chi depletion, he had sustained minimal injuries. He remarked, Laroisipal brother Su truly lives up to being illusory demon sage honored second disciple. To hold off Shay for so long in the Great Master realm is remarkable indeed. Senior brother, you flatter me, Hector smiled. May I know senior brother's name? Colin nodded and said, inner sect disciple of Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain, Colin. Laroisipal brother Su, keep up the good work. I look forward to your performance in our great demon sect. After saying this, Colin turned and left. Big brother Su, senior brother Su. Jaig York and Miriam approached, their faces filled with worry as they looked at Hector. They had witnessed Hector's battle with Shay and felt intense tension and concern. Only when Shay left did they dare to approach. Big brother Su, are you alright? Jaig York asked. I'm fine, just exhausted of true chi. Resting a bit will be fine, Hector replied casually. It was bone-chilling. If Shay was considered a monster, what was Hector then? A monster among monsters? Chapter 728, Hector, Innocent Run, and Arjun's Battle Records. Soon, news of Hector's confrontation with Shay spread like wildfire, causing an uproar within the Demon Corpse Canyon. Leroy, you hear? Shay tore through the divide between Een Mountain and our Demon Corpse Canyon, battling Hector for several exchanges. What was the outcome? Hector held his ground and wasn't killed. At a critical moment, Colin, an inner sect disciple of Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain, arrived and drove Shay away. Wow, for Shay to tear through the boundary between Een Mountain and our canyon, how powerful must he be? Even someone at the half-step Dalton level like Innocent Rin might not have been able to do that. If my guess is right, Shay has already reached the Dalton realm. Now, all he needs is the will to step into the Dalton realm at any time. Damn, if that's true, how strong must Hector be to survive several exchanges with Shay? That monster, who caught the eye of Saint Venerable Clive and became his disciple, must have exceptional abilities. We'll just have to wait and see. I have a strong feeling that the first place in our Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain's outer sect competition might not go to Innocent Rin. Hector has a significant chance too. At this moment, everyone in the Demon Corpse Canyon was stunned by Hector and Shay's battle. Not long after, I suspect his current realm is almost on par with the Dalton realm. From Great Master Realm to Dalton Realm, there's almost no barrier except for accumulation. When the accumulation reaches a certain level, it naturally breaks through. Based on Arjun's combat strength now, he should be close to the Dalton realm. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Within half a day, whether it was Hector, Innocent Rin, or Arjun, each of them displayed incredibly terrifying combat prowess. Hector survived several exchanges with Shay, who had torn through the boundary. Innocent Rin and Arjun each killed a Dalton-level demon corpse. Their strength caused an earthquake within Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain. Without a doubt, the champion of this outer sect competition would be among these three. Big brother, I've heard that Hector engaged in several exchanges with Shay, who tore through the boundary and didn't die. His strength must be... At this moment, Hobie looked worried. Beside him, Johan said, Fourth brother, don't worry. With Big brother's current strength, killing Hector would be like crushing an ant. Hobie looked at Arjun, who remained composed. My target is only Innocent Rin. As for Hector, leave him to you. Addressing Tyler, Johan, Callan, and Hobie, Arjun continued, Tyler, Johan, Callan, and Hobie, I expect you to handle Hector, Callan, and Hobie. Many privately believe their overall strength was on par with, or even surpassed, Innocent Rin's. Can you tear through this boundary, Arjun? Someone asked respectfully when Arjun approached. Everyone stared at Arjun eagerly. If he could tear through the boundary, they'd have a chance to enter the other side of the center area and reach the end of the Demon Corpse Canyon. Chapter 729. Eli and the Dino strike simultaneously. I'll give it a try. At that moment, Lloyd was eager to attempt. Count me in. Cristobal and Kit also joined in. The three brothers stood together and instantly transformed into enormous pythons, each over 10 meters long, opening their mouths to breathe out. Their breaths grew larger and eventually condensed into an enormous orb of light, which slammed into the barrier all at once. Everyone scattered hurriedly. They could feel an overwhelming power comparable to a sovereign from the combined breaths of the second, third, and Lloyd's. Boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the three Serpent Lords' breaths fiercely struck the dividing line. However, the dividing line did not even waver, while their breaths gradually faded away, until they vanished completely. Holy crap, this dividing line can't be shaken even by sovereign-level power? This dividing line is way too resilient. It's hard to imagine just how monstrous Shay's strength is. He alone can tear through the dividing line to cross realms and hunt Hector. Many people recalled half a day ago when Shay tore through the dividing line, crossed Een Mountain, and reached the Demon Corpse Canyon to chase Hector. The breaths of the second, third, and Lloyd's, after transforming, were already powerful enough to rival a sovereign. However, they still failed to shake the dividing line even an inch. But Shay could tear it apart with his own strength. If there was no comparison, it would be hard to fully appreciate Shay's strength. And yet, Hector managed to survive several blows under such a powerful, monstrous individual. What kind of creature must Hector be? Hearing others mention Shay, the expressions of Cristobal, Kit, and Lloyd darkened. I'll give it a try. Tyler suddenly stepped forward. He soared into the air, reaching dozens of meters above before extending his right leg, igniting it with golden flames. Zoltank a streak of light. He swiftly kicked through the sky and slammed into the dividing line with a loud thud. Leroy Vine Fire Leg. Bang. When Tyler's Leroy Vine Fire Leg hit the dividing line, it finally made a slight indentation, about 2 inches deep. However, the indentation rebounded, sending Tyler flying back. Tyler landed 80 meters away. Sigh, even Tyler, who ranks second on North Devil Jeffrey Mountain, could only create a tiny dent in the dividing line. Someone inhaled deeply, again sensing the immense strength of Shay, who could tear through the dividing line. Tyler frowned and looked at the silent Dino, saying, give it your all. The Dino nodded, suddenly leaping up with a boom. Numerous snake patterns appeared on his body as he transformed. His body rapidly expanded, stretching from a few meters to over 30 meters within moments. A 30-meter-long transformed serpent was undoubtedly terrifying. The longer the serpent, the higher the realm of mastery in this secret martial technique. At this moment, the Dino had significantly improved since his confrontation with Eli half a month ago. So powerful, just standing before him sends shivers down my spine. The Dino has become far stronger than he was half a month ago. With his current strength, he could definitely match Eli back then. Quickly retreat. The Dino is about to attack. Boom. Amidst gasps of amazement, the Dino swung his tail, soared into the air, opened his mouth wide, and immediately formed a jet-black breath. As it formed, vast amounts of spirit energy converged from all sides, entering his breath, making it grow more powerful, emitting a destructive aura. Sigh. If the Dino's breath strikes, I fear I will be instantly obliterated. A near-sovereign expert trembled. Could such a formidable Dino tear through the dividing line? Boom. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the dino's black breath shot out and smashed into the dividing line. Instantly, the dividing line visibly began to sink. Sigh, it might work. Some exclaimed, trembling in excitement with shining eyes. Tyler's Leroy Vine fire leg had only caused a 2-inch indentation. However, the breath from the transformed dino created a massive indentation. If this indentation exceeded its tolerance limit, the dividing line would undoubtedly tear. Cheers erupted across the field. However, the dino frowned. In an instant, he opened his mouth again, gathering more spirit energy to unleash another terrifying breath. Bang! The indented area sank further, nearly compressing the dividing line into a single line. Still, it didn't tear. At this moment, many realized something was off, their faces turning grim. Even the dino cannot tear through it? Some eyes dimmed as they sighed. Boom. Meanwhile, a powerful aura approached swiftly and arrived at the dividing line. Dino, in less than half a month, you have improved so much. You haven't let me down. Sigh, it's Eli. He's here. Everyone brightened upon seeing Eli. Eli, the first true powerhouse of North Devil Jeffrey Mountain's outer sect, had almost split the dino in two with a single palm half a month ago. Boom. The moment he appeared, he stretched out his hand and pressed gently into the void. Instantly, everyone felt countless barely visible white lines emerging in the air, like tentacles grabbing the dividing line. It quickly sank inward, compressed by an invisible force. In an instant, the dividing line was continuously compressed, producing creaking sounds. Seeing this, the dino's eyes turned red. Half a month ago, he had been defeated by this very move. Revisiting it now, his inner rage burst forth. Boom. Next, everyone's eyes widened again. While the dividing line developed shallow cracks, they were not significant, only 2 or 3 inches long, insufficient to tear it apart. Still not possible, hearts trembled. This time, both Eli and the dino tried, yet it remained untearable. This outcome left them disheartened. If they couldn't tear it, they would fail the entire outer sect competition. They might even become a laughingstock, deemed the worst class in North Devil Jeffrey Mountain's history. Chapter 730. Hector arrives, joint effort to shatter the Leroy Vide. All of you attack together. At this moment, Hildred turned and looked at Tyler, Apollon, Otto, Kai, and the others. Everyone nodded and began their assault. We will join in as well. Everyone else present also chimed in. Boom. Instantly, the hundreds who arrived first launched their coordinated attacks. Their combined force finally managed to shake the divide, opening a much larger fissure than before, large enough for one person to pass through. Haha, it's cracking. Someone laughed loudly, but immediately, their laughter froze on their faces. The crack had just opened to about 1.7 m, but began to heal rapidly. But right then, as the fissure was about to close again, someone rushed forward to try and pass through it, aiming to be the first to reach the other side. If he made it, he would become the champion of this challenge. Whoosh. He succeeded. He was the first to dash through. Edlin, it's you. Someone gritted their teeth, saying, you traitor. At that moment, Innocent and Hildred stared coldly at Edlin, their expressions grim. No one expected that at the last moment, this treacherous individual would snatch victory. Haha, many thanks to all of you. Don't worry. I'll remember your help once I win the championship. Once I become a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Demon Temple, I will surely come back to repay you. Haha. Edlin laughed heartily and turned to leave. However, after taking only 2 steps, his expression turned extremely ugly. Almost simultaneously, a mass break this divide either? Miriam asked. Let's go. Without me, they can't shatter it, Hector replied. Boom. Hector quickened his pace and soon reached the central area. His arrival immediately caused a stir. It's Hector. This guy has arrived too. With Hector, we should be able to get through, right? Probably, Hector's strength can rival that of Innocent and Hildred. That's not certain. We tried collectively, and could only tear open an opening big enough for one person. With him, it might extend the gap slightly but won't allow us all to pass. Kai glared at Hector and said through clenched teeth, Hector, you sure had good luck, escaping the hands of Shay. Hector gave him a disdainful glance. Your luck is bad. Soon, you'll die by my hand. You're full of crap. All 4 of us brothers are here, and you're the one who will die. Kai bellowed. Hildred waved a hand to stop Kai. Hector, you arrived just in time. Let's attack together and discuss matters once we reach the other side. How does that sound? Agreed. Hector nodded. Innocent nodded approvingly at Hector, who smiled in return. Boom. In an instant, Hector, Innocent, Hildred, Tyler, and others stood at the front. Now everyone attacked together. Hector didn't hold back and directly performed the fist imprint, transforming into the true intention formulas. First true intention formula. Second true intention formula. Third true intention formula. Fourth true intention formula. Fifth true intention formula. Boom. Immediately, under their collective attack, the fissure reopened wider than before, extending to nearly 2 meters high. One more push. Instantly, Hector shouted, causing a golden field to spread out and compress exactly to a 2-meter height, blocking the gap. Crack. Hector's field developed cracks, but did not shatter immediately. Quickly, Hector glanced back at Jai Gyork and Miriam. Both nodded and dashed forward. The new world path beneath Hector's feet instantly materialized, preparing to carry them away. But at that moment, several regrettable breaths surged toward Hector's back. Hector turned immediately, unleashing several palm strikes that shattered those breaths. Then, a figure descended from above, carrying fearsome flames and aimed a powerful kick at Hector's head. Hector blocked with an upward palm strike. Bang! Tyler was sent flying by Hector's punch. Meanwhile, Hildred and Innocent began attacking each other, and after a clash, they swiftly moved towards the fissure, about to enter. Humph, that is my field. No one enters without my permission, Hector coldly snorted, instantly collapsing the field into a pinpoint of light. Boom. In an instant, the compressed point exploded, triggering a spiritual ruler, much like Hector's field of influence. A destructive force was brewing within this miniature realm, about to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, Hector sensed a massive, impending danger. Without thinking, he trembled all over, and the true intent diagram of the Kirin appeared, enveloping him and the two women. Boom. Instantly, the air around Hector exploded, and an incredibly terrifying energy overwhelmed him. Hiss! Dion's miniature realm hit Hector. Is Hector dead? Someone gasped in shock. The Kevin glanced at Dion, malevolence growing in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, he opened his mouth, and the ambient spiritual chi rapidly converged into it. A terrifying black breath instantly descended from the sky, crashing toward Dion. Dion turned around, grasping the black breath from a distance. Crack! The black breath shattered midair and then exploded. But just then, the Kevin closed in. Strands of snake patterns on his body emitted black light, sharp like countless knives falling down all at once. Instantly, Dion was engulfed. The Kevin did not relax in the slightest. He knew Dion's strength far exceeded this. In an instant, another breath was released, aimed directly at Dion. However, he suddenly shifted his gaze to another direction and instinctively launched the breath there. Boom. At that moment, Hector appeared, blocking Dion. Formidable. Alright, I'm taking first place. Dion rapidly approached. Junior brother Sue, step aside. At this moment, Dion lost his earlier calm demeanor, turning extremely aggressive and domineering. Boom. As he rushed forward, his body ignited quickly, leaving trails of afterimages in the air due to his extreme speed. As long as I'm here, you won't get first place. Hector shook his head, activating the eye of the firmament to its fullest extent, instantly catching Dion's movement trajectory. To the right, Hector's eyes flashed, and he threw a punch. Bang! Both of them retreated 3 steps. Just then, the Kevin arrived, this time using a powerful tail swing rather than a breath attack. His 50-meter-long tail plummeted from the sky, accompanied by streaks of black lightning. His target wasn't just Hector, but also Dion. Bang! Hector soared into the air, blocking the Kevin's tail strike with his hands, but the tail's power pressed him downward into the ground. Crack! 50 cracks instantly formed under his feet, stopping only at the boundary line. Get up! Hector shouted, his secret powers surging, gathering entirely in his palms. Instantly, the 30-meter-long Kevin was flung by Hector. Big Brother, Gay, Third Kevin, Edward, and even Tyler panicked and shot breath attacks at Hector. But Dion appeared, casually dispersing their attacks with a palm strike. If you meddle in our fight, you'd better think twice. Dion gave them a cold glance. Immediately, Second, Third, and Edwards, including Tyler, hesitated. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of thousands, the Kevin was flung by Hector and slammed hard onto the boundary line. The boundary vibrated, but did not crack. Suddenly, Hector's eyebrows twitched. He felt as though he had received an electric shock through his hands, a numbing sensation spreading rapidly along his arms toward his entire body, paralyzing parts of it. Boom! Hector's hair stood on end. Instantly, a golden field entered his body, rapidly compressing the current before forcing it out. But just then, the Kevin returned, his body shrinking to about 7 to 8 meters as he coiled tightly around Hector, trying to strangle him to death. And Hector, you can withstand my electric shock, indeed some skill. But this time, you're wrapped up, you're doomed. Leroy. The Kevin roared fiercely. Hector immediately felt a terrifying compression force pressing against him. Even his golden field cracked under the pressure, developing fractures. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. Chapter 732. Hector blasts the Dino away. Hector is going to die. At this moment, the over 1,000 spectators were all shocked. None had expected that Hector would meet his end in such a manner. Eli moved as if he wanted to offer support, but ultimately did not take action. Brother Sue, Senior Brother Sue, Jai York and Miriam attempted to rush to aid him but were blocked by the Clarences. Hector is surely dead. Don't follow him to your deaths, the Lloyd sneered, his gaze burning intensely as it fixed on Jai York. He had coveted her for quite some time, but never found the right opportunity. This was the Devil Corpses Canyon. As long as Hector died here, he could leverage his brother's power to get this woman. As for Miriam, she would just be a side dish. Boom. The Dino's body rapidly contracted, finally bursting Hector's golden field completely. But at this moment, Hector's body quickly turned insubstantial. Using phantom body technique, in an instant, he avoided the compression from the Dino, whose massive body instantly crushed forward. At this moment, the Dino froze slightly. He felt that Hector's body had suddenly vanished at the instant it was about to be crushed. Simultaneously, a terrifying sense of danger swept over him, making the snake patterns on his body flicker uncontrollably, forming layers of light that enveloped his entire body. Boom. At this moment, Hector appeared again, stamping on the Dino's body, dashing upward swiftly while forming a fist seal with his right hand, evolving it into true intent symbols. Instantly, 5 true intent symbols condensed and launched towards the Dino's snake head fiercely. Hector, you actually dodged it. How did you manage that? The Dino cried out in shock. But there was no time to think, as Hector's palm struck him, and even the Dino felt immense peril. In an instant, the serpent opened its mouth, drawing the surrounding spirit chi swiftly into a horrifying black breath within its jaws. Given the close range, any combatant who dared to clash with him like this would surely be annihilated by his breath. Boom. Hector's palm met the black breath head-on, the two forces clashing and holding each other in place, neither able to overpower the other. But at this moment, Hector's other hand swiftly joined, pushing down together with a resounding slap that drove the black breath back into the Dino's mouth. Spurt. Instantly, the Dino spat blood and was blasted away, crashing heavily several hundred meters away. Hiss! The Dino's breath was pushed back into its own mouth by Hector. Is the Dino dead? This Hector is utterly insane. Not only did he escape certain death, but he also managed to make the Dino inhale its own breath. Is this guy even human? A commotion arose in the central area. Everyone was awestruck by Hector's terrifying combat prowess. Tyler, Cristobal, Kit, and Lloyd were all stunned. The Dino was their strongest combatant. Now, defeated by Hector. In an instant, the two clashed dozens of times. Even someone as powerful as Hector, who had reached the peak at each major realm, began to feel the strain, his body starting to tremble. This was due to the intense pressure of battling Eli, pushing him close to his limits. Eli, on the other hand, was even more surprised and shocked. Remember, he had transformed into a superhuman state, with strength and speed far surpassing what they were before. Once, he had killed a Dalton-level powerhouse with a single punch. Yet now, after dozens of clashes with Hector, he failed to defeat him. Instead, his own body was shaken by Hector's palm force. Continuing like this would only lead to mutual destruction. Junior brother Sue is still at the Grandmaster realm, but if he steps into half-step Dalton, I will likely not be his match. Only at this moment did Eli deeply realize how formidable Hector truly was. Boom. However, unnoticed by them, the Dino slowly shook its head and stood up. Hector's blow had left him dizzy, but he finally regained consciousness. Hemph, Hector. It's fortunate you didn't deliver a finishing blow. Otherwise, where would I stand now to kill you and Eli? Now is the end for both of you. Returning to human form, the Dino pulled out a brown bottle from his chest pocket. Upon opening it, numerous white cracks appeared, likely become the top contestant in the Bimodi Mountains outer sect competition. Boom. Suddenly, Hector's heart raced wildly as goosebumps rose all over his body. He felt a wave of deathly aura envelop him. Instantaneously, he instinctively compressed his field, which instantly condensed around his skin. Simultaneously, the true intent diagram of the Kirin emerged, covering his entire body. On the opposite side, Eli reacted similarly. Both men instinctively brought out their strongest defenses. Clang. In that split second, the void cracked open, revealing a terrifying blade-like scar that appeared like a golden lightning bolt, slicing through the space and striking right in front of Hector and Eli. The scene unfolded with unimaginable speed. Even Hector and Eli could only react instinctively to defend themselves. As for the other spectators, they were even less prepared. By the time they reacted, Eli was already spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward. Hector fared no better. His golden field was torn apart, and the spatial crack collided forcefully with his Kirin True Intent diagram. Instantly, a fissure appeared in Hector's Kirin True Intent diagram, and the Kirin marks were obliterated in that very instant. This was the first time since creating the Kirin True Intent diagram that it had been shattered by external force. But ultimately, it managed to withstand the terrifying blow. The shockwave still sent Hector flying backward, with his internal energies churning violently, causing him to crash into the dividing line. The powerful backlash inevitably left Hector injured, prompting a sweet taste in his throat and a large mouthful of blood. It's you. Hector glared fiercely, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Errol towered over him, standing at several dozen meters tall, looking down from above. Beside him, Thatcher, Hansen, and Alpha, along with Tyler, had all appeared. We will jointly seal Eli. Brother Fong, we'll leave it to you to kill Hector, Errol said coolly. Understood. Tyler nodded and instantly rushed towards Hector, his right leg kicking out with golden flames erupting around it, distorting the space around him. Boom. Meanwhile, Eli leaped into action, staring at Errol with murderous intent. I didn't expect you to still be alive and dare to use Shay's power to kill me. Unfortunately for you, relying solely on the long-distance blade slash isn't enough to kill me. Today, I will slay the snake. Once I enter the Heaven Devil Temple, I'll settle accounts with Shay. Boom. Eli charged forward. Despite the severe injuries inflicted by the earlier attack, his combat power remained largely unaffected. Vortex with his hands, as if holding onto a threshold. Eli, you can't hold back forever. Give up now. Don't worry, after I win, I'll release you, Errol shouted loudly. While speaking, he suddenly bit his tongue, releasing a spray of blood. Thatcher, Hansen, and Alpha did the same. All four brothers, working together, sprayed their essence blood onto the king-grade magic box, causing it to emit a dazzling light like a tentacle that struck Eli. Eli trembled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, he was pulled into the magic box. The next moment, the box closed, and Eli vanished. Haha, Eli has been sealed. I kill brother, this outer sect championship is yours. With your entry into the Heaven Devil Temple, you will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of our demonic path. Alpha laughed triumphantly. Thatcher added, Brother 4, after a kill brother enters, we must work hard to find other ways to enter the Heaven Devil Temple once we enter the inner sect. Hansen nodded and laughed. Indeed, all four of us must enter the Heaven Devil Temple. We must have a place at the apex of the future black magic sect. Their ambition was immense. They weren't content with merely entering the Heaven Devil Temple. They aimed to stand at the top of the black magic sect pyramid in the future. Such ambitions were on par with those of demon lords and princesses. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Tyler's flaming leg kicked fiercely towards Hector. Hector turned around, giving Tyler a cold glance. Originally, I hadn't planned on killing you, but since you're so dishonorable, don't blame me. Boom. Instantly, Hector's body radiated with light, as he performed the Imperial Decree True Intent Laroiagram. In the blink of an eye, Hector unleashed 5 True Intent diagrams. Snap. Tyler's right leg broke, and he spat out blood, flying backward faster than before, crashing right in front of the four brothers. Dwight? At that moment, Errol, Thatcher, Hansen, and Alpha all looked up to see Hector striding forward, his face brimming with murderous intent. Hector, you still have this much stamina? Errol narrowed his eyes. Chapter 734. Slain the Dino. In the eyes of the Dino and his brothers, Hector had fought Eli for so long that he must have exhausted much of his stamina. Furthermore, with Tyler's surprise attack using the Gideon Leroystan's cleaving blade slash, even if Hector were made of iron, he would have little strength left. But to everyone's astonishment, Hector managed to shatter Tyler with a single punch. This Hector Sashin ed their perception. Now, each of them had reached the level of half-step Dalton. Executing a combined breath attack at this level would undoubtedly be more terrifying. Hector, we originally planned to use this move against Eli during this Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect competition. Now that Eli has been sealed, it's your turn. Dying under our combined breath will be an honor for you. Dino's gaze was icy cold. With the threat of Eli gone, Hector now seemed insignificant to them. At this moment, Hector no longer concealed his true strength. He knew that facing the combined breath of the four brothers was beyond his current capabilities. Instantly, silver-white light began to gather on his face, and then the mysterious silver-white mask reappeared. With the mask on, his overall strength leaped to another level, almost reaching the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Boom! The combined breath of the four serpent lords descended like a black beam of light, instantly engulfing Hector. At this moment, Hector formed hand seals. Under the enhancement of the black mask, his strength increased significantly. His hands moved swiftly, forming the true intention interpretation. 1 interpretation, 2 interpretations, 3, 4, 5. Instantly executed. Hector's combat strength reached its historical peak. With the boost from the silver-white mask and the 5 interpretations, Hector felt a spray of blood from his decapitated body crashing violently to the ground. Thus, the Dino met his tragic end. Hiss, Dino died just like that? Everyone watching was stunned. No one expected the Dino, who had sealed Eli, to die at the hands of Hector. Moreover, the strength Hector displayed seemed even greater than Eli's. One misstep by the Dino. If he had used the Dalton-level magic box to seal Hector from the start, the battle might have turned differently, someone commented. Another responded, not necessarily. Given Hector's current display, even using the magic box against him might not have sealed him. Thud. At the same moment Dino was killed, a black box appeared before Hector. This black box was the one that had sealed Eli. Hector glanced at it, and opened the box with a lift of his hand. As soon as it opened, a figure shot out rapidly and came outside. Snap. Hector looked at the box for a moment, and quickly closed it. Junior brother Sue, did you kill the Dino? Eli asked upon seeing the decapitated corpse. Hector nodded and replied, Senior brother Zoltan, let's continue. Eli glanced at Hector and said, Junior brother Sue, the first place of this outer sect competition belongs to you. If it weren't for Hector, he would still be sealed inside the magic box. Moreover, Hector's imposing presence with the silver-white mask made him feel immense pressure. He sensed strong. Remember, besides his own formidable strength, he has Riggs, Barr, and Tony. Together, even Eli might struggle to handle them. Besides, there's also Tyler. You're right. The overall strength of Rick and his brothers can't be underestimated, and they do have a chance of winning. Heh. You guys are making such serious predictions, but aren't you forgetting someone? Who? Hector. Hector? That kid has indeed performed well in the past half-month, but compared to Eli and Rick, he still has a long way to go. If given another year or two, he might have a chance of winning, but for now, he's still somewhat lacking. Indeed, he has progressed quickly, but he's young and his cultivation is low. Compared to Eli and Rick, he does seem slightly inferior. The old men discussed among themselves. Just then, they seemed to sense something and stopped their conversation, turning their attention thousands of meters away. Someone is coming. Is it Eli or Rick? They could only vaguely sense someone approaching, but couldn't tell exactly who it was. Even sages could only roughly perceive such distances. Very soon, their confusion turned into shock. They saw someone who shouldn't be leading appear. Hiss, it's Hector? He's actually the first? How can it be him? All the old men were dumbfounded. Some even blinked hard, suspecting if they were seeing things. But after confirming it was indeed Hector, they could no longer keep calm. When Hector appeared, Imperial Realm. Yet, despite their expectations, Eli didn't secure the top spot. Moreover, they carefully sensed Eli and found him at his peak strength, fully capable of fighting Hector. Eli naturally understood their thoughts and chuckled bitterly. Rick and his brothers were all killed by Junior brother Sue. Eli recounted his experience in the Devil Corpses Canyon. Upon hearing this, the red-robed Kyler and others were taken aback. You mean to say, Rick and his group were killed by Hector, and you're not a match for him? Seeing the shocked and serious expressions on the Kyler's faces, Eli's bitterness deepened. He nodded and said, yes, if I fought Junior brother Sue, I would not stand a chance. Moreover, he saved me from the seal. It wouldn't be right for me to fight him. The Kylers fell silent. After a while, the red-robed Kyler said, Charin, you may go. We need to discuss matters among ourselves. Yes. Eli nodded and left quickly. Once he was gone, the Kylers' expressions grew even graver. That Fred is going to enter the Heavenly Demon Temple, the highest holy place of our great demon sect. Can we be sure he isn't a spy for the Qilin Manor? The senior disciples above have confirmed it. He is very likely to be a disciple of Akil brother Illusory Demon Sage. Very likely? Humph. That means we can't be 100% certain he is Akil brother Illusory Demon Sage's disciple. If we can't be 100% sure, we absolutely cannot let him enter the Heavenly Demon Temple. According to the expected to win, did not claim the title. The second most anticipated contestant, Dino, didn't win either and was even killed by Hector. Instead, it was Hector, who had just betrayed the Qilin Mansion and joined their great devil sect less than a month ago, who took first place in the Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain's outer sect competition. This outcome shocked everyone. What kind of monster is Hector from Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain? How could he possibly take the top spot? That kid has always been unbearable. A spy from Qilin Mansion dared to come here and take first place? Just wait until he enters the Heavenly Devil Shrine. Those senior disciples inside will never let him off. Yes, how dare someone from Qilin Mansion come to our great devil sect and make a name for themselves? There's going to be hell to pay. People from the other 3 Imperial Mountains expressed strong dissatisfaction upon learning that Hector won the Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain outer sect competition. Their dissatisfaction stemmed primarily from Hector's origins in the Qilin Mansion. Even though it was known throughout the northern frontier martial world that Hector had betrayed Qilin Mansion, he still lacked the trust of most people within the Black Devil sect. They considered him a spy planted by Qilin Mansion, a dangerous outsider who must be eliminated if possible. What? You mean Dino was killed by Hector, and that kid took first place in the Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain competition? Brennan stood up abruptly. Dealt with. Yuan's actions merely carry out what they dare not do themselves. That's the plan. Tell Yuan to proceed. Brennan waved his hand dismissively and sat down again. Yes, master. Adelia left promptly. She soon arrived at a modest room where a man, bare-chested and sitting cross-legged, resided. His body was covered in scars, and his face bore intersecting sword and knife marks, giving him a terrifying appearance. Yuan, the master wants you to do something. What is it? Yuan opened his eyes, revealing blood-red irises. The moment he made eye contact with Adelia, she shuddered involuntarily, seeing visions of corpses and blood in his gaze. The master wants you to visit Hector and lure him to the blood soul pool to be killed. This is his address. Adelia handed Yuan a map and Hector's portrait. Yuan glanced at them briefly, then crushed them into pieces with a flick of his palm. Tell Brennan he can expect this person's demise tonight. Thank you, Yuan. Adelia smiled and hurried away. Once Adelia left, a man suddenly appeared in Yuan's room. Clad in animal skins, this towering figure was unmistakably Timothy, the victor of Southern Devil Jeffrey Mountain's outer sect competition and known as the Savage Southerner. Brennan wants you to sacrifice yourself to kill Hector. Are you really going to do it? Yuan looked at Timothy and said, Brennan saved my mother's life once, and I promise to help. The Bryson glanced in the direction that Yuan had left, saying, if you succeed, it would be best for everyone. If you fail, I will give you a proper burial. As for Shay, Humph, that lad, he knowingly took advantage of your filial piety, aiding your mother deliberately. Alas, you stubborn fool still believe he saved your mother. Never mind. I wish you all the best. If you die, I will find Shay and beat him up for you. With that, Timothy swiftly departed as well. At this moment, Hector returned to his courtyard. Through this outer sect competition, he gained a profound understanding of his own strength. With his current cultivation and combat power, without even using the mysterious silver-white mask, he could reign supreme below the Dalton realm. But facing Shay, who had already reached the Dalton realm, he still fell short. I must advance to the peak of Grandmaster as soon as possible, Hector muttered to himself. Once he entered the peak of Grandmaster, when he faced Shay again, he would have the power to challenge him. However, whether he could triumph or not would only be known after a battle. Dwight? Suddenly, Hector sharply turned his head, seeing Tamara appear out of nowhere, staring coldly at him. You did well this time, just as expected. Without using the demon blood I gave you, you killed Dino and won first place in the Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect competition. Your strength surpasses what I imagined. Hector said, Leroyd's senior brother come here just to praise me? Although you've secured first place in the Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect, don't get too happy. With this level of strength, you barely qualify for entry into the Heavenly Demon Temple. Inside, there are countless experts, far stronger than you. What did senior brother come here to tell me? Hector asked. He harbored no good feelings toward Tamara. He knew Tamara tolerated him not because he was a disciple of the illusory demon Holy Venerable, but because he had his uses, such as obtaining the ultimate secret technique, death, from the Heavenly Demon Temple. I've already told you before, if you can win this Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect competition, I won't kill you. Congratulations, you've passed my first test. Next, in 3 days, you'll enter the Heavenly Demon Temple. At that time, you'll have one chance to enter the purgatory within the Heavenly Demon Temple. Try your best to obtain death for me. Once you do, any trouble you face in the future can be handled directly by me. Hector smiled. Rest assured, senior brother. I'll do my utmost, but I hope senior brother keeps your word. Tamara nodded. Don't worry. I, Tamara, always keep my promises. Well, it's late. Rest now. In an instant, Tamara turned around and vanished from the scene. Hector watched Tamara's departing silhouette with indifference, but the sky eye was fully open, and even the field was activated, spreading out, capturing, intensifying his resolve to deal with Tamara. Tamara threatened him multiple times, coming and going as he pleased, denying him any freedom. If he obtained death and handed it over to Tamara, would Tamara eliminate him? Death was the highest secret technique in the Heavenly Demon Temple. Even demon sons and demon daughters only cultivated a part of it. Rumor had it that Tamara had acquired only a tenth of it. Without significant contributions to the great demon sect, even demon sons and demon daughters could not cultivate more. This was a rule of the Vernon sect that couldn't be broken. Asking Hector to acquire death and hand it over openly violated this rule. Tamara, fearing exposure, might kill him to cover his tracks. This caused intense unease in Hector. Jalen, if I could contact Jalen, he might be able to eliminate Tamara, Hector thought, recalling someone. Jalen absolutely could kill Tamara. Last time, he saw several peak sages join forces with Tamara, yet still couldn't stop Jalen. Apart from Jalen, the only ones within the Vernon sect who could pose a threat to Tamara and have the ability to kill him are those few demon sons and demon daughters. How do I reach out to them? Hector pondered. But right at this moment, Hector abruptly opened his eyes, sensing that someone had infiltrated his courtyard. Though the person was hidden very carefully, it could not escape his enhanced senses after activating his secret realm. Instantly, the golden field around him spread out, enveloping the entire courtyard. At that moment, a black shadow silently penetrated his golden field and entered his secret realm. Hector was startled. It was the first time someone entered his secret realm without forcibly tearing it apart. Chapter 738, Hamilton. This person sneaked into my secret realm. What does he want to do? Assassinate me? Hector muttered to himself, thinking of many possibilities in an instant. But he didn't alarm the intruder prematurely. Instead, he watched secretly to see what he intended to do. Now, as the top young powerhouse of Vernon sect's Northern Magic Jeffrey Mountain Outer Sect, he was envied by many people, which was within his expectations. He also knew that many members of the Vernon sect were not pleased with him and would kill him if given the chance. Boom. The dark servant silently infiltrated Hector's secret realm, permeating it soundlessly. This was the shadow technique, capable of penetrating any physical barrier and entering spatial dimensions. Hector's secret realm could not block him unless it had reached the sage realm. Once inside, he approached Hector from behind. A black dagger appeared in his palm. Simple. Thus, everything was within his expectation. Hence, he planned to execute the second phase. That was using the blood soul pool. Utilizing the blood souls from the pool to kill Hector. Whoosh. One chased while the other escaped. Soon, they left the outer sect area and arrived at a blood-red mountain. This mountain was entirely red, as if stained by blood. At first glance, Hector thought he entered the big red mountain of the green ghost town. He deliberately lured me here to kill me? Hector narrowed his eyes, halting abruptly. Not following? The dark servant was surprised. Hector's wisdom and rationality sending chills down his spine. This person was too cautious, exceeding his plans. I remember your aura. Next time we meet, I will kill you. Hector looked coldly at the dark servant from afar, then turned and walked away. Darn it, this kid is overly cautious. Killing him isn't easy. If I don't get rid of him, when will I repay Brennan? Boom. Just then, a bud appeared ahead, with bloodshot eyes and heavy bags, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. But the moment he saw Hector, an extremely sinister killing intent emanated from him. Hector felt a chill run down his spine, quickly retreating. Yet, the Kyler covered hundreds of meters instantly, appearing before Hector, pressing a palm toward him. You little brat, you dared to kill my grandson. Today, old man will deemed it worth it. To avenge his 4 grandsons, even death was acceptable. Worth it. But just then, Hector emerged from the void, not attacking the Kyler because the Kyler was far stronger. To fight him, Hector needed at least to reach half-step Dalton realm. He fled deeper into the Blood Soul Mountain. Cursed, you're still alive? Hamilton raged, charging forward. A golden path appeared beneath Hector's feet. It was the path to the new world. Simultaneously, he activated the golden field. With both effects combined, Hector's speed rivaled many Dalton-level experts, only slightly slower than the middle-stage Dalton expert, Hamilton. Whoosh. Hector headed directly to the deepest part of the Blood Soul Mountain. No matter what was there, it was his only escape route. Seeing Hamilton chase Hector into the Blood Soul Mountain, the dark servant hesitated but followed, needing to witness Hector's death to complete his mission and give an account to Brennan and himself. Deep within the Blood Soul Mountain, Hector's heaven's eye extended, searching for any possibility. There was no sign of life here, like hell itself. Barren earth, red soil, the air reeking of blood. Faintly, Hector heard weak breathing, like someone asleep. Is anyone here? Hector approached the source of the breathing. If it was a powerful figure from the Vernon sect, he could rely on them to intimidate the old man chasing him. Chapter 739. The Crisis of Destruction. Hector pushed his speed to its absolute limit. The new world path beneath his feet and the golden field were almost merging, making it seem as if he was about to take flight. Boom. In an instant, Hector finally neared the faint breathing sound. Senior, I am Hector, the top young talent from Demon Jeffrey Mountain of the Great Demon Sect. Someone is chasing me. Please lend me a hand. I will be forever grateful. Hector shouted loudly. Blood Soul Mountain lay within the territory of the Vernon sect. Anyone cultivating here must be one of their formidable experts. However, the moment Hector finished speaking, he froze, his hairs standing on end. He sensed immense danger. He saw a pool of blood. This blood pool wasn't large, roughly tens of meters in diameter. But right at the center of this blood pool, a human head suddenly surfaced. It faced him with the back of its head. At first glance, Hector noticed that this head was floating on the surface. Ordinarily, just a head wouldn't be enough to cause Hector such a massive threat. Yet inexplicably, as soon as Hector locked eyes on it, his heart pounded fiercely. Every hair on his body stood up. A primal fear took over, causing him to instinctively try to escape. Just as he turned to flee, a terrifying black breath descended from the sky. This is the breath of a great snake king. No, grandson, you are doomed. Seeing this, the old snake king laughed coldly from afar. The black slave turned to leave. I've finally repaid Shay's kindness. In their eyes, no one could survive after being targeted by the Blood Soul Pool. According to legend, even 3 sages died in the Blood Soul Pool a few years ago. Let alone Hector, who was barely a speck compared to a sage. Am I going to die? No, I cannot die. Instantaneously, Hector thought of his father, Esther, Rhonda, and his son Bernie. Bang. Regardless of how hard he struggled, he couldn't resist this mysterious force. With a plop, he plunged into the Blood Soul Pool. The moment he entered, he felt as if his blood was being sucked out by an external force. Fresh blood seeped through his skin, spurting out continuously. At this rate, he would bleed to death in less than a dozen breaths. Meanwhile, numerous heads appeared around him, opening their mouths, rushing toward him with monstrous expressions, seemingly ready to devour him. Get lost. Hector roared, activating the 5 organs and 6 viscera law to suppress the unknown force within his body, trying to stop the bleeding. But it did nothing. His law failed for the first time. Simultaneously, he activated the golden field to block those heads. However, his golden field appeared and quickly faded, breaking apart almost immediately. The Keter finally responded. What should I do? Does Senior have a way? Hector asked urgently. He might be able to help you, said the cloaked figure. Hector understood. The cloaked figure was referring to the extremely evil entity within him. This entity was immensely powerful, capable of resisting the mysterious force behind the dark prison. It could even bring him back from the dead. Its abilities were far more mysterious and terrifying than the silver-white mask. But now, the exceedingly evil entity remained unresponsive, seemingly intent on watching Hector perish. Chapter 740. The mysterious Dwight Man head. He can't be relied on. I need to depend on myself. Think harder, what other options do I have? Hector quickly calmed down. At this moment, a large portion of his flesh had been torn apart, but he did not give up. The silver-white mysterious mask, although gradually dimming, still provided him with a continuous stream of energy to replenish his consumption. However, the rate of consumption outweighed the rate of replenishment. Based on the current pace, Hector's silver-white mask could buy him only 10 more breaths worth of time. Now, within these 10 breaths, he must think of a way to counter these bizarre human heads. Right, the two forces I obtained on the nether path. Suddenly, Hector realized something. If there was anything he hadn't yet utilized, it was those two extreme forces. The universe is composed of Yin and Jiak. Although he did not fully control these forces, he could temporarily wield them. Boom. Instantly, his hands trembled as one Yin and one Jiak force appeared in his palms. He wanted to see if the strange force in this blood soul pool that suppressed his secret arts could also suppress the Yin Jiak forces he acquired on the nether path. The Yin Jiak forces represented Heavenly Gate and Yellow Springs respectively. In ancient mythology, there was said to be a Heavenly Gate. Once someone stepped through it, they could become an unparalleled deity, gaining boundless life and true immortality. On the other hand, stepping into Yellow Springs made one an evil deity but still granted endless life and longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. Yin represents righteousness, while Jiak represents wickedness. These two forces are completely opposing. Several previous underworld Jeffreys who reached the peak of the immortal realm managed to break through to the Leroyvine realm after cultivating these two opposing forces. But thereafter, great anomalies occurred, leading to their mysterious deaths. The truth of the nether path had warned him that it would be best not to cultivate both forces simultaneously, or else he might suffer the same fate as the former underworld Jeffreys. But now, Hector had no choice. He just wanted to survive. Thump. In his left hand, Hector held the ultimate Yin force, while in his right, the ultimate Jiak force. After the two forces appeared, Hector found that the bizarre force couldn't stop them. It really works. Hector was overjoyed. Boom. Instantly, he slapped outward with both hands. Pfft. The human heads exploded upon contact with his ultimate Jiak force. The ones that touched his ultimate Yin force let out ear-piercing screams, rapidly retreating from Hector but exploding shortly afterward. Meanwhile, Hector's blood ceased flowing, and his body began to heal under the silver-white mask's repair. That's strange. This mysterious silver-white mask seems to also balance Yin Jiak forces? Hector wondered. Previously, he could only use the true intent map of Qilin to balance these opposing forces. Now it seemed the silver-white mask could also achieve this. Wonderful. I can finally start using these two forces without worrying about backlash, Hector rejoiced, glancing around and frowning. I should leave here. This place is too eerie. Whoosh. At this moment, Hector began moving upward. However, a human head suddenly appeared before him, coldly staring at him. Instantly, Hector felt a chill run down his spine. From this head, he sensed a familiar aura, identical to that of the heart in Great Red Mountain that Harrell had sealed. No, it wasn't just similar. It came from the same body as the heart. Boom. Without hesitation, Hector pressed his hands onto the head. The Yin Jiak forces erupted instantly, merging for a brief moment and generating an incredibly destructive power. When Yin and Jiak collided, the force released was even more terrifying than the spiritual burst when Hector compressed the golden field to its limit. However, the human head merely glanced at Hector disinterestedly as the temporary Yin Jiak force vanished. Hiss, the gap is too wide. I cannot contend. Hector felt despair creeping in. You actually obtained the legacies of Heavenly Gate and Yellow Springs. Vernon's sect has truly produced a remarkable successor. The head nodded. Who are you? Hector was taken aback. Whenever others mentioned the Vernon sect, they referred to it as the Great Demon Sect, even the sect's own sages. But this person called it directly by name. The head looked at Hector. Once, we met at Great Red Mountain in Qinggui Town. I remember your aura. It was only a little over a month ago. A little over a month, and you already obtained the legacies of Heavenly Gate and Yellow Springs from the Nether Path. Impressive. Hector was shaken. So, the heart was indeed a part of him. No. More accurately, this human head was also part of him. How could a dismembered person still generate consciousness? This man was terrifying. As far as the outside world wasn't worth worrying about. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I understand, Hector immediately said. At this moment, Hector gained enlightenment. Instantly, his aura surged significantly, pushing him to the very peak of the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 741. That era, Hector's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. He was only lacking an opportune moment to step into the Zoltan-Mitless state. Now, under the guidance of the mysterious head, Hector instantly attained enlightenment. In a flash, everything came together naturally. He stepped into the Zoltan-Mitless state of the Grandmaster realm, truly standing at its absolute pinnacle. After reaching the Zoltan-Mitless state of the Grandmaster realm, Hector could feel his power surging dramatically. If he encountered Eli, Oroki-sama, Tyler, or even all of them together now, Hector was confident he could crush them. Even if Shay appeared, he could engage in battle with him, not just exchange blows. This was Hector's true strength after breaking through to the Zoltan-Mitless state of the Grandmaster realm. Hector had achieved the Zoltan-Mitless state in Warrior Novice, Warrior Master, Great Warrior Master, Spiritual Warrior, Supreme Master, and Grandmaster realms. Now, with a mere wave of his hand, he could unleash peak 5th rank combat power. This didn't even include the true intent formations like Chi-Span maxed out at 30,000 years. If this mysterious head indeed hailed from Jared's era, did that mean it had lived for at least 200,000 years? How could that be possible? As if sensing Hector's doubts, the mysterious head sighed. That's why I divided my body into several parts. This Jeffrey cultivated a supreme immortal scripture, through which I understood life and death, extending into a second lifetime. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the scripture, it couldn't grant immortality, rendering my last 500 years of my second life. I divided my body into 9 parts and suppressed them in the 9 extreme locations across the Leroyvine Marshall continent. Because of this, time hasn't left its mark on me. What you call a day feels like a minute to me. Hector was inwardly shaken. What kind of scripture could resist the ravages of time, even partially? While not completely immune, it was still incredibly demonic. A day for others was a minute for the mysterious head, nearly stopping the passage of time. Clearly, this immortal scripture was supremely powerful. The mysterious head looked at Hector with a bitter smile. Though this scripture is extremely fearsome, it cannot stop the erosion of time. If this continues, I will die eventually. Whether I can survive until that era arrives is uncertain. That era? Hector paused. What era do you refer to, Senior? The mysterious head's expression turned solemn. The revival of all things. The return of generations of powerhouses to the continent. Revival? Hector gasped, immediately realizing what the mysterious head meant. That was the moment when the Leon cage would open, and the emperors would fully return to the Leroyvine Marshall continent. Will there be changes in the world during that era? Hector hurriedly asked. The mysterious head looked at Hector. I don't know the specifics, but I know that once that era comes, the heavenly essence will surge, briefly returning to the state before the near-immortal era. Then, my body will fully recover, bringing me back to my peak and possibly stepping into that realm. Hector's heart tightened. That realm, naturally referred to the immortal realm. But when exactly would this era come? The emperors in the Leon cage had spoken similarly, and now the mysterious head agreed. These supreme powerhouses must have predicted this day. But would it truly arrive? And briefly returning to the pre-near immortal era? How was this calculated? Hector inquired again, but the mysterious head warned him that knowing too much while weak might be harmful, advising him to improve his strength quickly or risk becoming cannon fodder when the time came. Hector asked again when that day might arrive. After a long silence, the mysterious head replied, it should be within the chi for the sake of infiltrating it. Apart from blending in with the demonic practitioners, there was another reason. Controlling the soul devourer. However, under the mysterious head's influence, a significant portion of Hector's true chi was now rapidly converting into demon chi. If this continued, he would soon fully fall into the demonic realm. No good, Hector panicked, wanting to stop the conversion of the demon chi, but he didn't dare. The mysterious head was right in front of him. Any sudden movement could be easily detected by the other party, likely leading to an attempt on his life. Many thanks, Senior. Hector maintained a crazed smile as his true chi extensively converted into demon chi. The mysterious head nodded approvingly and chuckled. Excellent, excellent. Work hard, and when I fully recover, I will take you as my disciple. Strive to reach the near emperor rank when I emerge from seclusion. With that, the scenery shifted, and Hector found himself suddenly at the foot of Blood Soul Mountain. Leroyd, I come out? Hector paused. He immediately prepared to use the 5 organs and 6 viscera technique to halt the conversion of demon chi within his body. But at that moment, the voice of the mysterious black-clothed figure echoed in his mind. He is still observing you. Boom. This statement was like a bolt of lightning, sending chills down Hector's spine. The mysterious head had easily expelled him, but could just as easily capture him again. Thank you for the warning, Senior, Hector said gratefully, knowing that any rash action would have been fatal. The mysterious head was indeed cunning, offering guidance while still being cautious of Hector's intentions. You can go, the mysterious black-clothed figure said. All right, Hector nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, the mysterious head gazed in the direction Hector left and mused, 80% of his chi is still true chi. If I didn't know about the soul devourer inside him, I might have suspected him to be a spy planted by the righteous factions in Vernon's sect. Fortunately, this Fred did not try to stop the conversion of demon chi, or I would have killed him immediately. His talent rivals that of Jalen, making him one of the supreme geniuses of our time. I hope that by the time I emerge from seclusion, you will already be a near emperor. Finishing, the mysterious head submerged back into the blood pool, disappearing from sight. Upon returning, Hector immediately went into seclusion to suppress the conversion of demon chi. Despite his efforts, the proportion of demon chi reached 50%, equaling his true chi. So Fred, your demon chi has already reached 50%. You must try to utilize it sparingly for controlling the soul devourer, or else you risk going berserk and becoming increasingly bloodthirsty, the mysterious black-clothed figure warned. Don't worry, Senior, I understand what needs to be done, Hector replied promptly. Senior, is there any way to gradually convert the demon chi in my body back into true chi? The mysterious black-clothed figure responded. On the 9 continents, there used to be a divine scripture called the Tai True Leroyvine scripture that could completely reverse demon chi back into true chi. Unfortunately, this scripture vanished after the near-immortal era ended. It's been 200,000 years since then, and no one knows where it is now. If you can find it, it can completely reverse your demon chi. The Tai True Leroyvine scripture? Hector was astonished. Senior, do you know where it is? Where? The mysterious black-clothed figure was puzzled. Hector explained, I heard that the Holy Dalton sect has half of the Tai True Leroyvine scripture. Though I'm unsure if it's the one you mentioned, I'll visit them once everything here concludes. The mysterious black-clothed figure nodded. Regarding the mysterious head you encountered earlier, I seem to recall him, but I can't remember exactly who he is. But I am certain we have met before. Hector was alarmed. He knew the mysterious black-clothed figure was from the late near-immortal era, though his specific identity remained unknown due to his fragmented soul state. If the black-clothed figure felt familiar with the mysterious head, it was undoubtedly someone he once knew. This demon head is not ordinary. Check your body again. I feel that dated. His body might face issues? Hector was taken aback. The black-clothed figure explained, cultivating that supreme scripture is extremely difficult. Once separated from his body, reuniting will be perilous. If mishandled, it leads to irredeemable consequences. So, there's a high chance you may become his backup. The storyline remains coherent with previous content, maintaining the same paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 743. Alexei comes again. Hector grew more and more alarmed as he listened. Naturally, he had heard of the evil Dao's soul-snatching technique before. It was an extremely evil cultivation method. Historically, many prodigies from the righteous path were taken over by the bodies of some old monsters from the evil Dao, using this to extend their own lives. Therefore, the evil Dao was not tolerated by the righteous path. If that mysterious severed head also planted a soul-snatching factor within him, then he truly needed to be extremely cautious. As they say, it's unwise to have thoughts of harming others, but necessary to guard against being harmed by others. Especially with the ruthless and cunning old monsters of the evil Dao, I must be vigilant. But how do I destroy this strand of will? Hector pondered silently. Senior, can you help me? Hector asked the black-clothed mysterious person again. The distance. Brandandering this time. You should focus on cultivating and forget about everything else. Pretend you don't know about that strand of willpower, understand? The black-clothed mysterious person reminded him again. Hector nodded. The strand of willpower left by the mysterious head hung over him like a sword, threatening him constantly. How could he dare make any rash moves? With the mysterious head's strength, a single thought could imprison him anywhere in the Vernon sect. Even when contacting Frisco in secret, he had to be extremely careful. If discovered, he couldn't be sure if the mysterious head would try to kill him. Currently, he had no confidence in countering the sliver of willpower left inside him. But one thing was certain. This strand of willpower could monitor his every move. Then, Hector returned to his courtyard. As soon as he arrived, he saw Alexei reappear in his courtyard. Where did you go just now? Alexei turned around, his eyes coldly staring at Hector as if ready to devour him. Hector was frustrated. Just when the mysterious head had planted a strand of willpower within him, he now faced questioning from Alexei. It felt utterly unfair. No matter how enraged he felt internally, he had to endure. Alexei's strength had already reached the peak of the Holy Realm, even having half a foot in the near Jeffrey realm, far beyond what he could match right now. Sometimes playing the part of a subordinate was necessary. In the martial world, the strong preyed on the weak. Without power, recklessly confronting challenges would lead to a terrible death. Hector was well aware of this fact. He immediately responded sternly, just now, someone led me to the blood soul pool. Hector recounted his experience, including encountering the mysterious severed head. Of course, he omitted the strand of willpower left inside him. Upon hearing this, Alexei frowned deeply, gazing intently at Hector. You actually met that esteemed adult? Not only did he not kill you, but he bestowed a great transformation upon you. Yes, Hector nodded. Alexei said, it seems that esteemed adult greatly appreciates you. Indeed, the adult mentioned that he would see me first upon his return. Hector smiled gently. By saying this, he was reminding Alexei not to casually harm him. Otherwise, when the esteemed adult returned and found him gone, the adult would surely be enraged. If Alexei acted against him, he would need to consider if he could withstand the adult's wrath. Naturally, Alexei understood Hector's implied meaning and sneered, Humph, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you, that esteemed adult is extraordinary. Gideon ago, he was a powerful emperor. A man of such outstanding talent. What kind of genius hasn't he seen? You want to use him to ultimately spare his life. And he also gambled that the strand of willpower inside him left by the mysterious severed head would save him in a critical moment. If he were truly a backup, the willpower wouldn't allow him to die. If not, then he didn't need to overly worry about its intentions. Besides, even if he died, he could revive using the silver-white mysterious mask. Thus, he wasn't too concerned about being killed by Alexei because he had many means at his disposal. Chapter 744. The Coil Daphnator. Spurt. In an instant, Hector's entire body was stained red with blood. However, the coil did not stop but continued its assault, as if intending to torture Hector to death step by step. Yet, Hector was waiting, observing, waiting to see if the willpower left within him by the mysterious head would intervene. All right, Coil, you can stand down. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Coil's consciousness. Coil trembled all over instantly and immediately responded, Sylvester, is it you speaking? It's me, the mysterious head said. This Fred has great significance for me. You cannot kill him. May I ask what you plan to use him for? Coil asked. That's none of your concern. Just remember, you are not to kill him, the mysterious head said. Coil's gaze flickered, replying, Yes, Sylvester, I understand. Immediately after, Hector felt a sudden release from the pressure around him. That invisible oppressive force vanished. Hector, considering you still have some value to me, I'll spare you for now. Remember this well, never try to challenge me again, or else killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant, Coil said coldly. A tidal wave of emotions surged through Hector's heart as he mentally asked the mysterious figure, a kill, was that his intervention? Inside Hector's mind, the bear in black whispered back, Indeed, it was him. He stopped Coil, so rest assured, Coil won't dare harm you anymore. Why? Hector asked. He is afraid of this person, the bear in black explained. Hector suddenly understood, but also felt a heavy burden settle on his chest. He knew that the mysterious head's interference meant it had grand designs on him, and just as the bear in black mentioned, he was merely seen as a backup. If something happened to its current vessel, Hector would become the new host. Looks like my biggest threat right now is this mysterious head. I must find a way to completely expel it from my body as soon as possible, Hector thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. As long as the willpower of the mysterious head remained inside him, he was constantly under threat and surveillance. Who knew when it might attempt to seize control of his body? He couldn't be too careful. I've come here to inform you that tomorrow, you need to head to the Heavenly Demon Temple. Upon arrival, make sure you reach the location as quickly as possible, where someone will meet you. Arriving late means you risk missing hell and losing your chance at the artifact, Coil continued. As he spoke, a notion appeared in Hector's consciousness. Within it, a place name and the image of a person materialized. Hector was greatly surprised. It was one thing for Coil to leave words in his consciousness, but to form a person's image there was quite another matter. Is this the power of a sage? Seemingly aware of Hector's thoughts, the bear in black commented, upon reaching the sage realm, one not only forms a sage domain but can also manifest a sage avatar. These are basic skills. Hector nodded, realizing he didn't fully comprehend the capabilities of sages. Now tell me who tried to harm you this time, and I'll help clear them out, Coil proposed. I don't have direct evidence, but I'm confident that Brennan was behind this attempt on my life, Hector replied. Also, the old man chasing me could possibly be a close relative of Errol. Understood. No matter who dares to harm me, they will pay the price, Coil declared before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, Ewan found Brennan and reported what had transpired. Once he enters the blood soul pool, he's bound to die, Brennan smirked. This clears things between us. You're free, Ewan remarked. Yes, you're free, congratulations, Brennan laughed, nodding. Stay out of sight for a while. Hector is associated with Coil, and given you led him to the blood soul pool, Coil will eventually know. Even I won't be able to protect you then. I'll leave right away, Ewan rose, preparing to depart. But as he reached the door, he froze in terror. Coil stood in the doorway, glaring at him coldly. Brennan, too, spotted Coil and turned pale. Coil cast a cold glance at Brennan, sneering. Who gave you the nerve to plot against my people, Brennan? Brennan's expression changed drastically. Coil, I don't know what you're talking about. No problem. Let me enlighten you. With a flick of Coil's hand, Brennan, despite being a king-level powerhouse, was lifted off the ground without any resistance. At the same moment, Ewan vanished through the room in a flash. Coil glanced at the retreating figure and sneered. A mere half-step king thinks he can escape from me? If I let you go, I'd be a laughingstock in the great demon sect. Come back. Instantly, Ewan was sent flying backward, terror gripping him. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Before Coil, his cultivation barely counted for anything. Mercy! Ewan stammered. Puff. Coil reached out, pressing a hand. His face changed drastically as he recognized the poison's severity. Yet, he had no choice, picking up the pill and swallowing it without hesitation. Very good. Tomorrow, once you enter the Heavenly Devil Palace, remember to join forces with Hector. I need you both to assist me in securing Sure. Understand? Tamara instructed. Yes, Shay nodded. At that moment, Tamara suddenly turned around, noticing a Trent outside his holy domain. This man was none other than Ernesto, the peak Saint Realm powerhouse from the intersect of Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain and Shay's grandfather. Lord Tamara, please show mercy, Ernesto said with a smile. He dared not step inside Tamara's holy domain, fully aware that even if he did, he would not stand a chance against Tamara. Tamara glanced at Ernesto. Your grandson has been cooperative. I won't kill him. With that, Tamara vanished instantly. Ernesto's smile faded immediately as he rushed to Shay, anxiously examining him. Dwightener, did he do anything to you? Bastard Tamara, he dared to poison me. I, Shay, will not let this go. Shay gritted his teeth. Poison? Startled, Ernesto infused his holy power into Shay's body, attempting to purge the toxin. But try as he might, it was futile. One Kyler coldly remarked. Akil brother, let me issue a warning. If he harms another of our disciples, we'll side with the demon princes opposing him. Akil brother 3, you're no match for Tamara. Let me accompany you. We'll see if he truly believes he can defy us 4 sacred mountains. Another Kyler chimed in, emitting formidable energy. The senior-most Kyler turned to Ernesto. Bring Shay here. I'll personally detoxify him. Thank you. Ernesto rejoiced, knowing this would solve the problem. Shortly after, news spread that 2 mountain masters of Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain confronted Tamara, resulting in a fierce battle where all parties sustained injuries. The conflict erupted because Tamara had poisoned a promising disciple of Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain, highlighting his arrogance and disregard for consequences. Upon hearing this, Hector was shocked. He hadn't expected Tamara to act on his behalf, compelling Shay to ingest poison, and drawing out 2 mountain masters of Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain. This incident clearly shows Shay's importance within Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain. Would killing him provoke a manhunt? Hector pondered. As a newcomer to Vernon sect with unstable foundations, despite having a few supporters from Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain, they were far less influential compared to the mountain masters of Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain backing Shay. Unless a Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain master supported him, he doubted anyone would risk deteriorating relations over him. Chapter 746, Vernon sect's Chelan residence Larowisipal. Shay had once pursued and attempted to kill him within the Magic Corpse Canyon, though he failed in the end. This left a deep grudge between the two. It was impossible for Hector to meet Shay again and choose to let bygones be bygones. Given any chance, he would certainly kill Shay, just as Shay was determined to kill him. They were now at odds with each other like water and fire. However, Shay had protection within the Vernon sect, and he, Hector, did not. This was indeed a troublesome situation. Right. The remnant of Sylvester's willpower left in his sea of consciousness could save him from Magician Blood last time, and Magician Blood was so fearful of it despite his naturally bloodthirsty nature. Could this also deter the other high-ranking members of the Vernon sect, preventing them from acting against him rashly? For safety's sake, Hector decided that he must interact more with the higher-ups of East Magic Jeffrey Mountain when the opportunity arose, to catch their attention. Especially in the Vernon sect where there were people everywhere who wanted him dead. He needed multiple layers of protection. Meanwhile, Shay arrived at the East Magic Hall on East Magic Jeffrey Mountain. With the help of the Great Mountain Master, all the poison in his body had been completely expelled. Feat the Finn Holy Sage as a teacher, which seems unbelievable no matter how one looks at it. Dwightmf, what about worshipping Finn Holy Sage as a teacher? The Finn Holy Sage is imprisoned deep in the Chelan residence. How could he have contact with the Finn Holy Sage? He must be a spy planted by the Chelan residents into our great demon sect. I heard he joined forces with 11 sages in the Chingue Town Red Mountain battle to seal a soul-collecting messenger. Branding to this, he made it onto the achievement board of the Qilin residence, which is like our great demon board for the great demon sect. Just getting on this list means having some privileges, including accessing the secrets of the Qilin residence. Regardless of whether he's a spy or not, since this person is the disciple of the Fin Holy Sage, he must die. Our East Magic Jeffrey Mountain cannot tolerate another magician blood. Many people shot killing intent towards Hector. Hector felt the hostile gazes directed at him and frowned instantly. Haha, Junior Brother Sue, I finally see you. Truly, meeting you surpasses knowing about you. Junior Brother Sue is even younger than I imagined. At this moment, 5 men approached with smiling faces. The one speaking was a black-robed youth who appeared to be around 21. His smile exuded warmth. If not for being a disciple of the magic path, one might think he was a righteous follower of the orthodox path based on his appearance. Senior brother? Hector paused in surprise. Haha, my name is Heim, an intersect disciple of the Northern Magic Jeffrey Mountain. Heim introduced him. I'm not testing you. Hector's eyes flickered. He wondered if Heim was intentionally trying to deceive him. Followers of the magic path were always devious. History had proven this. However, Heim did know Alan. This somewhat surprised Hector because he was infiltrating the Vernon sect under Alan's secret operations. But it was not impossible that the magic path had found out he was the one most in contact with Alan in the Qilin residence. They might deliberately act this way to gain his trust, then confirm he was a Qilin residence disciple and execute him publicly afterward. Such incidents weren't uncommon in the Vernon sect in the past. Heim, don't waste your effort. I won't believe you. In fact, you're a disciple of our great demon sect too, aren't you? To test me, pity you can't succeed. I have already joined the great demon sect, alive or dead. I belong to the great demon sect, Hector said. Heim glanced at Hector and said, Junior Brother Sue, I know you may not trust me right away. Never mind. You will trust me after entering the underworld. Ha! Hector gave a cold laugh and did not reply further. At that moment, a black-clothed Kyler floated toward them. Everyone, take out your Heaven Demon Leroy Vine Hall tokens. Immediately, Hector and the group took out their tokens they received from the Heaven Demon Leroy Vine Hall. The black-clothed Kyler scanned over them, and Hector felt as if he was being thoroughly examined. Whoosh! In the next moment, the token in Hector's hand flew up instantly, snatched by the black-clothed Kyler, who put it away. Subsequently, a silver light shot from the Kyler's body, and the palace was almost a sacred land for cultivation. Not just them. Even many peak Daltons from the 4 Imperial Mountains found the Heavenly Demon Leroy Vine Palace unattainable. It was rumored that anyone who could enter the Heavenly Demon Leroy Vine Palace would have a 10% higher chance of advancing to the Saint Realm in the future. Though it may seem like just 10%, sometimes that 10% held back 70% of the people. Boom. Hector also looked over, seeing a massive black palace appear in his line of sight, resembling a giant standing amidst the heavens. This palace was incomparably vast, much larger than any of the Imperial Mountains, as if it stood directly in the void. Above it, an indescribable powerful aura emanated. Under this aura, everyone felt like ants. They also had a strong sense that this black palace seemed like a sleeping giant. Just one movement from this giant could crush them into dust. Boom. Shortly after, the figure of the old saint in black flashed, and they finally set foot on the surface of the black palace. Upon entering, viewing the palace again gave a different impression. This palace was immeasurably large, seemingly covering hundreds of miles. At their cultivation level, their vision could not reach its end. They could only see a small corner. Hector felt the same upon entering. He had previously been to the depths of the Qilin Palace, filled with restricted areas. He dares to walk around randomly. He won't even know how he dies. Hee. If he wants to court death, let him be. Seeing Hector walking, disciples from the other 3 Imperial Mountains couldn't help but sneer. Most of them harbored hostility towards Hector. Now, seeing him disobeying advice, they naturally relished in it. Brennan smiled coldly. Hector, dying in a restricted area is too good for you. Heim watched Hector with furrowed brows, thinking, Junior Brother Sue, what are you doing? Saying this, realizing Hector was about to leave, he urgently whispered, Junior Brother Sue, don't wander around. You'll lose your life. However, Hector didn't respond and sped up, almost running. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful gaze filled with murderous intent silently watching him. That was a Dalton-level powerhouse. He was being targeted. Indeed, Moxie hadn't lied. Here, someone wanted to kill him. Who was this person working for? Many thoughts flashed through Hector's mind instantly. Boom. In an instant, Hector vanished from their sight. And at this moment, the hidden individual swiftly followed, chasing after Hector and rapidly closing the distance. Boy, ahead is a restricted area. Stop immediately and go back. You can still live, the Avram shouted urgently, his tone filled with warning. However, unknown to him, Hector had long detected his ill intention. Men of our great demon sect should keep their word. Changing your stance isn't befitting of a disciple of our sect. Hector, are you a spy sent by Qilin Manor? Chapter 748, Drinking Tea with the Sage. Whether I'm a spy depends on your word, senior, doesn't it? Since you've already concluded that I am one, would it matter if I said otherwise? Hector smiled. Fagin in red looked at Hector and nodded. You're quite clever. Since you know this much, will you jump down by yourself, or should I take action? I am the disciple of Fritz. If you kill me, won't my master come out and exterminate your whole clan after he's freed? Hector narrowed his eyes. Haha, fear? Your venerable has been imprisoned for life, so there's no way he'll be coming out anytime soon. Besides, getting rid of you benefits our great demon sect. What is wrong with that? Alright, Fred, don't stall for time anymore. Right now, even if you were still in the Northern Demon Imperial Mountain, I wouldn't hesitate to make a move. But since we're in the Heavenly Demon Shrine, even if I were to kill you, no one will step forward to help you. Since you refuse to do it yourself, let me help then. While speaking, the man in red rapidly left his position and pressed his palm toward Hector. He had attained the Middle Realm Monarch Realm and was far stronger than Hector at present. However, as his palm drew closer, Hector indifferently asked, Senior, are you going to continue watching? At that instant, the man in red trembled all over and realized he couldn't handle. The bud scanned Hector. Yes, my lord. Hector immediately withdrew his gaze and looked at the Kyler. My lord, what's inside? The pet kept by a devil saint in the heavenly demon shrine. A saint-level beast, replied the Kyler. Devil saint? Hector felt a chill. Those who could be called devil saints here were all paragons among sages. They were supreme experts. For example, Alger was one such devil saint. All right, Herb Alger told me about your situation. Spend tonight at this place and tomorrow. I'll personally send you there, the Kyler said. Thank you, Senior. Hector immediately clasped his hands together. A streak of silver light flashed out and enveloped him, bringing him high up into the sky. A moment later, they arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard wasn't large and only occupied about 100 square meters. This is where I reside temporarily. You can stay here tonight. If there's nothing urgent, don't enter the inner court and disturb me. The Kyler finished and quickly entered the inner court. Hector looked around. It was just a simple courtyard with no plants or flowers, not even a single bed, so barren and plain. Leroy the Kyler mean for him to stay outside and be exposed to the wind all night? Forget it. Consider it as part of my training. Hector shook his head and sat cross-legged. At this moment, the Kyler entered the inner court and found Alger sitting cross-legged. The moment the Kyler came in, Alger opened his eyes. Have you brought him here? Hector's return caused a huge commotion. At this moment, Shay glanced at Hector and asked solemnly, Wasn't killed? Leroy, Uncle Daphne run into trouble? Junior brother Sue, you're finally back. Leroy, you know how worried I was because of your absence. Haim walked over, looking at Hector curiously. How did Hector survive an entire night? Hector smiled. Senior brother Chin, sorry for making you worry. Junior brother Sue, where did you go? Another person hurriedly asked. Hector looked at them and chuckled. I spent the night in a sage's courtyard, drinking tea and discussing martial arts with him. Hiss, drinking tea with a sage? Everyone couldn't help but gasp in disbelief at those words. A sage, to them, he was a highly revered personage. Could this guy really drink tea with a sage? Is this real? Chapter 749, Fiery Clouds Burn. Having tea with a sage. This was indeed unbelievable, making many present doubt their eyes. Yet, Hector managed to leave for an entire night and still return alive. It wasn't so simple. Even without having tea with the sage, he must have been protected by one secretly. Suddenly, many people dared not look down on Hector anymore. Being under the protection of a sage made him untouchable in certain powerful. The ground beneath them was void. A fall would mean a messy death. But in the next moment, they froze, realizing they were standing on solid ground. Not quite. We're actually suspended mid-air, someone quivered, looking down. Dwindreds of meters below were colossal palaces. Lord, what is this? Someone asked the Kyler. He replied calmly. There's a massive void array beneath you. You are indeed standing in mid-air, but it's supported by the void array, allowing suspension. The fiery area ahead is the inferno. You have 3 days. Your gains depend on your own efforts. Finishing, the Kyler sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, displaying a dismissive demeanor. Seeing this, everyone eagerly rushed forward. The inferno was one of the heavenly demon temple's sacred cultivation grounds. Every second counted. Brother Sue, let's go, Haim urged. Hector nodded, stepping forward. Suddenly, a scream resounded. A black-clad man approached, then a red cloud flashed over, igniting a mass of golden flames on his body. With one final scream, he turned to ashes. What kind of flames are those? Someone gasped, halting. All were stunned by the sight. Hector squinted, opening his firmament eye, watching the red cloud dart towards the nearest person. Inside, shattering approaching clouds. That's our South Demon Jeffrey Mountain South Savage. He's also in the Dalton realm. His barbarian patterns grow more terrifying each time. Boom. A Nate attacked next. Moving like lightning, he passed through 2 red clouds, which stopped abruptly. Purple lightning crackled inside, splitting the fire clouds apart. Hiss, that's Howard from North Demon Jeffrey Mountain. His speed. Is that the flowing cloud Zoltankning sword? Note asterisk some character names have been slightly adapted for English readability, e.g., Brennan instead of Shay, Howard instead of Yi Jian. Chapter 750. The terrifying strength of Vernon Sect. At this moment, as the inner sect disciples were preoccupied with dealing with the fire clouds, Shay, the top disciple of East Demon Imperial Mountain, Howard, the lightning swordsman and top disciple of North Demon Imperial Mountain, and Timothy, the southern barbarian, from South Demon Imperial Mountain, all displayed formidable combat strength. Those fire clouds could not block them at all. How strong! It's terrifying just as expected from the Vernon sect. Each of its mountains can produce such powerful first-ranked outer sect disciples. How could our Chelan mansion possibly compete? Haim felt a chill run down his spine. Their generation's top outer sect disciple and now on display inside West Demon Imperial Mountain. You might not say that. This Hector is different from previous top outer sect disciples of Chelan Mansion. You should know, he defeated Eli in the recent North Demon Imperial Mountain's outer sect tournament and claimed first place. Hee. The first place of North Demon Imperial Mountain's outer sect has always been at the bottom amongst the 4 Imperial Mountains. That first place cannot compare with the top places from our East Demon, West Demon, or North Demon Imperial Mountains. Just watch, this time he will definitely be burned to ashes by those fire clouds. After Hector made his move, everyone from the remaining 3 Imperial Mountains, except North Demon Imperial Mountain, watched the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, Haim looked around at the few people next to him and said, let's go together. We must protect Junior Brother Sue. All right. Although they were wary of the fire clouds, they wouldn't leave without trying. Immediately, they charged forward. However, just as they rushed out, their eyes widened in astonishment at an unbelievable sight. They saw a ripple of golden light appear around Hector. In that instant, Hector activated his secret realm, spreading the golden field outward. Bang, bang, bang. The advancing fire clouds instantly collided with Hector's golden field and burst into flames. Yet, this blaze, which would normally enveloping them as they ventured deeper into hellfire. Dwight, he dares bring a few others along. This Fred really doesn't know his place, Shay sneered when he saw this. Howard glanced at Hector, his eyes flashing before continuing to charge forward. Timothy smirked. This kid's got guts bigger than mine. Interesting. Hope he doesn't end up being my enemy later on. Laughter trailing off, he continued plowing inward. Soon, Hector, Shay, Howard, and Timothy disappeared from their view. Let's join forces as well. Once they left, someone suggested here. There's no other way. Our strength pales in comparison to Hector, Shay, and the others. Who knows how these monsters cultivated? Their cultivation levels are clearly lower than ours, yet their strength surpasses us. They are all top outer sect disciples of the 4 Imperial Mountains, each destined to be supreme powerhouses. Naturally, we cannot compare. Let's join hands. Perhaps then we can find some decent opportunities. Subsequently, the people from the 3 Imperial Mountains set aside their mutual animosity and united to press forward. With their numbers, they could manage the fire clouds if they acted together. Boom. Inside, the fire clouds became more numerous. Eventually, even someone as strong as Hector and his group had their progress slowed down by the fire clouds. Is there a larger fire cloud deeper within? Haim and the others were drenched in sweat. Even within Hector's golden field domain, they couldn't stop the heat from penetrating. If Hector dispersed the golden field, they feared they'd be roasted alive. Even Hector frowned and said, since this place is called Hellfire, it must be extraordinary. Junior brother Sue, you should go in alone. We won't follow to avoid holding you back. Haim spoke up. Yes, Junior brother Sue, you represent us from North Demon Imperial Mountain. You don't need to worry about us. Others also chimed in. They realized that Shay and the others had advanced while Hector lagged behind, clearly because they were slowing Hector down. Chapter 751. The powerful flame being. We can't give up halfway. Let's go further in. If it gets too dangerous, we'll reassess the situation, Hector said. The group continued moving forward. Inside, the fiery clouds grew more numerous, eventually becoming dense and overwhelming. Every space was filled with them. Hector's golden field constantly emitted sounds of intense collisions. If Hector hadn't reached the peak realm of Grandmaster, strengthening his golden field to more than twice its original power, even he would have found it difficult to proceed. Even so, Haim and the others could still feel the fierce impacts against Hector's golden field, which now showed signs of instability. Quick look. Brennan and the others are battling a flame being. Haim and the others exclaimed, widening their eyes. Not far from them, Brennan, Howard, and Timothy were fighting together against a flame being. This being was instantly. Crack. Once again, Hector's golden field cracked. Haim cried out, another flame being. The others were also shocked. This flame being differed little from the previous one, except for the prominent, prison character flashing on its forehead. It was a prison flame being. Boom. After a palm strike, Hector stretched out another hand, forming a fist seal and striking repeatedly. Thud. The flame being was instantly blasted off the ground, but immediately fell back down like a meteor, accompanied by large amounts of fiery clouds converging into a streak of fire, crashing from the sky. Crack. In an instant, Hector and the flame being exchanged several blows. His golden field, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into pieces. Swoosh. A new world road appeared under Hector's feet, swiftly carrying Haim and the others away while Hector's body became translucent, avoiding the flame being. Boom. The flame being crashed into the spot where Hector had stood, leaving behind a web of cracks in the void, demonstrating its immense power. Swoosh. Next, Hector reappeared from the right side of the flame being, launching a flying immortal sword technique. Clang. Dozens of sword energies rose abruptly, instantly striking the flame being. Although they caused no damage, they did split the flames into countless fire plumes that scattered void and charging toward Hector. Hector dodged, but the fireball reversed direction after flying a distance. Startled, Hector avoided it again. Staring at the fireball, he realized that unless he destroyed it head-on, it would relentlessly chase him. Immediately, Hector formed seals with both hands, executing the true intention formation of the Jeffries technique. Boom. He struck the crimson golden fireball directly. Bang. The fireball disintegrated upon impact, sending Hector flying backward due to the powerful recoil. Swoosh. Almost simultaneously, the refinement character flame being transformed into a streak of fire and disappeared, reappearing behind Hector. Shocked, Hector realized he couldn't dodge in time. Instantly, the true intention of the Qilin manifested behind him, blocking the attack. Chapter 752. Reunion. Astonishing power and speed. Bang. The fiery figure's palm struck hard against Hector's Qilin true intention Laroiagram. Instantly, Hector was shaken, his blood surging and a streak of fresh blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother Sue. Haim and the others exclaimed in shock. Whoosh. Hector swiftly flew outwards. The fiery figure once again transformed into a streak of towards the imprisonment fire figure. At the same time, he formed Imperial Decision True Intention Leroyograms with his hands. 1 True Intention Leroyagram. 2 True Intention Leroyograms. 3 True Intention Leroyograms. 4 True Intention Leroyograms. 5 True Intention Leroyograms. In an instant, the 5 True Intention Leroyograms condensed, combined with the 5 Viscera and 6 Fu Organs method, pushing Hector's combat power directly to the 6th rank domain. Meanwhile, Shay shot up into the sky, soaring 30 meters high, before descending from the heavens, his hand pressing down. Bang. A massive palm print, burning with terrifying flames, fell swiftly like a meteor. Spit. Simultaneously, the conflagration cloud and the imprisonment fire figure exploded instantly, transforming into countless fire sparks scattering everywhere. Thud. As Shay landed, he glanced at Hector and frowned. Hector had almost simultaneously dealt with his fiery figure. This indicated that after the great contest outside the northern demon Jeffrey Mountain, Hector's strength had significantly improved. Recalling how he had pursued Hector in the Corpse Demon Valley, it was clear that Hector was far weaker than compared to now. Do you have the Dalton Realm strength? And the others did not fare any better, their internal blood surging wildly due to the Hellfire figure's roar. At the same time, the Hellfire figure moved with a flash of fire in Hector's vision. Next moment, Timothy was sent flying. So fast, Hector's pupils dilated sharply. Even with his sky activated, he could barely capture the fiery figure's movements. After reuniting, this fiery figure was undoubtedly several levels higher in both strength and speed compared to the individual ones. Whoosh! After hurling Timothy away, the fiery figure appeared in front of Howard. Howard was alarmed and immediately drew his sword. However, before he could fully draw it, a powerful force pushed his half-drawn sword back into its sheath. Spit. He too was hurled away like Timothy. Boom. Almost simultaneously, as the Hellfire figure attacked Timothy and Howard first, Shay got some time to prepare. He immediately launched a palm strike. But in an instant, he was stunned because his strike missed, while the fiery figure appeared beside him like a ghost. Spit. With a swift kick, Shay was also sent flying. How powerful, we're doomed. Haim and the others revealed despairing expressions. Shay, Howard, and Timothy were all prodigious geniuses. Yet, before this Hellfire figure, they hardly had the strength to retaliate. Hector felt a tremendous sense of danger. Instantly, his golden field compress of the blow still partially impacted his back, causing Hector to spit blood as he was sent flying. Hiss, Junior Brother Sue's move just now didn't hit the fire figure. We're doomed. We're all going to die here, shouted the Avram beside Haim. Boom. Hector crashed into the ground with great force. At this moment, Shay, Howard, and Timothy rose up, their faces heavy with solemnity as they stared at the fire figure. They were all injured, but still capable of fighting. Hector, let's join forces. If we can restrict its speed, we will have a chance to win, Shay said first, putting aside their mutual animosity. Hector nodded. I'll restrain it. You guys attack, Hector suddenly said. You? Can you do it? Howard glanced at Hector, furrowing his brows. If I can or not, won't you see when I try? Hector shot a glance at Howard, sensing distrust in his eyes. Clearly, Howard was someone who only believed in himself as the strongest. Roar. Meanwhile, the fire figure let out a roar and vanished once again. Here it comes. Hector, Shay, Howard, and Timothy's expressions stiffened. Though they couldn't see the fire figure's movement, based on previous experience, it must have already appeared right before them. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Hector's golden field spread out, but within 3 meters, it was torn apart. It could not withstand the might of the fire figure. At the same time, the New World Road also emerged, spreading under the fire figure's feet. In an instant, Hector's New World Road crumbled under the force emanating from the fire figure. However, due to the combined suppression of the New World Road and the field, the fire figure's speed paused for half a second. And this half second gave Hector the perfect opportunity to strike. Boom. The Qilin True Intention instantly flew out from Hector's body, rapidly growing larger until it hovered above the fire figure's head. Hector's Qilin True Intention was immensely powerful, incorporating the Qilin seal from the Qilin Mansion and the Qilin True Intentions of many emperors. It was Hector's strongest killing move. Upon its appearance, the Qilin True Intention immediately restricted the fire figure's movements. Quick attack. Hector roared. Boom. At that moment, after the Qilin True Intention left his body, the powers of the Yellow Springs and Heavenly Gate clashed within Hector's body, tearing his flesh apart, making blood spurt from his 7 orifices. Shay and the others knew this was a rare opportunity and attacked together. Clang. A golden lightning bolt shot out instantly. A massive palm imprint followed, equally terrifying. The savage patterns densely covered it like a cutting net, swiftly forming and closing in. Puff. With the combined force of 4 people, the golden lightning split the Inferno fire figure in 2. The savage pattern net sliced the divided parts into countless fire streaks, while Shay's palm destroyed all the fire streaks in one fell swoop. Instantly, under the collective strength of the 4, the Inferno fire figure turned to ashes. Leroyd, we succeed? From afar, Haim and the others looked pale as they surveyed the surroundings. But Shay and the others' faces changed abruptly as they rushed forward. Hector frowned, quickly recalling the Qilin True Intention and darted toward a nearby area. 2 bright crimson characters rose high, heading deeper into the void. These 2 crimson characters. One read Zoltanen, the other read York. The fire figure had collapsed, but these 2 characters remained unscathed despite their combined attack, indicating something extraordinary about them. Clang. Suddenly, a sword aura as swift as lightning flew toward Hector. Hector narrowed his eyes and instantly raised a palm to intercept it. Dong. He blocked the sword aura, but his speed slowed by half a beat. Simultaneously, a huge net made of savage patterns slashed through the air, creating visible and frightening cracks. Hector's golden field spread out instantly, blocking the cutting net. Yet the field developed numerous cracks. Boom. At the same time, a terrifying palm imprint, like a meteorite carrying destructive power, descended from above. Hector raised his hand and slammed it outward with a boom. The impact forced him to retreat several steps. At this moment, Shay, Howard, and Timothy all launched an attack on Hector together. Just then, after Hector restrained the fire figure using the Qilin True Intention, which they could not handle, they sensed a significant threat from Hector. Almost simultaneously, the trio decided to act against Hector first. They considered Hector their top enemy. Damn it, those despicable fellows. If not for Junior Brother Sue, how could they kill the fire figure? Several men beside Haim clenched their teeth in fury. Capture them first. I suspect Sure is among them, Shay roared and pressed his palm onto the Zoltanen character, dimming its light. Meanwhile, Howard's flowing cloud sword flashed past, dulling the York character as well. Finally, Timothy appeared, with savage patterns forming a large net enclosing both dimmed characters. At this moment, Shay and Howard blocked Timothy front and back. Timothy's expression changed as he smiled insincerely. Shay, Howard, rest assured, I won't take Sure all to myself. Hector stepped to get any part of Sure. Timothy laughed heartily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This was the first time he had encountered an outer sect disciple who dared to be so defiant against him, Shay, and Howard. If that's the case, there's nothing left to talk about. Let's fight then. Hector stepped forward. With a roar, the new world path appeared beneath his feet, instantly boosting his speed. In a flash, he appeared in front of Timothy and struck with a palm. Roar. From Timothy's body, numerous tribal patterns surged skyward, blocking Hector's strike. After his palm attack, Hector quickly retreated. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning-fast sword light suddenly slashed from Hector's right side. Hector swiftly dodged. The sword aura flashed past, severing a strand of hair from his forehead. If Hector hadn't been fast enough, his head would have been split in half. Without doubt, Howard's sword technique was the fastest among them. An ambush from the side could multiply the pressure exponentially. The sword light, having grazed Hector's forehead, changed direction mid-air and approached Hector from behind. Hector's gaze sharpened. Immediately, he activated the golden field with a loud thud, blocking the sword aura, laced with lightning before him. Yet, it couldn't withstand Hector's fearsome attack. The sword wall held for a brief moment before collapsing entirely. Howard was also forced to retreat, coughing up blood, though he fared slightly better than Timothy. Meanwhile, the enormous palm print descending from the sky was instantly annihilated by the expanding spiritual explosion. Shay panicked, unleashing 3 terrifying palm prints in quick succession, each as large as a mountain. All 3 landed almost simultaneously. The first 2 were destroyed, and only the third managed to block the remaining force. But Shay was still thrown skyward, his internal chi roiling uncontrollably. How did his strength improve so much? Is he really still just at the Great Master Realm? Shay was astonished. Hector, stepping on the new world path, swiftly appeared before Timothy, forming seals with his hands and manifesting the true essence of the imperial decree. Among the 3, Timothy was the most heavily injured. Hector aimed to take him down first before going after Shay and Howard. Hector, do you really think I'm some pushover? Timothy shouted angrily, recognizing Hector's strategy, treating him as the easiest target among the 3. Boom. Tribal patterns emerged from Timothy's body, forming a large net that cut through the air toward Hector. Hector sneered, manifesting the imperial decree instantly spreading to envelop the 2 golden characters. He must not obtain the Zoltanenyork. Shay said gravely. Boom. He and Howard, almost simultaneously, attacked Hector from either side. SSSHH. Instantly, a bolt of golden lightning tore through Hector's golden field. This was Howard unleashing his sword. This strike was far more terrifying than any of his previous ones. It was evident that after witnessing Hector's formidable power, Howard had no choice but to bring out his full strength. After tearing through Hector's golden field, the streak of sword light did not head towards the Zoltanenyork, but directly aimed at Hector himself. Howard could not get the Zoltanenyork, but he would absolutely prevent Hector from obtaining it. Moreover, Hector's words had thoroughly enraged him. Now, more than seeking the Zoltanenyork, he wanted to kill Hector. Boom. At the same time, Shay arrived, his aura heavy like mountains. Silent destruction palm. Shay struck continuously. Boom. Hector's golden field was blasted apart. He realized that Hector's terrifying palm strike was due to the explosive force formed by compressing the golden field. If he could suppress this field and deny Hector the time to prepare, he couldn't unleash such a devastating attack again. His thinking was correct. However, he overlooked one crucial point. The moment Hector's golden field exploded, he abruptly turned around, a hint of mocking smile on his lips, daring to approach him. Then he would give Shay and Howard a huge surprise. Boom. Suddenly, the road to the new world appeared beneath Howard, sweeping him rapidly towards Hector. Howard narrowed his eyes, delivering a strike that shattered Hector's road to the new world with a single thrust. But just then, Hector's body trembled, and the true intention Laroiagram of the Qilin emerged, along with a mysterious silver-white mask. This mask could repair his flesh torn by Injiag forces and maintain balance for a short period. PFF. Instantly, blood gushed from Hector's 7 orifices as the Injiag forces gradually ripped apart his body. However, beams of light emerged within the silver-white mask, swiftly repairing his wounds. Simultaneously, the true intention Laroiagram of the Qilin expanded, covering Howard and Shay above them. Shay and Howard's expressions changed drastically. They had seen firsthand how even the mighty flame men were restrained by Hector's mysterious diagram. This ends here. Hector narrowed his eyes as the Qilin true intention pressed down. Hector, watch me shatter your nonsense diagram. Shay's aura became even more terrifying, surging out like a tidal wave. His hands formed seals, transforming himself into an enormous palm print that rose and collided with Hector's Qilin true intention. Crack. A fissure appeared in Hector's Qilin true intention, but Shay also pressed down, slaying Shay instantly. After killing Shay, Hector immediately recalled the Qilin true intention back into his body, relieving the tearing forces within him. Meanwhile, Hector swiftly pursued Howard. With the enhancement of the silver-white mask, his speed and strength increased significantly. Now, his power was almost equivalent to when he had broken through to the Dalton realm. He caught up to Howard instantly. Your strength? How did it increase again? That's not right. This mask? Howard was trembling with shock. Hector's speed was twice as fast, and his aura much stronger. He focused on Hector's silver-white mask, guessing correctly that it was responsible for Hector's sudden power surge. Now I'm on par with you. Khalil to try if my palm can blast you to pieces? Hector smiled, casually pressing his hand forward. This palm strike carried no martial arts, just pure force. If you can do it, come and see. Hector, don't get too cocky. Even if I die, I will never allow you to humiliate me. Howard roared angrily, once again merging with his blade, becoming a blade of pure lightning that rapidly approached Hector. This strike was the most powerful he had ever delivered, having once instantly killed 10 Dalton-level experts. Terrifying beyond imagination. Yet under Hector's palm, this terrifying strike shattered instantly. PFF. Howard's blood splattered the sky as the sword light vanished, hurling him violently to the ground. Thus, Shay, Howard, and Timothy, the first among the outer disciples of the Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain, Western Demon Jeffrey Mountain, and Bryson Jeffrey Mountain, respectively, were all slain by Hector. This spectacle left Haim and others watching from afar utterly stunned. Haim's companion, Auden, gulped hard, quivering in shock. Throughout history, our Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain's first disciple has only defeated the Eastern Demon Jeffrey Mountain's first disciple a mere couple of times. As for someone facing 3 opponents and single-handedly defeating the top disciples of the 3 Imperial Mountains, this is unprecedented. Zoltantal Brother Su has broken the highest record in our Northern Demon Jeffrey Mountain's history, no, the Great Demon Sect's history. If news of this battle spreads, ###Chapter 756, the Supreme Breathing Technique. Haim and the others felt they had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Hector, with his own strength, had swept through the top young disciples of the outer sects of the 3 great Imperial Mountains. If news of this battle spread, its influence would be astonishing, and Hector would surely be recorded in the history of their great demon sect. Brother Su. At that moment, Haim and the others approached, each looking at Hector with reverence. Hector nodded at them, rest assured and continue cultivating here. After saying this, he took out the Zoltanan character and the York character, activated the Sky's Eye, and began to study them closely. These 2 characters were like blazing small suns, too intense to gaze at for long. Even Hector had to look away after a few breaths, only returning his gaze after a short interval. The characters contained a scripture. This scripture was very mysterious, detailing a special breathing technique. This breathing technique could synchronize one's meridians, true chi, and all bodily organs with the universe, eventually evolving into the concept where one becomes the universe and the universe becomes one. As long as the universe remains unextinguished, one would not die. This scripture was somewhat similar to his 5 viscera and 6 bowel method. His method focused on cultivating the internal organs, allowing the body to unleash hidden power, greatly enhancing one's strength. However, this new scripture encompassed much more, covering all human structures comprehensively. Beyond just cultivating the body, it even allowed one to connect with the universe, theoretically ensuring immortality as long as the universe endured. If that were true, this scripture would indeed be terrifying. This also reminded him of someone, Grimes. This person had divided his organs into many parts, suppressing them in various extremely in places across the continent. For example, his heart was suppressed in the Red Mountain of Qinggui Town, and his head was suppressed in the Blood Soul Mountain of the Vernon sect. Despite being dismembered, for a while, Hector stood up. The scripture he had read covered only a third of the entire text, summarizing the main ideas. It discussed the general structure and distribution of forces within the human body, using breathing as a bridge to integrate these elements. By practicing this breathing technique, one could harmonize all major organs, condensing all internal forces into a single burst of terrifying power at a moment's notice, without wasting a single bit of strength. Yet, this was only a third of Parrish. If I'm not mistaken, Grimes must have cultivated the second part of this scripture and reached its highest realm, Hector murmured to himself. The second realm involved perfecting the breathing technique so one could communicate with the universe, gradually merging the human body with the universe, making one's organs evolve into parts of the cosmos. Almost impossible to kill, as exemplified by Grimes, who needed all his organs gathered to destroy him. Otherwise, his scattered organs would regenerate after being destroyed. The third and highest part was the universe pulse technique. When the human pulse perfectly synchronized with the universe, one could live as long as the universe, with time leaving no trace on the body. This was likely within the realm of eternal life. Although theoretically, no one could completely evade the passage of time. Even immortals eventually aged and died, giving the illusion of immortality because they could live over 100,000 years. The most powerful reportedly lived 990,000 years, almost a million years. 990,000 years. What did that even mean? Regular humans barely live, only a step away from the fourth heaven, and that day wouldn't be far off. Brother Su, did you obtain Parrish? Haim asked excitedly, looking at Hector beside him. Chapter 757. The 4 great imperial mountains are alarmed. Upon hearing this, Haim and the others immediately changed their expressions. Sure. This was the highest secret martial technique of the great demon sect. According to legend, this martial technique involved the Jeffrey realm, even generating a domain, a transcending martial arts boundary. Could it be here? They couldn't believe it. All eyes turned towards the Wilson. The Wilson instantly paled, realizing he might have spoken out of turn. Hector swept a glance at the Wilson and said, Sure is the highest secret martial technique of our great demon sect. How could I show it to a disciple who betrayed the Qilin manor? You're overthinking. Hearing this, Haim and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Wilson's eyes flickered, deep in thought. All right, all of you can leave now, Hector said as he walked toward the exit. As they walked out, Hiss, Hector and Haim are coming out. They must have received great fortune inside. Look at them. Haim and the others' auras are much stronger than before. Damn, they've each advanced 1 rank. After reaching the Dalton realm, advancing by 1 rank takes more than just half a day or so. They've only been inside for about half a day? Hey, besides Hector and Haim, where's Shay, Howard, and Timothy? Although they were just outer sect disciples. What? Hector killed them? The crowd erupted into disbelief. Everyone looked at Hector as if they'd seen a ghost. Hector had only joined the great demon sect less than a month ago. Could he really have killed Shay, Howard, and Timothy? Facing their gazes, Hector remained calm and said, They tried to kill me. I acted in self-defense. His words left everyone speechless. They believed Hector. After all, Shay had openly declared his intent to kill Hector during this Hell Realm trip. As for Howard and Timothy, they weren't easy to deal with either, so it made sense that they clashed due to certain events. However, even if it was self-defense, the three Imperial Mountains wouldn't let this go easily. Hector, you have guts. Do you realize the consequences of killing those three? The bud glared at Hector. He was a saint of the Heavenly Demon Temple, which never favored the four great Imperial Mountains. Even if it did favor them, it wouldn't show. Hector calmly responded, I know. You still dared to do it? The bud frowned. Hector's boldness was astonishing. They wanted to kill me, so naturally, I had to kill them. I, Hector, will never let myself be wronged, Hector replied. The bud gave Hector a deep look and said no more. Just hope you don't regret it. Alright, this Hell Realm expedition ends here. I'll send you back. Boom. With a wave of the Kyler's hand, a golden light enveloped them, and moments later, they were transported away from the Heavenly Demon Temple and returned to their respective Imperial Mountains. Soon, the news that Shay, Howard, and Timothy were killed by Hector spread rapidly across the four great Imperial Mountains, causing a huge stir. Leroy, you hear? Shay, Howard, and Timothy were killed by Hector. Whoa, damn. What kind of monster is Hector? Shay, Howard, and Timothy were the three top outer sect prodigies from our eastern, western, and southern demon Imperial Mountains. Can this mere Chelan Manor outer sect disciple really have killed them all? Is this news reliable? Very frightening. My cousin, an inner sect disciple from the northern demon Imperial Mountain, witnessed Hector kill all three of them. Hector managed to kill all three of them alone. How terrifying must this monster be? I'm not sure, but absolutely terrifying. Not inferior to the blood demon from back then. No, I think he's even more terrifying. I suspect this guy might be a born saint. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Regardless of how he managed to kill Shay, Howard, and Timothy, now that he has, the Kylers from the eastern, western, and southern demon Imperial Mountains won't let him off easily. Indeed, these three prodigies were all key cultivators. Now that Hector has eliminated all three, imagine their fury. Hector's future in our great demon Sri Mountain, and Timothy from South Demon Jeffrey Mountain with his own strength means we can't let anything happen to him, the third Akil said. The second Akil responded solemnly, this young man entered hellfire this time, but it's uncertain if he obtained death. After hearing this, the chief Akil pondered for a while before shaking his head. Death? How easily can that be obtained? Throughout history, only those with immense luck have seen it. Even if Hector has been extremely fortunate, it would still be very difficult. Meanwhile, within the intersect of North Demon Jeffrey Mountain. Damn it! Did that little brat Hector not die? Jensen was infuriated upon learning that Hector was still alive. He had personally witnessed Hector fall into the Blood Soul Pool. Throughout history, almost no one who entered the Blood Soul Pool survived. Yet now, he had learned that Hector had gone to the underworld of Heavenly Demon Temple for training, where he killed Shay, Howard, and Timothy. How could this not make him both surprised and furious? Damn it, little brat, even if you didn't die, this old man will kill you this time. The death of my grandson must be avenged with your blood. Jensen clenched his teeth, flashed away from that crushed down on Hector. Spit. Blood trickled from the corner of Hector's mouth as he trembled all over. Even if you kill me, I can't give you death. Hector gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This was the fourth time Clive had threatened him. This person must die. In Hector's mind, Clive was now the first on his list of people he must kill. Since you won't hand it over, don't blame me for being ruthless. Clive's attack became even fiercer, Hector bleeding profusely all over his body. But he showed no fear. Inside him was a strand of Grimes's willpower. As long as that will remained, he didn't need to worry about Clive killing him. He believed that Grimes would not watch idly by as he died. Just like before, this gave Hector confidence. Thud. Now covered in blood, Hector knelt on one knee. Still, he did not yield, believing that Grimes would intervene. Damn it, since you're determined to oppose me, don't blame me for taking action. Boom. A hint of ferocity flashed across Clive's eyes. But suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. That's enough. This Fred has obtained the first part of the supreme breathing technique, death. But he won't give it to you. If you want it, I can teach it to you, Grimes's will said. Yes, Clive immediately stopped. However, internally, he was furious. Why wouldn't Hector give up the first part of death? Meek. Hearing this, Hector felt a jolt. He thought his actions were flawless, but clearly, he had miscalculated. Moreover, now that Grimes knew he was aware of its existence, what might Grimes do to him? This worried him greatly. Seeming to sense Hector's concern, the cloaked figure explained, Grimes has lived for tens of thousands of years, cultivated immortal scriptures, and reached an exceedingly high level. His ability to read hearts is unmatched. To have hidden from him until now is remarkable. Is there a way to secretly expel him from my body? Hector suddenly felt an urgent need. Having such a dangerous and cunning old fox hiding inside him was a huge risk. One wrong move could lead to irrevocable disaster. Chapter 759. Hector breaks through to the Sovereign Realm. The Lord of Chelan Mansion and Jalen should be able to accomplish this, the mysterious black-robed figure said. Jalen again? Hector frowned. He had a blood feud with Jalen. The latter had killed his brother. If Jalen did not kill him, it was already quite fortunate. Asking for help from him would be impossible. It might as well be more practical to directly seek assistance from the Lord of Chelan Mansion. At that moment, Tad, having received the first chapter of the supreme breathing technique, felt content. Looking at Hector, he sneered, "Humph, considering we're fellow disciples, I'll let you off for now. But next time, whatever I metallic sound." This was the Sovereign Zoltank. Is this the power of the Sovereign Realm? Hector sensed carefully. He believed that this single finger point could easily annihilate his former self unless his pre-breakthrough self wielded the true intent of Chelan to barely withstand this strike. This was the strength change brought about by advancing to the Sovereign Realm. If I encounter old Kevin again, it won't be him hunting me but me hunting him. Hector mused, recalling a few days ago when he was hunted by old Kevin. Back then, he was nearly killed in the Blood Soul Pool, and it was during that escape that the will of Sylvester lodged within him. His enormous hidden danger inside his body was directly linked to old Kevin. If that old man dared to show up again, he wouldn't mind flaying that old snake alive to vent his anger. Next, Hector's expression changed as he sensed a familiar aura gradually approaching and stepping into his courtyard. Speak of the devil, Hector smiled, narrowing his eyes. Very well, it's time to settle our debts. Old Kevin had infiltrated Hector's courtyard, his heart filled with murderous intent. Zoltantal brat, no matter how you survived, today I will tear you to pieces. All three of his grandsons died at Hector's hands. This grudge was unforgivable. Creak. Just then, he entered the inner courtyard and stood before Hector's room. As he prepared to push the door open to human form. Ultimately, you're not a true python. Even mastering the secret techniques of the demon race doesn't allow you to unleash their full power, Hector remarked. If a snake of the demon race used this technique after transforming, its breath would be 5 times more powerful than old Kevin's. Such a demon race member would be a formidable enemy even for Hector. At that moment, Hector suddenly looked up, narrowing his eyes at the courtyard gate. Outside, several figures appeared, each exuding immense power. All of them were sovereign realm experts. Among them, 2 of the strongest made Hector feel a slight sense of danger. Boom. Hector's courtyard gate shattered, and 5 people appeared. Hector, we are from Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain. Come with us. One of the leaders said coldly, both almost identical twins. One in all black attire and the other in white, eyeing Hector sternly without leaving any room for choice. What if I refuse to go? Hector asked, narrowing his eyes. Refuse? The black-clad man replied. That isn't your decision. Boom. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared, grabbing at Hector with a palm. Before he reached Hector, a sovereign light flew out, blocking Hector just in time. He knew Hector was at the Grandmaster realm. Encountering such an early-stage peak sovereign realm genius, a Grandmaster was palm upward. The Yuan was taken aback. Hector had demonstrated such terrifying power right at the start of their encounter. It was several times stronger than what he had anticipated. This was definitely a formidable opponent. Boom. Instantly, he formed hand seals with both hands, causing large amounts of dark energy to appear around him like thick smoke. The moment Hector pressed his palm down, he discovered that his true chi was rapidly being consumed. His skin felt excruciating pain as if pierced by needles. Immediately, he compressed the golden aura around his right hand, and the stabbing sensation vanished. But he did not cease his attack and plunged straight into the dark mist. His aura made a creaking sound, as if something was corroding it. Hector clenched his fingers, causing the surrounding aura to explode instantly. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted centered on Hector, spreading out instantly. PFT. The surrounding dark mist disappeared immediately. A black figure flew out, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. How could this be? Senior brother Leon is at the peak of early-stage sovereign realm and has cultivated the path of Leonness. His dark mist can corrode all tangible and intangible things, yet this kid broke through it. The youth behind the Camillo exclaimed in shock. Whoosh. Meanwhile, the Camillo attacked. A beam of water levels beyond what you know, the Yuan shouted fiercely. Boom. Instantly, he launched an attack. Numerous black mists surged like black lightning, quickly closing in on Hector. Around Hector, the golden aura spread out, blocking most of the black mist. At this moment, the Camillo charged forward, covered in white fog. The mist merged swiftly with the black mist, generating an indescribable force that instantly tore apart Hector's golden aura. Hector narrowed his eyes. The fusion of the black and white energies gave him a sense of familiarity. It was akin to the Injiag force he had obtained. These were 2 opposing forces but different in quality compared to the Injiag force within him. However, their properties were the same. After merging, they easily tore through Hector's golden aura and intertwined to form a Injiag diagram. The Injiag diagram continuously rotated, releasing contrasting destructive powers that spread instantly. Even Hector felt a massive sense of danger. Without hesitation, he condensed his sovereign Zoltank into his left hand and unleashed it, striking the Injiag diagram forcefully. However, the Injiag diagram seemed capable of dissolving everything. His sovereign Zoltank vanished the moment it approached. Hector, this is our Injiag diagram, infused with Injiag force that can dissolve everything. Today, you either come with us or die under our Injiag diagram. Choose wisely. At this moment, the Yuan and the Camillo stood side by side on the Injiag diagram. Their diagram grew larger, descending from the sky and almost sealing off all of Hector's escape routes. Hector narrowed his eyes, staring at the 2 men. I choose to send you flying. Boom. Hector's internal organs resonated, glowing and heating up. He had pushed the 5 viscera 6 bowels technique to its limit, with secret power coursing through his entire body. Simultaneously, he soared into the air, moving towards the Injiag diagram, making the Yuan and the Camillo sneer. Moving closer, you're hastening your death. Fine. Let's end you and report to our mountain lord that you've been reduced to ashes. The brothers seemed convinced that Hector would be reduced to ashes by their Injiag diagram. But at that moment, Hector extended his right palm. From it, extreme Jiag force erupted and slammed into the Injiag diagram. Crack. Instantly, the Injiag diagram's force rapidly dispersed, breaking apart. Hector was elated. It was exactly as he had guessed. The Injiag diagram relied on balanced forces. If the extreme Jiag and extreme In lost balance, the diagram would collapse immediately. Please feel free to provide any further details or adjustments you might want. Hashtag chapter 761. Both sides at an impasse. Crack. The dark and white auras on the Injiag diagram instantly spread out, with this picture now covered in dense cracks, seemingly about to shatter into pieces. Oh no, this Fred has actually mastered the ultimate Jiag power too. We need to quickly supplement the ultimating power, the Franco exclaimed, his face turning pale. Their greatest strength was the Injiag diagram. If it collapsed, they would undoubtedly lose today. The Wilson panicked and immediately formed seals with his hands. A large amount of ultimate Yin power appeared around him and surged into the Yin Jiag Laroiagram. In an instant, it reached a brief equilibrium with Hector's infused ultimate Jiag power, stabilizing the impending collapse. Hector, I didn't expect you to have control over ultimate Jiag power. You nearly caused our Yin Jiag Laroiagram to collapse. Unfortunately, even if you control ultimate Jiag power, it is useless. With the two of us working together, your only fate will be death, the Wilson said through gritted teeth. Huh, really? Today, I'll show you things you haven't even considered. Hector sneered, extending his left hand again as the ultimate Yin power gushed out and was instantly injected into the Yin Jiag Laroiagram, which once more could not hold up. Hiss, damn it, this kid has ultimate Yin power too? How is that possible? One person can't possibly control both ultimate Yin and ultimate Jiag powers simultaneously. The Wilson was utterly shocked. At this moment, he was truly terrified. Ultimate Jiag power and ultimate Yin power were the two fundamental forces in the universe. They represented everything. Even the brothers had undergone countless fortuitous events before managing to master these two forces. However, each could only control one of them. Having both powers converging in one person theoretically should have been impossible, because the ultimate Yin and Jiag powers resided on opposite ends and were completely different in nature. If gathered within one body, they would directly tear the person apart. Yet, Hector managed to control both entirely opposing Yin and Jiag powers without any harm. This completely overturned their understanding of ultimate Yin and ultimate Jiag powers. In a flash, the Yin Jiag Laroiagram collapsed once again. Boom. The Franco swiftly acted, continuously infusing ultimate Jiag power. Instantly, the collapsing diagram regained a state of balance. Now, let's see how it goes when I use both powers together. Hector narrowed his eyes and released his palms simultaneously. Although he couldn't kill using Yin and Jiag powers, at this moment, his Yin and Jiag powers perfectly countered the Yin Jiag Laroiagram of the two. Despite the continuous attacks from the trio, they couldn't break through Hector's golden field. However, his golden field posed no threat to them either, because he was currently restrained by the Yin Jiag Laroiagram, and the golden field couldn't extend far enough. Hector, are you trying to outlast us physically? The Wilson clenched his teeth. At this moment, he realized neither side could defeat the other, and the outcome depended on who had more enduring energy and stamina. The more enduring side would ultimately win. Do you dare compete with me in endurance? Hector challenged. His secret realm provided him limitless power. Competing in endurance would drain the black-robed and white-robed men to exhaustion. And at this moment, both men had already noticed this, as they began to breathe heavily. Hector, however, remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Continuing like this, it wouldn't take 20 breaths before they ran out of energy and stamina. Then, the winner would be Hector. At this moment, the black-robed and white-robed men felt intense tension. It seemed they foresaw themselves being defeated by Hector. How could this make them feel any better? After all, they had boldly promised the two saints before coming that they would bring Hector to the eastern demon, Jeffrey Mountain. Now, not only could they not take down Hector, but they might very well be taken down by him. If this continued, they would surely lose. Just as they were troubled by this. Boom. In the distance, several terrifying auras rapidly approached. Immediately, the two brothers in black and white looked over. Upon seeing the arrivals, their eyes gleamed with joy and hope. Those are the people from Western Devil Imperial Mountain and Southern Devil Imperial Mountain. Why are they here? Hector killed Timothy of Southern Devil Imperial Mountain and Howard of Western Devil Imperial Mountain. These two had long been favored by several sages in those two mountains, and were supposed to be recruited as disciples upon entering the inner sect. Now that they're here, we can join forces to take down Hector. The two brothers rejoiced. The Darien turned to Hector and laughed heartily. Hector, do you still think it's not too late to surrender? I might spare your life if you come quietly. Hector glanced at the Darien, who no longer showed any anger but only disdain. Seeing his attitude, it was clear he believed Hector was a dead man. You're celebrating too early. No matter how many ants come, there's still just ants, Hector said calmly. Dwight? The Darien frowned. Was this Fred still so confident? Hector, you killed my Western Devil Imperial Mountain's Howard. Today, I will take your life. Hector, was it you who killed Timothy? If so, but now I believe he definitely isn't. Branding to the joint attack by the inner sect disciples of the three Imperial Mountains, many Northern Devil Imperial Mountain outer sect disciples started clearing Hector's name. To kill me, you're not enough. Come all at once and let me see if the three Imperial Mountains can handle me. Hector narrowed his eyes. Boom. In an instant, 4 figures from Western Devil Imperial Mountain surged forward, moving incredibly fast, like 4 tornadoes reaching Hector almost instantly. Rip. Hector's golden field was directly torn apart by the 4 of them. These 4 were no weaker than the black and white brothers. Together, Hector's golden field crumbled like paper under their attack. Clang, 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 clang. 4 sword energies came from different directions, aiming for Hector's vital points: head, heart, abdomen, and back. Clearly, they intended to take Hector's life. At that moment, Hector was busy countering the Yin Jiag Laroiagram conjured by the black and white brothers from Eastern Devil Imperial Mountain, unable to react. Just as Hector seemed about to be killed, his body suddenly dematerialized, disappearing from the spot. The 4 attacks collided with each other, creating immense shockwaves. Simultaneously, losing its anchor on Hector, the Yin Jiag Laroiagram surged forward, enveloping the 4 approaching figures from Western Devil Imperial Mountain. Not good. That kid vanished. The 4 were taken aback. Too late to dodge, they hastily struck the Yin Jiag Laroiagram. Bang! The diagram shook violently, rising into the air. The 4 were heavily repelled, spitting blood. Meanwhile, Hector suddenly phased out of nowhere, his golden field spreading out, enveloping the 4. At the same time, Hector made hand seals, invoking the Jeffrey technique's true intent. The true intent swiftly gathered, emerging from both hands, forming a horrifying force that condensed atop the golden field. In that moment, Hector conceived a novel fighting technique, channeling the true intent's power into the golden field. Upon receiving the true intent, the golden field's strength multiplied several times over. The golden field rapidly contracted, causing the four to cough blood profusely. Instantly, the four inner sect disciples of Western Devil Imperial Mountain suffered severe injuries, with the compressed force within Hector growing more terrifying. The four found themselves in grave danger. Wow, Hector just turned the tables, escaping the Yi Jian Wan Gu and counterattacking to severely injure four major experts of Western Devil Imperial Mountain. He's something else, one observer exclaimed. No wonder this guy could single-handedly slay Shay, Howard, and Timothy. Such monstrous combat prowess and unparalleled experience are truly unmatched. Surprised exclamations echoed around. Originally, everyone was filled with sword chi, crackling under the strain, causing it to shatter into pieces. Boom. The Yuan and the Camillo attacked as well at this moment, covering Hector with their Yi Jian Wan Gu. Hector's 5 organs resonated, channeling secret power through his right arm, pushing upwards. Bang. Hector's entire body trembled, and the ground beneath him caved in as he single-handedly blocked the Yi Jian Wan Gu. Simultaneously, another individual charged towards Hector. Hector, clenching his left hand into a seal, clashed with him palm to palm. With a puke, that person flew back, spitting blood. A trace of shock emerged in his eyes. My cultivation is 2 levels higher than his, and with the suppression of Quinton Yi Jian Wan Gu reducing most of his power, he can still display such formidable combat strength. Is this guy even human? Whoosh. As he marveled, the rat once again lunged at Hector, moving faster than the 4 from the Western Demon Imperial Mountain. It flashed across everyone's sight, disappearing into the void before reappearing behind Hector. Its sharp claws, shimmering with a terrifying glow, clawed towards Hector's heart. Given its previously displayed tearing force, if it made contact with Hector's chest, it could definitely tear open his chest and rip out his heart. Hector sensed the imminent danger. Indeed, this rat was fast and strong, especially with those sharp diagram. The diagram unleashed even more terrifying power, showing signs of tearing. This tearing force, extremely formidable, resembled the one generated by Hector's interaction of Yin Jiag power. The only difference was that their tearing force was less formidable compared to Hector's extreme Jiag and extreme Yin powers. Even so, this still required Hector's full attention. Any mistake could result in death without a burial site. Meanwhile, seeing his symbiotic beast injured, the man from the Southern Demon Imperial Mountain turned crimson-eyed and clenched his teeth. Hector, you dare to harm my divine beast. I'll kill you. Boom. In an instant, his aura changed drastically, emitting an immensely fierce aura. At this moment, black fur grew all over his body, transforming him into a massive rat, standing about 5 meters tall, with 2 menacing fangs protruding from his mouth corners. He stomped the ground, disappearing from sight, reappearing right in front of Hector. Simultaneously, the expert swordsman from the Western Demon Imperial Mountain also attacked Hector. Now, Hector was completely surrounded by the experts from the 3 Imperial Mountains, leaving no way to retreat in the eyes of the Northern Demon Imperial Mountain outer sect disciples. Hector swept them with a cold gaze. Since it's Lapras, this guy is not human. Fortunately, he betrayed the Kirin Mansion. Otherwise, he would definitely be a supreme foe of our great demon sect in the future. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Startled exclamations echoed around. But at this moment, Hector did not relax. After using the spiritual burst, his internal power was almost depleted. He immediately took a bottle of premium spirit nourishing pill, invoking the 5 organs 6 viscera method to restore his true essence. Simultaneously, he rushed towards the gigantic rat. Just moments ago, he detected with the sky eye that the rat only suffered injuries on its claws and some superficial wounds, but it did not sustain severe internal injuries. Boom. The path to the new world appeared, enveloping Hector, instantly catching up with the giant rat. Chapter 764. The previous generation's strongest of the Eastern Demon Imperial Mountains outer sect. Rodney was utterly shocked. Hector's speed was too fast. Especially that move just now. It was terrifying. He, after all, was Rodney. He had cultivated the golden rat technique to an extremely high level, making his defensive capability almost impervious to blades and spears. Even many peak middle stage Daltons could not kill him with a single blow. And Hector's explosive power just now, while not matching peak middle stage Daltons, was absolutely not far off. Clang. There was no time for further thought. Hector was already closing in, attacking rapidly to obliterate you. Hector squinted. Hearing this, Rodney trembled. You've expended so much power with that terrifying attack earlier. You haven't recovered even 40%. Can you still do it again? Who said I only know that one move? Watch carefully and see how I kill you. Hector replied coldly. Boom. Instantly, within Hector, the Qilin True Intention appeared. It fused the Qilin Seal from the Qilin Mansion with the True Intention decoding. Its destructive power far exceeded both the Qilin Seal and True Intention decoding used separately. In terms of pure destruction, it was on par with Spiritual Explosion, though it had a greater impact on Hector as it caused the extreme Yang and Yin forces within him to violently surge simultaneously. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices. According to Hector's estimation, if he killed the rat using Qilin True Intention within 3 breaths, he could survive the aftermath. The tearing force of the extreme Yang and Yin energies within 3 breaths wouldn't cause fatal injuries. As long as he didn't reach that point, he could fight with peace of mind. Boom. Qilin True Intention instantly struck Rodney. Immediately, Rodney felt an overwhelmingly powerful force swiftly shattering his defenses. This force was almost on par with the previous explosive attack. No. Rodney screamed in terror. He really didn't want to die. Hector, spare me. I can give you everything you want. But once Hector decided to strike, there was no backing down. With the killing intent arisen, there was no room for negotiation. Rodney's defenses crumbled immediately. Qilin True Intention crushed him. In an instant, Rodney was reduced to nothing but a bloodstain. leaving no trace behind. Whoosh. After killing Rodney, Hector quickly regained control of the Qilin true intention and re-established balance between the extreme yin and yang forces within him. Blood trickled from his mouth as he activated the 5 Viscera 6 Bowel method to stabilize his injuries. Then, he turned to look at the two figures in black and white. At this moment, only the black-robed and white-robed figures remained unaccounted for. Seeing Hector turn to them, their faces paled with fear, sending chills down their spines as they hastily fled. The 4 great swordsmen of Western Demon Imperial Mountain were dead. The Rodney of Southern Demon Imperial Mountain was also dead. At this point, Hector seemed invincible, striking immense fear into their hearts. Hiss, the Enjayag person of Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain actually ran away scared of junior brother Hector? What the heck? Brother Su is mighty, bringing glory to Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. Haha, after this battle, who will dare say that our penetrated through, sending him flying with a large mouthful of blood, crashing into and collapsing a small hill, buried under rubble. Whoosh. At the same time, a man in white appeared where Hector had been standing. He looked to be in his early 20s, exuding a mid-Dalton stage aura. When he appeared, Northern Demon Imperial Mountain fell silent. Everyone's eyes filled with shock. After a moment, a man stammered, Horatio, the previous generation's strongest young elite of Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain's outer sect. He's actually here. Hashtag chapter 765. Breaking records, Hector's astonishing combat strength. Hector had just defeated the 3-peak initial stage Monarch Realm geniuses from the intersects of East Devil Jeffrey Mountain, West Devil Jeffrey Mountain, and South Devil Jeffrey Mountain. He left all the disciples present from the outer sect of North Devil Jeffrey Mountain in shock. However, no one expected that at the last moment, Horatio, the top-ranked outer sect disciple from the previous session of East Devil Jeffrey Mountain, would suddenly appear. Boom. Suddenly, debris from afar flew up into the sky as Hector burst out from a pile of rubble. He hadn't been seriously injured due to the Kirin Seal's protective intent blocking the attack, but with the shattering of the seal, the extreme Jayag force and extreme yin force within his body began to tear him apart. At this critical juncture, Hector activated the silver-white mysterious mask. This mask continuously repaired his injuries and counter-turned this perception on its head. First, he won the North Devil Jeffrey Mountain's outer sect competition by defeating Eli, slaying Dino Tyler, and claiming first place, completely reshaping everyone's view of Kirin Manor's outer sect disciples. Then, during a hellish trial, he single-handedly eliminated the top geniuses from East Devil Jeffrey Mountain, West Devil Jeffrey Mountain, and South Devil Jeffrey Mountain, Shay, Howard, and Timothy respectively, achieving unprecedented feats. Historically, the top disciples from North Devil Jeffrey Mountain often ranked at the bottom compared to those from other mountains. No one had ever seen someone single-handedly overpower the leaders of the 3 other Imperial Mountains. But Hector did just that, completely redefining perceptions about the North Devil Jeffrey Mountain. He became the first in the history of the outer sect of North Devil Jeffrey Mountain to defeat the top young geniuses of the 3 other Imperial Mountains, creating a legacy never seen before. After breaking through to the Monarch Realm, Hector faced a combined attack from 3 Imperial Mountains inner sect disciples, each a peak 3rd-level monarch and an absolute genius. Despite the odds, Hector once again emerged victorious. His continuous string of remarkable victories made him a veritable monster. Now, in front of many disciples of North Devil Jeffrey Mountain, Hector had withstood a direct hit from Horatio. Monster. Absolute monster. Dwight, you didn't die? Horatio squinted, staring intently at Hector. To his surprise, Hector appeared unharmed in his perception, first, and evading the second. Hector's resilience was unprecedented. Booming, Horatio approached Hector again, pressing another palm forward with even greater speed, unleashing his full strength. He aimed to kill Hector in 3 strikes to avoid humiliation. For Horatio, taking 3 strikes to kill someone newly inducted into the Monarch Realm was embarrassing. Bang! On the 3rd strike, Hector chose to confront it head-on. He wanted to gauge the gap between himself and the mid-stage monarch, peak-grade genius Horatio when both were giving their all. Bang! Instantly, Hector collided directly with Horatio's palm. A spiritual explosion erupted from Horatio's hand, leaving even Horatio shocked. He discovered that Hector had neutralized 90% of his power, with only 10% remaining. Blood dribbled from Hector's lips as he staggered back. Horatio remained rooted in place, watching Hector retreat in disbelief. Hector had actually withstood a direct blow without dying. Horatio took a deep breath, his eyelids twitching. If not for witnessing it firsthand, he wouldn't believe someone newly entering the Monarch Realm could withstand a direct hit from him and merely get pushed back. He began to question whether Hector was truly only a first-level Monarch Realm cultivator. Hashtag chapter 766, Hector, the peak of combat power. This Fred has his reasons for being able to kill Shay and the others all by himself during the hellish journey. If he doesn't die, he will have a very high chance of ranking among the Ricardos in the future. Without engaging him, it would be fine. After clashing with Hector, Horatio realized just how terrifying he was. Ricardo, this was a title only given to the most outstanding individuals among the top contenders of the outer sects and inner sects across the 4 Devil Jeffrey Mountains. Even he had a very low probability of becoming a Ricardo. And yet, he saw in Hector the potential to become one. If this Fred were to survive, he would certainly pose a massive threat to their Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain in the future. No, accurately speaking, he would be a huge threat to the entire Great Devil sect. Therefore, he must be killed today. Boom. At this moment, Horatio's resolve to kill solidified. The peak 4th heaven of Sovereign Realm aura erupted from him instantly. Creak. With a single step, the ground beneath him cracked, creating numerous alarming fissures that spread outwards. In an instant, he closed the distance between him and Hector, arriving right before him. The aura of death once again enveloped Hector. Branding this brief respite, Hector had managed to recondense the true intent of the Kai appeared, and both of his palms pressed onto it. His left hand infused extreme yin power, while his right hand channeled extreme Jayag power. The two opposing forces injected into the true intent instantly caused it to expand. Destructive forces tore apart inside the true intent of the Kylan, merging with it to produce an even more fearsome destructive force. Leroy. Simultaneously, Horatio attacked. A palm slammed down with full strength, sparing nothing as he aimed to obliterate Hector instantly without giving him a moment's respite. At this precise moment, Hector's extreme Een and extreme Jig infused true intent of the Kylan exploded toward Horatio. The terrifying force centered on them exploded instantly. Horatio's expression changed drastically. This terrifying diagram from Hector shattered his power completely, and a force traveled up his arm, entering his body rapidly. He had to mobilize all his true chi to suppress this force, but in doing so, he was shaken internally, causing his blood to roil. With a poo, he coughed up blood, retreating several steps. Hiss, Horatio was injured by Hector? This is unbelievable. Isn't Horatio at the peak fourth heaven of the Sovereign Realm? He is indeed at the peak fourth heaven of the Sovereign Realm and the top expert of the previous session's outer sect at the Eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain. Even among mid-level Sovereign Realm experts, his combat prowess and talent are exceptional. Yet, he failed to kill Hector, who just entered the Sovereign Realm and got injured instead? Is Hector a god descended from heaven? Seeing Horatio getting injured by Hector in their fourth head-on clash, the disciples of the Northern Devil Jeffrey Mountain's outer sect were all astounded. Hector once again refreshed their understanding of combat power. Before, if anyone told them that someone could injure Horatio, who was at the peak fourth heaven of the Sovereign Realm, using only first heaven Sovereign Realm cultivation and no external aids, they would have thought that person had gone mad, possibly with brain damage. But now, they witnessed a miracle. Hector turned the impossible into reality. Although Hector injured Horatio, he also expended all his strength in that strike. The true intent of the Kylan, infused with extreme Een and extreme Jig powers, fragmented. With a bang, Hector crashed into the ground, bleeding profusely. He had no remaining strength for battle. The silver-white mask on his face also began to fragment, balancing perfectly with the extreme Een and extreme Jig forces within him to protect him from being torn apart. However, Hector lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this, many outer sect disciples of the Northern Devil Jeffrey mountainside regretfully. Though Junior Brother Su created a miracle by injuring Horatio with first heaven Sovereign Realm cultivation, he also suffered heavy injuries and can no longer engage Horatio. His fate is sealed. Sigh. Even if Junior Brother Su dies, at least his performance today will secure his place in the history of our great devil sect as the peak of combat power at the first heaven of the Sovereign Realm, remembered by future generations. Yes, to injure a monstrous genius like Horatio, who was at the fourth heaven of the Sovereign Realm, with only first heaven Sovereign Realm cultivation. Such combat power is unprecedented throughout history and can truly be called the peak of combat power at the first heaven of the Sovereign Realm. Hearing the astonished comments around him, Horatio's face darkened. It was he who had made Hector the peak of combat power at the first heaven of the Sovereign Realm. Hashtag chapter 767. The sage intervenes. He believed that the news of today's battle would spread far and wide, with Hector's combat prowess at the peak of the first heaven of the Dalton Realm becoming renowned throughout the entire Great Demon Sect and even the northern border martial world. And when people talked about it, he would be remembered as the stepping stone for Hector's rise to fame. Hector! Horatio suddenly roared, his murderous intent overwhelming. In an instant, he appeared in front of Hector and struck with a fierce palm. In this battle today, your death is not something to be pitied. Faced with this attack, Hector could only watch helpless momentarily. Hector's eyes widened in surprise. He saw Horatio, who had been attacking ruthlessly, now frozen in place as if by a paralyzing spell, his palm already touching Hector's skin. It was the sage domain. Hector's heart trembled. At this moment, an old Darien appeared. Hector immediately recognized him. The Kyler he met in the Heavenly Demon Shrine, the one who had rescued him from a Dalton Realm expert. Young man, every time I see you, you are being pursued. When will you ever greet me differently? The old Darien approached Hector. Now able to move, Hector glared at Horatio with a surging murderous intent, but soon regained his composure. Senior, next time when someone pursues me, I'll handle it myself. If Senior is interested, you're welcome to watch, Hector replied. Oh. The old man glanced at the motionless Horatio and asked, with such a perfect opportunity, are you sure you don't want to kill him? If I kill him, will Senior stop me? Hector asked. Of course, the old Darien replied. After all, he is a disciple of the holy sage of Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain. If you killed him with my help, Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain would never let me go. I have no intention of fighting against them due to you. I'm not powerful enough yet. So, you're testing me? Hector narrowed his eyes. Old man Dwighthong Zoltan needed to step into the sage realm. Thus, aside from talent, the most important factor for becoming a sage was fortune. Fortune was elusive and unpredictable. Essentially, it was luck. Without luck, even the highest talent was useless. So, faced with sage Dwighthong Zoltanang, Horatio could only submit, not daring to be bold or arrogant. Since you don't dare, scram back. This is our Northern Demon Imperial Mountain, not a place for your Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain to wreak havoc. As he spoke, Dwighthong Zoltanang waved his hand. Instantly, Horatio spat blood profusely, flying away like a fallen kite, disappearing from the view of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain's outer sect disciples. The outer sect disciples of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain were all astonished. Was this the might of a sage? Indeed, it was frightening. With a wave of his hand, he sent Horatio, whom they revered as an elite son of heaven, out of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. Such power was shocking, akin to the actions of a god. Hector's eyes also flickered. Can you stand? Dwighthong Zoltanang smiled at Hector. Struggling, Hector managed to stand up. At this moment, his stamina had recovered slightly. Seeing this, Dwighthong Zoltanang nodded. Impressive. With your cultivation at the first heaven of the Dalton Realm, you managed to exchange 5 blows with Horatio without dying until your stamina was depleted. In the history of our great demon sect, you can be considered the first to recover and stand so quickly after such a short time. You are truly a monstrous talent. I hope you will bring glory to our great demon sect in the future. Duitong Zoltanang looked at Hector with satisfaction. He saw potential in Hector, reminiscent of a demonic prodigy. Then, he waved his hand, enveloping Hector in holy light and disappearing instantly. Soon, news of Hector's battle in the outer sect of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain spread rapidly across the entire Vernon sect. It caused a great stir. Hiss, did you hear? Hector has already entered the Dalton realm. By himself, he defeated the inner sect disciples from Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain, Western Demon Imperial Mountain, and Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. He even lasted 5 blows against Horatio without dying and injured him. Chapter 768. The 3 Imperial Mountains force Hector into a corner. Impossible. How long has Hector been in our great demon sect? And he's already reached the Dalton realm? Yes, it said that almost all of the outer sect disciples from Northern Demon Imperial Mountain witnessed his battle and saw the light of kings emanating from him. Even if he has entered the Dalton realm, how could he defeat Qin with his own strength? Those monsters are at the peak of the 3rd stage of the Dalton realm. Not only is it about challenging across realms, even within the same realm, who can match them? How could Hector, with just the 1st stage of the Dalton realm, kill them or even defeat the Qin? Defeating them is nothing. It's rumored that Hector also fought with Horatio and even injured him. Injuring Horatio, this is too exaggerated. Horatio is at the middle stage of the Dalton realm, 3 stages higher than Hector. Moreover, he was the top young disciple of the outer sect on Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain. What does Hector rely on to injure him? Willpower? I don't know either. I only know that many people say Hector injured Horatio. Damn. If Hector really injured Horatio with just the 1st stage of the Dalton realm, that's truly out of this world. He absolutely has the potential of a demonic son. At least that much, right? Even other demonic sons can't claim they could injure Horatio at Hector's level. Now Hector has been praised as the combat power ceiling for the 1st stage of the Dalton realm throughout history. The combat power ceiling for the 1st stage of the Dalton realm throughout history? That's an exaggeration, isn't it? Even our former Vernon Jeffrey wouldn't dare to say that. Whether it's exaggeration or not, Hector injuring Horatio with just the 1st stage of the Dalton realm is indeed terrifying. Even if it's not the ceiling, it's nearly there. The news spread. It alarmed the entire Vernon sect. The exalted saints from Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain, Western Demon Imperial Mountain, and Southern Demon Imperial Mountain all knew his name now, frowning deeply. A monster like Hector emerging in Northern Demon Imperial Mountain is undoubtedly good for their great demon sect, but not necessarily so for the 3 Imperial Mountains. After all, the 4 Imperial Mountains are competitive. More importantly, Hector comes from the outer territory of Qilin Manor. This gave them cause for serious thought. Send someone to the inner sect of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain and have them hand over Hector. We need to re-audit Hector's identity, said one of the 3 mountain lords of Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain. At the same time, the mountain lords of Western Demon Imperial Mountain and Southern Demon Imperial Mountain also instructed saints to go to the inner sect of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain. The 3 Imperial Mountains requested simultaneously. Northern Demon Imperial Mountain faced enormous pressure instantly. Meanwhile, Hector had become an inner sect disciple of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain and was personally summoned by its 3 mountain lords. To be summoned by the 3 mountain lords of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain immediately after joining was a great honor. Apart from Alexei back then, only Hector enjoyed. Only Demon Shrine would stand against such actions. Even the 3 mountain lords of the Imperial Mountains wouldn't dare casually exterminate a demon with endless potential like Hector. We investigated you. We heard you killed Jalen's brother, Lachlan. We hope you use this fact to provoke Jalen, draw him out to kill you, and we will seize the opportunity to surround and kill Jalen. Once Jalen is dead, no one will doubt that you're a spy planted by Qilin Manor in our great demon sect. Upon hearing this, Hector's heart trembled. Who was Jalen? He was a core figure in the heart of Qilin Manor. Even the 3 manor lords had high hopes for him. He was considered crucial to Qilin Manor returning to its peak or even surpassing it. If Jalen died because of him, Qilin Manor would definitely declare him a public enemy, seeking to kill him. He'd become a complete enemy of Qilin Manor. Vernon sect was indeed ruthless in their intentions, but he had no choice. To prove himself, he had to go along with it, and he had no other option. If he refused, not only would the 3 Imperial Mountains come for him, but even the 3 mountain lords of Northern Demon Imperial Mountain would kill him without hesitation. No one would allow such a formidable spy within their ranks. Fine. What exactly do I need to do? Hector asked the 3 mountain lords, now ready to proceed step by step. Dong. 3 heads suddenly appeared in front of Hector. Hector's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at them. These are the 3 cousins of Jalen. Take them with you. We will spread the word that you killed them, and Jalen will come to hunt you down, explained the first mountain lord. Hector's heart sank. Vernon's sect was forcing him into a corner, driving him into a life-or-death confrontation with Jalen. Chapter 769. Flood City. Shortly after, a piece of news spread. Hector had killed Jalen's 3 cousins, and was now heading to Flood City to prepare for the assassination of Jalen's aunt. Upon hearing this news, the entire northern frontier martial world was shocked. Hiss, that Hector sure has guts, daring to kill Jalen's relatives. Doesn't he fear that Jalen will crush him like an ant? A mere ant challenging a dragon. I can't wait to see how Hector meets his end. This little brat is reportedly already an inner disciple of the Vernon sect, and has reached the Dalton realm. I suspect this kid is doing this to prepare for becoming a demon prince in the future. Yes, wanting to become a demon prince of the Vernon sect requires not only combat power and potential but also significant achievements. Just wait, once Jalen vents his anger, Hector will surely be torn to pieces. At this moment, on a massive peak within the Hector was extremely anxious. He glanced beside him where 2 middle-stage Dalton realm experts closely guarded him. It seemed they were protecting him, but in reality, they were supervising him, fearing he would flee before Jalen arrived. One could say that this time, the Vernon sect had placed him directly in the fire. Junior brother Sue, rest assured. Even if Jalen comes, he can't kill you. Several senior figures from our Vernon sect are currently within Flood City, said one of the middle-stage Dalton realm experts, noticing Hector's anxiety and smiling slightly. Hector replied with a bitter laugh. Now, apart from hoping they can stop Jalen, it seems there's nothing I can do. Another middle-stage Dalton realm expert nodded. Yes, Junior brother Sue. As long as you assist us in killing Jalen, no one in our great demon sect will dare question your identity or origins anymore. Well, only if I can survive and leave Flood City. Hector sighed. He had been here for 3 days. Within these 3 days, more and more people had gathered in Flood City. Not to mention Grandmaster Realm warriors, there were many Dalton realm experts, including some saints. Some of these saints were righteous, while others belonged to the demonic path, all converging in Flood City with clear intentions. Regardless of the demonic side, if the righteous side found him, they would undoubtedly besiege and kill him. To say the least, every passing minute posed increasing danger for him. At this moment, representatives from each of the eastern, western, and southern demon imperial mountains arrived, saint planted in Chelan Manor. That's why the upper echelons of our sect urgently want to eliminate Jalen. As for Hector, well, he's just a pawn we used. Once Jalen is dead, he'll be of no use, Demon Lady Marie said coldly. So it seems Jalen will certainly die this time, Dylan murmured solemnly. He believed that the Vernon sect would be well prepared to kill Jalen, much more so than just the mountain lords of the 3 imperial mountains. The demon saints of the Heavenly Demon Temple were likely present, and perhaps even their sect leader hidden somewhere unknown. Meanwhile, Hector became increasingly nervous. Half a day ago, he saw several old acquaintances. One of them was Horatio, staying at the same inn as him. Other major forces also stayed there. This time, to draw out Jalen and the righteous forces, the Vernon sect made no effort to hide Hector, letting him appear openly. Should Jalen make a move, many righteous disciples and Horatio in the inn wouldn't let him off. Just as Hector anticipated, the righteous disciples of various forces in the inn were already watching him, planning to act. They were waiting for the right moment. Hector, with his acute perception, felt the numerous rooms surrounding him, locked onto him with their auras. They were ready to strike. Hector immediately thought of a phrase. Besieged on all sides. Hashtag chapter 770. Reduced to rubble. Am I really going to sit here and wait for death? No, I must survive. Hector's mind was in turmoil. He absolutely could not die. There were still so many things he needed to do. He had to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, become an emperor, and transcend the limits of martial prowess to enter the realm of immortality. He even aspired to achieve godhood, truly obtaining undying power. Even if heaven and earth were destroyed, he would still exist. He had his father Jessup and his family. How could he die in this accursed place? Suya. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Hector's mind. Hector's whole body trembled with delight. Is it you, Akil Oyang? Hector recognized the voice. It belonged to Frisco from Chelan Manor. Yes, I can't appear now. Don't speak just yet. Listen to me first. All right, Hector responded. Frisco had come, which meant Chelan Manor had noticed him and would ensure his safety. Sure enough, we at Chelan Manor have investigated thoroughly. Rest assured, we will take responsibility for your safety. As for Black Magic Sect, well, their plan is clear to us. They aim to kill Jalen. We'll turn their plan against them, aiming to cripple Black Magic Sect this time, ensuring they never return. Feeling Frisco's killing intent, Hector's heart shook. Hector, you dared to kill my cousin. Today, you must die. Boom. A terrifying palm print pierced through the void, transforming into a massive celestial hand and smashing toward Hector's inn. The moment Jalen entered the city, everyone in Hector's inn realized something was wrong and rushed out. Hector also tried to escape, but was pushed back into the inn by a powerful force. It was Horatio who attacked. Horatio, it's you. Hector narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Ha ha, Hector, dying at Jalen's hands is a blessing. As Horatio spoke, a saint appeared beside him, their master, who unleashed a holy domain and carried Horatio away. Meanwhile, the giant palm descended from the sky, reducing Hector's into rubble with a loud puff. Hiss, is Hector dead? With a strike from Jalen, it's hard to imagine surviving. Ah, Hector was a true prodigy, not inferior to the young Jalen, perhaps even surpassing him. What a pity to die like this. Dwight, he betrayed the righteous path. He deserved to die. I heard the demon cultivators targeted him continuously. The person who just hit him seems to be from the demon side. Haha, he got what he deserved. Betraying the righteous path, even the demons can't tolerate him. Who else should die if not him? Many people in Honglu City gloated. Hector was disliked by many, both from the righteous and demon paths. The righteous despised betrayal the most. With Hector's formidable talent, if he survived, he would become an unimaginable future threat. On the demon side, none of the 3 Imperial Mountains wanted him alive, except for North Demon Imperial Mountain, where some wanted to protect him. But they lacked the capability, as their high-ranking members were blocked by the 3 Imperial Mountains within Black Magic Sect. Thus, Hector found himself utterly isolated. However, he wasn't entirely without support. Chelan Manor provided ample assurance. Just as Jalen's palm struck, Hector activated his illusory body technique, slipping into the second dimension and avoiding the lethal blow. From beneath the rubble, Hector survived. But he concealed all his presence, staying hidden under the debris. Only if a saint specifically used their holy domain to search would they possibly detect him. No one investigated whether Hector had died, as everyone's attention was on Jalen. After Jalen's palm strike, boom, 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 powerful demonic auras suddenly emerged around Honglu City. They belonged to demonic saints, all peak-level saints, each at least mountain masters within Black Magic Sect, wielding incredible power. Hector detected a familiar aura. One of them was Tad. Tad, along with 3 mountain masters, individuals from each generation in the 4 great Jeffrey Mountains who qualified to become demon sons. Despite joining forces with 3 mountain lords, this formidable coil line still suffered a bloody defeat at Kato's hands. Only now did everyone realize why Kato was referred to as a martial arts legend. It was truly fitting. You 4 can't kill me, Kato. Kato, striding through the air, chased after coil line. Meanwhile, the 3 mountain lords were fighting with hearts pounding in fear. Compared to when he last encountered him in Kingwizan, Kato had grown even more powerful and terrifying. He has 1 foot almost touching the Jeffrey realm. We must kill him today, roared the fox. Kato, add us 2 to the mix. Do you think you can handle all of us? At this moment, Ardal and Marie, 2 demon sons and demon maidens, joined the battle. Hiss, 2 more demon sons and demon maidens have arrived. Kato will likely face enormous pressure this time. On the righteous path side, people watched tensely. At the Qilin mansion, many sages hid within a large underground array, observing the sky. One sage asked, should we intervene? 3 gold saints stood side by side. One of them said, let's wait. Kato can handle them. Once the demonic path reveals all their holy saints, we'll act and capture them all. At the same time, in the other 3 directions, top sages from the Zoltangwa Hall, Holy Dalton Sect, and 10,000 Saints Pavilion had also arrived. They watched coldly, not rushing to join the fray. They had come to severely damage the demonic path, and regarding Kato, they weren't overly concerned. For one, Kato belonged to the Qilin mansion. If he were to die in battle, it would be little loss to them. Secondly, they wouldn't move until all the demonic path members were exposed. No matter how many more you sinned, you won't succeed in killing me. Kato scanned the area coldly and swiftly rushed out. Even with the addition of a demon son or demon maiden, Kato remained strong, not falling behind. Kato faced 5 opponents alone. This left the righteous path side exhilarated, with some already shouting, martial arts legend. On the demonic path side, however, their hearts sank like a stone. They had never seen a disciple of the righteous path so formidable. And Kato was still just at the sage realm. If he reached the near Jeffrey realm, who among them could stand against him? Hector also felt deeply shaken. Kato was even stronger than he had imagined. Fortunately, Kato hadn't deliberately tried to kill him. Otherwise, that palm strike earlier would have shattered the second layer space. He had no doubt Kato had such power. It meant that before acting, Kato's aura beyond the peak sage realm. The moment this aura appeared, the heavens trembled. This was a near Jeffrey who had entered the Jeffrey realm, one of the 4 patriarchs of the Vernon sect. To kill Kato, the Vernon sect had sent a near Jeffrey. Kato had grown too quickly, causing even the Vernon sect immense pressure. If Kato lived, he would remain a grave threat to them. I initially intended to kill Kato, but I didn't expect to draw out the higher-ups from the Qilin mansion, Zoltangwa Hall, Holy Dalton sect, and 10,000 Saints Pavilion. Fine, let's resolve everything at once. Narrowing his eyes, the patriarch of the Vernon sect raised his hand and struck Honglu City from dozens of miles away with a single palm. When a near Jeffrey strikes, it is unlike anything else, far more terrifying than Kato's previous long-distance battles. Instantly, cracks spread across the void like spiderwebs, extending outward in a terrifying fashion. Hiss, look, the void is splitting. Is that a near Jeffrey? Absolutely a near Jeffrey. Only Jeffreys can shatter the void with their palm force. The demonic path has brought a near Jeffrey. We're doomed. We'll all die. Inside Honglu City, many saw the cracking void spreading towards them like lightning, its terrifying murderous intent enveloping the entire city. On the righteous path side, panic reigned, as if the heavens were collapsing. Under this, many people inside and outside Flood City who wanted him dead. Almost everyone in the righteous path wanted to kill him upon sight. On the demon side, the 3 Imperial Mountains regarded him as an enemy. Even Baima Imperial Mountain had some hostility towards him. I wonder how my father and the others are doing? Hector muttered to himself. He hadn't seen his father for over 2 months now. Moreover, his 2-month agreement with Qi State had expired. It was time to seek revenge on Qi State, which had almost caused the downfall of Ing State. This grudge needed to be settled now. However, before that, he needed to find his father. Junior brother Su, over here. Just as Hector secretly slipped out of Flood City, a man suddenly appeared ahead of him. Fagin was dressed in black and looked around 25 years old. Hector immediately recognized him as one of Frisco's disciples who had always accompanied him. His name seemed to be Hiroshi. Senior brother Wei. It really is you, Hector greeted with a smile. Hiroshi was completely trustworthy. When Frisco mentioned someone would come to assist him, Hector had suspected it might be Hiroshi. Sure enough, it was him. Junior brother Su, I've heard about your achievements at Vernon Sect. I never expected that just 1 month after joining Vernon Sect, you'd cause such a stir and slay so many geniuses. I truly feel proud of you, Hiroshi said heartily, giving Hector a big hug. We shouldn't linger here long. Let's find a safer place to talk. Agreed, Hector nodded. 2 days later, the two arrived at a small country 100 miles away from Flood City. This small country was close to Ing State, and its strength paled in comparison to Ing State. Grandmaster-level experts were considered top-tier warriors here. On the way, Hector inquired about news of his father from Hiroshi. Hiroshi told him about Jessup's recent activities. Although Jessup hadn't joined any factions recently, his achievements were remarkable. Half a month ago, he single-handedly took down a demon faction outpost, killing 3 peak early-stage Dalton-level experts. Hearing this, Hector was taken aback. Has my father entered the Dalton realm? Yes, your father stepped into the Dalton realm about 10 days before you did. You two are truly prodigies, Hiroshi remarked admiringly. Zoltank father, like son. Indeed, this adage held true. Where is my father now? Hector asked anxiously. He has gone to Qi State, intending to destroy it, Hiroshi replied. Hector stood up immediately. Then I will head to Qi State now. Junior brother Su, don't worry. Even if your father can't destroy Qi State, he can protect himself. I have something else to tell you, Hiroshi added. Go on, senior brother. Hiroshi continued. Your son, Bernie, has been insisting on seeing you. If you have time, you should go back and see him. Leroyer? Hector asked, moved. How is he doing now? He had been thinking about his son constantly but hadn't found the time or means to visit him. He hadn't seen his son for 2 months now. By his calculation, his son was about 6 months old. Your son is incredible. Despite being only 6 months old, his cultivation has already reached the second stage of martial Dao, warrior expert stage, Hiroshi explained. Warrior expert? Really? Hector exclaimed in surprise. He remembered that the last time he left Bernie, he was still at the 5th heaven martial Larowisipal stage. In just 2 months, he had advanced to the warrior expert stage. At this rate, within half a year, Bernie will likely reach the great warrior expert stage. A warrior expert at 1 year old would definitely be among the best, even among natural-born saints. Hiroshi wore a look of admiration as he spoke. How he wished he had such an outstanding son. Hector laughed lightly. Senior brother Wei, I remember you're not married yet. Perhaps you'll have a genius son once you get married. Hiroshi forced a smile. Let's hope so. After all, having a natural-born saint was incredibly rare. 1 in a million. Even Hector might not produce another naturally gifted child if he tried again. Suddenly, Hiroshi's expression turned serious. Junior brother Su. News of Bernie has leaked out. Many demons know that Qilin Manor has produced another natural-born saint. Numerous demons have been covertly approaching Bernie. Once, a demon infiltrated our Qilin Manor and attacked Bernie. Fortunately, Master discovered it in time. Otherwise, Bernie would have been harmed. What? At this moment, Hector couldn't stay calm any longer. He stood up abruptly, his face darkening as he stared at Hiroshi. Bernie was his life, one of the most important people in his world. He had entrusted Bernie to Qilin Manor, yet they nearly failed to protect his son's safety. His anger flared up instantly. Feeling Hector's fury, Hiroshi knew what was coming. He sighed bitterly. Junior brother Su, rest assured, this incident will only happen once. It won't occur again. I risked my life for Qilin Manor, even infiltrating demon factions, while my son nearly got killed by them. You expect me to believe that everything will be fine? Senior brother Wei, let me make it clear. After I settle matters with Qi State, I'm taking my son away. Chapter 773, Yi City. Take him away? Hiroshi's expression changed drastically upon hearing the suggestion. He hadn't expected Hector's reaction to be this extreme. Brother Su, you must think carefully. Right now, many people from both the righteous path and the demonic path want to kill you. If you bring Leroyer with you, can you really protect him? Hector's face darkened as he fell silent. Hiroshi was indeed right. In the northern frontier martial world, there were too many who wanted his head. If his identity was exposed, those seeking his life would circle the entire northern frontier. Young Leroy could only live a life on the run with him. Seeing Hector's silence and growing calmness, Hiroshi breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su, rest assured, Leroyer will not be in danger staying at Qilin Mansion. I hope it goes as you say, Brother Wei. If it happens again, I will take Leroyer with me, even if it costs my life. His son was his Achilles heel. No one could touch him. Sensing Hector's resolve, Hiroshi nodded bitterly. He understood Hector well. If he were a father, he would feel the same way. Brother Wei, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Take care, Brother Su. If you run into trouble, you can signal us using this flare. We have people around Qi State if you need help. No need, Brother Wei. I can handle Qi State on my own, Hector said. If this had been 2 months ago, he would have only thought about running. But things were different now. He had already advanced to the Dalton realm, where few early-stage Dalton realm warriors could match him. Even many mid-stage Daltons might not be his equal. Hector left couldn't help but chuckle. If only these people knew he still lived, they would be shocked beyond belief. He eagerly awaited the day when they would learn the truth. 5 days later, Hector finally reached Qi State. Qi State was a moderately powerful domain, 10 times stronger than Ing State. It was rumored that Jeffrey Qi, the ruler, was a mid-stage Dalton realm warrior. You've heard, haven't you? Jessup fought against our state's ruler, and was critically wounded under attack by the Jeffrey and 4 other experts. Now, he has fled to Yi City. What? To Yi City? Isn't that Gallagher's territory? Yes, Gallagher refused entry to Jessup. This time, it looks like Jessup is in grave peril. Hearing this news near Qi State's capital, Hector's killing intent surged. Jeffrey Qi. Hector gritted his teeth, flashing off towards Yi City. Who is that? Why does hearing news of Jessup incite such rage? Does he dislike our state ruler? He's probably someone close to Jessup, murmured the onlookers as Hector left, causing quite a stir. Jessup had become an infamous figure in Qi State. Having once single-handedly stormed the capital, killing 8 Daltons before fleeing, Jessup was a known entity. Outside Yi City, many people had gathered, both from the righteous and demonic paths. Jessup is Hector's father. Since Hector betrayed the righteous path, his father must die. Yes, in and around Yi City, there are hundreds of us from the demon path. Can you really kill them all? Besides, you only appear to declare your intention to kill us because you recognize us. I suspect your current appearance is not your true form, am I right? The Darien stared intently at Hector, as if trying to see through him. Hector nodded and said, It seems you're not stupid. Indeed, we do know each other, but I'm not killing you because we have a grudge. It's because you should never have targeted my father. Your father? Hearing this, the Darien paused, then suddenly realized, you're Hector. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Hector activated his secret realm, the golden aura instantly spreading out, enveloping the Darien and the man in white. At the same time, he stepped on the path of the new world, appearing instantly before the 2 brothers. A torrent of murderous intent surged. Indeed it's you. You're actually still alive. Seeing Hector's aura in the path of the new world, the 2 brothers were utterly shocked. They never imagined that Hector could survive the long-distance palm strike from Harrow that day. In that situation, even a sage would find it difficult to live. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts, as Hector was already fully exposed. And with exposure came the inevitable conclusion. They were dead men walking. Boom. In an instant, the 2 brothers attacked simultaneously, The Yi Jian Wan Gu. If Hector had been there, he would have recognized one person. It was Horatio. I sensed Hector's aura. That Fred is actually still alive. Horatio's face was incomparably grim. How is that possible? We saw with our own eyes that Harold's distant palm strike leveled everything within hundreds of meters. With his strength, killing him would be like crushing an ant. A Balthazar beside Horatio said, clearly astonished. Horatio looked at the incredulous Balthazar and said gravely, what if Harold held back? Well, that should be impossible. From what we know, Hector killed Harold's brother, Lachlan. They're practically sworn enemies. How could he hold back? Yeah, if it were me, I'd kill Hector too. Hearing this, none of them believed Harold would hold back. But Horatio cast a cold glance around and said, under normal circumstances he wouldn't. But what if Hector is a spy planted by Chelan Manor in our great demon sect? If he's a spy, it's possible, but enough ifs. Find Hector and kill him immediately. We can't let him return to our great demon sect or live to get back to Chelan Manor, Horatio said sternly. All right. Meanwhile, Hector stood nearby, using his secret realm to isolate all his auras, listening to their conversation. It seems I've been exposed, Hector frowned. Soon, news that Hector was still alive spread throughout Yi City, causing quite a stir. Leroy, you hear? Hector is still alive, near Yi City. How is that possible? We saw him die under Harold's palm strike ourselves. Who spread this message? Don't know who, but it's circulating everywhere in Yi City. If Hector is still alive, he might indeed come to Yi City. After all, his father, Jessup, is hiding somewhere here. News quickly spread throughout Yi City. Inside Yi City's Yi Manor, the Yi family ruled Yi City. Gallagher, the patriarch of the Yi family, was one of the 8 top experts in the state of Qi, reaching the peak of the 6th heaven of the Dalton realm a decade ago. Even the state lord of Qi gave him respect. Because of this, Yi City became the Yi family's territory. My son has come to Yi City. I must find him. Jessup got up. Gallagher stopped Jessup, saying, Sue brother, you can't go out. Both Gerhard and the demon path are looking for you. Only here are you safe. But Yorker is in danger now. As his father, how can I stand by and do nothing? Jessup said solemnly. Sue brother, given Hector's intelligence, do you think it's easy for him to fall into danger? Gallagher asked suddenly. Hearing this, Jessup calmed down. Rest assured, I'll send someone to secretly search for Hector. Once I have news, I'll bring him to you. After speaking, Gallagher called an old servant, giving instructions. The old servant then looked at Jessup and asked, Lord Sue, could you give me something that proves your identity? Jessup understood the old servant's intention and immediately handed over an item, saying, my son will trust you when he sees this. Chapter 775, Hector, the deeply calculating one. After receiving Jessup's token, the old servant of the Yi family quickly left. Once he was gone, he immediately arranged for several grandmasters within the Yi family to search for Hector. Simultaneously, he headed to a large mountain 20 miles outside Yi City, where he found Horatio. Your Excellency, the old servant immediately knelt upon seeing Horatio. If Hector or Gallagher saw this, they would be utterly shocked. The Yi family's old servant had served the family loyally for 30 years, only to now reveal himself as part of the demon sect. What is it? Horatio sat cross-legged, radiating an incredibly terrifying demonic aura that permeated hundreds of meters around him like flowing water. The old servant promptly recounted everything he knew to Horatio. Horatio squinted his eyes and remarked, Bowie went to Gallagher? Humph, what a hypocrite. On the surface, he refuses Jessup entry into the city, yet behind the scenes, he calls him brother. And then there's Hector. Ha, how far can you run now? Take this token, find Hector immediately, and bring him to me as soon as you do. Yes, Your Excellency. The old servant nodded and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, news of Hector being alive had spread throughout Yi City. Both righteous and demonic factions were searching everywhere for him. If Hector was indeed alive, capturing him could fetch millions in northern border currency, enough to make someone wealthy. At this moment, after killing the 2 Quinton, Hector felt he was about to break through. He found a secluded valley and began to meditate. A day later, boom, a stronger aura erupted from Hector. He had advanced to the 2nd heaven of the Dalton realm and reached its peak. Horatio, don't let me meet you again, or it will be your end. Hector stood up, filled with murderous intent. He recalled almost being killed by Horatio at the outer sect of the northern demon Jeffrey Mountain. But now, if Horatio dared to show himself, it would be Horatio who died. Father, where are you? Hector's concern for his father resurfaced. In his heart, his father was one of the most important people. No one was allowed to harm him. Hector then left and infiltrated Yi City again. Leroy, you hear? Personal token. Still, he did not reveal his identity, remaining calm. I am not Hector. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Finishing, Hector quickly left. The old servant, Shane, was stunned, while the black-clad man frowned. Could he really not be Hector? The old servant furrowed his brow. If he were Hector, he should have shown great excitement upon seeing Jessup's token and asked about his father. His lack of reaction indicates otherwise. The black-clad man pondered. I clearly sensed the field domain earlier. Not many possess such power at the Dalton level. Could he be one of the other anomalies? Meanwhile, Hector hid nearby, quietly following the black-clad man and Shane. Father was captured by them? They have my father's personal token? Hector thought to himself. He trusted no one but his family and a few others. The old servant produced his father's token, triggering numerous thoughts in Hector's mind. Whizzing away, Shane and the black-clad man returned to the city wall. Hector waited patiently, sensing the strength of the black-clad man. Only when they separated would he make his move. Sure enough, about an hour later, the old servant descended the wall and hurried toward the Yi family mansion. Midway through his journey, a golden field domain enveloped him. Shane panicked, attacking the golden domain fiercely. Clang! The golden domain merely trembled slightly. Hector stepped into the golden domain. There's no use, your strength can't break my field domain, Hector said. It's you. Upon recognizing Hector, Shane's expression changed drastically. It was indeed the same person he and the black-clad man encountered an hour ago. "You're Mr. Su, aren't you?" Shane asked, somewhat uneasy. He was almost certain that the person before him was Hector. The Fred's deep calculation was evident. Unlike other youths, he had stayed hidden and waited for the right moment instead of rushing to find his father. This young man's strategic depth truly impressed even his foes. Chapter 776, Son sees father. However, Hector shook his head again and said, "I am not Hector." "Not?" The old servant frowned again. "Since you are not Master Su, then why have you come to see me?" Hector replied, "I want to kill Jessup and take his head. You have Jessup's token. Now tell me where Jessup is." The old servant squinted his eyes. "Are you from the Qi royal family?" Hector retorted, "Where did all these questions come from? Tell me, where is Jessup?" As Hector reached out with a grab, boom, a golden field rapidly compressed around them. The old servant struggled with all his might, but unfortunately, the power gap between him and Hector was too vast. Despite reaching the third heaven of Dalton realm in cultivation, he was like a weak chicken in Hector's hands. This was the difference in combat strength. Thud. In the next moment, the old servant Shane was spewing blood all over his body under the suppression of Hector's golden field. The old servant trembled and said, I'll tell you. Jessup is recuperating on Maple Leaf Mountain outside Yi City." While speaking, the old servant Shane still stared at Hector, trying to discern something from Hector's expression. Hector's eyes darkened. "Wasn't it said that Jessup was at Yi Manor? What's this? Are you trying to deceive me?" Boom. As he spoke, Hector grabbed the old servant's head, threatening him. "You only have one chance. If you dare lie, your head will be crushed by me." Old servant Shane's face paled in fear as he stuttered, "Young master, I'm telling the truth. Originally, Jessup was indeed at our Yi Manor, but recently many demons secretly surrounded us. For Jessup's safety, we quietly moved him to Maple Leaf Mountain." "Really?" Hector narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the old servant Shane, pondering the authenticity of his words. "You claim you're the old servant beside Yi Jia's headmaster Gallagher. Do you have any evidence to prove your identity?" Yes, I do, Herb Su. On my waist, there's an identification token which you can inspect." Hector corrected, "I am not Herb Su. You've mistaken me for someone else." Speaking, Hector stretched out and immediately retrieved a copper token from Shane's waist. On its front side was a massive emblem of the Yi family, while on the backside, the word Pan was engraved. Earlier, the old servant Shane had deliberately addressed him as Herb Su just to test Hector and find out if the young man before him was really Hector. Who knew? Hector would deny it again. This made the old servant start believing that this person truly wanted to kill Jessup. This person's strength is very strong, not inferior to the Yuan by my side. Should I just directly tell him that Jessup is at Yi Manor and let him deal with Gallagher? Old servant Shane began to think. If this person wanted to kill Jessup, he would certainly clash with Gallagher and Jessup, leading them to fight until they were both severely wounded. Wouldn't that be better? And if the commotion got big enough, it might even attract the real Hector? After receiving the token, Hector put it back into Shane's waist and released him. "Now, take me to Maple Leaf Mountain." He had more or less confirmed Shane's identity. Shane nodded, hesitantly saying, "Herb Su, in fact, Jessup is not on Maple Leaf Mountain but in Yi Manor." As he spoke, he cautiously watched Hector's reaction. Hector frowned. "Leroy, you just say Jessup was on Maple Leaf Mountain? Now you're saying he's at Yi Manor? Changing your words so casually. Do you want me to kill you?" Thud. A sword light flashed, and Shane's arm was directly severed by Hector. Regardless of this person's intentions, he definitely harbored ill will towards his father. Shane gritted his teeth, bearing the pain as he nervously explained, "I initially thought you were Hector, so I intended to lead you to die on Maple Leaf Mountain. But after confirming you were Jessup's enemy, I immediately changed my mind. I want to tell you Jessup's real location, so you can go and kill him." "Really?" Hector sneered coldly. "Now, answer 2 of my questions. Remember, don't play games. Otherwise, your other arm will also leave your body." Yes, young master, please ask." The old servant Shane promptly replied. At this moment, he genuinely feared the youth before him. This person was too clever and decisive. Trying to play tricks with him was like walking on a razor's edge. One misstep could result in injury or death. "You just said going to Maple Leaf Mountain would mean my death. Who exactly is there?" Hector asked. "Remember, speak the truth. If you lie, your other arm will absolutely depart your body. Don't bet on luck. Your luck isn't nearly as good as my swordsmanship." Yes. The old servant's psychological defenses were nearly crumbling as he quickly answered, "On Maple Leaf Mountain. There's a Dalton realm powerhouse from the Vernon sect's Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain. I initially thought you were Hector, so I planned to lure you there to meet your doom." "Oh, a Dalton realm powerhouse from Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain?" Hector immediately thought of Horatio and frowned. "Is his name Horatio?" "How did you know, Herb?" Old servant Shane's eyes widened in surprise. He merely mentioned Horatio was from Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain, and the other party immediately revealed Horatio's identity. To say the two didn't know each other would make no sense. "Haha, I'm from Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain too. What do you think?" Hector sneered. "So, we're from the same great demon sect." Old servant pays respects to Herb. Speaking, Shane promptly knelt down with one knee, appearing very sincere. However, Hector didn't trust this old man at all. Second question, is Jessup really inside Yi Manor? Old servant Shane replied, "Indeed, he is in Yi Manor. If you wish to kill him, I can take you there." He added, "Yi Manor is large, but I know his exact location." "Good, lead the way then," Hector nodded. He used his golden field to envelop Shane, preventing him from escaping. Shane knew his life was now in the hands of this Giri, so naturally, he didn't dare to play any tricks. Soon, Hector followed him into Yi Manor. Undoubtedly, Yi Manor was very large. After entering with Shane, it took Hector a full 10 minutes grown taller, but he had also become more handsome. especially having reached the Dalton realm in cultivation. Old Master Yi, thank you for your hard work. Jessup looked at the old servant Shane with gratitude. At that moment, however, Shane's face was ashen. Earlier, Hector had told him that he wanted to kill Jessup, which led Shane to bring Hector here. But now, it turned out the youth before him was actually Hector himself. He knew he had exposed himself. Whoosh. Without a second thought, Shane turned to run almost instantly as Jessup looked his way. Bang. Hector's golden field spread out, capturing him immediately with a resounding thud. York, what are you doing? Jessup asked in surprise. Father, this old thing isn't a good man. Hector recounted everything that had happened previously to Jessup. Jessup was immediately furious. You wicked old devil. Fortunately, my son is wise, or else you would have killed him. Despicable. You're asking for death. Jessup's resolve to kill hardened. Hector was his weakness. Anyone who dared harm Hector deserved death. Father, he is still Uncle Ye's subordinate. Let's take him to Uncle Yi and let him handle it, Hector suddenly suggested. You're right. Since he's Brother Ye's son, we must hand him over for Brother Yi to deal with. After that, Jessup and Hector swiftly brought Shane to Gallagher. Upon learning the full story, Gallagher was not only enraged but also found it unbelievable. He had known Shane since childhood, and Shane had served their Yi family diligently for— I won't kill you, but I hope you do as Hector suggests. Shane remained silent for a while before nodding. Fine, I'll help you with one task. Only one. But I cannot fully defect to the Great Demon Sect. Don't worry, just one task is enough. Now, lead us to Maple Leaf Mountain. I want to kill Horatio. Hector narrowed his eyes. Horatio had relentlessly pursued him for almost a month with the intent to kill. Such venomous serpents needed to be eliminated early. Before, lack of strength aside. Now that he had advanced to the second heaven of the Dalton realm, Hector was confident he could kill Horatio. All right. Shane was inwardly delighted. He knew Horatio's strength well. If Hector dared to confront him, it would surely end in his death. I will accompany you. Gallagher offered. Uncle Yi, it's unnecessary. Just Horatio is enough for me and father. Hector smiled. Jessup added, Brother Yi, thank you for your hospitality these past days. I remember your kindness and will repay you in the future. Brother Sue, are you leaving? Gallagher asked suddenly. Yes, I found York, and it's time for us to leave, Jessup replied. Once matters here are resolved, I should head to Chelan Manor. Brother Yi, come visit when you have the time. Very well. Gallagher nodded, personally escorting Jessup and Hector out through a secret passage to the outskirts of Yi City. Grew up in the Great Demon Sect? Enough, stop talking. Go. Gallagher waved a hand and swiftly walked away. That name, Fong, almost broke his control, making him wish to keep Shane behind. Hashtag chapter 778. Battle again with Horatio. Watching Gallagher depart into the distance, Shane opened his mouth as if to say something but remained silent in the end. After a moment of hesitation, he stood up and gazed in the direction Gallagher had left, muttering softly, Fonger, take care. Seeing the deep bond between the two, Jessup remained speechless. Hector couldn't help frowning and said, if you're so reluctant to part ways, why not turn over a new leaf? This way, you could continue staying in the Yi family manor. Shane looked up at Hector, replying resolutely, the Great Demon Sect has bestowed immeasurable favors upon me. I cannot betray them. Hector, you are indeed from the righteous path. If you join our Great Demon Sect— Interrupting, Hector replied, different positions, no need for more words. Let's go, take me to kill Horatio. All right, Shane wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, stood up, and led Hector and Jessup toward Maple Leaf Mountain. Maple Leaf Mountain was just 30 miles outside Yi City, covered in maple leaves, hence its name. Following Shane, Hector quickly ascended Maple Leaf Mountain. At the summit, they encountered several men, one of whom was Horatio. Horatio, we meet again, Hector said. You brat, you didn't die after all. Seeing Hector, Horatio showed no surprise, glancing at Jessup and saying, you came this time, bringing your father to die along with you? While speaking, the 5 men surrounding him swiftly dispersed, blocking Hector and Jessup's paths. Hector glanced around, completely unfazed, and said, Father, let me handle Horatio. You deal with those 5. Agreed, Jessup nodded and rushed towards the 5 men. All 5 of you, come at me now. Arrogant fool, we'll kill you first, letting your son see how you die. The 5 men, enraged, were all mid-Dalton realm cultivators. They viewed the 3rd-level Dalton realm Jessup as an insignificant threat. At this point, only Hector, Horatio, and Shane remained. Now that I've brought you here, can I leave? Shane asked. I believe it's best if you stay here, Hector narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Are you going back on your word? Shane's face changed. Thud. Hector struck, knocking Shane unconscious with a single palm strike. Knowing Shane's secrets, if he were to reveal their whereabouts, both he and his father would be in danger. Thus, he incapacitated Shane, intending to decide his fate after killing Horatio. Hector, why don't you kill him? Horatio frowned, seeing Hector merely knock out Shane. He is, after all, one of us from the Great Demon Sect. I dislike killing fellow disciples, Hector replied. How laughable. Don't think I don't know you're a spy sent by Chelan Manor into our Great Demon Sect. Still putting on an act? It doesn't matter now. We couldn't kill you back then in the Great Demon Sect or later in Honglu City. But today, you have nowhere to run. Boom. As Horatio's voice faded, he stomped his foot, causing black demonic blood to rapidly seep from the ground around him. Shaken, Hector instantly unleashed his golden field, clashing fiercely with the black demonic blood. Instantly, violent explosions erupted, kicking up dirt and debris. Swoosh. Almost simultaneously, Horatio transformed into a shadow, closing the distance to Hector and striking with a palm. Facing this, Hector coldly snorted, returning a palm strike that collided head-on with Horatio's. Thud. Under the impact, the earth beneath Hector's feet crumpled, yet he stood firm, unmoved. This caused Horatio's eyes to widen in shock. Hector, did you break through? Smiling, Hector replied, Horatio, there's no need to be surprised, devourer. Suddenly, a voice like a prehistoric beast rang out. Instantly, black blood surged around Hector, flooding upwards like a tidal wave. Hector activated his golden field, trying to block the surging demonic blood. However, this time, it failed. Upon contact, the golden field dimmed and shattered like glass. Hector, this is my forbidden art of the demonic heart technique. You will die today. A gigantic face emerged from the sea of demonic blood. It was Horatio. You actually cultivated the same dark technique as the demonic blood. Hector focused intently on the giant face in the sea of blood, hands forming the Jeffrey's true intention formation Laroiagram. In this moment, Hector no longer formed 5 diagrams but 6, a feat possible since reaching the peak Great Master realm. Though he'd never tried it before, today, he intended to unleash the power of the 6th diagram and witness its full potential. Boom. When the 6th true intention formation Laroiagram condensed, Hector felt an overwhelming power build up in his palms, matching the compressed explosive force of his golden field. Chapter 779. Slaying Horatio, blood flows in the Yi manner. This discovery filled Hector with immense joy. In the future, even without using the power of Spirit Burst, he could unleash a destructive force no less formidable than that of Spirit Burst. Dwight? At this moment, Horatio sensed an overwhelming danger, and his giant face vanished instantly. The surrounding devilish blood surged toward him immediately. Hector's golden field could no longer hold, shattering in an instant. Devilish blood. This move is something I have only used once since entering the Dalton realm. Today, you shall experience it. If you die, you won't be wronged. At least, I gave you due respect. Gazing at the encroaching devilish blood, Hector's eyes remained incredibly calm. In an instant, he unleashed the 6 Tao true intent symbols. Instantly, the devilish blood splattered in all directions under the force of his 6 Tao true intent symbols. The ground around him was leveled instantly, extending out to 30 meters. Looking around, within a radius of 30 meters around Hector, everything had been flattened by a single strike of his palm. Horatio plummeted from midair, smashing into the ground, spewing blood profusely and barely clinging to life. How can this be? He merely broke through one realm. Why has he become so powerful? Lying on the ground, Horatio's vision gradually blurred. He could not fathom how Hector, who had merely broken through a single realm, had suddenly grown so strong. Thud. Hector now stood on the ground, looking down at the nearly dead Horatio, and said coolly, my breakthrough wasn't just in realm but also in combat power. Indeed, as he could now execute the 6 Tao true intent symbols, his combat strength could no longer be measured by a simple realm advancement. Even at the peak Grandmaster stage, he could perform the 6 Tao true intent symbols, but then, it was inferior to directly using the power of Spirit Burst. However, after advancing to the 2nd heaven of the Dalton realm, the physical strain was significantly less compared to the peak Grandmaster stage. I didn't think Horatio would actually die by your hands. Horatio spat out blood and breathed his last. At this moment, Hector turned his gaze towards Jessup. Jessup had also finished the battle, slaying the last opponent. All 5 middle stage Dalton realm devilish cultivators were killed. Yorker, your strength has greatly increased. I could feel that this fellow was quite formidable, yet you slew him in such a short time. Your growth surpasses what I had anticipated. Jessup looked at Hector, immensely relieved. Hector smiled, then picked up Shane from the ground and said, Father, should we return and hand this person over to Uncle Yi? Jessup frowned and pondered. Let's kill him. Uncle Yi values relationships deeply. If we hand him over, I fear it might stay longer at Yi Manor. These past days, Gallagher had taken care of him during difficult times. Now, when the Yi Manor needed help, he was absent. Father, don't be upset. This is fate. No one could foresee it, Hector said solemnly. They say Jonah of Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain raised Yi Manor. Let's go and kill Jonah for Uncle Yi. Yes, let's find Jonah first, Jessup agreed. Though enraged, he remained rational, glancing around before whispering, let's find Uncle Yi first, then kill Jonah. Agreed. Hector nodded. The priority was finding Gallagher. Meanwhile, throughout Yi City, an angry voice resounded. Jonah, I, Huey, swear that even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear you limb from limb. It's Huey. Amazing. He returned. Heaven. Rumor has it Huey reached the peak of middle stage Dalton realm 6 months ago. His arrival heralds a great battle with the devils. Boom. Huey seemed possessed, hunting down traces of devils in Yi City. Every devilish disciple encountered meta-swift death. Soon, 40+ devilish disciples lay dead within a day. Even Hector felt his eyelids twitch. Huey was truly driven by vengeance. Hemph, killing my devilish disciples. Huey, you're asking for death. Almost simultaneously, a sage from Black Devil Sect arrived. But just as he appeared, a sage from the 10,000 Saints Tower showed up too. The two fought fiercely, moving from Yi City to nearby Maple Leaf Mountain. As Hector prepared to leave, he heard a familiar voice. Junior Brother Sue, is that you? Hector turned to see Hiroshi, an old acquaintance. Senior Brother Wei, how did you recognize me? Hector was astonished. After all, he had altered his appearance, bones, voice, and aura. Haha, I have my ways. Hiroshi whispered with a smile. Junior Brother Sue, the Yi family patriarch told me about you. I know where the Yi family patriarch is. Chapter 780. Hector's rage, the Carter behind the Yi family's annihilation. Gallagher had been kind to Jessup. Over this period, if not for Gallagher's shelter, Jessup would have likely been besieged by the devil cultists, with unimaginable consequences. Given that Gallagher had saved Jessup, he was a great benefactor not just to Jessup, but also to Hector. At present, rather than focusing on wiping out the royal family of Qi, Hector's priority was saving Gallagher. Afterwards, the trio arrived at a secluded pavilion where Hiroshi informed Hector of Gallagher's whereabouts. Uncle Yi went to the capital of Qi? Hector asked in surprise. Is this information reliable? Let's go to Qi's capital and save Uncle Yi. Then find a way to capture Jonah and tear him limb from limb. Hector rarely harbored murderous thoughts, but at this moment, his desire for vengeance surged to an incomparable degree, much like when his mother was killed. In a surge of rage, Hector's potential was unleashed, elevating him to the third level of the Dalton realm. He continued advancing until he reached the peak of the initial stage of the Dalton realm. Feeling Hector's power grow stronger, Hiroshi's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He remembered Hector breaking through to the Dalton realm only half a month ago. Now, within less than a month, he had ascended 3 levels? Was he even human? The trio left Yi City. As they departed, they heard news about Huey wreaking havoc inside and outside Yi City, causing the hidden devil cult disciples to tremble in fear. Some fled the city, while those who remained were hiding. At Maple Leaf Mountain, the battle lasted for an hour before it finally ended. According to some reports, a devil cult saint was directly slain by another saint from the Myriad Saints Tower. The latter saint was almost destroyed as well, and was carried away by another arriving saint. Hector then approached Huey and informed him about Gallagher's situation. With Huey's fury unabated, he set off with Hector and the others toward the capital of Qi. Meanwhile, in the capital of Qi, Gallagher spat out blood profusely, staggering on his feet. Surrounding him was a group of devil cult disciples, one of whom stood with crossed arms, casting a cold, menacing gaze at Gallagher. Gallagher, you can't escape. Surrender now, and you might live a few more days. This person was none other than Jonah from the eastern Devil Jeffrey Mountain, who had wiped out the Yi family 2 days prior. Jonah, you dream if you think I'll surrender. Even in death, I won't let you have your way. As he spoke, Gallagher's entire body shook, emitting a destructive aura that hinted at self-detonation. Seeing this, all nearby devil cult disciples quickly retreated. A mid-stage Dalton realm warrior like Gallagher, if he self-detonated, could level everything within hundreds of miles. Hemph, with your puny strength, you dare to threaten self-detonation before me? Jonah sneered, unleashing a black sovereign light that instantly suppressed Gallagher's destructive aura. Why you? Gallagher was astonished. Someone 2 levels below him could suppress his self-detonation using Sovereign Zoltank. His strength was truly terrifying. Capture Gallagher. Spread the word that Gallagher is in the capital of Qi and will be executed in 3 days. Yes. Soon, some stepped forward to seize Gallagher, while others swiftly spread the news. Before long, this news swept across the entire nation of Qi. Leroy, you hear? Lord Gallagher of Yi City was captured by the devil cultist Jonah and will be publicly executed in 3 days here in our capital. What? How brazen can these devil cultists be? To appear openly in our hashtag chapter 781. A powerful enemy. In the Qi Daltondom's royal family, several months ago, they attacked and almost conquered the Ying Daltondom. The Ying Daltondom suffered a severe blow because of this. Branding this battle, the Jean Jiag Martial Academy, which had once saved Hector, was wiped out. Therefore, the hatred between Hector and the Qi Daltondom's royal family was irreconcilable. Moreover, Hector's rapid growth and immense potential terrified the Qi Daltondom's royal family. They feared that once Hector became powerful enough, he would seek revenge on them. As a result, they were constantly plotting ways to kill Hector. Now that Jessup and Hector were coming to the capital city of Qi voluntarily, it presented an excellent opportunity for them. Your Majesty, Hector is approaching the capital. He's reportedly with Huey, said a Yuan who appeared at that moment, speaking with great respect. Upon hearing this, Jeffrey Gerhard's expression turned extremely grim. Huey's presence complicated things significantly. After all, Huey was a mid-realm Dalton prodigy. Dealing with just Jessup was already troublesome enough. Adding Huey into the mix? Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about Huey. Someone from the demon sect will take care of him. We only need to focus on dealing with Jessup and Hector, said a red-robed Kyler, one of the 4 great experts of the Qi Daltondom. Gerhard let out a sigh of relief. You're right, flooding out like a broken dam. Whoosh. Instantly, both Hector and Jessup shivered, their hair standing on end, their expressions turning serious. A crimson-colored devouring spirit suddenly appeared, closing in on them. An 8th-layer space devouring spirit. Hector's gaze turned extremely solemn. Aside from the Soul Reaper he encountered in Kingwizan, this was the most powerful devouring spirit he had faced so far. I'll hold it off. Go save Uncle Yi. Jessup shouted as the path of devouring spirits appeared beneath his feet, enveloping the 8th-layer devouring spirit. Father. Hector was worried for Jessup, knowing full well the power of the 8th-layer devouring spirit. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Don't hesitate, go now. Jessup ordered sternly. Through the path of devouring spirits, he briefly restrained the creature, but only for a moment before the path collapsed. Hector took a deep breath and swiftly reached Gallagher. With a wave of his hand, a golden field expanded, enveloping Gallagher. The chains binding him snapped instantly. But at that moment, a terrifying sword aura surged forth, piercing through Hector's golden field and arriving at his back. Hector was startled. Even as the blade neared, he felt an intense pressure signaling imminent danger. Let's see if your boasts match your strength. Whoosh. The new world path emerged beneath Hector's feet. Moving with incredible speed, he appeared before the Kyler almost instantaneously. Gallagher watched, trembling, shouting, Hector, don't get close. It was too late. The moment Hector neared the Kyler, his golden field compressed into a single point. Spiritual burst. Hector's eyes darkened. The force of the spiritual burst erupted explosively, like a volcano, submerging the red-robed Kyler in a terrifying burst of energy. Instantly, the Kyler's royal Zoltank erupted like a fountain, forming numerous shields around him. Chapter 782. The Shield of the Dalton. The overwhelming pressure this red-robed Kyler exerted on Hector was immense. Therefore, Hector did not hold back. He immediately unleashed a spirit explosion with the aim to strike first and catch his opponent off guard, hoping to heavily injure him while he was underestimating the situation. Boom. How terrifying was Hector's power from the spirit explosion. Since reaching the peak early stage of the Sovereign Realm, his explosive power far surpassed what it was during his battle with Horatio. Instantly, the force of the spirit explosion demolished the city walls of Qi's capital, turning them into ruins. Even the red-robed Kyler's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Power he exhibited was twice as formidable as before. In an instant, the red-robed Kyler's entire body bristled with fear, sensing the threat of death emanating from Hector. He frantically reinforced his shields with Sovereign Zoltank, hastily setting up 20 more layers around him. However, his speed paled in comparison to Hector's destruction speed. Almost instantly, those 20 layers shattered, and Hector's 6 Dao intent struck him. PhD. Blood spewed from the red-robed Kyler's mouth, his left shoulder crushed into pieces. Hiss. This little Hector actually defeated him. Gallagher's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Known as the Shield of the Dalton, this Kyler's defense had been impenetrable to many stronger cultivators, let alone someone 2 stages below him. Despite this disadvantage, Hector managed to break through the red-robed Kyler's defenses, a feat unheard of and truly horrifying. PhD. Hector lunged forward. A head shot skyward, trailing blood. The so-called Shield of the Dalton, red-robed Kyler was instantly killed. Even in death, his eyes held deep shock and disbelief. He simply couldn't believe such formidable power could come from a mere early-stage Sovereign Realm warrior. Even their Black Devil Sect's demon children wouldn't possess such power at this realm. With the red-robed Kyler dead, Hector was nearly exhausted, having expended almost 90% of his energy. In front of Gallagher's astonished gaze, he swallowed an entire bottle of top-grade Qi cultivating pills, causing Gallagher's lips to twitch. Could swallowing an entire bottle of high-grade pills not burst one's dantian from excessive medicinal energy? What Gallagher didn't know was that Hector's 5 viscera and 6 bowels technique allowed rapid assimilation of the pills, and his created secret realm stored energy boundlessly, preventing any bursting issues. Boom. After consuming the pills, his stamina recovered by 30% thanks to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels technique. Turning his attention to his father Jessup, he saw him in grave danger. A 9-layer red space devourer was restraining Jessup, freezing him with intense cold. The space devourer's hand approached Jessup, threatening to extract his soul, leading to dire consequences. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously, Hector dashed forward, his golden aura spreading to block the space devourer. But the latter was too powerful, its 9-layer strength vastly exceeding the 8th layer. It effortlessly penetrated Hector's golden field. At this critical moment, the new world path appeared beneath Jessup, wrapping around him and swiftly moving him away from the space devourer. Roar. Enraged, the space devourer felt humiliated that its prey was snatched away right under its nose. An unforgivable sin. Whoosh. It tore through space instantly. Hector's hair stood on end as the red-robed space devourer faced him, unleashing relentless coldness. Bang. Without hesitation, Hector activated the Kirin True Intent, covering his entire body. Although it partially resisted the cold, some still penetrated. Feeling his body rapidly stiffen, Hector grew somber. This space devourer was the strongest he had encountered since the Hook Soul Messenger in Kingwizan. Even using all his means, he found the fight extremely difficult. Let me try this. Amidst extreme peril, Hector closed his eyes and took a breath. Everything around him disappeared, leaving only his breathing. Supreme Breathing Technique. Since acquiring it, Hector had continuously studied it. Recently, he seemed to have made significant progress. Under this technique, his body's potential surged immensely, expanding infinitely. His feet seemed fused with the earth. He became the earth, and the earth became him. ##### Chapter 783, Potential Unleashed. The Supreme Breathing Technique. This was the first part of the Vernon sect's highest secret martial art. According to legend, when cultivated to its peak, it could temporarily fuse one's body with the universe. It could unleash one's hidden potential tenfold in an instant. Hector, however, was still far from achieving this tenfold power boost. But as he grasped the Supreme Breathing Technique, it filled its eyes as it penetrated through layers of space, retreating into the 9th layer. Yet, Hector's golden aura, empowered by the Supreme Breathing Technique, doubled in strength, piercing through every spatial layer, following the Soul Devourer relentlessly until it reached the 9th layer. The compression intensified. Boom. Instantly, the red Soul Devourer was restrained within Hector's intensely compressed golden aura. Pooh. Blood gushed from Hector's 7 orifices. Though the Supreme Breathing Technique temporarily unleashed his dormant power, it also subjected him to severe backlash. York! Jessup exclaimed in alarm, rushing over. He activated the Spirit Transforming Seal with both hands and struck the trapped Soul Devourer fiercely. Just moments ago, Hector had given him time to recover quickly. Roar. Trapped and battered by Jessup's spiritual force, the Soul Devourer cried out, but to no avail. Soon, its cries grew weaker, diminishing endlessly. Moments later, Hector finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Jessup swiftly caught him. York, are you okay? Jessup asked anxiously. I'm fine, father. I just need some rest, Hector replied. Huey, our final duel can wait. There's no waiting. I'll kill this dog today. Huey roared, pursuing him. Jessup prepared to chase but was stopped by Gallagher. Brother Sue, trust my brother to handle Jonah. Since you're in the capital of Qi, focus on your mission. Jessup looked at Gallagher, seeing determination in his eyes, and nodded. Huey and Jonah had blood feud enmity. They had to settle it themselves, and it was time to address their feud with the Qi Kingdom. All right, then we will head to the palace. Take care, Brother Yi, Jessup said. Understood, Gallagher nodded. Meanwhile, Hector looked at Jessup. Father, give me half an hour. Agreed, Jessup replied. After the intense battle, Hector urgently needed to recuperate. But just then, a blade of light shot towards him. Jessup swiftly intercepted it, glancing at the cloaked Kyler who stood nearby with cold eyes. Not bad for a former war god. Our emperor awaits you at the palace. Himph, just the Qi palace? I can handle it alone, Jessup sneered. Father. Hector was anxious. Jessup smiled. Don't worry. I'll test the waters first. No reckless moves. Whoosh. With that, Jessup followed the Kyler toward the Qi palace. Half an hour later, Hector stood up, glaring at the capital of Qi, his murderous intent surging. Gerhard, it's time to settle our nation's and family's grievances. Hashtag Chapter 784. Jessup strikes at the Qi Daltondom's imperial palace. Months ago, Qi nearly wiped out the Ying Daltondom. The Golden Sun Martial Academy, which had once benefited Hector, was annihilated under Qi's invasion. Hector's hatred for Qi was almost as intense as his past hatred for the Su family. The Qi Daltondom deserved to be destroyed, and as the instigators, the royal family of Qi deserved to die even more. Whoosh. Hector, having recovered his true energy, swiftly advanced toward the capital of the Qi Daltondom. Meanwhile, in the Qi Daltondom's capital, besides Jeffrey Gerhard and the 4 other top-tier experts of Qi, there was one more person here. He wore a red robe, his face gaunt and his body skeletal, appearing emaciated. If one did not look closely, they might mistake him for a skeleton. There was barely any flesh left on his bones. However, he exuded an extremely sinister aura. Patriarch, now that Hector and Jessup are battling to the death outside the city walls, shall we go and assist? Gerhard asked the Kyler tentatively. The Kyler, Palmer, was the patriarch of the Qi royal family and was 500 years old this year. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Mid-Daltondom realm and was a member of the Vernon sect's Eastern Demon Imperial Mountain. He had orchestrated the attack on the Ying Daltondom. There's Jonah and the Dalton's shield outside the city walls, along with his spift. Bam. At this moment, Jessup had already stormed into the Imperial Palace. The so-called Imperial Guards were no match for him and were sent flying by his overwhelming aura. Prior to this, his cultivation had already broken through to the 4th layer of the Daltondom realm. In comparison, most of these guards were merely Grandmaster level, with their leader barely reaching the Daltondom realm, nowhere near Jessup's level. Soon, Jessup arrived deep within the Imperial Palace. Here, he saw Gerhard and the 4 great experts of Qi rapidly approaching. Jessup, you didn't die at the hands of Jonah and the Dalton's shield? Gerhard squinted upon seeing Jessup. Gerhard, when you were young, I saved you from the enemy kingdom. Without me, could your Qi royal family have achieved today's status? You don't show gratitude, but instead invade my Ying Daltondom. Is this how you repay me? Jessup shouted fiercely, his murderous intent palpable. Gerhard's expression darkened immediately. Indeed, Jessup had saved him back then. Only because of Jessup had Qi managed to elevate from a lower-ranking state to a mid-ranking state, nearing the status of a higher-ranking state. One of the 4 experts sneered, Jessup, our Jeffrey never asked you to save him. You did it of your own accord. If anyone is to blame, it's you for being blind, ha ha ha. The other 3 experts laughed coldly as well. Meanwhile, they emitted immense power, making even Jessup struggle to hold it off. Meanwhile, the other 3 experts attacked from 4 directions simultaneously, unleashing numerous sword auras that tore through the air, closing in on Jessup. But then, Jessup slammed the golden sword into the ground. Creak. The ground cracked, and the golden sword buried itself underground, disappearing. At the same time, Jessup roared, punching the ground forcefully, causing it to rise up and send out a terrifying shockwave from his center towards all directions. Bam! The 3 charging experts were all knocked back, shock visible in their eyes. Not only had Jessup blocked the Emperor's blood-red sword, but he also unleashed such formidable power instantly. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Gerhard rapidly approached Jessup. Raising his palm, a red light blade appeared in his palm, circling and multiplying. Whoosh! He swung his hand, and the light blades flew out rapidly. Blade of Zoltank. This was the highest secret martial technique of the Qi royal family, capable of cutting through metal like butter. Whoosh! Instead of confronting directly, Jessup swiftly dodged. However, Gerhard's expression grew increasingly grim. The blade of Zoltank consumed a significant amount of true energy. If this continued, he would exhaust himself before defeating Jessup, ultimately leading to his own death. Chapter 785. The Dragon Trapping Spell. Form the array. Gerhard bellowed fiercely. Boom. 4 great experts swiftly dashed out, each taking out an array corner from their possession and casting it into place. Boom. In an instant, a black cage suddenly appeared around Jessup. This cage emitted an overwhelmingly powerful aura that quickly closed in on him. Jessup glanced at it, then with one step, he leaped high into the sky. He absolutely could not be imprisoned by this cage. From this black cage, he sensed an immense threat. However, at this moment, the red little sword which had vanished earlier shot through the air and suddenly appeared directly above Jessup, rapidly stabbing downwards. Jessup pressed his palm upward, resulting in a loud thud as his hand clashed violently with the red little sword. In turn, he was also sent plummeting by the force of the red little sword. At that moment, the black cage enveloped Jessup with a metallic clang, successfully imprisoning him. Jessup was greatly alarmed, immediately retaliating by continuously striking the black cage, causing it to reverberate loudly but unable to break it. Jessup, there's no use. You're already like a turtle in a jar. Next, it will be your time to die, Gerhard snarled, murder in his eyes. A massive blade of light appeared in his hand, large enough to cover the entire black cage. He aimed it straight at Jessup and slashed down fiercely. Jessup immediately mobilized all his internal strength. Golden light emanated from his palms. This was his Dalton Zoltank. With a metallic clang, he blocked the light blade with one hand. Hiss! He actually managed to block His Majesty's light blade with just his bare hands. How is that possible? The 4 experts stared wide-eyed in shock. They had thought Jessup was afraid of the Jeffrey's light blade when they saw him dodge earlier. Only now did they realize how laughably wrong their previous assumptions were. Gerhard's expression turned incredibly grim. Jessup's strength was indeed much greater than he had anticipated. But what does it matter? Trapped as Jessup was, he could only endure the beating passively. Go! Clang! The red little sword stabbed over again. Jessup watched, and at the moment the red sword neared him, he grabbed it with his other hand. PFT. His hand started bleeding, injured by the red little sword, yet he had managed to catch it. Immediately upon catching the red little sword, Jessup hurled it forcefully towards the light blade that was blocked by his other palm. PFT. The light blade and the small sword collided instantly, and the red little sword shattered instantly. The light blade faded rapidly at this moment. The four experts watched in astonishment. Even trapped, Jessup displayed such terrifying combat power. Chant the spell together. Execute the dragon trapping spell. Kill him. Gerhardt, a stern voice came from afar. Hector appeared, instantly landing and grabbing the opposite side of the black cage. He activated his secret realm, instantly channeling mystical strength throughout his limbs and organs, increasing the strength of his arms to an extremely terrifying level. Instantly, the compressing black cage was forced outward. Jessup seized this opportunity to catch his breath. Hector, you arrived just in time. Today, I'll kill both of you. Seeing Hector appear, Gerhardt was taken aback, but quickly became murderous. If Hector hadn't shown up, he would have had to search for him after killing Jessup. Now Hector had walked into the trap, leaving only one path to death. Boom. Again, the four men spat blood, and the power within the black cage intensified. Even Hector found it increasingly difficult to hold back. Yorker, don't worry about me. Kill them, and you can naturally resolve my plight. Jessup roared. However, Hector hesitated for a moment, because he wasn't sure if his father could withstand the black cage before he killed these people. If not, his father's life would be in danger. But this hesitation lasted only a moment. Hector instantly made up his mind, his eyes filled with resolve. With a flash, he charged at the four experts. Meanwhile, his golden field expanded instantly, enveloping the entire black cage and surrounding Jessup, temporarily halting its contraction. Simultaneously, Hector reached the four experts. His hands formed seals, directly manifesting the Imperial Technique's true form. 1 true form, 2 true forms, 3 true forms, 4 true forms, 5 true forms. At this moment, Hector erupted in fury, unleashing terrifying power from within himself. The faces of the four Chi experts instantly changed. They felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from Hector. They took a deep breath, abandoning the idea of continuing the dragon trapping spell and attacking Hector instead. How dare you lay a hand on my father? Today, I'll make you die in pieces. Chapter 786, Yates. The power of the 5 true intent symbols was terrifying. Even at peak early Dalton realm, Hector's strength could barely be withstood by those in the mid-Dalton realm domain. What's more, for Chi State's 4 major experts, it was even more out of the question. Despite being at the peak mid-Dalton realm cultivation stage, their combat prowess fell short when compared to those exceptional geniuses. In an instant, Hector sent them flying and spitting blood. Before they even hit the ground, their bodies exploded in midair. Hector had promised to dismember them limb from limb. Now it was coming true. How could this be possible? Witnessing Chi State's 4 top experts, I should have known. Your royal family consorts with the demon cult. Aren't you afraid that once revealed, the righteous sects will exterminate the entire Chi royal family? Consort with the demon cult, that was a grave offense. Once discovered, the whole clan would be wiped out, a rule established by the righteous sects that no one dared violate. Just the 2 of us are here. Killing you both solves that problem. Palmer narrowed his eyes. Huh, killing us father and son? You might not be able to do that. Hector narrowed his eyes, rapidly retreating, planning to rescue his father first before leaving this place. This was Chi State territory, and this old man's confidence instilled a sudden bad feeling in him. You can't escape. Seeing Hector retreat swiftly, Hale smirked with disdain. A black light appeared beneath his feet, spreading rapidly, faster than Hector's retreat speed, instantly enveloping the entire palace. Immediately, Hector grew serious. Above the palace at 100-meter height, a golden dome emerged, enclosing the entire palace. Even Hector's sky eye couldn't detect anything beyond it, making Hector's expression darken. Hector, this is our Chi clan's golden bell cover. Once covered, only a sage can sense what happens here. Next, I'll send you on your way. The old man was highly confident, maintaining an air of assurance even knowing Hector had reached peak early Dalton realm. Hector felt the gravity of the situation. When clashing with the old man earlier, he sensed the immense strength. Just the physical body alone rivaled his own. To leave, he might have to kill the old man first. Yorker, be careful. This old guy is the ancestral patriarch of Chi State, very powerful. Back then, Aring Daltondom nearly fell due to his machinations. Upon hearing this, Hector narrowed his eyes. Him. The Ing Daltondom nearly perished, and countless lives were lost. His benefactor, Jean Jiag Martial Academy, was utterly destroyed during Chi State's invasion. He always suspected the mastermind behind it all to be the Chi royal family. Only now did he realize the true culprit was this ancient man before him. You old monster, millions of Chi citizens and my Jean Jiag Martial Academy's destruction. All at your hands. Today, we fight to the death. Either you die or I perish. Hector's eyes turned blood red, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Kill, kill, kill. He hadn't felt this intense urge to kill someone in a long time. Whoosh. Hector charged forth. Palmer glanced at Gerhardt. Hout Yin, detain Jessup while I deal with Hector. Agreed, Gerhardt nodded. Jessup was injured, having exhausted more than half his strength. One person like Gerhardt could now confine Jessup realm. Your son meeting it means certain death. Prepare to join him on the path to the underworld. Gerhardt laughed wildly. In his mind, Hector was already crushed to pieces, buried under the earth. But moments later, his laughter abruptly stopped as he fixed his gaze on Hector's location. A skeletal hand was slowly retracting. Hector emerged. Around his body, a glowing pattern bearing the mark of the Qilin enveloped him, allowing him to push upward against the skeletal hand. Chapter 787, Dwight Man and Bone United. The true intention of the Qilin combined with the Holy Scriptures mark from the Qilin Manor, along with the true intentions created by the Empyreans, offered a formidable defense when merged together. In terms of defensive power, it seemed no less potent than when Hector compressed the golden field to its extreme limit, forming a spirit explosion point. Thud. In an instant, Hector activated the Kylan True Intention, blocking the Yates's palm and even pushing it upwards. At this moment, Gerhard could not laugh anymore. Disbelief flooded his eyes. This was Patriarch Palmer's Yates, for whom countless efforts and treasures were expended. Even his own cultivation realm was forsaken for it. One could say that the Yates was the Patriarch's ultimate trump card. But now, the Yates failed to instantly slay Hector. Yates, stop playing around. Quickly kill him, strategy, ordered the Yates instantly. Boom. Two streams of flames suddenly shot out from the Yates's eyes, heading straight towards the trapped Jessup. Seeing this, Hector was horrified. If those flames hit his father, he would surely be reduced to ashes just like the palaces. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Hector rushed to the black cage immediately. York, move away. Jessup was panic-stricken. Hector was his only son, more important than his own life. If Hector died because of him, he would never rest in peace. Boom. At that moment, the flames had arrived, and Hector felt a huge sense of crisis. He had no choice. If he retreated, his father would die. The only thing left was to extinguish this terrifying flame. Boom. Hector clenched his palms, compressing the golden field into a point and shooting it out instantly. Spirit explosion. The terrifying explosive force radiated outward from Hector. Even the extremely powerful flames were blasted apart, creating a path through which Hector advanced. A golden path appeared beneath Hector's feet. This was the new world path, leading him right to the Black Yates. Simultaneously, Hector formed seals with both hands. 1 true intention unraveled. 2 true intentions unraveled. 3 true intentions unraveled. 4 true intentions unraveled. 5 true intentions unraveled. 6 true intentions unraveled. Boom. As soon as the 6 true intentions unraveled, Hector's calm. Instantly, Palmer chased after Hector, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Hector, you brat, daring to harm my Yates. Old man will shred you to pieces today. Facing Palmer's murderous intent, Hector sneered mockingly. Shred me to pieces? Are you sure about that? Boom. As he spoke, a silver-white mysterious mask appeared on Hector's face. Instantly, Hector's injuries and depleted true chi were replenished, his strength returning to peak condition. Immediately, his golden field spread wide, sending Palmer flying with a resounding thud. Whoosh. Next, Hector vanished instantly, reappearing beside Palmer, saying calmly, shred to pieces, those words should come from me. Invading the Wind Daltondom. Daphne during the benefactors from Jinyang Martial Academy who once did him favors. All this was orchestrated by Palmer. This mastermind must be eliminated today. You! Upon sensing Hector's overwhelming murderous intent and his suddenly powerful aura, Palmer trembled. Previously, he had noticed Hector's stamina was almost depleted. But how did he recover so swiftly? Was it because of that silver-white mysterious mask? There was no time to ponder as Hector's palm struck toward him. If this blow landed, he would either die or be gravely injured. Yates! Suddenly, Palmer roared. Boom. Far away, the Yates flew up from where it sank underground. Whoosh. Almost instantly, Palmer vanished again, reappearing in front of the collapsed palace. With a wave of his hand, boundless spiritual energy gathered, instantly forming a black beam of light in his palm. This was the Zoltank slash technique of their chi family. Compared to Gerhard, this Zoltank slash was far more powerful, extending over 10 meters long, immensely large, more potent, faster, and slicing downward with a flick of his wrist. As it moved, a striking white crack appeared in the air. York! Jessup watched in anguish, continuously trying to break out of the black cage, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he wanted to save his son. Unfortunately, he was trapped and could not free himself. Haha, Jessup, after my ancestor merges with the Yates, the power displayed is unmatched in the mid-peak Dalton realm. Your son Hector will surely die today, and you'll have to bury your child first. Haha. This is the consequence of challenging our Chi Daltondom. However, it was their Chi Daltondom that invaded the Wind Daltondom. It was the Chi Daltondom who sought enmity with the Wind Daltondom and Jessup and Hector. Damn it. If York dies, I swear, even if I perish today, I will exterminate your entire Chi family. Jessup narrowed his eyes, releasing an extremely terrifying aura from his eyes. This aura emerged. Black energy like tentacles spread from within his body, extending to the black cage. In the next moment, the black cage instantly cracked. Gerhard's laughter suddenly froze as he sensed several times the previous power emanating from Jessup's body. Under this force, his black cage was shattered instantly. This terrifying power was no less formidable than that of the Patriarch. In a flash, he turned and fled. Elwyn, save me! Boom. At the same moment, the terrifying beam of light slashed down. Instantly, the ground where Hector stood was split open like a piece of paper torn into 2 halves. The fissure extended underground, its depth unknown. Hector had vanished. Puff. At this moment, Gerhard was directly killed by Jessup, utterly destroyed. Dwight? Turning around, Palmer saw Jessup emitting black energy that was almost as powerful as his own. You still have such formidable power. Why didn't you use it earlier? Ah, you're burning your life force, are you? Is it really worth it for you? Palmer narrowed his eyes. Gerhard's death meant nothing to him. Jessup glanced at the massive rift caused by Palmer's attack, his eyes bleeding red. You killed my York. Today, even if I am utterly destroyed, I will tear you apart. End of his life. Chapter 788. The End of Zoltanth. This taboo technique of his required a great deal of life force. Once used, the power it unleashed could increase 5-fold or more in an instant. But the cost was tremendous. It entailed burning one's life energy. Just now, in order to kill Palmer, he had almost unlimitedly burned his own life force. And this blow would absolutely kill Palmer. Thus, he could consider avenging Yorker. Boom. At this moment, Palmer was thrown forcefully against the light barrier. All of his bone knife-formed defenses were shattered by Jessup's attack, leaving him heavily wounded in an instant. Critically, the Yates within him absorbed most of the damage. Even so, Palmer could not stop spitting blood profusely. Jessup, even if you use this long-lost beast transformation spell, burning your life force, you can't kill this old man. You died for nothing. Ha ha ha. Palmer stood up. Ultimately, he was the last one laughing. Hector was dead. Jessup was dead. He could finally rest easy. Initially, hearing about Hector's string of victories filled him with worry. He had been trying every means to kill Hector and Jessup. Sadly, he could never find an opportunity. This time, Jessup and Hector took the initiative to attack him, suppressing the two extreme forces inside him before charging out, preparing to give Palmer a decisive blow. In that split second, ignoring the invading cold air, Hector triggered the supreme breathing technique. His whole body instantly seemed to merge into one with the universe. He was this universe, and this universe was him. Endless strength penetrated his limbs. His potential was unlocked once more. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands, fully utilizing the True Intent Resolution. The six-path True Intent Resolutions condensed again. Combining the supreme breathing technique, Hector's combat strength broke through to the 7th rank realm, reaching an incredibly terrifying stage. For someone at Hector's level, having combat power reach the 7th rank realm was considered horrifying. Perhaps not the first person ever, but few could achieve this. And those few were definitely kings among the immortals. Boom. Hector slammed a palm down on Palmer's body, punching right through him. Black blood gushed out as he was hurled hundreds of meters away, smashing the ground into a depression. Now, Hector coughed blood from the corner of his mouth. The 7th rank realm power had consumed nearly all his strength, leaving him unstable on his feet. Clang. Instantly, he drew his sword, propping up his falling body. Then, he looked afar, seeing his father Jessup's life force disappearing visibly. Father. It had been a long time since he felt such a desire to dismember someone. So, how do you want to die? Hector squinted his eyes. Palmer froze, looking at Hector, and laughed coldly. You are in this state, yet you dare talk big in front of me. Do you think you can still kill me? Boom. At this moment, Hector squinted his eyes, his inner flames burning fiercely. He had never felt such a desperate urge to tear someone apart. Last time was when his mother was killed. Boom. Amidst the fiery anger, Hector suddenly broke through to the 4th level of the Sovereign Realm. Immediately, surrounding essence chi flooded into Hector's body. Dwight? Broken through? Seeing this, Palmer's expression changed dramatically. Crack. Meanwhile, Hector rose up, murmuring, Father, watch me kill him now. Whoosh. Instantly, Hector moved like a ghost, appearing in front of Palmer and tearing off his left arm. Ah! Palmer screamed, recoiling in pain and retreating. But no matter how far he retreated, Hector always followed swiftly. At this moment, Palmer finally felt immense fear, realizing Hector was beyond his control. Hector, stop. I know a way to save your father. Hector paused slightly, pressing his hand against Palmer's other arm. Speak. As long as you can save my father, I might spare you. Stretch out a hand, and with a bang, grabbed the descending light blade from the sky. Using the force of his 5 burning fingers, he crushed what he thought would critically injure or kill Hector instantly. Tricked me? Hector stepped forward, powerful energy surging out, forcing Palmer to spurt blood and fly backward. Before Palmer landed, Hector had already approached, grabbing his other arm and ripping it off with a loud pop. Both arms were now torn off by Hector. And still, Hector wasn't done. He grabbed Palmer's other thigh next. Pop, pop. In an instant, both of Palmer's legs were also torn off. All 4 limbs were gone. You vicious little brat, you will suffer a terrible death for this. Palmer howled in agony, his face contorted with pain. He knew he wouldn't survive this. With a palm strike, Hector punctured a large bloody hole in Palmer's body, causing blood to flow even faster. Finally, Hector kicked Palmer towards Jessup. Father, he will bleed to death. Slowly, Hector said with a darkened gaze. Even though his enemy was killed, his father was nearly gone. What difference did killing Palmer make? His father wouldn't come back to life. Chapter 789. Father, take care. The upper echelons of the Chi Daltondom's royal family were completely wiped out. The chief culprit, Palmer, was dead. The ruler, Gerhard, was also dead. The grudge against the Ing Daltondom was avenged. The debt owed to the Jinyang Martial Institute was settled. But, the price had been extremely high. Jessup, his father, was gravely injured and beyond recovery. He was one of the few remaining close relatives in this world. Even if it meant he would die in battle, Hector absolutely did not want his father to die. His father was more important than his own life. If only there was a way, he would rather not seek revenge than see his father die. With a thud, Hector bent both knees and knelt heavily before Jessup, bowing his head as he said, Father, I am sorry. It is my fault. Rest assured, even if it means exhausting all my efforts or turning the netherworld upside down, I will bring you back to life. Jessup looked at Hector and sighed, Yorker, your father won't be by your side anymore. Take good care of yourself. Wasn't your dream to transcend martial arts and enter the realm of immortality? In the future, your father will be watching over you from above. You must achieve your dreams. Father, I will definitely do it. Just wait for me, and when I reach that stage, I will personally welcome you back. Hector raised his head, staring at Jessup with unwavering resolve. At this moment, Jessup's life force was at its end. A huge vortex had already appeared beside him. This vortex was unmistakably the mysterious force behind the dark prison, now appearing to imprison Jessup's soul. A surge of emotions washed over Hector as he contemplated trying to retain his father's soul, but ultimately decided against it. Even if he forcibly kept his father's soul, he could not preserve it indefinitely. Time erodes all things, tangible or intangible. Dwight Mann's souls cannot linger long in the mortal world before dissipating into nothingness. However, being imprisoned in the dark prison would allow his father's soul to remain intact for a longer period. Thus, his father going to the dark prison was perhaps for the better, as it would temporarily prevent the soul from perishing. Once Hector reached the realm of immortality, he would personally bring his father back. Father, wait for me. Hector stared at Jessup's soul, clenching his fists tightly. Your father will be waiting for you. Jessup naturally saw Hector. Their eyes met, understanding conveyed silently. Suddenly, a red figure appeared. Two hands suddenly grabbed at Jessup. It was a ninth-level spatial spirit eater, emerging abruptly and unnoticed even by Hector. By the time he sensed it, the spirit eater's hands were about to touch Jessup, and a wave of coldness enveloped the area, making Hector's body stiffen instantly. It's you. Hector's eyes darkened. This was the same ninth-level spatial spirit eater he encountered outside the capital of the Chi Daltondom during the confrontation back to his father, Jessup. At this point, Jessup's soul had fully exited his body, gradually being pulled towards the vortex. Father. Hector's eyes filled with tears. When they would meet again, he did not know. Could it be 50 years? 100 years? Dwight dreads of years? Or even 1,000 years? Don't be sad, Yorker. Your father is waiting for you to come and retrieve me, Jessup said, his face filled with satisfaction. As a father, seeing his son grow step by step to this level brought immense pride despite not being able to be by his side. Father, take care. Hector knelt again, repeatedly bowing in farewell. With a thunderous roar, Jessup was drawn into the black vortex and vanished. When Hector raised his head again, his face was streaked with tears. Men rarely cry unless deeply grieved. His father was gone, and he had lost another precious loved one in this world. Brother Sue. Suddenly, Hiroshi's voice rang in Hector's ears. Turning, he saw Hiroshi approaching, followed by several others, all peak Daltons. Among them were some Hector recognized from his time with Frisco. They looked around in shock, having rushed here upon hearing news, fearing Hector might be in danger. Unfortunately, they were isolated by an array. Despite using all their strength, it took considerable effort to break through. They had assumed Hector was already dead within, but what they saw now. But only those ranked within the top 500 on our Chilean merit board are eligible to enter after death? Top 500? I believe I can achieve that, Hector stated. Could he really make it? Hiroshi hesitated. During this period, Hector had been operating undercover in the Vernon sect, killing many exceptionally talented monsters within the sect. Based on the bounty levels placed on those monsters by the righteous factions, Hector had indeed contributed greatly to the righteous path, significantly raising his name on the Chilean Manor merit board. Entering the top 1,000 was still within reach, but making it into the top 500 seemed like a far-fetched dream. Of course, he did not want to remind Hector of this right now. Given that Hector just lost his father, delivering such news would be too cruel. Whoosh. Hector picked up Jessup's body and started walking out. Senior brother Wei, please lead the way. All right, follow me. Hiroshi nodded and hurried ahead. The other few kings, however, frowned. They knew the person before them was Hector, the one who defected from Chilean Manor. Yet they were informed beforehand that Hector had infiltrated the Vernon sect as a mole. Still, they harbored some worries. Who could guarantee that Hector could maintain his integrity after being in the Vernon sect for nearly 2 months? Could he be sure he hadn't practiced demonic arts and lost his sanity? These were questions they needed to consider. Junior brother Sue, can you release your true chi for us to inspect? A peak mid-Dalton martial artist suddenly stopped Hector, intending to check his aura to determine if Hector had fallen into the ways of darkness. Chapter 790. Hector, you really have betrayed us. Hector paused in his steps, glanced at the man and said, I know what you want to do, but now is not the time. Please step aside. My father can't wait this long. Kale, the black-clad man, frowned and said, Younger brother Sue, your father has already passed away. Now, let's talk about your issues. What issues could I possibly have? Hector's gaze darkened as he continued, Also, my father is not dead. Please step aside immediately, or else what? Will you use the demonic way against us? Another man in red clothes glared coldly at Hector. Seeing this, Hiroshi's face changed dramatically. He was very clear about Hector's conduct. Senior brothers, please step aside. I understand your intentions, but I can guarantee 100% that Junior brother Sue will never fall into the ways of demons. You must know that his family was killed by the demons, and his father's death is also related to them. Younger brother Wei, it's uncertain if he has joined the demonic path or not. We need to examine him first. Only after confirming can we let him return to our Chilean manor. This is our duty, and it has nothing to do with you, Kale replied. Hiroshi opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Hector. Alright, if you want to know something, just say it directly. I don't have time to waste here. I'll give you half a minute. Within that time, regardless of what you think, you must step aside, Hector stated sternly. Dwight and Hector, don't bring that demonic way here. Boom. Suddenly, a golden field spread from Hector's body. Thud, thud, thud. Powerful as Kale was, he was directly forced back by Hector's golden field. The Avram's expression changed drastically as he gritted his teeth. Well done, Hector. Just as senior brother Carlos said, you've truly fallen into the demonic way. Let's take him down together, senior brothers. Hand him over to senior brother Carlos so he can personally interrogate how Hector conspired with the demons to kill his own father. Yes, take him down. This kid has most likely fallen into the demonic way. With fierce cries, they surrounded Hector. Hector raised an eyebrow. Carlos? While in Chilean Manor, he had frequently faced challenges from Carlos. Carlos had even shown murderous intent towards him multiple times and attempted to assassinate him. Their conflict was irreconcilable. But now, these people mentioned Carlos. It was obvious that their actions today were closely related to Carlos. Moreover, these people clearly had a special relationship with Carlos. I see, ha ha ha. So, you're Carlos's men. No matter what I do today, you're going to attack me, right? Hector suddenly laughed loudly. Hearing this, the faces of the red-clothed men and others slightly changed. Kale immediately said, Hector, taking you down has nothing to do with Carlos. It's purely to check if you've fallen into the demonic way. If you cooperate properly, that's enough. Proper cooperation, my ass. Your actions today are completely labeling me as a demon follower. Enough talk. Come on, let me see what Carlos's lackeys can do to me. Hector scanned them coldly, completely disregarding them. Younger brother Sue, everyone, don't be impulsive. Hiroshi's face changed, and he immediately stepped between the two sides. Younger brother Wei, please step aside. This matter doesn't concern you. You've seen it. This Fred has already fallen into the demonic way and tries to fight us. Since he refuses to understand, we'll capture him and detain him in Qilin Manor to teach him the consequences of betraying us, the Avram said. However, before he finished speaking, his face changed abruptly. Hector had moved like a ghost and was now beside him, holding Jessup with both hands while his right foot suddenly kicked up, bringing an overwhelming force. Immediately, he channeled his power into a fist and struck Hector's leg. In the next moment, the Avram spewed blood profusely and was slammed several hundred meters away, lying there, life unknown. Is that all you've got? Hector, after his kick, immediately looked at Kale and the others. Seeing Hector's gaze, Kale and the others' faces turned pale. So this was Hector's strength? Who the hell said Hector was only a beginner Dalton Realm practitioner? Such strength would place him among the absolute peak fighters, even in the middle stage Dalton Realm. They finally understood why Hector could exterminate Palmer, the demonic expert and Yates of Vernon Sec's Eastern Demonic Jeffrey Mountain. With such strength, killing Palmer didn't seem too hard. Hector, what do you plan to do? We are disciples of Qilin Manor. If you dare kill us, you'll be standing against Qilin Manor. He hoped to use Qilin Manor's reputation to intimidate Hector, but he threatened the wrong person. Hector was not someone who could be intimidated. Anyone who dared threaten him met a quicker end. In light of you being Qilin Manor disciples, I won't kill you today. Hector said coolly. Boom. Next, the Zoltank of Dalton shot out, causing the man to panic and desperately defend. However, the strength gap was too large. He immediately spewed blood and flew horizontally away. Hector didn't stop, attacking continuously and severely injuring the remaining few. Hiroshi watched with his mouth dry. When he first met junior brother Sue, Hector was still only a great master realm martial artist. Back didn't know how he could face senior brother Carlos when he returned. Hector had already attained the fourth heaven of Dalton Realm, thus entering the initial phase of mid-Dalton Realm. His speed and strength had increased significantly. Hector carried Jessup and proceeded along with Hiroshi, barely stopping on the journey. Even Hiroshi, whose cultivation reached the peak of mid-Dalton Realm, felt slightly strained. But each time, Hector provided him with true chi. Until 3 days later, they finally arrived at Qilin Manor. He was already exhausted. But when looking at Hector, it seemed like he was unbothered, showing no sign of strain or breathlessness, as steady as Mount Tai. It was indeed hard to believe that this young man before their eyes was only at the mid-Dalton Realm. Father, we've arrived. Your physical body, I will ensure is preserved perfectly, Hector muttered, gazing up at Qilin Manor. Within these 3 days, while rushing along the way, he secretly used his true chi to maintain the temperature of Jessup's body. If Hiroshi knew what Hector was doing, he would probably be even more astonished. 3 continuous days of travel without rest was already extremely draining for one's true chi, let alone constantly supplying true chi. If, on top of that, Hector was also supplying true chi to Jessup's body, that would mean 3 aspects of true chi consumption. Yet Hector still managed to keep his breathing stable. He was absolutely terrifying. And the reason Hector continuously supplied true chi to Jessup was to keep his father's body alive and functional until the moment of his resurrection. Once his father's body was buried in the Qilin sacred ground, it would sustain vitality continuously, until the day came for his father to be revived. If people knew about his intentions, they would surely marvel at it. Dead people can be revived? Historically, it has always been considered absurd. Similar to martial artists' pursuit of immortality, it seems plausible but has never been achieved by anyone. However, Hector didn't think so, because he knew, in the future, those who died would return. Perhaps they would return in some alternative form of rebirth. But he believed this was an opportunity. Once his father returned, he could inject his father's soul into the fully vitalized body. His father's soul would undoubtedly perfectly fit his physical body. That way, there was hope. So, he didn't give up. Boom. Hector and Hiroshi entered Qilin Manor. After entering, Hector did not hide his appearance or aura at all. Hiss, look quickly. Isn't that the big demon Hector? It's him. Oh my god. He dares to come back? Is he looking for death? We'll see, someone will take care of him. He's truly bold to join the demonic path and dare come to what filled the surroundings as many showed surprise. With Christian's attack, Hector's progress would stop here. Boom. Amidst the shock and cheers, Christian attacked, forming a mighty hand with Dalton's Zoltank, grabbing directly at Hector. Kill Christian, please stop, junior brother Sue is one of us. Hiroshi interjected. However, Christian completely ignored him. Hector said, senior brother Wei, this person is here to confront me. Talking more is futile. Let me handle it. Boom. Hector responded with a blast of Dalton's Zoltank. Dalton's Zoltank versus Dalton's Zoltank. Crack. In an instant, Christian's Dalton's Zoltank shattered. Next, Christian was hit by Hector's Dalton's Zoltank, spitting blood and flying away, crashing into a small hill and splitting it apart. Hiss, Kill Christian, one of the 4 silver cloak Achilles, was defeated by Hector? Hector's strength can now rival even the weakest gold cloak Achille. Oh my god. It's been less than 3 months since he betrayed our Qilin Manor? 3 months, advancing from Grandmaster stage to such terrifying power? Too terrifying. If given a few more months, he might reach peak Dalton Realm? With this combat ability, once he reaches peak Dalton Realm, he can challenge even some sages, right? A wave of commotion spread through the crowd. Months ago, he was merely late-stage Grandmaster. Now, seeing him again, he's already mid-Dalton Realm. Such rapid cultivation speed is indeed terrifying. Given a few more months, he could easily reach peak Dalton Realm. With such audacity to return openly, he may never have the chance to return to the Vernon sect. He probably made up his mind this time, not planning to go back. Sigh. We were hoping he could infiltrate deeper and bring down the demonic path. Look, he's carrying someone in his arms. Who is? That's Jessup. We've searched for him for a long time but never found him. He's actually dead. Translation ends. Dead? Hector's father is dead. What's going on here? Leroy, you notice, this young man has been secretly supplying Jessup with true chi to maintain the vitality of his body. Could it be that he intends to bury Jessup in our Qilin Manor's Qilin sacred ground? This is a joke, right? Hector has indeed contributed greatly to our Qilin Manor, especially after entering the Vernon sect and killing many core disciples who might have become great demons, or even demon princes in the future. But these contributions alone aren't enough to grant him entry into our Qilin sacred ground. Yes, historically, only those ranked in the top 500 on the Qilin Manor's merit list can be buried in the Qilin sacred ground. Based on Hector's recent contributions, he might rank around 1 by the upper echelons as part of a play. Killing Hector here would not go unnoticed by the hidden sages. Soon, Hector arrived outside the Qilin sacred ground. Even before entering, the strong life force emanated from within. According to legend, beneath the Qilin sacred ground lay the Fountain of Zoltanf, which kept the cemetery of Qilin Manor's past heroes peaceful. Hector, you've arrived, Ouyang Chi said as he appeared. He had been assigned to guard the Qilin sacred ground, and had noticed Hector even before he showed up. Senior Ouyang, my father has passed away. I want to bury him here, Hector said somberly. Ouyang Chi looked at Jessup in Hector's arms and frowned. Su, your father was never part of our Qilin Manor. Burying him here will be very difficult. And, also, my contributions aren't sufficient, right? Hector asked. Ouyang Chi nodded. Indeed, to be buried in the Qilin sacred ground, one must rank in the top 50 of the Qilin Manor's merit list. Recently, we calculated your contributions. You've made it to the 1000th place, but you still have a long way to go to reach the top 500. This is simple. I have a way to enter the top 500, but I need your help, as well as that of Herald and even Manor Lord, Hector replied. What do you mean? Ouyang Chi was taken aback. Needing the involvement of someone like Herald, or even the Manor Lord? For them to intervene would imply an extraordinarily significant event. I promise not to disappoint. Please bring them here, Hector said. Inside him lay the remnants of Sylvester's will, an asset that could greatly benefit the Qilin Manor if harnessed. The Sylvester, in his prime, was a supreme power in the great Jeffrey realm. Studying such a powerful entities will held immense value. Ouyang Chi scrutinized Hector carefully before nodding. All right, I understand. Wait here. Your father's body can absorb some life energy here, which would help. Thank you, Hector agreed, sitting cross-legged outside the Qilin sacred ground, and using the 5 Viscera 6 Bowels technique to channel life energy into Jessup's body. Later, Ouyang Chi met with Herald and explained Hector's request. I already know he's returned. Do you know what he wants us to do? Herald asked, indifferent. Mentioning Hector stirred no emotional response from Herald, as if he were a mere passerby. Ouyang Chi felt a deep tremor within. He knew full well that Hector had killed his Kyler brother Lachlan. Yet, Herald showed no grudge, either indicating a lack of familial affection or a heart so vast it defied imagination. Either way, it was beyond ordinary comprehension. He didn't specify, but he mentioned if you and Manor Lord are willing to help, he could secure a spot in our top 500, Ouyang Chi replied. Herald stood up. If it benefits the righteous path, I'll do as he wishes. Otherwise, he won't escape punishment. With that, Herald vanished in an instant, shocking even Ouyang Chi. His simple movements managed to bypass even Ouyang Chi's mental senses, showcasing the depth of Herald's capabilities. Is he nearing the threshold of the Near Jeffrey realm? Ouyang Chi's thoughts churned. Herald was under 24 years old and nearly reaching the Near Jeffrey level. What kind of terrifying genius was this? Translation ends. Chapter 792. Suppressing the Sylvester's willpower. After leaving Jalen, Alan went to the Lord of Qilin Manor once again. Qilin Manor has 3 lords. At present, 2 of them were not in Qilin Manor, having gone to Sacred Dalton Mountain. The remaining one was always stationed at Qilin Manor to prevent a sudden attack from the Devil Dao. Alan comes to pay homage to Lord and report an extremely important matter, said Alan cautiously even though his cultivation had reached the late sage realm. The lords of Qilin Manor were all quasi-Jeffrey level powerhouses, big shots, at the pinnacle of martial arts in Northern Border, and also top-tier experts across the Leroy Vine martial continent. Come in, a faint voice called out from within. Immediately, Alan walked in. Inside the hall, he saw a youth wearing clothes embroidered with Qilin emblems. This young man looked similar in age to Jalen. By appearances alone, he seemed very youthful, but there was a deep sense of vicissitude in his eyes. This was the Terry of Qilin Manor who had attained the quasi-Jeffrey realm 800 years ago, and was almost 1,000 years old now, a living history in the martial world of Northern Border. Alan immediately bowed deeply when he entered the room. I have come to meet you, my lord. He held profound respect for the Terry, who had made tremendous contributions not only to Qilin Manor, but also to the entire righteous side. These years, he had been stationed at Qilin Manor, and never ventured into Central Plains, just to assist them against the Devil Dao. He dedicated himself entirely to the cause of righteousness, an almost completely selfless person. What is it? Asked the Terry indifferently. Report to you, lord. Hector has returned and invited both you and Jalen to visit him, as he has some important matters that require your assistance. If successful, it would be highly beneficial to our Qilin Manor and the righteous side, Alan respectfully replied. Did he say what it's about? Asked the Terry. He knew that Hector had infiltrated the Devil Dao to work for Qilin Manor, and agreed with Alan on his subsequent actions. He didn't specify, Alan responded with a bitter smile, but from what I know of him, this Fred must have his reasons. All right. The Terry stood up and cast a glance, and instantly, Alan found himself out of the hall before he could react. Is this the power of a quasi-Jeffrey? Alan was immensely shocked. At this moment, Hector, who was guiding life force into his father, suddenly felt someone else beside him. Looking up, he saw Jalen looking at him indifferently. Jalen's gaze pierced through him as if scanning every inch of his body. Hector trembled inwardly. Although this wasn't their first meeting, it was the first time Hector was facing Jalen so closely. If Jalen decided to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to get up. Such was the immense pressure brought by the disparity in strength. Aren't you afraid of me? Jalen frowned, noticing Hector's calm demeanor. The gap between our strengths is too great. What's the point of fear? Hector responded nonchalantly. Jalen nodded. You're quite smart. Tell me, why did you come here? As soon as Jalen spoke, his eyes turned serious and glanced aside. Two people appeared next to him, one being Alan and the other causing Jalen to become solemn as well, the Terry. Hector, this is the Terry. Bow to him, Alan instructed immediately upon appearing. Upon hearing this, Hector was startled and rose promptly. He had never met such a high-ranking figure in real life before. Every lord was a quasi-Jeffrey-level expert and stood at the apex of the northern border martial world. Zoltantal one, you can skip the formalities. Speak up, why have you summoned me? The Terry smiled without pretension, which naturally earned some goodwill from quasi-Jeffrey expert. It was unimaginable how powerful a peak emperor-level expert truly was. As things stand, we need a better plan. Hector frowned slightly, recalling the mysterious black-robed figure within him. Senior, can you help suppress the Sylvester's willpower? The mysterious black-robed figure appeared and replied, sure, but I will be exposed to these too. Are you sure about this? Anything, as long as we can suppress this fragment of willpower, Hector answered. Very well. Instantly, the black-robed figure unleashed a terrifying willpower, surprising both the Terry and Jalen. Both were astonished. Though the willpower wasn't as formidable as the Sylvesters, it was undeniably terrifying, barely less powerful than either of them, possibly even slightly stronger. Most importantly, it seemed to be just a fragment of a remnant soul's willpower. A fragment of willpower nearly matched that of the Sylvesters. Could its peak willpower surpass the Sylvester? With the help of the black-robed figure, the Sylvester's willpower was quickly put on the defensive. It was only a matter of time before it was suppressed. Who are you? Only a remnant soul's willpower, yet you match mine? When did you enter Hector's body? The Sylvester was utterly alarmed. He had once been an invincible powerhouse, almost reaching immortal realm, stronger than any other emperor despite not making it. But he hadn't. Immediately bowing respectfully, Junior Zoltan Howren pays respects to your excellency. Hearing this, Jalen also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Someone who could make even an emperor like the Sylvester tremble must be a peerless genius from the supreme realm. Even Jalen, confident that he would eventually reach the pinnacle of martial arts and become an emperor, found it difficult to imagine touching the realm of immortality. Those who could enter that realm were all legendary figures, revered in any era. I am merely a fragment of a soul, not even knowing who I am. You needn't be so formal. The mysterious black-robed figure waved his hand dismissively. The Terry looked at him in surprise. Your Excellency, have you lost your memories from when you were alive? The mysterious black-robed figure nodded. Can you recall anything about your past? If you can remember, perhaps I can do something for you. The Terry continued. After hesitating for a moment, the black-robed figure replied cautiously, I vaguely remember that in my lifetime, I seem to have encountered Gavriel. Chapter 793, possibly a Gideonevity being from Domenico Fu. These words caused Terry and Jalen to be greatly shocked. Their inner shock reached its peak. Who was Nigan Domenico? He was an unparalleled figure at the end of the near-immortal epoch, the initiator of the martial era. It was said that at the end of the near-immortal epoch, the Liravine martial continent wasn't called the Liravine martial continent, but the 9 provinces continent, a land 10 times larger than it is. Impression made him think it was a significant place. Seemingly perceiving Hector's thoughts, Jalen explained beside him, Domenico Fu supposedly existed even during the immortal ancient era. It was a branch of Heavenly Palace, extremely powerful. Currently, it is one of our 3 superpowers on the Liravine martial continent. The Lord of Domenico Fu is said to be an unparalleled figure at the peak of Empyrean. Right now, he is meditating to break through to the Jeffrey realm. Hector inwardly marveled. If it existed since the immortal ancient era, that would be over several million years. Was there really such an ancient force in this world? Terry continued, branding its peak, Domenico Fu reportedly had 9 supreme longevity beings, with around 30 other longevity beings. As for Jeffries, they numbered in the hundreds. Whoa! Even Hector couldn't help swearing, drawing a deep breath. 9 supreme longevity beings. Over 30 longevity beings. Dwight and Dreads of Jeffries? How terrifying was such a lineup? If my guess is correct, you should be a longevity being from Domenico Fu. Terry respectfully spoke at this moment. Even Jalen behaved humbly. Inside Hector, there was a longevity being from Domenico Fu. A revelation shocking beyond measure. However, Hector quickly calmed down. Apart from this Domenico Fu longevity being within him, there was an even more terrifying presence. This presence struck fear even in the hearts of the Domenico Fu longevity being, having once mentioned that the man inside him was likely involved in the divine realm, Liravine realm. This domain had been legendary in the immortal ancient era millions of years ago. Only deities from the mythical age were said to possess this realm. Such beings were undying and indestructible, even time could not kill them. But after the disappearance of the mythical age, these powerful beings vanished alongside it, becoming legends. Domenico Fu? The mysterious Dennis murmured to himself. You can go to Domenico Fu to find answers, suggested Terry. Sue Kid, when you're done here, head to Central Region. The mysterious Dennis addressed Hector for the first time, speaking with a tone that held consultation. Hearing this, both Terry and Jalen looked at Hector with astonished expressions. An unparalleled longevity being treating Hector so courteously? Hector nodded and replied, all right, Akil, I'll go to Central Region with you after I finish here. At this moment, Terry smiled at Hector. Sue Kid, your contribution has been significant. You were sure to enter our top 500 in Chilean manner, perhaps even the top 200, stunning everyone from the venerable sages down to the outer disciples. Have you heard? Hector teamed up with Terry and Jalen to suppress a manifestation of Sylvester's will and is now ranked among the top 200 contributors in our Chelan Manor. What? Wasn't Hector just back in Chelan Manor? How did he team up with Terry and Jalen to suppress the Sylvester's will? Who is this Sylvester? I don't know the details either, but if you don't know who Sylvester is, you're truly uninformed. Do you remember the mysterious heart Jalen suppressed in Green Ghost Town? Yes, it was said to belong to a supreme figure from the Devil Sect, awakening decades ago and killing over 30 sages. You wouldn't mean the owner of that organ was the Sylvester? Chapter 794. Father and son pay respects to Jessup. Yes, that organ houses the Sylvester. Damn, just one organ can eliminate dozens of our righteous saints. How terrifying must that complete spiritual will be? It was actually suppressed by Hector? You're mistaken. It's not that it was suppressed by Hector, but rather that the fragment of the Sylvester's will was hidden within Hector's body, brought here by him, and only after inviting the second master and Jalen did they suppress it. So, Hector is merely a contributor? Isn't that obvious? If he wasn't a contributor, how could he have suddenly risen to the top 200 on our Chelan Merit Zoltanst? Too frightening. He went directly for secret devil spies within the manor, inciting deep resentment. They had sacrificed countless core disciples and Kylers to assist Hector's supposed defection from Chelan Manor. But now, Hector turned out to be a disciple of righteousness and had even suppressed their Ajax's will. Their anger threatened to explode. Assassinate Hector. We mustn't let him live any longer. In secret, some devil spies gathered to plan the assassination. The news of Hector and the second master suppressing the Sylvesters will soon spread outside, reaching Black Devil Sect. Black Devil Sect erupted in fury, issuing a northern region-wide arrest warrant for Hector. Suddenly, Hector found himself on the heavenly execution Zoltanst of the Devil Realm, equivalent to the rank of a saint. When the news spread, the entire Northland was shaken. Everyone knew Hector was Chelan Manor's undercover agent within the Devil Realm. Upon returning to Chelan Manor, he immediately achieved something earth-shattering, the suppression of the Sylvester's will. Who was the Sylvester? Anyone above the rank of saint knew of this infamous figure, once the great Ajax during his peak. And Ajax's will? Its value is unimaginable. This single deed made indelible contributions to Chelan Manor and the righteous path, earning Hector eternal fame. Meanwhile, Hector was unaware of all this as he entered the Chelan sacred land. Inside the sacred land, life energy permeated, enveloping several miles around. It was said that beneath lay a fountain of life, capable of extending lifespans. However, only those at the level of chief or Jalen could enter. Violators faced certain death. Even the Saint Ojai Chelan guarded outside. If not for the immense contribution of suppressing the Sylvester's will, Hector wouldn't have been allowed entry so swiftly. Choosing a spot, Hector dug a grave and placed his father Jessup's remains in a crystal coffin. As soon as the body was placed, the surrounding life energy infused into Jessup, keeping his temperature stable at the moment of his passing. As long as the fountain of life beneath remained, Jessup's body would never decay, truly achieving physical immortality. Father, wait. I will bring you home someday. Hector covered the coffin and buried his father. Looking up at the sky, he knew somewhere deep in the dark expanse was the Leon cage where his father's soul awaited. He promised to grow stronger until the day he could charge into the Leon cage, confronting the power behind it. After leaving the sacred land, Ojai Zoltan led Hector to a courtyard near the Chelan Holy Hall. This courtyard housed the gold saints of Chelan Manor. 6 months ago, Hector had visited. Now, with greater anticipation, Hector thought about soon seeing his son, Jessup, who was already 6 months old. For most children, 6 months was still infancy, but for a born ruler growing at a supernatural rate, this was significant. He wondered if his son, Bernie, could already walk and speak. Are you excited? Ojai Zoltan asked teasingly, sensing Hector's concealed emotions. Hector nodded without hesitation. Senior Ojai, could you tell me about Leroyer recently? Hector asked. As a father, he always worried most about his family. Leroyer not only speaks and walks, but he can also call out to his parents. A month ago, he reached the great martial artist realm. Great martial artist realm? Despite expecting it, Hector couldn't help but gasp. His son Bernie was only 6 months old yet already in the third realm of martial arts. At 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, what heights would he reach? Ojai Zoltan leaned closer and whispered, there's no need for surprise. After all, your son Bernie is a born ruler. Born ruler? Hector paused, glancing at Ojai Zoltan, whose face showed knowing understanding. Hector chuckled bitterly, Senior Ojai, it's not intentional secrecy, but the matter of a born ruler is too significant. Too many knowing isn't wise. Ojai Zoltan waved it off. Rest assured, this is among our highest secrets. Only you and I know. Your son is exceptional. I heard the chief say Bernie has a strong chance of reaching saint status by age 10. A 10-year-old saint? Even in history, that's a select few. Ojai Zoltan marveled, while Hector felt internal turmoil at emotional development. Though Bernie was merely 6 months old, his intelligence rivaled that of an adult. Hector had been away from the Chelan Manor for 3 whole months, a period that felt like years to Bernie. The prolonged separation between a father and his young child was nothing short of cruel. And now, Hector's heart was filled with guilt. Leroyer, it's father's fault, he said softly. No, father, you did nothing wrong, Bernie replied, tilting his little head up to look at Hector. I've heard that you went undercover among the devils for us righteous ones. This time, you even contributed greatly to our Chelan Manor. You are my hero, and I will grow up to be just like you, a great hero. Hector hesitated, touched by these words. So, in his son's eyes, he was a great hero. Tears welled up in Hector's eyes, uncontrollably spilling over. The more Bernie spoke like this, the more Hector's heart ached. He wasn't a good enough father. Father, I've heard that grandfather died at the hands of a devil. Is that true? Bernie suddenly asked, his brow furrowing deeply. Thinking of his father, Hector felt an even deeper pain and self-reproach. Leroyer, your grandfather didn't die. He is just sleeping. One day, I will bring him back to life. Hector looked straight into Bernie's eyes, his tone resolute. Bernie nodded, saying, Father, let's bring grandfather back together. But before that, I want to see him. Hearing this, Hector was struck. When they parted ways, Dwight still possessed only the heavenly silk body. To hear that she now had the heavenly silk saint body indicated she had received unimaginable fortune during his absence. Soon, Hector carried Bernie back to where Jessup rested. Grandfather, Bernie quickly slipped out of Hector's arms, kneeled before Jessup's grave, and bowed deeply. Watching this, Hector felt immense pain. His young son enduring the loss of a loved one. It was his failure for not protecting his father properly. Father, can you tell me how grandfather died? Bernie turned back, his clear eyes brimming with pain, loss, and barely contained rage. Bernie was furious. All right, Hector hesitated for a moment, and then recounted everything that happened after he and Jessup entered the Chi Daltondom capital to Bernie. After hearing the story, Bernie remained silent for a long time. Neither of them spoke. Finally, Bernie lifted his head, looking at Hector with firm resolve. Father, one day, I will root out the entire devil path and avenge grandfather. Feeling the intense determination and anger in Bernie, Hector's heart trembled but he nodded. Yes, father will help you. He wondered how she was doing. Speaking of which, Hector picked up Bernie and turned towards the exit of the Chilan Holy Land. As they were about to leave, Hector glanced back at the tomb of Jessup, now fading from view, murmuring softly, Father, I'll come visit you again next time. As a born king, Bernie's perception was unusually sharp. Naturally, he sensed Hector's longing for his grandfather. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he buried his little head in Hector's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, guided by Bernie, Hector arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard was next to the Sterling's residence, exuding a tranquil atmosphere. A woman clad in light blue attire sat cross-legged there in meditation. Her surroundings were filled with silk threads hanging like fine wires, each shimmering under the sunlight and incredibly sharp. Even Hector felt startled upon first seeing these silk threads. They were indeed extraordinarily sharp. He reckoned that many weapons would be sliced into pieces if they came into contact with these threads. Is this the heavenly silk body? Mother, Bernie suddenly called out softly. Instantaneously, Milena opened her eyes. After practicing the heavenly silk art, she became even more beautiful, carrying a touch of coldness in her aura. However, upon seeing Hector, a surge of unmasked excitement flooded her previously cool gaze. Gone was the usual reserve, replaced by the joy of reuniting with her husband after a long separation. York, with a swift motion, the silk threads around Milena vanished. An aroma of fragrance approached Hector, and in a flash, Milena appeared before him. They locked eyes. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. There was nothing but each other in their gazes. Suddenly, Hector stepped forward, holding Milena's delicate hand, saying, I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. No, don't say sorry. I've heard about what you've been through during this time. You have suffered, Milena replied, shaking her head while gripping Hector's hand. Father, mother, can we never separate as a family from now on? Bernie lifted his small head, looking at Hector expectantly. Hector paused, unable to bear the anticipation in Leroy's eyes. Yet, as a man aspiring for greatness, how could he grow without venturing out? If he didn't rapidly strengthen himself, how could he protect his family when the world changes drastically again, and powerful figures return? How could he bring his father back to life? Seeing Hector's dilemma, Milena said beside him, Leroyer, father aims to become an ultimate powerhouse. Staying with us all the time would hinder father's growth. Oh, I understand, Bernie nodded, his hopeful eyes dimming instantly. Hector felt a pang in his heart, wanting to say something. But then, Bernie raised his head with a smile. Father, don't worry. I was just joking. I just hope father can visit us occasionally. Sure, Leroyer, rest assured. Father will come back to see you and mother. Hector nodded heavily, gently patting Bernie's little head. That night, the family of three spent a wonderful evening together. This night, there was only he, her, and him. Just the three of them. Until the next day, Frisco sought out Hector. Sufred, the path of the sacred Dalton has been activated. Stunned, Hector asked, Senior Oyang, what is the path of the sacred Dalton? Through Frisco's explanation, Hector learned that the path of the sacred Dalton was an ancient path dedicated to cultivation. It led to a city named Sacred Dalton City. Throughout history, many martial artists traversed this path and eventually became saints. Among them, some even ascended to become sacred Daltons. What are sacred Daltons? As the name suggests, they are kings among sages. Currently, only a few individuals in the northern border martial realm can be called sacred Daltons. One of them is Jalen. And virtually all sacred Daltons are almost certainly able to reach the near Jeffrey realm. Frisco hoped Hector would walk this path. At the same time, he warned Hector of the extreme danger along the way. The path opened once every 10 years, and it happened to be open now. This path was perilous. In ancient times, it was dominated by demon clans. Dwightmans, whether from the righteous path or the dark path, could easily become food for demons. Thus, the final decision rested with Hector. However, Frisco also told him that to become a sage, the path of the sacred Dalton was arguably the best option. Without hesitation, Hector expressed his intention to embark on this journey. Even though becoming a sage was uncertain, the path of the sacred Dalton increased his chances, and he could not miss this opportunity. That afternoon, Hector bid farewell to Milena and Bernie, leaving Chilan Manor for the path of the sacred Dalton. Meanwhile, Frisco and two other saints secretly accompanied him to ensure his safety. In Chilan Manor, besides Hector, many disciples and Kylers in the sovereign realm also set out for the path of the sacred Dalton. For most of them, this was likely their last chance to achieve sainthood. If the path failed, their chances of becoming sages would be almost non-existent. Chapter 796, Return as a Sage Jeffrey. The path to becoming a sage Jeffrey has opened. Haha, this time, I will surely become a sage. The path of the sage Jeffrey, I have been waiting for 10 long years. You finally appeared. This time, I must become a sage in the first instance. Meanwhile, whether from the righteous sects or the demon sects, all Peak King realm martial artists rushed towards the path of the sage Jeffrey. At the same time, in the distance, a black road appeared in the void, spanning several kilometers wide. Countless King realm martial artists surged into it like fish entering the sea. In just one breath's time, Hector saw at least 200,000 to 300,000 King realm experts rush inside. Do we really have that many King realm martial artists in our northern border cultivation world? Hector asked in surprise. Frisco smiled and said, our northern border martial world has countless sections. There are over 20,000 large and small sections. Having so many kings isn't surprising at all. Moreover, besides the northern border King realm experts, many kings from other regions have also come. Hearing this, Hector immediately understood. Indeed, in the northern border martial world alone, there were over 20,000 major and minor forces. With such a multitude of forces, having so many kings wasn't surprising at all. Moreover, kings from other regions of Lirai Vine martial continent had also heard the news and arrived. Seniors Ouyang, please stop here. I will go now, Hector said to Frisco and the others with a salute. Take care, Frisco replied. Hector waved, quickly turned around, and followed the crowd into the thousands of meters wide black road, swiftly disappearing among them. Do you think, if Hector comes back alive, how powerful will he become? A black-robed sage suddenly remarked. After pondering for a moment, Frisco replied, at least he will become a sage? Given Hector's talent and combat prowess, if he became a sage, it would indeed be extraordinary. Meanwhile, not far from Hector, at this moment, Rhonda and Bernie appeared. Next to them, Jalen and Sterling also appeared. This time, Bernie and Rhonda were secretly seeing Hector off. To protect their safety, Jalen and Sterling personally came to see him off. Father, take care. Leroy waits for your return, Bernie said, clenching her little fist and looking wistfully as Hector left. Rhonda gazed at Hector's departing back and whispered, York G, Leroy and I wait for your return. Jalen watched Hector's departing figure and murmured to himself, if you can't become a sage Jeffrey, don't come back alive. At that moment, Hector, who had just stepped onto the sage Jeffrey path, suddenly sensed something and looked back. Despite being several kilometers away, he felt familiar gazes watching him from the dark. Is it Leroy and Florence? Hector mused. Out of the way, Fred. Are you courting death? At this moment, Hector's pause made several men behind him furious, their eyes showing hostility. Some even placed their hands on their weapons, ready to assault Hector. Hector glanced at them and said, don't force me to kill you. As he spoke, a fearsome aura filled with a strong bloody scent spread out. Over the years, the number of martial artists and geniuses killed by Hector was uncountable, imbuing his body with a killing intent and bloodthirsty aura that seemed almost impenetrably dense. Upon feeling Hector's overwhelming killing intent and bloodlust, the group trembled in fear. Each of them retreated rapidly, looking at Hector with trembling expressions. This young man, judging by his voice, was not yet old. How could he possess such a strong killing intent? How many people had he killed? After being intimidated by Hector, he immediately turned and headed deeper into the sage Jeffrey path. Those watching Hector leave didn't dare utter another word. They felt an intense sense of danger from Hector. I suspect this person's true identity must be a prodigy of the Vernon sect, someone muttered. Another added, who cares who he is? Entering this sage Jeffrey path means risking death. Let's see how much longer he lasts. Subsequently, the group also darted into the sage Jeffrey path. Boom. Once inside, Hector felt the spirit energy here was several times denser than outside. Along the way, he saw many cultivating in lotus positions, absorbing the dense spirit energy to enhance their cultivation. After sensing further, Hector was even more astonished. The spirit energy here was not only 10 times denser than outside but also exceptionally pure. Unlike the Sultan, it's indeed terrifying. In that instant, he saw dozens of people break through their realms immediately. Some even dramatically altered their physiques, greatly enhancing their potential. Hector didn't hesitate and rushed over too, but there were just too many people, while the sacred light was scarce. Get out of the way. Suddenly, blood flowed into rivers as tens of thousands of people vied for that little bit of sacred light. Those who managed to break through were lucky. Those who did not face immediate suppression or death. Even Hector faced multiple crises, with dozens of people attacking him. These dozen people were all extremely powerful, each at the late Dalton realm stage. Using the Zoltank of Dalton's and his field abilities, Hector defended against their attacks and quickly approached the sacred light. As a strand of sacred light fell and was absorbed by him, he felt the true energy within his body instantly elevate. At this moment, he instantly broke through to the fifth heaven of Dalton realm, with his cultivation rapidly increasing. Holy crap! Seeing Hector gain a bit of sacred light, the dozens who attacked him cursed in envy. However, they did not continue attacking him, but turned to fight others for the sacred light. After absorbing this strand of sacred light, Hector didn't try to snatch more because the nearest strands were now several thousand. Lights were more potent than spiritual chi, and inhaling just a bit of its breath was enough to make someone feel rejuvenated. Hector saw Carlos punch 5 peak Dalton realm experts away, then approach the black chicken and take a breath, instantly restoring his depleted strength. He moved freely among the peak Dalton realm experts with vigor. So this is the power of one of the strongest 3 golden Kylers of the Qilin Manor? Hector muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. Then he focused on the black chicken. What kind of breed was it? Though he couldn't identify it, he knew it must be incredibly valuable. Just its aura could instantly restore strength. Imagine what eating it might do. He had to find a way to capture it. With this thought, Hector activated the 5 Viscera 6 Fu method, hiding all his presence and rapidly approaching. Dwimph, this demon is mine. Anyone who dares to compete with me will be killed, Carlos declared, forcing back over a dozen peak Dalton realm experts. However, the other experts did not let go and kept attacking Carlos. Although Carlos was strong, he was outnumbered by 50 peak Dalton realm experts. Despite his strength, he was struggling. Finally, 30 or so people made Carlos cough blood and retreat. They then swarmed towards the demon. The chicken seemed to sense danger, its body emitting more black light, forming black fog covering several kilometers in diameter. Instantly, even surprising Hector. This demon was an expert at disguise. Carlos's expression also drastically changed. The chicken's beak extended, becoming extremely sharp, piercing through Carlos's Dalton's ultank. Carlos panicked, instantly casting spells and drawing his sword to block it. Crack. His sword broke. He tried to retreat but couldn't escape the chicken's sharp beak, coughing blood and flying backward. Hiss. This demon is incredibly strong. Was it hiding its true strength all along? Hector wondered internally. He had seen the chicken looking miserable while being chased by peak Daltons before. Yet now, these peak Daltons all fell for it, dead or injured, without exception. All fooled by this chicken? Hector was both shocked and found it unbelievable. Who would have thought that a chicken could trick a group of peak Daltons? Chapter 798. Be my Dwight Man pet. This chicken is too powerful. I'd better not go there, Hector whispered to himself. Although the chicken was tempting, one must have the power to enjoy it. At this moment, after driving Carlos away, the chicken unfurled its wings with a slight flutter. Whoosh! It rose up and flew into the air. Hector's eyes widened in disbelief again. A flying chicken? Shouldn't it be called a bird? The fog spirit chicken effortlessly. Hector's heart trembled internally. Knowing his cultivation was already at the peak of the 5th level of the Dalton realm, with combat strength rivaling any ordinary genius at the peak of the Dalton realm. Yet, even so, he couldn't withstand the chicken's single claw. It was clear that the fog spirit chicken had been playing the part of a tiger while disguised as a pig since the start. Damn, I've encountered a chicken spirit, even smarter than human beings. Hector cursed silently and instantly cast the void body technique, causing his body to gradually become incorporeal. Snap! The fog spirit chicken's claw missed Hector, but left deep claw marks on the ground where he stood. A look of surprise flashed through the chicken's eyes. Where did this human vanish to? Carlos, stunned by what he saw, began to ponder. This sudden disappearance technique was reminiscent of that little bastard Hector. Could it be him? After this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. His current concern was escaping from the chicken's grasp. Realizing it hadn't caught Hector, the fog spirit chicken didn't immediately leave. Instead, holding Carlos tightly, it scanned the surroundings intently. Hidden in the second spatial layer, Hector's expressions turned grim. He could stay within for no more than 10 seconds before being forced out. At that time, he feared his fate would be the same as Carlos's. Damn, let's risk it. Boom. The red devouring spirit emerged, comparable in power to those in the 8th spatial layer. Hector planned to use the devouring spirit to counter the fog spirit chicken. Instantly, a massive wave of cold air surged toward the fog spirit chicken. Sensing the danger, the chicken's feathers retracted into a fan-like shape around its body, protecting it completely. Then a dark light emitted, injuring the red devouring spirit and forcing it back into the 7th spatial layer. Hector sighed, acknowledging the chicken's formidable strength. Reluctantly, he recalled the red devouring spirit, revealing himself. Upon seeing him, the fog spirit chicken's eyes glinted menacingly, ready to pounce. But Hector immediately proposed, how about we make a deal? The fog spirit chicken paused and a mental voice echoed in Hector's mind. What kind of deal? Let's hear it. If it satisfies me, we cooperate. Otherwise, you'd better prepare to become my human pet. Dwight Man pet? The corners of Hector's mouth twitched as he glanced at Carlos instinctively. Carlos angrily retorted, boy, what are you looking at? Hector shook his head to clear his thoughts. He could vividly imagine how miserable being a human pet to a chicken would be. If he strolled along the sacred Jeffrey path like this, he'd likely gain fame faster than he'd want. In such a scenario, he might as well die. Smack! The fog spirit chicken struck Carlos's head with a claw, sending him into a daze and foaming at the mouth. It then whistled at Carlos, seemingly instructing him to keep quiet. Hector watched with jumping eyelids, unwilling to meet the same fate as Carlos. What do you want? Perhaps we can cooperate. For instance, if you need human pets, I can provide many, Hector suggested tentatively. On the sacred Jeffrey path, there were many disciples of demonic origin, whom he could lure here for the chicken. There was no need for leniency towards them. The fog spirit chicken transmitted, why should I trust you? What if you leave and never return? Where would I find you then? Chicken brother, don't worry. I'm very trustworthy, Hector assured, pounding his chest. The fog spirit chicken glanced at him mockingly. Dwight Mans are cunning and untrustworthy. Believe you? In your dreams. I think you should still be my human pet. The fog spirit chicken approached rapidly. Hector panicked, immediately responding, those are others. I'm different. Whoosh. The fog spirit chicken moved swiftly, not giving Hector a chance to speak further, aiming a claw strike at him. Hector clenched his fingers, compressing the golden field rapidly, gathering terrifying power within his palm. Meanwhile, he sent a telepathic message to Carlos. Akil, can you fight? Carlos hesitated, then replied, if you can help me escape the chicken's claws, we can join forces. Perhaps both of us can escape. Agreed, Hector nodded. The fog spirit chicken didn't intend to kill him, hence its attacks were controlled, offering Hector an opportunity. Chapter 799. Hector's identity exposed. As the fog spirit chicken's claws approached, Hector finally launched his attack. Spirit burst. A tiny, barely visible golden light point swiftly landed on the fog spirit chicken's claw. The fog spirit chicken was taken aback. What is this strange thing? An attack? In the next moment, its calm expression finally changed as a terrifying force exploded instantly. The fog spirit chicken clenched its claws, attempting to suppress Hector's spirit burst directly. In the following moment, Hector was horrified. This chicken was really freakishly powerful. His spirit burst was about to explode when this chicken held it back with its claws. They were in a stalemate. Damn you, Tricky chicken. Hector cursed loudly. He had never seen a chicken that could suppress his spirit burst before. Boom. Hector formed seals again, evolving into Imperial True Intention Leroyograms. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength. Instantly, 1 True Intention Leroyogram, 2 True Intention Leroyograms, 3 True Intention Leroyograms. For True Intention Leroyogram, I'm here. The fog spirit chicken sneered, grabbed Carlos with its claw, and returned. At this moment, Hector took a large number of high-grade chi-nourishing pills, and the golden path appeared beneath his feet. The field also enveloped him. Using the momentum of being flung, he transformed into a beam of golden light and quickly fled. His agreement with Carlos was merely a ruse. He never expected Carlos to join forces after revealing his true strength. His actions were just to prepare for his own escape. Moreover, this chicken underestimated him entirely and did not take Hector seriously. The result turned out as Hector had predicted. He was slapped away by a chicken, and Carlos's attempt to escape distracted the chicken, giving Hector an opportunity to escape. By the time the fog spirit chicken realized this, Hector was almost out of sight. Damn it, you actually dared to trick me? The fog spirit chicken finally became enraged, flapped its wings, and swiftly flew out at an incredible speed. Carlos looked utterly despairing. He once again became the pet of the fog spirit chicken, caught in its claw. Most importantly, he recognized the escaping young man as none other than Hector, that brat. Hector, you can't escape. You will become a prisoner of this chicken too. Carlos gritted his teeth. Being captured and seen by Hector was his greatest humiliation. However, he comforted himself. He was a captive, but absolutely. This Carlos is insulting our intelligence. After a brief pause, many people sneered, seeing through Carlos's intentions. Carlos indeed harbored such thoughts, but he didn't expect that not a single person reacted. Zoltankly because the chicken's displayed strength intimidated them. Humph, let me see if that fatty is Hector. A bud appeared. He was a peaked Dalton Realm Kyler of the Demon Path. He waved his sleeve, summoning a black mirror. Upon appearance, the mirror emitted a beam of light, which shot directly at Hector. Hector frowned and raised his hand to meet it. Bang! His palm shattered the light. Or rather, the light passed straight through. Then, the light fell onto Hector's body. Instantly, Hector's appearance suddenly changed, revealing his true face. Even his bones shifted. Hiss, it's really Hector. Goodness, this little bastard actually dared to come to the Holy Dalton Road, having killed so many disciples of our great demon sect, and still dare to show up here. Let's all go. Tear this bastard apart. Our great demon sect Sylvester was suppressed by this kid's will inside the Chelan mansion. We can't let him go today. Boom. Instantly, countless demon path disciples surged towards Hector from all directions, gnashing their teeth. Hector was shocked and inwardly cursed Carlos's ancestors for generations. Chapter 800, Turnabout. Boom. Everywhere around, it was all people from the devil cult. Over this period of time, Hector had swept through the Vernon sect without a single match, killing many potential demonic prodigies within the Vernon sect who could become demon sons in the future. At the same time, he joined hands with the Terry of Chelan Manor, Jalen, to suppress the will of one of their Dow Elwyn Dwight and Leroy of the Vernon sect. To those of the devil cult, Hector was their public enemy. Everyone who saw him would kill him. Boom. In an instant, there were people from the devil cult everywhere, all filled with murderous intent, eyes bloodshot red. They held a determination to kill Hector. Even though they knew that chasing after Hector with an ocellated turkey was terrifying, they still rushed forward fearlessly. Their only thought at the moment was to kill Hector. At this moment, 2 women on the side of the devil cult looked extremely complicated. They were Jai Gyork and Adelina. Hector once did them a favor, but they were disciples of the devil cult. Should they join in now? After some contemplation, they finally decided not to move. Firstly, Hector had done them a great favor. Secondly, they deeply understood Hector's strength was extremely terrifying, no less than a peak Dalton Realm expert. Boom. Without any hesitation, Hector turned around and ran towards the ocellated turkey. And the ocellated turkey, seeing countless people attacking Hector from all directions, was also startled and immediately turned to run away. It believed that its strength was strong enough to be unmatched in the Dalton Realm domain. However, being pursued by tens of thousands of experts from the devil cult would result in it turning into slag very soon. Zoltantal bastard, why have you offended so many people? The ocellated turkey's voice, slightly angry, echoed inside Hector's mind. Hector replied telepathically, I am righteous, they are too evil, they can't tolerate me. Hector knew that talking about righteousness and wickedness to demons would never make sense, so he was lazy to argue. Moreover, there was no time to distinguish between right and wrong now. Are you kidding me? If you were righteous, would you be chased by so many people? Do you think I'm as dumb as a pig? The ocellated turkey rolled its eyes. Hector hurriedly said, now is not the time to talk about this. Sir Chicken, can you give me a ride? Afterward, I will reward you generously. Sure, be my human pet. You dream. Then you prepare yourself to be hunted until you're exhausted. The ocellated turkey didn't panic, for its speed was very fast, and these people behind couldn't catch up to it at all. It was Hector who was in trouble. Several dozen of these pursuers weren't slow either. Continuing like this, it would come down to who had better stamina. Furthermore, after fighting just now, Hector had clearly expended a lot of energy. If this went on, it would absolutely be disadvantageous for the young man. Hector indeed felt some anxiety. After using Spiritual Burst and the Six Paths True Meaning Leroyogram earlier, his physical energy was significantly depleted. Although he replenished it with top-notch energy-nourishing pills, the supplied energy was far from enough to meet current consumption. If this continued, he might be caught by the devil cult followers. Once caught, he would inevitably be cut into pieces. *M, since you won't give me a ride, then don't blame me if I'm not polite. Hector narrowed his eyes, rumbling. He took a deep breath and at this moment, he activated the supreme breathing technique. Instantly, every organ in his body seemed to fuse with heaven and earth. Around him, a large amount of spiritual energy condensed and entered his body with each breath, integrating seamlessly with him. In an instant, Hector felt an inexplicable connection with this realm, a bond akin to blood relation. Boom. His potential instantly multiplied more than fivefold. In a blink, he vanished from where he stood. Reappearing already atop the ocellated turkey, he tightly clung to the turkey's feathers with both hands. F***K, you human pet. How did you suddenly get so fast? Get off me. The ocellated turkey roared, constantly shaking its body trying to shake Hector off. But Hector stuck to the ocellated turkey's back like a plaster, unable to be shaken off. White Peak, who was being pulled along by the ocellated turkey, was left speechless. Just now, Hector was nearly 100 meters away from the ocellated turkey. With the latter's speed, Hector shouldn't have been able to catch up. But what he considered impossible happened instantly. This little bastard's strength seemed to have improved considerably since leaving Qilin Manor. Letting me down is fine. When we reach a safe place, I'll naturally get down, Hector said solemnly. He had observed beforehand. This chicken, although strong and terrifying, almost invincible in the Dalton realm, had a weak point, its back. Once on its back, this chicken couldn't reach him. So you dare challenge me? You really think I'm scared of you? If you want to go all out, I have ways to deal with you. It suddenly turned its head, looking at the rushing devil cult members, and telepathically said, you pets, if you want this Fred on my back, attack, but do not lay a finger on me, or I will take hundreds of you with me even if I die. Especially those pets near me. The ocellated turkey stared intently at those peak Dalton realm devil cult members, emitting intense killing intent. Those people under its gaze felt their skin crawl. One person said, alright, let's do it. We will attack. Original structure, tone, and character interactions have been preserved while translating into natural, fluent English. Chapter 801, Tiger Cub Fierce. It believed that under its threat, coupled with the watchful eyes of these people, Hector would absolutely choose to submit. However, it had underestimated Hector. Seems like you haven't fully grasped your current situation. If that's the case, let me help you gain some clarity, said Hector, who never knew the meaning of compromise in the face of threats. Boom. In an instant, Hector swung his fist and struck the demon squarely on the head. The chicken's head buzzed as it spun around on the spot. Pet human, if you do this, you'll regret it, roared the demon. Hector gave a cold snort and continued pummeling the chicken with his fists, eliciting cries of pain from it. I don't know if I'll regret it or not. All I know is that beating this chicken is something I am dead serious about. Seeing the sudden fight between man and chicken, many members of the demonic path were momentarily stunned but quickly charged forward, filled with murderous intent. Kill that brat Hector. Kill. Tens of thousands surged forward, the scene so explosive that even the demon was taken aback. Pet human, stop fighting. We need to escape now, it exclaimed upon realizing that some humans had already begun attacking it. Sure enough, humans are all cunning and treacherous, it thought. Hector stopped his assault and said coolly, as expected, chickens always remain foul-tempered. The ancients didn't lie to me. Cursed the demon inwardly, but also knew this wasn't the time to squabble with Hector. The attacks were already coming their way. Some slashed with sword energy, others with knife energy, while some fired poison arrows. Hector expanded a golden field around himself for protection. However, these people were powerful and numerous, and within moments, Hector's golden field could no longer hold, cracks appearing all over it. If you keep acting like this, I'll let them hit you. Hector narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at his mount, a chicken. This chicken, though fast, deliberately kept its speed moderate to match the pursuit pace of the followers, clearly harboring ill intentions. Pet human, mind your words when speaking to this emperor. If you dare call this emperor, whoosh. Immediately, Hector tore open the golden field, allowing some of the attacks to strike the demon, making it cry out in pain. In an instant, it turned into a black beam and rapidly fled. Simultaneously, he released a large amount of black mist. Once inside, the pursuers immediately lost their bearings. Darn, that chicken farted. It's so stinky. Ugh. Hell, this stinky fart not only smells terrible, but also blocks our vision. What the hell kind of beast is this? Many covered their mouths and noses, some female disciples even gagging and vomiting. Even Hector had to use the golden field to protect himself. This chicken indeed stank too much. Using the sky eye, he saw many being incapacitated by the smell. The demon, looking smug, said, see, this is my power. Let this serve as a lesson to you all. Hector glanced at the chicken. If you had done this earlier, wouldn't it have been better? The chicken replied, what early? Pet human, get down now. Slap. In response, Hector's fist once again greeted the chicken. After a while, the demon finally calmed down. What do you intend to do? From today onwards, you will be my mount, and I am your master. Got it? You dare? The chicken roared in anger. Hector sneered. Not satisfied? Then I'll beat you until you are. Bang, bang, bang. Hector pummeled the chicken relentlessly. Alright, this emperor admits defeat. Within moments, the demon was covered in lumps and devoid of its previous arrogance. Hector nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. I hope we can cooperate smoothly during this time. Thereafter, Hector and the demon hid in the shadows, ambushing any lone member of the demonic path. Within 5 days, Hector killed a significant number of them, acquiring many secret martial techniques and medicinal pills. This place was indeed a great training ground. On the 6th day, Hector broke through to the 6th heaven of the Dalton realm. His recent actions directly alarmed the demonic path, leading them to hunt Hector in groups, vowing to tear him apart. Boy, want to pull off something big? Asked the demon, no longer daring to underestimate Hector. It regarded Hector as a peer in strength. Go on, Hector sat atop the chicken. After breaking through, even without the mysterious mask, he was unafraid of the chicken. If it came to a fight, the chicken might not be able to subdue him. The chicken knew this and felt little confidence against Hector. Better to cooperate properly with this pet human. There's a tiger cub ahead that I hate very much. Khalil, to capture him and make him your mount? You'd look more impressive. The chicken's eyes twinkled, sensing a chance for revenge. Hector looked at the chicken suspiciously. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. I'll consider helping you, but you need to offer me something in return. As for amount? Haha, if you want me to change, you must show me tangible benefits. You pet humans are truly cunning, unwilling to take any loss, complained the chicken. Slap. Another slap met the chicken. Infuriated, the chicken almost erupted into another fight. Call me master. Dwight Mmph, the chicken coldly replied, swiftly changing the subject. To call Hector master? Absolutely impossible. For life. Seeing Hector's firm attitude, the demon sighed helplessly. I hope we don't scare Hyman away. Otherwise, we'll have wasted our efforts. The demon carried Hector, slowly soaring towards the valley. At that moment, deep within the valley, puff, a tiger, roughly 3 meters tall with striped fur, killed several men, leaving only a trembling woman behind. If Hector were here, he would definitely recognize this woman, because this woman was none other than the demon sect disciple, Adelina. Back at the Vernon sect, she had the best relationship with Jai York and Hector. Beauty, don't be afraid. Hyman doesn't eat beauties. If you become my wife, whatever you want, Hyman will give you. The striped tiger grinned, thinking it showed an extremely charming smile. However, in Adelina's eyes, it looked like a huge mouth ready to devour her, no different from a devil. If you want to kill me, then do it. I only hope you don't humiliate me. Adelina knew that being in the hands of this bloodthirsty tiger demon, there would be no good end for her. If she met the same fate as those people, it might be better off dead. But if not, and if what it said was true, being taken along and made its wife, the thought made her shudder. You're so beautiful, how could Hyman bear to kill you? The striped tiger walked up to Adelina, extending its tongue to lick her face directly. Because of this incident, he lost all his dignity among demons, being mockingly called a featherless chicken. This time, he brought Hector for revenge. Dwight Mmph, last time I didn't count with you because you're young, but things are different now. This time your second uncle is here to teach you respect. The demon gritted its teeth. He was younger than the striped tiger. However, his father and the tiger's grandfather were sworn brothers. Thus, he claimed himself as the striped tiger's second uncle. Humph, with this human you brought? At this moment, the striped tiger finally looked at Hector, disdain flickering in its eyes. Tiger Lord has killed too many humans lately. You bringing another one is like offering 2 for 1. Haha. Meanwhile, Hector scanned the cave using the sky eye and immediately saw Adelina inside, her face filled with despair as she sobbed silently. Instantly, his gaze turned cold. He recalled the moments he spent with Adelina back at the Vernon sect. Though their positions were different, he considered her a friend. Thud. In the next moment, Hector stepped into the cave. The striped tiger glanced at Hector, then flashed forward, swatting down with its paw. Insect, Tiger Lord hasn't even sneered. Opening its bloody maw. Insect, you're dead? At this moment, the demon's expression changed drastically as it quickly retreated, screaming, boy, don't get close. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The striped tiger roared fiercely. Tiger roar shatters heaven. Crack. Instantly, a terrifying sound wave force shot out from its mouth, shattering rocks within a 100-meter radius. Chapter 803. Striking back the colorful tiger. Seeing this, Leandro sighed inwardly. This person is done for. He had been an old rival of the colorful tiger. This was the roaring sky-rending attack of the colorful tiger. Back then, he had suffered greatly under this move countless times, always preparing defenses ahead of time whenever facing it. And this time, he thought with Hector's help, the two could definitely take down the colorful tiger together. Yet he momentarily forgot to remind Hector. Now, this roaring sky-rending from the center would surely deal a severe blow to Hector, and after such a heavy injury, Hector wouldn't have the strength left to team up and defeat the colorful tiger. With that thought, Leandro prepared to flee. However, in the next moment, his gaze scanned over, and he immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. In the critical moment, Hector also felt a tremendous sense of danger. Instantly, he activated the golden field, completely enveloping himself. At the same time, he summoned the true intention Laroiagram of the Qilin, covering it on his skin surface. Crack. First to bear the brunt was Hector's golden field, which, under the roaring sky-rending, seemed to offer little resistance, shattering like glass struck by a heavy force. Fortunately, Hector had summoned the true intention Laroiagram of the Qilin at the crucial moment. The colorful tiger's roaring sky-rending violently shook it, but didn't shatter it. However, the sonic force possessed extremely strong penetration power, directly crossing over the true intention Laroiagram and impacting Hector. Bang! Hector was instantly startled, quickly activating the 5 organs 6 viscera technique. Secret power surging from within his organs, blocking most of the sonic force, but still some managed to penetrate, making him tremble all over, his internal energy churning and his face turning pale. Hector was deeply shaken. This colorful tiger was indeed formidable. Had he not reacted in time, this strike would certainly have inflicted serious injury. Boom. As soon as he blocked the attack, Hector immediately clenched his 5 fingers and punched at the colorful tiger. The colorful tiger flashed away, evading Hector's punch, coldly eyeing him with a hint of surprise. You, insect, actually blocked my roaring sky-rending. This was something he, almost piercing his head. Be careful, don't confront it head-on. Hector heard Leandro's voice. Ignoring him, Hector concentrated, maximizing the 5 organs 6 viscera technique. Secret powers gathering in his palms, emitting threads of golden light. Clang. In an instant, Hector's hands moved like lightning, gripping the colorful tiger's tail. A series of sonic booms erupted between them, like metal clashing, sparks flying. Damn, he blocked it. This scene made Leandro's eyes widen in disbelief. Back then, using all his feathers to form layers of defense, he barely managed to block the tiger's tail, still getting thrown backward. But now, Hector blocked it with his bare hands. The colorful tiger was taken aback, realizing this insect was far more terrifying than imagined. Boy, get lost. The colorful tiger roared, releasing another roaring sky-rending. Its tail abruptly grew larger, doubling its strength. Hector was already prepared. The golden field compressed, perfectly enclosing the colorful tiger, restricting its roaring sky-rending. Crack. The golden field cracked again, but did not fully collapse. This gave Hector valuable time. The strength from the tiger's tail intensified, nearly breaking free. But Hector wasn't passive, summoning two opposing forces on his palms. Jiag power and Yin power. These forces, with opposite attributes, could unleash destructive power when combined. Instantly, the two forces collided on the tiger's tail, unleashing explosive force. Puff. In an instant, the tiger's tail crumbled visibly, blood spurting. The destructive force traveled up the tail toward the tiger. This frightened the colorful tiger. Puff. Decisively, it sliced off its own tail and rapidly retreated. Looking at Hector again, it had lost its arrogance, now filled with caution. This human is definitely a formidable opponent. Whoosh. Simultaneously, Leandro surged forward, dark mist erupting from him, flooding the area. Dwight man pet, I'll trap him, you finish him. Hector instantly activated the firmament eye, seeing through the mist and spotting the trapped colorful tiger. Taking a step forward, he formed seals with his hands, unleashing the Imperial Seal True Intention, launching a powerful strike. Damn you, chicken, joining forces with insects to bully me? Dream on. The colorful tiger roared, clawing the ground. Immediately, the ground collapsed. Bang. Hector's palm landed, collapsing the ground ahead. Dwight man pet, jump down fast, don't let him escape, or we'll have trouble later. Leandro rushed forward, seeing a pit formed underground. Hector slapped Leandro into the underground passage, then entered the cave without looking back. Take care of the rest. Chapter 804, That Dwight Man Kid. F***CKU. The fog spirit chicken gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Hector to be so cunning as to silently push him into the underground passage, but all he could do was curse in his heart. Hector's strength was undoubtedly on par with, if not surpassing, his own now. Whoosh. After hesitating for a moment, he finally followed through the tunnel. At this moment, Hector had already entered the cave. Hearing sounds from outside, Adelina's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "You beast, if you want to kill me, then just do it. If you want me to be your wife, you're dreaming. Senior sister Sue, it's me." Hector's voice came as he stepped into the cave. "Junior brother Sue, how could it be you?" Adelina froze upon seeing Hector, but she quickly realized something and urgently said, "Junior brother Sue, you must run. If that colorful tiger returns, neither of us will escape." She was first concerned about Hector's safety. In her view, the colorful tiger must have gone out to hunt more humans again, which gave Hector a chance. But usually, the colorful tiger didn't stay out long. Hector felt immensely moved. Senior sister Sue was still the same as before, not standing against him just because he was from the Qilin mansion. "Senior sister Sue, don't worry. I've already driven that colorful tiger away." Hector smiled, tapped a finger, and a strand of true chi entered Adelina's body, immediately releasing her from the binding force. Adelina, now able to move again, asked in surprise, "Junior brother Sue, you drove that colorful tiger away?" If her memory served right, Junior brother Sue had only been at the Dalton realm for less than 2 months. Though his combat power was astonishing, that colorful tiger was a peak Dalton realm powerhouse, one of the best among them. How did Junior brother Sue drive it away? Or did his strength skyrocket after leaving the Vernon sect? Seeing Adelina's surprise and confusion, Hector nodded and smiled, brandandering this time. "I received some fortune." Upon hearing this, Adelina's eyes flickered with understanding as she asked, "Junior brother Sue, what's your cultivation now?" "I just broke through to the 6th level of the Dalton realm," replied Hector. "Wow, Junior brother Sue, you actually reached the peak mid-Dalton realm," Adelina gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. A month ago, when they parted ways, Junior brother Sue was only at the 3rd level of the Dalton realm. To break through 3 levels within a month? Even with fortune, it shouldn't be possible to break through 3 levels in such a short period. This monster, truly not human. "Alright, senior sister Sue, this place isn't suitable for conversation. We should go somewhere else," Hector suggested. Adelina nodded. Yes. This is the territory of the colorful tiger. That beast, once driven away by you, will definitely not let it go easily. It will definitely find someone to deal with you. They left the place promptly. Shortly after, they encountered the returning fog spirit chicken at the bottom of the valley. He looked utterly defeated, clearly having failed to catch the colorful tiger. "It's you, this chicken?" Adelina reacted like she was facing a formidable enemy. "Dwight, it's you, this pet lady. You weren't eaten by Tiger Son. Seems that perverted tiger is really a pervert," the fog spirit chicken sneered. "You know each other?" Hector asked in surprise. Adelina glared fiercely at the fog spirit chicken. "Initially, he shouted about making me his pet and chased me for half a day. On the way, we encountered a sudden appearance of a colorful tiger. He ran off while I was caught by that beast." Anger burned in her eyes. If not for this chicken, she wouldn't have been caught by that beast. For her, it was as if this chicken had caused her trouble. "Himph, it's your fault for being useless. Why should it be my problem?" The fog spirit chicken rolled his eyes. Suddenly, Hector narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming unusually serious. "We shouldn't stay here. Let's go quickly." The fog spirit chicken also seemed to sense something, suddenly looking into the distance. "No way, can that guy fight against the colorful tiger? It's a bully in this area." Countless cultivators, both evil and righteous, became its food. Many peak Dalton realm powerhouses died at its hands. Even with strong combat power, Hector's cultivation is far inferior to this colorful tiger. This is unknown. However, Hector is indeed a troublemaker. His mistakes cause us to suffer too. I hope I never see him. If I do, I'll flay his skin and extract his tendons. People in the area suffered greatly, hating Hector deeply. Meanwhile, Hector, the fog spirit chicken, and Adelina distanced themselves from the turmoil, rapidly heading deeper. "Uncle, that human kid ruined my tale." Suddenly, 2 colorful tigers appeared on a small hill near Hector. One without a tail stared venomously at Hector, trembling claw pointing at him, every word filled with hatred. Chapter 805. Hector injures a half-saint beast. They had been searching everywhere for Hector, and they didn't know how many humans they had killed in the process. Finally, they found him here. Boom. Having reached the realm of half-saint, one could initially condense a simple holy domain, allowing them to traverse through the air at incredible speeds. The half-saint model tiger came swooping down, its killing intent overwhelming. Hector lifted his head, revealing a flicker of shock in his eyes. Dwight Manfred, was it you who destroyed my nephew's tail? Before even arriving, its voice pierced through the air, shaking the surrounding rocks into rubble. Oh no, it's that old thing. Quick, run, exclaimed the spirit chicken, startled by the sight of the old model tiger. It turned around and fled. Hector wasted no time either, using the golden field to carry Adelina away swiftly, overtaking even the spirit chicken. The spirit chicken cursed inwardly. This human, fleeing faster than he did. And for what? He thought he was doing a favor by warning them. Dwight, do you think you can escape? Instantly, the half-saint model tiger caught up with Hector, unleashing a holy domain from above which instantly enveloped Hector's golden field, shattering it with a crack. A terrifying force suppressed Hector's speed dramatically, causing his bones to emit a brittle sound. This was the power of a half-saint. Boom. In an instant, the golden field compressed, and Hector maximized the suppression. Then, he fiercely thrust upward. Rumble. A spiritual explosion. The terrifying destructive force erupted, causing the half-saint's field to crack open. At the same time, Hector formed a single hand seal, manifesting the true intention Leroyagram of the Jeffrey art. 3 true intention Leroyograms appeared with a burst, cracking the half-saint's holy domain. You're quite capable, aren't you? You're only in the middle stage of the Dalton realm, not even at peak mid-stage, yet you managed to tear apart my holy domain. If you reach peak mid-stage, would you be able to challenge me? The half-saint